T-Dub. T-Dub. Paging T-Dub.
Yo.
T-Dub to the service desk. T-Dub.
Yeah.
We have a lost child. Oh, yeah. So earlier what were you talking about? Were you saying Perplexity was complaining about the beam divergence?
Yeah.
What was it, saying it overlaps or something?
So I think the confusion was with the predictions, not the postdictions that you mentioned.
Oh.
So apparently their predictions were lesser than the results they got, like the divergence or the. I don't know if it's talking about.
I don't remember in the original paper any predictions.
Right.
So I'll post the original one. They didn't even do anything like that. They just did the experiment. They never even talked about what they thought it would do.
Right.
So let me see. They don't go over any modeling as far as the beam path. I mean, they do. This is kind of funny. I didn't notice this. Oh, fucking funny, bro. Hold on, let me post this. Let me post this screenshot. It's funny. This is from the paper, the screenshot. Apparently, the laser's going straight, man. What the fuck?
Yeah.
But they didn't really predict. They didn't actually model the ray and what it would do. They just did the elevation profile, right? Just says propagation path over 149.2 kilometers between laser beacon platform through the Earth's curvature. The minimum height along the propagation path is 275 meter, corresponds to a distance of 60 kilometers from the receiver site. Yosemite Mauna Lea with his corresponding lasers. See, that's all they talk about. Like, how close is it to the ground? That's it. Basically saying we have a line of sight because, we have a line of sight because we're elevated. That's all it says. Whereas Bricker, let me pull up Bricker's. Analysis of joint effects of refraction and turbulence. So he was trying to come up with a characterization of both phenomenon simultaneously and model it. And it says in his paper, for the 150 kilometer path simulated, the rays are misaligned by about 4 meters with respect to the 0.532 ohm ray. That's 532 nanometer. This beam separation distance is significant because it is on the order of the diffraction limited beam footprint.
In other words, unaffected by assumed variables.
It just means that when he plugged it into the model, right, the beams, their trajectory, how they would get there, when they get to the other end, they're separated. Like this, I just posted a graphic in here. This is their beam separation. Distance between rays in meters. This separation is greater than the width of the telescope. So how did they pick them all up at once? This
and
is because of dispersion, right? So each different wavelengths take different optical paths, right? Refraction is wavelength dependent. So one wavelength beam takes one path, one wavelength beam takes another spatial path, another wavelength beam takes another spatial path, and when they arrive 150 kilometers away, they're separated just like a prism. Just like a prism separates colors, the red's at one end, and 2 inches away is blue, right? Yep. That's an actual spatial separation.
Right, and that diagram there is his post-diction, right?
Yeah.
But that's not what happened.
That's not what happened.
They were closer together than what his after his
than what the
his
U.S.
retro.
standard at. Yeah, it's close. The beams are farther apart than possible to pick up in the 1976 U.S. standard atmosphere model, i.e., standard refraction. Now, I guess you could say there was less refraction than normal, subrefraction or something. So the more refraction, the more quote-unquote refraction there is, the more they'll be separated, right? That's the thing. Refraction and dispersion are intrinsically related. They're married to each other. So is absorption, quite honestly. Refraction, this is why I get so irritated with the Globers, because what they say is so simplistic and simplified from the way light actually behaves that it's silly. So let me show you. Let me see. Oh, check out this diagram. So this is known to happen. Okay, it's a known phenomenon, and they make something called a dispersion corrector to fix it. Okay. So this is called this is a chromatic aberration. See how you see blue on top, red on the bottom? The more refraction there is, the greater this hazing thing. So there's actually like a blue image here and a red image here. So what they do is with a dispersion corrector, there's a little mirror that combines the images. So it takes two images and you kind of turn this thing and then it'll merge them together to make them clear. So I got an example of that too. Yeah, hold on. Well, that's not a good one. This good? No, that's sucky too.
Oh, in that game I've been playing, there's a boss called Chromatic Aberration.
See what happened? Sapphire says, "I love Jupiter. Wow!" And over the fences is like, "That's Saturn."
The most appropriate giving of a wheelchair emoji ever. So look at Sirius, man, totally crazy dispersion, right? So I've asked Cobras, why don't we see this terrestrially? If there's this crazy refraction going on that's making horizons appear 30 miles farther and lifting, mountains up miles, why don't we ever see this effect, this blue-red effect, this dispersion? They have no answer. So this, what should have been happening at the telescope, you take notice, right, is that when they merge the image, Sirius is a dot. But when there's dispersion, the image of the stars looks bigger because you're basically getting a rainbow. You're turning the dot into a rainbow, and so it's spatially separated. Literally, the blue light is taking an optical path that's different from the red light, and it's arriving at the camera The blue is higher than the red, and the green's like in the middle. So this should be observed. Anytime they say refraction, we should be seeing this. Especially when they say strong refraction. If they say strong refraction, you should be seeing this. But we don't see this ever. So here's a great one. Even if they saw this, right, they could say, well, it was the lens. Because you do have chromatic aberration that can be caused by a lens, depending on the lens thickness. And it actually is observed in lenses, normally. But you know what they make? They make apochromatic lenses. So inside the camera, it's dispersion corrected. So anything, whatever the colors are outside the camera accurately represents whatever way it's hitting the camera. The camera isn't doing it, okay? So one of the long-distance Canigou photos was taken with an apochromatic telescope, right? So there's no way there can ever be any chromatic aberration from the camera itself. If there is any, it has to be out there in the scene, right? Whatever mountains are 275 miles away, has to be happening there. But we don't see any happening there. Okay, so there's no strong refraction or whatever they want to characterize it as. There's none of it happening out there in the world because you would see this chromatic aberration. This is the death knell for the refraction claim. And I've talked about this before, but you know how we got to teach the goal was the globe? This is like a nuance that to teach like a normie, it's actually not even that complicated because it's like when you first learn about light in school, they use a prism. And they teach you about a prism, how a prism makes a rainbow, and all that crap. But then when
Exactly.
you show them this, they're suddenly they go brain dead and they don't understand how a rainbow works anymore.
Who was it that accidentally discovered the different temperatures of the refracted light
know his
sitting on his
name.
desk?
I don't know his name. What a lucky guy, though.
Yeah.
He just happened to put the prism next to a thermometer. Fucking, crazy, dude. I think that's the story, that he had a prism on his desk and was casting a rainbow on the desk. And, part of the rainbow that wasn't in the rainbow light, that was right outside where the infrared would be, it made the freaking thermometer go up, and he noticed. And then he started doing experiments. What a lucky guy, bro. I mean, most people would have never even noticed.
So basically, with the combat test, they shouldn't have seen the three lights at all.
Yeah,
the aperture shouldn't have been able to pick it up.
Well, they could not all three at the same time. You should have maybe been able to see two at the same time.
Right. And that's according to the modeling that he ran the data through after the experiment.
Yeah, standard refraction. Yes, yeah. He did it all after. He wasn't trying to prove any of that crap. This is just one of those things where he modeled it out and then it just didn't happen to match. I doubt they ever noticed. I mean, he did notice because he said it was beyond it. It's significant because it's beyond the diffraction limitation of the telescope. So he did notice something, but he never concluded, well, that refraction model, that's wrong. He never concluded that. Though some of the ray trace simulations, see that. Hold on a second. Yeah, though some of the ray trace simulations in that paper are pretty. That he has more involved ones, and that's why he actually abandons. He ends up trying 3 different ways to characterize it, and he abandons the refraction one because it was so wrong.
Right. He couldn't justify altering it to the degree needed to explain it.
Yeah. It was nowhere close. So he was like, okay, I'll try this other thing. I'll try I'm actually looking at it right now. He does go into mirages a little bit. Let me see. So he does a split-step method, free space propagation. So it's called like a phase screen simulation of turbulence, meaning like it's hard to describe. Where basically you alter the wavefront to get a direction and like peaks and valleys and interference patterns. It's like kind of like measuring. Like you ever seen a lake when it's raining, and like if you took one drop and dropped it in water, you see a wave. You know, the waves propagate out from that raindrop. If it was a single drop, when it's lots of raindrops, right? If you look at the waves on the surface of the water, right, it's like a big freaking shimmering, bunch of constructive and destructive interference. So he tried to, like, a phase screen is kind of like that, like a 2D version of that the light passes through and then it gets altered. So he does like the ray tracing and then corrected by this phase screen randomness. Actually, there's a screenshot of it. I've got a screenshot.
And all this to just try and explain why the light just seemed to go straight.
They're trying to, no, they're trying to figure out turbulence, right? So they need to figure out turbulence because this is an Air Force study, right? They're trying to figure out how to create a laser beam to burn something out of the sky, right? And the turbulence fucks everything up. It actually dissipates the power so that it dissipates the focus. It's almost like you're trying to shoot the laser through frosted glass, right? That's probably like analogous over a long distance, right? You get so much turbulence in the wave model, the wavefront becomes so freaking nonsense because of turbulence. When I say turbulence, so there's pockets of air, some colder, some hotter, some denser, some moving, some not moving. So if you think of the wave model, right, so you have the wavefront that initially is spherically symmetrical, but as it propagates out and gets further and further away, it becomes like a potato of freaking a wavy mess, right? And then it doesn't focus. Because they're trying to burn shit out of the air. And you need a focused beam.
Need a collimated.
Yeah, exactly. They need a collimated beam. So if you look at this one, this kind of shows it, right? So if you look at so you have the wavefront, right? And that little green thing, that center line, that's the centroid of the beam. That's where like most of the power is. It's focused in that center. And as you move along through the turbulence, right, that centroid gets distorted and wider and wider and wider. And now you have the power spread over a larger area. So now it's not intense. Now it's not as intense. It's all spread out, right? And they're trying to solve this problem that maybe they could use some adaptive optics or shoot a control beam to measure what the turbulence is, and then shoot the actual energy beam after it, right? Adjusted with adaptive optics.
Right, sort of like to clear the way.
Yeah, well, no. So the first beam is to measure what the turbulence is, right? So you shoot the beam, and then it bounces off the object, and then it reflects back, and you go, okay, there's that much turbulence in the optical path. We're going to shape the beam using what's called a spatial light modulator, and we're going to create a wavefront that, as it goes through the turbulence itself shapes the beam into a focused beam.
Right. Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, it's clever, but it don't work because the air doesn't not want to cooperate, man.
Right.
It's like trying to predict the weather, brother. You're not doing it. Like, you're gonna need freaking AI supercomputers or something. Maybe AI can do it someday, but like, because they would also have to do it so fast. You know what I mean? Because they got to do they got to acquire a firing solution to acquire the target, and then shoot the control beam, and hopefully there's no countermeasures and like that the other side is using. It's like not an easy task, or they're just fucking around to try and get money, which is probably most likely the case.
So they probably figured out that they can blow shit up like that, or damage material over shorter distances, and they've like thought, oh, what if we could do this over longer distances?
Yeah, that's the idea. Is like, I mean, their goal is to shoot down ballistic missiles or something, but that ain't never gonna happen.
Right. Unless they're
So Turkey
doing
said, I think they announced
Space
today
Wars.
that they. I think Turkey announced today that they tested a laser that shot down a missile or something. But they didn't show any footage of it or whatever. They just claimed they did it. So this was his secondary model, this one right here, and then he did something called ray tracing and WART. WART is based on computation of laser beam wavefront tip and tilt, which is like a whole nother. It's like the phase stream attempt, but it's like uses a different underlying model. But like you have like, there's all sorts of freaking problems with that. So this is his master's thesis or whatever, right? So he's basically like experimenting on. I want to show you some of the other stuff he has in here.
But did you
Some of
post
the ray
something?
tracing stuff. Yeah, I posted something in the chat. You didn't see that with the green arrows?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I got that.
No, I'm looking for what I'm going to post. Hold on.
Oh, right. Yep.
Okay, hold on. It's in here somewhere.
Dude, he ought to do the Mysterio trick. Pretends he has a laser that works, but really it's just a drone deployment system, and the drone is taking out the aircraft. But you sell the laser for $1 bajillion.
Ooh.
So this is like, he takes like the UN standard atmosphere model on the left, which is like idealized, and then he does a ray trace with a the US standard atmosphere model, and adds like a let me see, where is this? He adds optical ray propagation to stratified layers. It's like how vertically layered trajectories. Of course. I think he added some. Basically says it. So he added like a stratified layer. So like a layer, and like you can see like one of these graphics, I didn't post it, but it like gets trapped in a duct. Like a fiber optic cable, almost. These are all just models and shit. I wouldn't put too much stock in them. I mean, you can model whatever you see what Bisland does. So you end up with this weird shit, right? The one on the left is pretty fucking weird. It ends up in this duct like a fiber optic cable. It's just like trapped in there. And then it says the rays launch from beneath the waveguide layer. Some of it goes up and it partially gets stuck. Some of the rays get stuck inside. Some just freaking do a right hook and fucking. That's why when they're like, it just, like when they say things like, it just curves around the earth to make it look flat. Like, it's so fucking silly, bro. So simplified and so silly.
And idealized, yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, the ideal is Earth's a globe and that looks flat. That's the ideal.
This server and MDD have been lurking.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to give their names any due credit.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Well, if there's any you recognize that are just known sophists with nothing to add, just give them a perma. Send them on their way.
Yeah.
What's this Jim Panda server about?
Oh, you've done it now, Amish.
Oh.
The
Okay,
floodgates
picture
are
this.
open.
Picture this, man. Anti-flat earthers, hundreds and hundreds of them, that also like to pretend that they are animals and yiff at each other. It's a furry server, and they hate flat earthers.
Imagine a writhing pit of human centipedes. With iPhones. How you doing, Amish? You good?
Oh man, things have been fine. Been enjoying the time here. I think Indio and I have the same lunch break or something, so the two of us have been on around noon time, our time, same time every day.
Oh, nice. Yeah, my timing's getting pretty sporadic nowadays. Borrow your name.
No, it's true. Like I tell people all the time, I can't be around for scheduled events because I really don't know the next time I'll be on. Even though I'm on a lot, I just can't commit.
Yeah, same. I'm an arm's length dictator.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a pretty busy home life and work life. I kind of squeeze this in around the edges.
Same. I'm getting busier all the time, so we do what we
Good.
can. We're doing enough. Although I'm noticing that we're slipping in the ranks, so we're going to have to bump up those numbers. These are rookie numbers, guys.
That's true. We need to go on a recruiting drive.
Yep. You see someone posting that story about Nova Scotia banning people going into the woods?
What? No.
I don't know. I can't remember where I saw it. Someone posted it in one of the servers. I don't even know if it's real or not at this point, but it was like their governor or something just talking on TV saying how don't put people at unnecessary risk by going for walks and hikes and camping in the woods. And they're putting out fines for it. And I guess they're using the excuse of forest fires to effectively ban people from going into woods.
It's like getting so obvious. If that's true, and it seems like it could be, right? I mean, it's
Yeah, someone fact check that,
obvious.
because you never know with what's getting shown around nowadays, but that's what this video was showing. I'm sure it was Nova Scotia. I'm sure it was somewhere in Canada anyway.
I mean, looking around the world, it's really not a stretch. Like that's not even
Yeah,
good
right.
satire anymore.
Yeah, that's tame. I'm sure they're saying it's like a 25k fine or something.
Yeah. The political drama and intrigue in America is just getting worse. There's a lot of Trump regret from all the Trump supporters. Like, big shocker, guys. Come on.
I put the updated short version from AI about the Nova Scotia ban. That's pretty wild. It's in the side chat.
Oh, man.
Nova Scotia banned travel and activities in wooded areas due to wildfire risk, effective August 5th, 25 until October 15th. Fine violation is 25,000. Beaches and campgrounds remain open. Wow.
Well, then it's obvious what's going on. Like, as if it wasn't.
And the peasants of the 1400s don't know how good they had it.
You gotta wonder, right? I'll take a little typhoid fever and giardia once in a while. Black teeth. Yeah, you know what? Get your freedom. Like the peasants, they live like kings. They could go anywhere they want.
It's funny, isn't it? Thinking how that's changed. What utter insanity. Just a few dudes like, nah, you just can't go in the woods anymore. What?
Oh, you got a license for that, mate?
That's an illegal tent. And like folk who had properties out in the woods were saying they're pretty much effectively stranded. They're being told avoid going outside at all costs. It's like, what the hell?
What about the Amazon delivery guy?
Yeah. You move out to the sticks to be close to nature and they're just like banned.
The local Amish near me have to constantly put up a fight. Whenever they buy property, there are, I don't know what to call it, some kind of covenants or something with the local townships where they're required to be hooked up to grids and hooked up to plumbing and this, that, and they don't want any of it.
Based. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. Good for them.
Yeah, but it's like, you mean the government's going to force you to hook yourself up to the electrical grid and then charge you for the privilege of running a meter that you don't even use?
Yeah. That's it. Just trying to get their claws in. A hook. Give them that little bit of juice. And the generations will soften to it.
Well, at least we can collect rainwater in my state and not be fined for it.
Damn, it's lax. But what if you get sick?
You're not supposed to drink it, but I see what you mean. Yeah. Like, oh, you're going to collect rainwater. Yeah, you're going to be stupid enough to drink it without purifying it, peasant.
Yeah, so we'll just ban you all just to be safe. Any globe believers in? Anyone in here think they live in a galaxy? Tell us your tale.
In a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, I feel like we used to get a lot of Star Wars fans in, but I feel like that's tapered off. Both Star Wars and the globe. Welcome new people. Ask your questions. Say hello. Is anyone looking at the chat? I've not got it open, so I can't see who's in.
Yeah. Hello, Winfag and Verum Nomen.
Interesting names.
Corleone hanging out up there too. Hey, Corleone, what's up?
Hi.
Hello. What brings you
So-
by the Flat Earth channel?
Are you discussing some specific topic about flat Earth?
Not at the moment. The floor is pretty open if you want to present some globe evidence or ask a question.
Okay, to be honest, I don't have a question now.
All right, maybe I can ask you a question. Do you believe that you live on a spinning ball Earth?
I believe it because it's that is written in the books, but to be honest, I've never really studied that deeper.
Yeah, so it's what you've been educated to believe, like we all are. When they were telling you about it, did they give you any good evidence?
There's an incredible amount of good evidence, I would say.
Okay, what's the best evidence?
Yeah, so out of a wealth of evidence, I guess if there are people here who think that the world is actually flat, I would say go with some simple observation. Do you have a working model or something that you guys actually adhere to that you say is representative of what reality is? Do you have a flat Earth model?
Well, you said go with some observation, but observation
Right,
is
so
just
I don't
of a
know what
flat,
you guys are
motionless Earth.
proposing about what the nature of the Earth is, but if it's flat, why are constellations, when we look at stars in the northern hemisphere and we watch star trails around Polaris, they rotate counterclockwise. If I go to the southern hemisphere, they rotate around the southern celestial sphere clockwise. So how on a flat plane do stars just magically start rotating in opposite directions?
Well, you said you don't understand what it is that we're really saying here. So basically, it's that we experience, observe, and practically use the Earth as a flat, motionless plane. We've got no experience of the ground beneath our feet being some spinning ball. No one's ever measured any curvature of the Earth. No one's ever measured any motion of it. So the surface we are on, as far as can be demonstrated, is flat and motionless. We're not really making claims about what the stars are and why they're doing what they're doing, but whatever it is they're doing it above a measurably flat, motionless Earth.
Well, okay. So I would disagree. There's certainly plenty of measurements that show that we're spinning. I think you guys are probably all aware of the 15 degree per hour spin. You can use any type of gyroscope.
Who's
You've heard that
measured?
before. so I
Any
won't go through it.
gyroscope.
How do they
Any.
measure?
No. Let's not, please. Let's
How
not
do
go
we
past
measure
the
that?
point. How do stars? Let's stick on the main point. You asked me what is
Well,
the
hold on,
best,
because you
and I
just
don't want you
said.
to gloss over it. No.
Well, no, you're kind of glossing over it.
How do you explain stars spinning in opposite directions?
No, I just said I'm not claiming how the stars work or why they're doing what they're doing, but you just said that it's been measured plenty of times, the motion of the Earth.
Okay, no. That's.
Well,
I
spinning
want to
and
keep it. I want to keep it simple before we gish gallop through random things. I asked
Spinning
you. You asked me for one demonstration. I gave you one. You're saying that
No,
your
you're
response is
speaking
that
about
you
the
have no idea
stars.
how stars work.
Well, you're making. We're talking about the Earth not being a ball, and you're asking questions about the stars. But I just said I'm not making claims about the stars. Are you?
I'm sorry, but you are though, because it is impossible to observe star trails that way on a flat plane. They would all
Well,
rotate the same direction. They
says-
wouldn't
says
magically
who?
start spinning the opposite direction.
Says who? That would imply that you know what the stars are and how they should be working on a flat plane, which you wouldn't. You don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay. You don't believe that they're celestial objects. They're like local things, local phenomenon?
Well, depends what you mean by, celestial bodies, the lights we see in the sky, yeah, those exist, but that's not making a claim about what they are, what medium they're in, why we see them behave the way they do. You don't know any of that.
It's very simple. If I right now were to contact someone in the southern hemisphere, I'm in the northern hemisphere, we would be observing opposite rotations around. I would be looking at the northern celestial sphere. They would be looking at the southern celestial sphere. My stars would be in a star trail. They would be rotating around Polaris counterclockwise.
Well, the stars.
in the
stars
southern hemisphere, someone's
I get your
stars would
argument.
be rotating. Right. So that's impossible on a flat plane.
Well, no, because you're saying the stars are moving. Yeah, I agree. The stars are moving. The Earth is not, unless you've got evidence that it is.
No, but we would observe the same phenomenon if we were looking at the same objects. Are you saying that there's like a grand mass delusion that I'm seeing?
Well, no, I'm saying that you've got no evidence that what's occurring is due to Earth being a ball that's spinning. You've got no evidence for that. You only have evidence for a flat, motionless surface.
If we're going to go through a series of claims where you ask me what is the best proof to indicate that we're not on a flat plane, let's start.
No. I asked you what the best proof that the Earth is a globe is. You changed it. Which would mean you need curvature and motion of the surface. So what's your best evidence for that?
I would say all of observational science is indicated. If you want to go through piece by piece how we
the observation
and the history of how we measured.
Oh, Eratosthenes? Do you think Eratosthenes tells you the Earth's a ball that's spinning?
Yeah, he was pretty close about what 23 years ago.
So what did Eratosthenes do? What did he measure?
He looked at sunlight when it was noon overhead. He had two different locations and recordings of time as they lapsed to see when the sun had shone directly down into a I see the chat also. I think it's a bit odd that you have to be so combative. If I come in here and I talk to you, it's strange that everyone is just immediately so rude. And
I think I got cut out there. So what did Eratosthenes do? He looked at the sun going down a well, and then what?
Yeah, you could. I learned about this in school. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of this. Eratosthenes lived, I believe,
We're very familiar with it. Yeah.
Right, so it's an impossibility also on a flat plane.
Well, how is that the case? What did he actually do? Explain it and how it proves Earth's a ball.
We marked time with things like sundials, right? And you had locations that were, I believe, several hundred kilometers apart, maybe 1,000 kilometers apart. I believe one was in Alexandria. But across the Mediterranean, there were observations of when the sun was shining directly down a well, lighting the water at the bottom. Not one single book exists from his time era that ever mentions this
Right.
experiment being done. How
Yeah,
did he
this is
coordinate
never-
it? Okay. Okay, here.
Okay, so
how
if
about
sun
this
shines
concept?
down a well, how do we get to Earth's big spinning ball?
It's an impossibility on a flat plane for you to not have a. You're saying that this is
You're
the
saying the
difficulty
sun's shining
in
down the
commenting.
well.
Correct.
So how does
After
that?
marking a certain amount of time would show that as the Earth was rotating in front of the sun, and I suppose you would say
Oh
that
wait,
the sun was
you can't just
flying
assume
overhead.
that you can't just assume that the Earth is rotating. Where did you get that from? You're saying that the sun is shining down a well. Okay, then what?
So yeah, if I'm not describing this well, you could find this in any book. At a different point in time, after a certain amount of time had lapsed, several hundred kilometers away, was the moment that the sun was then shining directly overhead at noon at that location. By measuring the distance between those two locations, which was well known in whatever their colloquial distance measurements of the time were, they were able to determine within just a few 100 kilometers, I think 1,000 kilometers, the circumference of the sphere due to the nature of determining
wait. You don't have
the
a
distance between the two.
wait. You've just said the sun was over a well at one time, and then later on it was over a different point.
Yeah, let me get you
That
like a
doesn't- that
visual
doesn't
so
tell
that
you
you
the
can
Earth-
maybe understand this.
Well, for starters, you said you learned this in school. You don't understand this. You're incorrect.
I
you
do
clearly
understand
don't
this
understand
perfectly.
it. No, you've just
well.
misdescribed. You've not described what he's claimed to have done at all.
He claimed at the same time that he saw a shadow from a tower. This was in direct
now you're
correspondence with
reading.
the
Now
sun
you're reading.
over.
No, that's not what you just said. That's not what you just said.
He used the well to determine when the sun was overhead. Now,
What, they
And then
do
you said it
synchronize
moved
their
to another
watches?
bit. Yeah, and then you said it moved to another part, and it was directly overhead a different spot. That's what you said, right?
it was directly overhead a well, meaning that it was shining directly down.
And then
a well
later
into
on-
the light at the bottom. Yeah. Okay.
And then later on, it moved and went to a different bit, is what you said. And it was directly overhead another spot.
Yeah.
And then
okay,
you
so if I
somehow
want to.
convinced yourself that that means the Earth is a ball.
No. This is one aspect that's in relation with wide realm.
Okay, try again. So the sun's shining down a well.
Number
then what?
one. I did make a point that you addressed in your explanation was I have no concept how to describe that. I asked you why
That's
stars
okay.
rotate
We're
opposite
on to the
directions.
globe proof now. That was a non
because
sequitur.
you don't know. You
Now
have
you're
no
trying
idea.
to prove the globe. So the
It
sun
does
was shining down the
perfectly
well.
prove that we are on a globe.
Well,
and
that's what
stars
we're trying to
rotate
figure
opposite
out. Because
directions.
so
Well,
far,
then
nothing you've said
Then
has
please
been
describe
evidence
the
of a
nature of the
globe.
stars that I just. And when you asked me the first,
No. We're on Eratosthenes, dude. So the sun shines down the well.
You have
and
skipped
then what?
over, and we're not going to gish a lot from.
Why are you going away from Eratosthenes, dude? Why are you going
Why
away
did you
from what
go
you were
away from
talking
the
about?
star trails that I went initially? Okay,
Because
I don't have a
now-
desire to go through. I don't
Because
have a desire to go
remember,
through.
the
Hellenistic
question
ancient
was
history,
whether or not the Earth was actually a
which is
ball. That's why
perfectly
you
explains
brought
why
up
stars
Eratosthenes.
rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and why they
Yeah.
rotate clockwise in the southern
So
hemisphere. You have
don't
no
run away
ability
from
to explain that
Eratosthenes,
phenomenon
dude.
being different on a flat plane.
Dude, calm down. You're spiraling. Calm down.
Explain
Take a
how
breath.
stars do that.
Over talking him, Varum. Stop over talking.
Yeah, guys. So you said the sun was shining down a well.
I said that stars rotate counterclockwise in the northern
Okay,
hemisphere.
so are
They
you no
rotate
longer
clockwise in-
claiming Eratosthenes proved the
I
globe?
get that you're
then?
not going to understand that. I'm going with something simpler. This is something that you know. that
I
you
like the
can't answer, so you desire to
Eratosthenes.
skip- No,
Well,
because
you said
desire to skip-
Eratosthenes. Oh my god, dude. Is anyone else hearing this?
Yeah, you are trying to stop him from gish galloping, but Varum just is all over the place. He's rotating star trails, then he's Eratosthenes, and you're trying to stay on one topic, but he won't let you do it.
You bastards! Why are you torturing
Yeah.
me like this? Why?
Because that is what he said, right? He said the sun is shining down the well, and then it moves to a different part, and it's directly overhead a different part. That's what he said, right?
He sure did.
Who
Okay.
muted him?
I just muted him because he was
Oh,
spazzing out. But I'm going to unmute him now. So, Darren,
just
I'm
going to ask
trying
the
to.
same thing.
Are you going to say? Okay, so are you going away from Eratosthenes? You no longer.
I'm going. I don't have a desire to be pushed to, and I don't want to explain a second topic when I know that you desire to skip over the first. So I'll leave it, and I don't have to comment on it again. You have no explanation.
Eratosthenes. You presented him.
Your explanation was that you have no
You claimed
understanding of why star
Eratosthenes,
trails. If
Because
you
we're
want to
not.
skip
I'm
it,
not
then this is
claiming. I'm not
worthless.
making an argument about the stars. That's why you
That
said
perfectly
you asked the
explains that we're on a globe.
question, dude. This all started because I asked the question, what's the evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball, meaning you need curvature and motion of the surface. I was never making arguments about the stars. So that's why we came back to this. And then you said, okay, well, in that case, Eratosthenes is who proved that the Earth was actually a ball. And then you said the sun shines down the well. And then what? How do we get to Earth's a ball?
Well, when he looked up in the northern hemisphere, the stars rotated counterclockwise around Polaris, and in the southern hemisphere, they
Where did you
rotate
get that from?
clockwise.
Where did you get that from?
It's observational, can be done. Anyone on Earth can look at it. You can look at live streams.
You just said Eratosthenes did this now.
You know
now your
that
argument,
you don't.
Now your argument is Eratosthenes was observing a different direction of star trails in the north and south when he's not claimed to have done that. This is odd behavior, Verum. You're spiraling again, is what this is. So, yeah, I guess if you're abandoning Eratosthenes as your proof,
I didn't.
have you got anything
I don't
else?
Yes. So if I look up on a flat plane, all stars would be rotating in the same direction, orientation. How do you address that on a flat plane?
Why?
You're claiming that the Earth is flat.
How do you know that? Who said that?
If we look at any of the 8 billion human beings that are observing the sky right now, we could go to find any number of live streams in the northern hemisphere, any number of planetariums or observatories.
So what? How does that tell you the Earth's a ball?
Because it is an impossibility on a flat plane for stars to simultaneously be rotating in opposite
for your argument to be true, the Earth would need to be a ball. So could you prove that the ground is a ball?
For what I'm saying that we observe in star trails to be true, it has to be a ball, an object.
Well, that's your belief. That's your belief.
No,
I disagree. I disagree. So could you evidence that claim? Could you show us that the ground is curved?
Correct.
So show us a measurement of the curve then.
This might be a bit difficult to understand. So I will show you.
No, it's simple.
You're
making a claim about the star trails. You're saying the stars are doing what they're doing because we're on a curved surface. Well, I don't just accept your baseless claim about that. So could you show me that the surface is indeed curved? You got a measurement? You got an observation? What you got?
Yes. So if we look at star trails, right? So in the northern hemisphere, I'm looking.
That's the stars again, dude. You need to show the ground
because
is
that
curved.
is an impossibility. It is only possible on a globe. I know that you have a desire to skip past
That's your claim. That's your claim. But what's your evidence that it is indeed curved? Like, what's the measurement?
Because no other shape is that a possibility. You would desire to skip past this.
Your argument
it is not
just
possible
based on. Right, so your argument is just based on the stars. It's not based on any observation or measurement of a curved surface.
No, it is an observation that perfectly demonstrates the shape of the planet that we're on.
But there's no direct observation or measurement of that curvature that you're assuming, right?
Yes, there is. We can time all of this.
Okay, so who's directly measured that then? Who's measured that? That's what I'm interested in.
How do you see star trails spin in opposite directions?
Dude. No. We just got through this. Your claim of why the stars are doing what they're doing is dependent on your assumption of this curve. So you need to evidence that. Yeah.
Isn't everything going east to west following the direction of the sun and moon? They're not going in different directions. Everything is east to west, which is one direction.
That's incorrect. So as we spin around our axis, there are actual celestial body that's pretty well oriented because of the number of stars that we can observe in the night sky. It's like if a football is spiraling through the air, the 2 points of the football will be aligned in a general line, and they'll align with some point in the stadium.
So which of the stars aren't going east to west?
So in the northern hemisphere, when we look up at the northern celestial sphere, we can see star trails in an orbital circle around Polaris, the northern star, we call it.
Are they going east to west?
That's not an explanation for how this works. They go counterclockwise. They go counterclockwise.
Are they going east to west?
They go counter. So counter, like if you look at a clock and you take the hands.
Weird that you can't answer simple questions.
Because
are they going east to west?
It doesn't make any sense. That's not how anyone communicates. So I will show you a little bit. So this would be the
all right. Strange.
Star trail around. Well, I'm trying to make it as simple as I can. So
you're just begging the question though, because whatever the stars are doing, you're saying they're doing it because you're on a spinning ball, but you're providing no evidence that you're on a spinning ball. You're just assuming it.
I am.
No, you're just claiming it. You're begging the question. So have you got any actual evidence that the ground is a spinning ball? Did you drop out?
He's still there.
I'm thinking, is everyone dropping out? So leaving and joining. I'm
Yeah,
crashing again.
Discord's got a known glitch right now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, DJ Amish, if you're just still there, what's your assessment of this so far? What's going on? Am I like miles off, or is he just like being insane?
I know he
Yeah.
keeps bringing it back to the start.
Well,
I just got dumped
Anyway.
out again.
yeah. Yeah, he's he came in a little too emotional about the topic, I think.
He did, right? He was
Yeah.
frantic.
Okay, here's what happened. I came in and I was curious to listen
no,
for a
hold
bit,
on,
and you
hold
asked
on,
me to
dude.
introduce. Okay.
Sorry, DJ, were you finished there?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Yeah. Okay, dude. You came into.
I came in to listen to. I thought that this was a meme. I didn't know that this was actually. I thought it was like a joke thing, right? I know
Yeah,
that
but now you
people
realize
are growing.
there is
Okay,
no.
so I come in, but the idea about it is that you respond to anyone that would challenge this as if it's like a religious philosophy. In the chat,
The
it's
globe is a
immediately a
religious
bunch of
philosophy.
insults and rude things. So I respond in kind with the simplest explanation I could that is absolutely impossible. No matter how much you desire to skip over it and act like it is not definitional of the shape we're on, it makes perfect sense on a globe. I said that because that is the simplest thing I could think of at that moment.
Sense on a globe. Well, it might make
I
sense
do not
to
desire to
you.
participate in. Well, one last statement. I do not desire to participate in your game of gish glopping and skipping to another topic. I should not have brought up any other proofs. I desire to go to the
You
simplest
don't
one
have
that I
any
gave
proof.
first. That
You
you
haven't
have
presented
no
one proof. You tried to get
explanation.
into Eratosthenes, and then you realized you didn't even understand it. So of
You are
course you don't
desperate for
understand
me
how
to
it's
skip
proof
over
of a
the
globe.
topic that I brought up, and you're never going to
No,
answer
I
or
just
address
said to
it
you
because it's
very
an impossibility
honestly,
for you.
I'm not making claims about the stars or how they work, but I would challenge your fundamental assumption that they're doing what they're doing because you're on a spinning ball, and you are demonstrating that because
it
you
is
are not
only-
providing any measurement, observation, or any empirical evidence that the surface is doing what you claim it's doing. You're skipping over that, and you're saying it can only be that if what I claim is the situation. It's like you've got no evidence for that. You're just making the baseless claim. When we're asking you to evidence your fundamental assumptions, you have absolutely nothing.
No, this isn't true. So I've gone to school for
so
GIS.
in that case, dudes, before you go off, no, you need to listen. In that case, if that's not true, prove your fundamental assumption of surface curvature and surface motion, rotation. Prove those assumptions.
Okay, let's start with this. I recognize the nature of this would be any topic that we jump into, any topic we go. I've gone to school for geographic information systems, and I don't believe I'm a very smart person.
Oh, really?
I know
You too,
that.
huh?
Okay, so here's the thing. I know that anything I bring up, it will be a series of attempting
Begging the
to
question
find, address,
fallacies.
and go. Okay, when you asked for a proof, I gave you a proof that in the entirety of possible real-world physics, there is not a single. We cannot come up with
That's just a broad, meaningless claim, dude. Another baseless
I didn't even
claim.
make it. So there is no possible. There is no possible.
Yeah, you're just making a sweeping generalization that you've got no idea about. It's not an
There is
argument,
no
dude.
possible configuration where a flat plane
That's your
could see the
claim.
same phenomena. And I know
That's
that
just your
you are
claim.
potentially not aware that there are observatories all over the world that view the celestial bodies in this north
Yeah,
and
but they
south.
see the stars move, right? Around
In
a
opposite
flat,
directions,
motionless
correct?
Earth.
Do they? Will you acknowledge that that is the true observation that they see every single day of recorded history? That stars in the northern hemisphere rotate counterclockwise. That in the southern hemisphere they rotate clockwise. Will you acknowledge that?
Well, yeah, you can have different celestial poles and rotations of the stars.
How?
Well, I'm not making a claim as to how.
Yes, you are. You're denying that is a
No, I'm
simple
not.
observational
No.
fact that requires that we be
No,
on opposite.
I'm denying
opposite
that your
sides of
claim.
a-
I'm denying that your claim that it's occurring because the surface is curved and in motion as a
That is
ball.
the only possible.
I'm
way that
denying
it's
that that's
Listen,
wrong.
I can
That's
imagine
even a
other
claim.
explanations, okay? I can imagine numerous explanations for the sky, but I'm not going to give them to you because they're imaginations, just like you only have an imaginary ball to explain it.
I don't believe you could.
Yeah,
Could
you have
you
an
provide-
imaginary ball. Listen, you went to school for GIS? Great. Tell me, what's a reference ellipsoid?
Oh, good lord. I don't know. That's not
We
what I
talk
do for a
about that every
living.
day here, GIS.
I'm sure you do. Could you explain a simple observation that's available to all 8 billion people on Earth that I've given you?
I could provide many explanations because I have a great imagination for something that I know I can't go and validate, which is the sky. I can validate
Yeah,
the
that's
Earth.
why it's a waste of time. That's why we're trying
It's
to
a
keep you
waste of
to the empirical surface nature
This
of
is
the
as
Earth that you're claiming.
empirical, as base, as simple as I could possibly make for you. If I
Well,
can't,
make it simpler. Just show us curvature of the surface. We don't believe your stories about the lights in the sky. Those are just stories you've been told.
the lights in the sky. Okay, so here's
For the
the
luminaries.
capability.
You measure
of
the
it, is that
surface flat.
Yeah,
It
you know,
is-
the surface measures flat. The water is flat. You understand that?
No, I disagree with that, but I don't want to participate in your gish flopping
Disagree.
another topic.
You think water
Yeah.
is curved?
Right, so how can
Um,
the globe be the only explanation for the stars you see when we measure the Earth flat? Explain that one.
We don't measure the Earth flat.
Yes, we
and,
do. We've got thousands of proofs.
You do not. So there's
Yes,
actually
we do.
no. Okay, so listen, I know that you guys are going.
How do we
I
shoot
get that.
lasers 30 miles and not get blocked by any curve?
There's a whole host of ways. It depends on the elevation of both ends of whatever lake or body of water you're on.
Both
And
say
then
are
there's
2
also things
meters.
like light diffraction over, air molecules. It has to actually go through a medium.
Right. So how does that let them hit a target 30 miles away if there's supposed to be like 500 feet of curve between them?
I do not desire to go into explain light diffraction to you. So as a means for you to skip
Well,
over
it
the
wouldn't.
very
That
simple
wouldn't help you
observational
anyway.
answer I
So
gave
that would be
you.
a waste of your time.
I don't
And
think
you
you're
have
capable
failed
of
to
teaching me anything I don't know about light.
Then why, if a person is in the northern hemisphere and a person is in the southern hemisphere, and I'm on a
We get
telephone
it,
with them,
dude.
why
We
do
get
we
it,
observe
dude.
the stars
You've got a
moving up?
religious belief in this star story that you've been given.
You know that there's no answer for it. You know that it's an impossibility
well,
on
the
your
stars
flat
are
plane.
moving over a flat, motionless Earth because that's how it's measured and experienced. Do you
how
do
is
you at
that
least accept
possible
that
on
you
a flat plane?
experience? Do you at least accept that you experience the Earth to be a flat plane generally?
No. Every day I see.
Huh?
I live as a member of the
Do
8
you see the
billion.
curve? Do you see the curve?
Right now, I can probably see like a Whataburger. No, I don't fucking see the curve every second of the day. I
Do you
do see
do
right
you ever
now
see the
a
curve?
computer screen, right? Yes.
Do you
of
ever see
course,
the?
every
Have you
day.
ever seen the curve? When have you seen the
Of course.
curve?
Okay. Every single day that I have a shared experience with 8 billion other human beings, I see the wealth of people and resources dedicated to
Sounds like
science.
imagination,
No.
dude. You've only got
No.
your brain,
No,
not
no.
8 billion
You desire-
brains.
No. You have a conceptualization of all of this that no one has thought as deeply
it's okay.
about this.
It's okay.
But there
It's
is
okay.
not. I have no
Don't
desire to
spiral
make an
out.
appeal to authority, which is
All
what
right,
you're going
dude.
to call this. But there, how about the absence of authority? There is not one reputable
You are all over the
physicist
place,
or
dude.
one reputable. There's not
When
one
did you see the
reputable
curve? Dude, let's
physicist.
get back to that. When did you
There's
see the
not one
curve?
reputable physicist that is a flat Earth. Explain to
Dude,
me how stars
dude,
rotate in opposite
dude,
directions in the
Dude,
northern
make you see
hold on,
hemisphere.
dude. Oh, this is good. This is good. When did you see the curve again?
I could show you International Space Station, which you're going to say is a lie. You're going to say that
right,
everything
okay.
NASA does is a lie. So
So
listen,
no, you
this is
haven't.
why
I don't mean.
no
I don't
desire
mean
to
through
let you
a
escape.
screen. I don't mean through a
There's no
screen,
reason for me
dude.
to be
No,
here.
I don't mean
We
through a
all know
screen.
you
Dude,
want
it's
me
okay.
to
Calm
bring
down.
up
Calm down.
anything that you can skip over
So
the
when you
simple
said,
observational fact I give you first.
dude, so when you said you'd seen the curve, what you mean is you saw a video of what claimed to be the Earth.
I
as
have
a
no
ball.
desire to participate in you
Is
seeking an
that what you
escape
mean?
rhetorically from what I
It's kind
said
of like
first.
you that's seeking an escape, dude. You're escaping Eratosthenes, you're escaping the curve, you're escaping
How
this
do
right
stars
now.
rotate in opposite directions
Yeah,
in the
you're
hemisphere?
escaping to the stars. You
You
don't know
have no
what a star is.
answer because you don't
Okay,
understand. You have no idea. You don't know.
No. Well,
So you
what
want
is a
any
star?
rhetorical?
Hold on. What is a
Desperately, any
star?
rhetorical out you can find.
Hold on. What is a star?
Star is mass condensed by gravity to actual nuclear fusion at the core under such pressure that you end up with an enormous amount of electromagnetic frequency radiation pulsing from the nucleus out through the outer spheres in the corona, and we see some of that as UVA, UVB, and visible light.
Wow, that's quite a story. How'd you know that?
Okay, so if you have a desire
wasting your time.
Yeah, it is a waste of time. And
how do you know? So how do you know that, dudes?
Oh, I love to get into what happens at CERN and particle colliders and get into actual physics with you, but you're so far.
That would tell you. So how do you know what that whole thing you just said, that big thing? What a star is?
Failing
so how do you know what that is, dude? Don't try and run away from this as well. So that big story that you just
cannot
gave,
answer why stars rotate in opposite directions.
Yeah. We said, so what is a star? And you just gave this big, lengthy
You're going to say
explanation of what a
anything to
star
escape
is.
your own.
Come on, dude. You just made the claim. No, you're just running away from your own claim. So how do you know that that's what a star is?
In the northern hemisphere, stars rotate counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere,
you guys hearing this?
Yeah, I'm glad it's recorded. I'm glad we're live streaming out on YouTube.
This is
the
quite
stars
something.
aren't rotating in the globe model. They're not rotating in your model.
Do you have I don't know. What do you want to do? Does anyone want to continue with this, or should we ask? Is there anyone new who wants to? Oh, did he dip?
He dipped.
That was quite a spiral.
Dude, he's like on meth or something.
You saw the curve, but you can't talk about it.
Yeah, it's like soy or something. I don't know. Too much.
Do you guys like that story about the stars?
Oh my gosh, yeah. And then he called it actual physics.
Wow.
So many big words there. I was dying.
I went to school for GIS. Oh yeah, great. So what's the reference ellipsoid? Oh gosh.
We should clip that explanation of what a star is and then play that back to other Globers and ask them if they agree.
Right on. I would do it if I knew how. I mean, I kind of know how. It'd take me freaking forever, though. There were so many clickable moments.
Yeah, that was there was some good little Globe logics in there, little Golden Globies. A Nobel Prize will award to
New ball prize. Yep. You're gish-galloping.
Gish-galloping. You gish-galloper?
He didn't even need to warm up. He just went to instant triggered.
Yeah, as soon as I heard the tone of his voice, I knew it was going to go like that.
Me too, DJ. From the first sentence.
Like
manic.
shaky, emotional.
You can hear the quivering lip. Did anybody snag his user ID? We could run it through our servers and stuff, see?
And the fact that he went straight to the Star Trails, you just know that's their refuge of the most upset.
The globe is the only explanation. The only one.
It's the only explanation. That's all they need. The only explanation. So we don't have to verify that. We can just say it is the only explanation. Why bother to check if it's the only explanation?
The stars move because Earth is rotating. And we know Earth is rotating because the stars are moving. Don't you see? It's inconceivable.
It's just been people like that all day. Is it a full moon or something, or what? Something's going on.
I think that's Saturday.
Close enough.
We're getting there. They're ramping up.
Oh man, Saturday. That's going to be lit.
Yeah, tune in on Saturday to hear the Globers spiral under a full moon over a planet.
Flat Earth!
Correct, sir. Do you believe you live on a big spinning space ball for some reason? What makes you think that the US government is giving you the truth? and observable reality is giving you lies. What brought you to that astonishing conclusion?
We live on dinosaur.
Oh yeah, we live on a dinosaur because the Earth is globe. I'm so smart. These people so dumb.
No,
Dinosaur
the Earth is dinosaur.
You've already given up. You sound 18 and you've already given up.
Yeah.
This server
Time
is a
to-
gift.
Time to get back on board with life, my friend. Take charge. No longer be controlled by the
يخرب سياح
TV.
الأجانب يخرب سياح الأجانب يا أخي.
That's all right. You can cope in any language you like here.
سياحكم طرب يا الأجانب والله.
Do you have any evidence for your belief that the Earth is a big spinning potato in a vacuum?
Yeah, I love potato.
Yeah, I thought you'd latch onto that word. So does anyone know why they think they believe in a globe? Didn't school tell you why you should believe this wild fantasy cartoon notion?
يلا يا ابن
Yeah,
العبيط.
it's called peer pressure.
Oh yes, because everyone else believes it, and you don't want to be the odd one out. You don't want to be the guy in the room saying, hey, doesn't seem like the ground's moving at millions of miles an hour.
Looks pretty flat to me too, fellas. Dude, they should do an Ash conformity test with regards to a completely flat view of the Earth. And then have all the plants say, I see curve, I see curve, I see curve, and the one rube. And then they should reverse it. So all the plants are like, I see it's flat, I see it's flat, I see it's flat. And then the one rube goes, yeah, me too, I see it's flat.
Yeah, that would be fine. Like that Verum guy, when he was like, I see the curve, but what he really meant was, I've watched TV. And then when he was going through it and realizing to himself that he has only seen it on TV, he started to double down on that spiral.
Oh, buddy, he has watched a lot of TV, I can tell you that.
Yep.
I wonder if he tries to pick up chicks with that, hey, baby, I spent 2 years studying GIS. Want to see my balls?
Well, I can just say I'm glad it wasn't him who was writing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star.
How are you all doing tonight? You all having
Pretty
a
good, man.
night?
Elated after that globe spiral textbook. Put it in the books. Anyway, I'm going to dip off for the night, but good chats, boys. I'll catch you soon. Stay flat.
Catch you later.
See you, Cyclone. Take care. I'm probably going to have to leave in a few minutes too, but I'll be back to listen.
Hello, Sporadic E.
Hello.
What's going on?
I dug out some old ham radio stuff that I haven't toyed with in like 15, 20 years. Like,
Hey,
oh
can you-
crap, I forgot how to use this.
Can you also talk through it or just listen?
Oh yeah, I'm licensed.
Bro, can you access the police stations?
No. I mean, yeah, I've got a radio that can, but they not only use encryption, but it'd be an illegal transmission. Like
So
the FCC dude has like direction finding antennas all over the place. They'll find you eventually if you're going to go around doing that kind of thing. Also, all the ham radio nerds love to play like traffic cop. And so they like to find people illegally broadcasting and try and and, triangulate their
serious? They'll
position.
actually do
Oh,
that?
totally, dude. It's like a hobby. Like there are people that pretend to be licensed and stuff that hijack other people's call signs.
Well, like
It
they'll
happens.
hijack police calls.
No, like so there are people that don't have a license, and they'll like look up somebody in the system and then say they're that person and use their call sign.
Well,
And
you
so
can
people try and catch them.
You can look up somebody's name in a registry or something.
Yeah. Yeah, and people do that because they like to when they hear a new call sign that they haven't logged before, people keep like log books of call signs and contacts to see, like how far they can reach and at what power. So like it's common for ham radio nerds to try and transmit as far as they can on as little power as possible and make a positive contact. And then like you look them up after you do and you send them a postcard. So they got like competitions all over the world. Like people go to austere environments with, with underpowered equipment and start tapping out Morse code and stuff to see how far they can go.
So when you get registered for a ham radio, do they like put you in a registry that other people who are registered can see?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I'd dox myself if I presented my call sign right now.
Bro, how do I get registered for this?
You got to take a test, pass the exam. And I don't know what it is in Canada. It's probably similar to the United States. They're like 3 levels. You learn a lot. You learn a lot about electricity, circuits, radio propagation.
Is it common for someone to use a ham radio?
Not really. Like it's really just a bunch of old people talking about their medical problems on repeaters.
Oh.
So it's kind of boring, but I mean, it is kind of fun, like nerdy, especially when you get into the tech and you dig into the books and you learn about antenna theory, stuff like that. I think it's really edifying. I think people in our community should take an interest in this, whether to get licensed or not. It's kind of cool. Like, I mean, when you do get licensed, you can take part in like disaster relief operations and things like that. You become very useful. I mean, if you want to do that kind of thing.
No, it actually does sound really cool.
You start learning about ground wave propagation. You're like, dude, Earth is definitely not a globe.
Are you required to use a form of radio protocol?
Yeah, there is an etiquette. There's definitely an etiquette that you learn as part of your licensing. If
Well,
that's
you
what you
announce
mean.
your call sign and then you start speaking, right?
Yep. And if you're talking a while, you got to announce your call sign every so often too.
Yeah, I know a little bit about from Gary's Mod roleplay servers. I used to play a police officer. They have a whole protocol.
So a while ago, I was reading about the Soviet Duga. They say it's over the horizon radar where the ham radio guys could hear it from like 10, 12,000 miles away. And it's like a Morse code signal. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know. The claim is bonkers, dude. So they claim that they can like bounce a signal off the sky around the curvature of the Earth, hit a target, and then the target returns a signal back the same way it came.
And it's like 4 to 10 bounces, sky, ground. It's not one. Pretty wild.
Yep, it's total BS, man. Like they have no way to prove that they're doing that.
Yeah, wait until you hear they're bouncing signals off the moon using just a kilowatt of power.
Yeah.
Do they actually bounce signals off the moon?
Yep.
It's in my mind one of the biggest urban myths of ham radio operators to claim to have done it.
Well, I was arguing with a guy the other day who was like, well, I can determine the distance to the moon with my ham radio when I get a delay bounce back, and I was just like, oh my god, I don't know what's going on, but it's not that.
Dude, I hear this from time to time, like when I'm listening in on conversations and I hear two people talking, I did the Earth bounce on the moon back in 1973. It was awesome. And another guy be like, dude, yeah, totally. Like I did that with the Apollo space capsule. I was, bouncing, triangulating signals from that. Yep. In outer space. So you do run into this kind of thing. I mean, it's like fisherman's tales. I caught a fish this big, dude.
Yeah, that sounds right. Fish stories. That's like the Apollo guys from the 70s. They'll be like, yeah, well, the ham radio guys were triangulating the position, and then when you actually look into it, it's like, no, farmers with some jacked up antennas aren't triangulating anything. When you look for details of that claim, it's like, no, they're not doing none of that.
I know. And they could do impressive things, especially back then. Like it is impressive what they had as resources go. And actually, they had a lot more freedom in the early days compared to now. Like they could just crank up the wattage and blast as loud as they want. Even if it was illegal, nobody would care back then. But yeah, I mean triangulating the position of the Apollo command module is definitely not. No. Nope. I need to see some receipts, especially for that Earth bounce.
What size of antennas was NASA using to listen to them?
I wonder.
Giant 10-meter dishes?
Parabolic antennas. Yeah.
You think some farmer out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere is going to be able to do that?
Yeah, if they even if that's what really happened. I mean, things have gotten so crazy in that realm. Like what they can do now with antennas, they can basically take the antenna and they can spiral it and induce a polarization, like left-handed or right-handed. If you see like any of these things that look like corkscrews and they're aimed at the sky, they're doing that. They're polarizing the signal. There's some crazy funky stuff coming off of that phase shifting of changing polarization. They're talking to satellites with it, supposedly. Lord only knows what's really going on.
Yeah, it seems easy enough during the Apollo days for them to just transmit radio signals from a high altitude airplane, and then people on the ground would believe it was the Apollo guys on the moon. They wouldn't know that if it was or wasn't.
Yeah, just do it off a balloon.
Polarizing your signal they might be using that for some kind of encryption.
Exactly. Yeah, they go like it's physically encrypting the signal. So they'll do that. They'll spread it on different frequencies at different amplitude. They'll take a carrier wave and slice and dice it and only transmit bits and pieces of it. And then they'll twist it to the left so it's corkscrewing. Yeah. And then meanwhile, you sit in your apartment or wherever with your little handheld antenna. It's basically a high-powered walkie-talkie. It's got nothing on that. All right, guys, I gotta go. I'll be back to listen. Take care.
Thanks. I was impressed when I had a digital spread spectrum cordless phone that could go like 400 or 500 meters.
Yeah, I remember when cell phones first came out, and my my uncle owned he had some construction guys working for him, so he was going from job site to job site, and the phone in his car was attached to the horn of his truck, so it would, if it rang, it would go beep, beep, and start. Then he'd know it was ringing because the truck was honking.
Yeah, I remember seeing the very first portable cell phone in person. The guy who had a construction company has one of these little bricks that you had to carry with you. It had to be a good 5 pounds.
Yeah, this was why so his phone, it was wired into the car battery. He couldn't even. This was before you were able to carry them around. They had to be wired up.
Yeah, that was the first ones, the car phones. This one actually, you carried it, so it had its own big battery in it. But I don't think the talk time was like 30 minutes tops until you had to recharge it.
I think those are still the coolest phones, though. You know, like looking like, you know, again the military and stuff calling in air support.
Yeah, they would be in like a big, huge backpack with like a 6-foot antenna, and then the commanding officer would have you standing there, and they'd be talking on the phone attached to your backpack.
Yeah, it was really cool to have one back then. You were like, you know, that the tech guy. Like, look at that guy. I think it's Nokia. Is it Nokia? Still the best phones, I think. Hey.
kind of reminds me, like Apollo program to say, oh yeah, it was no problem. We just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, and meanwhile, like Orion project is like, we have to work out this problem before we can send people safely through this dangerous area, right? And they got all this sophisticated math on the board and shit. It's very complicated. Oh, there's wicked chicken broth happening. I was going to make soup out of it. Now I'm thinking I might have to use it for jambalaya.
What makes you think it's not?
And take whatever shape their container is. Besides the fact that gas pressure requires a container, besides the fact that you can see well
Everything's an
beyond
illusion.
where your
Jupiter's an
ballpark
illusion.
horizon
Saturn's an
is.
illusion. Clouds are an illusion.
The flat and motionless Earth you experience is an illusion.
Yep.
If water always lays flat, how do you explain water droplets? You fucking idiot.
Yeah, you go ahead and put like 1 million of those water droplets in a big basin and see what happens.
Okay, now put 1 million of those basins in a giant planet and see what happens.
Yeah, water doesn't do that, but make the basin as big as you think the ball-tart Earth is.
You just said it was flat.
Still not gonna curve.
You just said it was flat.
Water
and then I
doesn't
changed the
curve.
scale.
Large bodies of water do not
It literally
curve.
curves. It literally curves. Oh no, on your scale. No, so you see, on the scale
the large bodies of water. Look, here you go. Here's a large body of water. There you go. Look at that. Check that out. Salt flats, about 3 inches of water. Mirror flat, bud.
Hey, why aren't rocks flat? Shouldn't rocks be discs by your logic?
What the fuck?
Huh? Why
How do
why
you
a
think it?
rock?
Well, that's a retarded question.
What?
That's a
I don't
retarded
know.
question.
You think
That's a
meteors hit the
retarded
Earth?
question. Hey,
Hold on,
what shape
you
is a
think-
rock, bro? What shape is
Hey,
a
do you
rock?
think-
What
why
shape
do
is a rock?
meteors- Why
What
do
shape is a
meteors
rock?
take their shape?
What shape is a
there you go.
rock?
Now,
Yeah,
spurt out
exactly.
like every other flat Earth retard. There you go.
What shape is a rock, dummy?
Spurt out. I don't know. They're all
What
types of
shape?
shapes, right?
Okay, there you go. All right, good, cool, awesome.
There
Then
you
that was, like I said, you had a retarded question.
Right. Yeah, but planets aren't all types of shapes, though, right? Like they tend to.
So you're
converge.
looking up at the
They
sky
tend to-
and you see what look like balls in the sky, and you assume you're standing on a ball. That's no different than looking up in the sky and seeing birds in the sky and assuming you're standing on a bird.
I'll let that speak for itself.
You don't have a response. The logic follows.
How do you respond to that? Your logic is retarded, right? That's why flat earthers are so mercilessly ridiculed. Because if you actually get down to it, you can't.
Who measures the curvature? There you go. So my question is, who measured Earth curve?
Right. So there's no flat Earth scientists, right? Well,
Wow. Okay. So who measured Earth curve?
what is a flat earther engineered ever?
So who? You can't do it. Oh, buddy, you can't answer questions. Who measured Earth curve?
Cooked by a woman.
You can't make and you want to answer questions? Come on.
Did you?
You're so
did
powerful.
You,
You know.
did you?
I'll
measure
answer your question.
the Earth
Will
to
you
be
answer
curved?
my question? Will you answer my
You
question?
didn't. You no. You haven't
You asked
answered.
what flat earth engineer Archimedes.
Yeah.
Checkmate. So
Yeah,
shut
you
up.
have to go back 3,000 years. Nice job, dude.
So
come on, you guys aren't serious. Yeah, I don't. You see, that's the thing. Like people would take you more seriously.
Oh my God, it's 3,000 years. Does
Mm-hmm.
the Archimedes principle still hold, or was he wrong?
No, Archimedes still holds up.
Some things he was wrong about, and some things he was right about. Right? He probably
Yeah, whatever you
A
doing.
single thing Archimedes was wrong about. A single thing.
He didn't know the nature of atoms. He didn't know like the true nature of gravity, or
Tell us about the nature of atoms. What is the nature of atoms? Atoms don't exist.
Okay, here we go. Here's another fucking.
Okay, so I'm going to prove it because atom means something that's indivisible. Are atoms indivisible in the modern conception?
You guys are on the cutting edge.
Are atoms not indivisible?
You should have.
Are atoms indivisible?
Space companies. You know.
Are atoms indivisible? Are atoms indivisible?
Calm down, dude. You don't have to repeat yourself. Calm down.
Okay, well, answer the question. Are atoms indivisible?
What do you mean? I mean, they're made up of other,
Atom means something that's indivisible. That's how they thought of them back then. That's where the word comes from. It comes from the ideas of Epicurus. If you knew anything, you would know that.
Right.
Atoms don't exist as conceived by Epicurus, and everybody. You're just blabbing, bro. You're blabbing nonsense. You don't know anything.
No, our knowledge of science evolves over time, and you're just too retarded to understand it. So you talk.
But atoms don't exist.
As if it's some sort of like hot new topic that you're educated on and no one else understands.
Yeah, but they don't exist, brother.
Yeah, Epicurean atoms don't exist, but we have a modern conception of an atom. Yes, we do. Right?
Is it indivisible?
Yeah, but you see what you're doing. You're doing like a semantic thing.
It's indivisible. It's not semantics.
The definition of atom has changed from 3,000 years ago.
What's the modern definition?
Our conception of what an atom is has changed.
Ours. He says ours.
Years.
There's no R's, bro.
Humanity's
There's no R's. You have no conception of an atom. You were told some bullshit, and you're just like, okay, sir.
Yeah.
What is the modern?
You weren't told bullshit.
What is the modern definition of an atom then? What is the modern definition of an atom then?
Well, the more basic,
educate us.
The more basic one is you have like the electron cloud model, where you have like you have protons, neutrons, and then
like the Bohr model,
neutron. It's like even an evolution of the Bohr model, right? The Bohr model is not an electron cloud probabilistic model, right?
So it's not correct.
It's not. It's less rigorous. It's less. It approximates the atom worse than our like more updated
Sounds
models.
pretty wishy-washy, brother.
No, it's not wishy-washy. Dude.
And you just said 5 seconds ago as if it was on high, some sacred cow that atoms exist, bro, and you don't even have a fucking conception of what an atom even is.
I just told you what it is.
Well, you told me that was an approximation, so what is it?
Right,
What's the ontology of an atom?
I mean, if you're asking what the smallest particles in the known universe are, I don't know that, right? That's a question that people are trying to answer, right? I don't know.
So
I don't know.
when we get the smallest particle, that will
your
be
arrogance. Why are you so arrogant?
That will be because you're a dipshit.
Oh, okay. So
you're a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown. You're a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown.
Yeah.
Pretender.
Is that how you? Is that what makes you feel big?
No, it has nothing to do with the feelings. It's called expose.
On the internet. Yeah.
Expose, dude.
Since you're so smart, explain to us your best understanding of what science is.
Science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it.
Boom.
Yeah. Okay. Great. What's an atom?
It's an indivisible fucking unit of matter.
Right, but how do we conceptualize atoms today in the modern?
Well, it depends. There's a bunch of models.
Right,
that are used for different purposes.
One.
So you're going to answer the question you asked me. So you're going to answer the question you asked me and not let me answer the question you asked me. Again, dude.
You asked the question. I provided you with a workable answer, and then you called me.
No, I was answering the question. I was answering the question. I'm going to continue to answer the question because I'm going to mute you the way you're muting me by talking over me. Okay.
You're a clown.
So you asked me a question. What is an atom? Okay, I'm going to tell you.
You're an asshole and a clown.
Is an individual unit of matter. And then you said there's models. Yeah, great. There's a bunch of models, and they're used pragmatically for different purposes. In one application we use one model. In another application we use another model. In another application we use another type of model. Okay.
That's not how that works. No, that's not.
That is how that works.
We want to talk about science.
Okay, in chemistry. In chemistry, we use a model of the atom that's different than physics, right?
Yeah, but
there's no science needed.
And then we also use a different. That would be general physics, right? So like fundamental.
Those are not
physics.
different models. Those are different.
Yes, they are. There's no crossover.
It's an abstraction.
There's no. It's an abstraction.
It's an abstraction.
So it exists. Do abstractions exist then?
Yes, conceptually.
You destroyed yourself, dude. This is why I say you're a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown. You started this with atoms as if they are some fucking fundamental thing that everyone knows about, and now you're saying they're abstractions.
No. I'm saying our understanding of them, right? Our model. It's not our modeling. It's that our. Dude, you see, this is what it's like talking. You see,
what nuance?
This is obfuscation from the ground anyway.
People go through the actual effort of education.
This is why you're doing meta because you have nothing.
Yeah, this is an obfuscation from the ground. Now there's no science needed. Hold on, Dan.
Now you're going to meta the meta.
Courtroom.
There is
now
no
you're metaing the meta. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
y'all clowns, man. You try to come in here and shit on us, dude. Flat Earthers this and Flat Earthers that. You're the dumbest person in this chat.
Yeah. That's why, I like that it's like only like two of you, right? Like the rest of these people are just muted, right? They're probably, who knows where they are.
Well, do you want 30 people to talk at once?
It's just funny that you're so rude, right? I didn't insult you until,
Why you gotta be so rude?
You came in saying retard flat earthers, so yeah, you kind of like came in being insulting, so don't even play that shit. And the whole thing about it is you want to try and lean over
water.
Hold on,
you said that water always lies flat.
Yeah, listen.
And
you
I showed him water drops.
Science. You want to talk about science. You want to talk about science. You want to talk about science.
That's a red herring. We're not talking about water drops.
You're not understanding that there's no science required for measuring to see if something is a shape.
Of course there is.
No, there's not. You're doing geometry. You're making a category error if you want to say that a globe Earth is proven by science.
Yeah, but how do you figure out the shape of something that's too far away for you to see with your naked eye?
You mean you can't measure? You can't measure the surface? You can't do tests to measure the surface?
I don't know. Can you? I mean, you're telling you're
Yeah,
the one who's
actually, you
denying
can.
that
You can.
you're the one who's
And we do.
denying the.
No,
Hold
no,
on.
no. We
You're the
can
one.
and
Back to
we
the
do.
meta. Back to the fucking
We
personal shit.
can and we do
Yeah, but no,
measure.
you
So
can't
so
respond.
you just want to talk. Yeah, I can't respond. You're right. Because
You're damn right. You're not responding with that. Okay, you're not going to respond about you do this and you do that. You're going to address what she said.
He said, "I don't know. Can you measure it?" And I said, "Yes, we can, and we do all the time."
And then he started
And
talking about
it's
you.
not measuring to be curved. Oh, he's
Yeah, and then he
gone.
started talking about you. You guys say everything is fake.
Yeah, super meta. If it starts with you guys, like it's already a flop. It's already
Exactly,
lost.
or you flat earthers or anything like that.
Yeah, he came in saying something about you retard flat earthers, and then wanted to be like, "I never insulted you." Okay.
It was like the guy earlier saying I was rude to that girl that came in and freaking interrupted a conversation and fucking spazzed out. But I was rude.
You actually were pretty rude, but yeah.
She interrupted the conversation and spazzed out.
Yeah, but it's because
is
you
a
kept
fact,
interrupting
dude.
her before that.
Sapphire.
It doesn't matter. What do you mean I was interrupting her? She interrupted our conversation. I can't interrupt
No,
her.
but the thing is, she was supplying to me, like she was interrupting
She's not gonna
me.
fuck you, dude. No matter how much you white knight for her.
See, I was being nice. I've always been nice to you guys because I don't see any reason in like being completely rude for no reason. But yeah, all I want to say is like she literally said something in compliance to what I said, and
Can we
then
move on
your
from that? It
favorite
was
thing
like
to
a
say
fucking
is just
hour
from you.
ago.
Hi, Jenna.
Please. Hi, can we please move on from that? It was like an hour ago. We're
Yeah, but
trying
he just
to.
brought it up again. That's why.
It's okay. It's fine. Forgive it. Let it go. Let it go.
Yeah, but I'm over
Let
it.
it
Just
go.
he brought it up, so I had to say
Okay,
something.
then be over it. Be over it.
All right,
Get back
great,
to the
great.
topic at hand.
Now, Sapphire, hold on, Jenna. Now, Sapphire, you can apologize for insinuating that we don't have lives on your way out, Mister. I've never been rude.
Oh no, I won't do that because you literally were so rude to my friends. I heard what you said about her. You said this slag and stuff like that. So that was really rude. So that's why I said something about the live thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Indio said something. I don't think you know I was here or something, but you started talking about her. Said something about that slag of a girl. So that's why I said something rude back.
All right, can we move on from it? Are we over it yet? Have we gotten over our feelings? Okay. So, who measured Earth curve? I saw you said Eratosthenes in the chat, but actually he didn't measure anything. He took an elevation angle to the sun, and in order to get an angle, you need a flat baseline. Period. He assumed that the light from the sun was parallel hitting the Earth, and from that he then assumed that Earth is a globe. And then from his shadow lengths, right? That's where it all came apart. So it's all assumptions. That's all it comes down to. But in reality, light spreads out in all directions, which would mean that his elevation angles, his shadow lengths, would work just fine on a flat Earth. So yeah, the more you know. Also, I can't really trust it, right? Like, did this guy even exist? Was he made up? I don't know. There's like 3 different stories. There's something about like there was a building here in Alexandria and a building here in Syene, and then it's sticks and shadows, and then it's shadows in a well. So when the story changes that many times, I have a tendency to reject it.
That's fair. Fair enough. Like the Earth curvature, alrighty. What's it called? The thing rolling my putting in the chat about the experiment. I think we should also talk about that because no, you weren't here earlier, but we were talking about the Morris experiment, and it was basically being like, oh, this is like a keystone in it, but no one has addressed what Rowling wrote about how it was basically debunked by the same guy a few years later because he got more clever. Yeah.
What was debunked by what?
Let me
So, like,
try
has
this
anybody
again.
measured curvature then? So
No,
in
I'm
any
not
of this,
speaking about
anybody
curvature
measured
anymore. Now
curvature?
I'm speaking about what's it called? The
Anything
movement
but
of Earth.
curvature. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what Boulder does. Actually, Boulder claims that air against airplane wings is his proof of gas pressure without a container. That's absolutely ridiculous. So nobody's measured a curve yet.
Can I ask something? Just like really quickly. Why is it that every time I go over to something a little bit different, you always go back to the curvature? What if I say that is
Because
true?
I'll tell you why. It is the let me tell you why. Because a ball, a sphere, a globe has curvature. That is the number one and only qualifier needed to prove that Earth is a globe.
All right.
Right.
Because I did put stuff in the chat, but I think we will never agree on that. So I'm just going on by other things that we might be able to like.
On that. What do you mean? Wait. So you don't agree?
I did put a lot of stuff. I feel like we keep quoting stuff.
That's too bad.
Would
What do you say?
require curvature. A sphere would require curvature. If you don't, if you're not measuring, you're not able to measure any curvature. You can't detect any curvature. You don't experience curvature.
What if you can observe curvature from outer space?
Then you don't have the one and only. You don't have the one and only
You can't.
qualifier necessary for proving that
but
Earth is a
NASA can.
globe.
Oh, that's just a story you believe. That's just a story,
That's a
bro.
story that you believe in.
Following. You're right, because what I learned before earlier was that you guys like to see what you can observe yourself, and I said curvature. If we cannot agree on like a mathematical formula for it, I said NASA. If you go to outer space, you can observe curvature from outer space, and then you said I can't do that exactly, and that's why I'm saying that we will never agree on it because what I'm saying this is
not even NASA. Not even NASA. The people that are able to go up 60, 70, 80 miles above the Earth, they're not seeing curve with their own eyes either. The curve that you see is coming through a wide angle and a fisheye lens. That's it.
So you're saying it's the lens that makes the curvature? But that's what I'm saying. That's the thing. I agree on it because what I'm saying, this is clear-cut evidence. You guys are saying, no, it's not. And that's why I'm saying curvature we cannot agree on. But the other stuff, because I remember I talked a lot with Indio about, for example, seasons. And then he said, oh, yeah, it's because, the Earth is flat and then the sun is like stays above it, but we don't know exactly where it is. And then seasons are created because of that. And I said, all right, fair enough. But what about, he said there's no motion.
You need to turn around and explain to us how in the hell seasons are possible on a globe.
But the thing
how
is,
come
it comes
Antarctica
back
never
to
thaws out?
I say Earth is round, Earth is there, and then we go back to square one again. But the thing is,
we go to square one if there's no measurable curvature. It's the only thing. Nothing else matters. Nothing freaking else matters in proving that Earth is a globe except for measuring curve.
I'm saying it was measured. You're like, by who? And then I put it in the chat again, and then it wasn't. Like we will never agree on that.
You said it was. I saw what you posted. It was Aristophanes, and I already explained how you're wrong. I explained how Aristophanes is wrong. How there's like 3 different stories surrounding that guy, and how he assumed that the light from the sun is parallel when it spreads out in all directions. I already went over this.
True. But then you also said you weren't even sure the guy existed, and then I said, all right. See, again, then we come down to a whole other different topic, because how do you know a person existed? And then it comes through mass transmission, and then we go to another topic again. So I'm saying we can never agree on that sense. But what we can talk about
Look, you want this is meta. Stop. You're talking meta shit. I don't want to hear the meta shit. I want
Wait, what is meta? So I don't know, so I know what not to talk.
Stay on topic. Stay with the subject. Have you ever measured Earth curvature? No,
I
already
haven't
explained
personally myself.
I already explained how Aristophanes didn't either.
Sorry, Janet.
But I'm saying. Oh, sorry, my guy. If you said something, you said that guy. You debunked him. You said that guy There was a lot of stories about him. You said something about the sun and how he didn't do it, but then something you also said that stuck out was there was a lot of stories about this guy, and it did not really make sense. And then you said something about maybe he doesn't even exist.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he existed or not. Right? The methodology for the methodology for the methodology that it was employed, right, to indicate that the Earth has a circumference value, right? You'd need other things to be true in the first instance, like what was already mentioned.
Yeah, but I'm saying
Wait a sec. For instance, the sunlight being parallel and the Earth being a sphere in the first instance, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So you got to prove the Earth's a sphere first.
To prove his thingy, but that's like a paradox then, because what comes first? That the Earth to prove
he
that
wasn't
the
trying
Earth
to
is
prove that the Earth is a globe, bro. He already thought it was, and what he was doing, he thought because the Earth is a globe, I can use this method and calculate its circumference. Got it?
Yeah, by already thinking Earth's a globe, he assumed that the sun, that the light from the sun parallel.
I actually came in again to talk about, basically to get Indu to talk about the Morris experiment one more time, because we've been over this a lot, and I'm not interested in going over it again. The Morris experiment, because he specific. It was Michelson's Morris experiment.
The Michelson-Morley?
Yeah, it's because he specifically told. So I wanted him to take a standpoint out of what Boulder specifically was saying. That's the only reason why I came in here, because I've already had this talk about circumference a lot, like hours ago, and I don't want to have it again. The only thing I wanted him to look at what Boulder wrote about what Morris said and how it contradicts himself, and also the thing is, what's it called, the sets of quotes that you guys keep sending. Boulder has been really nice and done his homework, and the Morris experiment is irrelevant. Because my biggest
it's irrelevant if you can't even find the curvature of the Earth in the first place. You don't experience it, you don't detect it, you can't measure it, right? And you need to have a ball so that you can have your spin, right? And you don't have a ball, so you don't have spin, so it doesn't.
It doesn't matter. It's just about motion. Yeah, it's just about motion. So the experiment could be about spin. But that one in particular wasn't necessarily about spin. It was about motion through free space. So the curvature of the Earth wouldn't be irrelevant.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
kid.
wanted to talk about
Yeah, we got you. Do me a favor. Try not to interrupt people, okay? Gets old.
But the thing is, you weren't even in the conversation to begin with. That's all I wanted to say. I was having a conversation with Jenna.
I agree. You know what the difference? You know what the problem is, kid? I'm the boss. Okay? Thanks.
I didn't hear what you said there. All I said was, how can I interrupt the conversation?
Oh my goodness. Listen, Sapphire. Why don't you do us a favor and read the conversation that was written so everybody listening will know what context you're talking about. That way we can progress. So read Boulder's, find Boulder's thing and read it for us. Thanks.
It's fine. I'll go up and chat. Okay. Yeah. But the thing is, Indio is not even here, and he was the one that talked about it the most. Let me find it again. I have to go a little bit up.
Dude, how do you know he's not listening? Maybe
but then why is he not speaking? Okay, this one, I put it in the chat again. You can see it because we talked about motion, and I really like what Indio was saying about I liked it, but it was interesting to hear about how he saw like seasons and day and night and the motion of that. That's the only reason why I wanted to talk about this, because he mentioned this experiment and I didn't know about it, so I read about it, and now Boulder wrote more about it, so I wanted to talk about that too. Because for me, it's not just about Earth is round, it's also more about where Earth is centered. Earth's rotation. Does it actually rotate? Does the sun orbit the Earth, or does the Earth orbit the sun? That's what I wanted to know. And
you need to have
I wanted Indio for that. That's the thing. So that's why Roland, my Boulder, put this in the chat, and then no one ever took a standpoint on this, and I wanted to hear a stand on that. That's like why I came in again.
Holy crap. All right, Sapphire. Thanks for wasting my time. What I asked you to do was read the comment.
Why should I read it when I put it in the chat so people can read it?
All right, dude. All right, kid. All right, get muted. I'm going to explain it to you. You asked. Okay, pay attention. Not everyone in the chat has access to the text chat right now. So all as you did that entire time you were talking was just tell people who aren't looking at the text chat about what you're going to not talk about. So nobody learned anything from what you said. So for the love of God, why don't you just read the relevant comment and help everybody out? Yeah, go on mute. Go on, deafen. Good grief. Play these freaking games. Let's see if he's playing deafen.
Sorry, my
Hey,
bad.
Sapphire.
I want to speak to Jenna.
Sapphire. I don't care. You go on deafen when you're muted, you're going to get banned. That's the rules here. Do you understand?
Don't deafen yourself, Sapphire. You're going to get yourself banned.
No, you could do it.
I wanted to do this respectfully, but this guy is just being condescending.
Okay, I'm going to explain the rules to you, bro. Yep. Okay, I'm going to unmute you and tell you you're banned.
He's deafened.
Hello, how y'all doing today?
We're trying to teach a petulant child how to be relevant instead of wasting everybody's time. That's
my
what we're
bad.
up to.
Explain the rules. Go on.
Yeah, Sapphire. Pay attention. If you deafen yourself when you're muted, you're going to get banned. Do you understand? Yes or no?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
no. Pay attention now. Hold on, friend. Hold on. What I wanted to tell you, Sapphire, is that you spent a lot of words not talking about the topic, and not everyone can see the text chat. So I asked you to do everyone listening, who's listening, a favor and just read the relevant comment. Rather than read the comment, you did all this narrative about who you want to talk to and this and that. So you basically screwed all your friends who are listening. Okay? So that's what we wasted our time on, dude. That's why I just asked you, can you read the comment? Why was so hard about that? Do you not understand that? Do you not want to participate unless it's your way?
Okay. Can I speak
Here,
now?
Go ahead.
I'll short circuit this and I'll read the thing for you since I'm the one that wrote it.
Oh, finally! For love of God,
Can I say
finally.
something?
Thank you.
Am I the only one that can tell this guy sounds so condescending? But that's
No, I am condescending. I don't sound condescending. I'm intentionally being condescending.
Yeah,
you're gonna get used to it. You have to get used to it. They're all retards, respectfully.
So there was a list of quotes. One was from 1881 by Michelson that said this conclusion directly contradicts the explanation which presupposes that the Earth moves. And so I dug into that, and well, like I said, it was from 1881, and so then I wrote, it turns out that Michelson didn't stop with your cherry-picked quote. About 20 years later, he did another experiment trying to detect the rotation of the Earth, this time succeeding. In 1925, he writes, displacement of the fringes due to Earth's rotation was measured on many different days. So by 1925, he certainly knew terrestrial measurements could detect Earth's rotation regardless of what he thought in 1887.
What is the reason that you want the Earth to be flat? Why does that matter? What does anybody gain by the Earth being flat? Anybody.
Well, the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, Sapphire and AI and Jenna were talking, and they got a little bit into meta.
Yeah, a little bit heated.
So, yeah, can you let them respond now that the quote has been read and see what they're talking about?
Yeah, I would love for AI to justify his stupid belief.
Oh wait, don't go there because then we have to do the curvature over again. I wanted this one. He read it out loud, and all that was to say was one was the quotes that was just a lot of them were just false, and he claimed that. So I don't know.
Yeah, I also have a clip of Indio saying, what's it called? Equations, don't matter when proving, the Earth's curvature, even though most.
We had a discussion about math and why, math is so important to this. That also went for
But
decades.
Indio, right, an active supporter of the flat Earth theory, right, said that equations don't matter at all on clip. I have the clip. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, but why would you listen to that? That sounds like dumb bullshit.
Well, but he's one of the main people in here that advocate for the flat Earth movement. So let me show you the clip.
He's the leader.
Equations, he's correct. No, he's not the leader, but in some regards, equations don't matter if your inputs are incorrect. So if your assumptions and your inputs are incorrect,
But
then
he
your
didn't say
equation
that. He
wouldn't
said
result in
equations
anything.
don't matter at all.
Hey, listen. Listen. If you got that and you want to prove that that's completely true and irrespective of greater context, then I guess you'd have to play it, wouldn't you?
Okay, but AI, look at the clip and hear him say equations do not matter in any context, right? So, meaning that 90% of your evidence for the flat Earth theory is gone, sir. According to him. Do you agree with that?
Did you post it? Did you?
Yeah,
post
look
it?
in the chat, please.
Okay, so it's actually a clip, so that's good. Hey, listen, good job getting an actual clip. That way you can immediately go and see the greater context. I approve. All right, I'm going to go on mute now.
Yeah,
Okay,
please.
so Boulder, I want to say thank you for finding the obvious like wrongs in what they were writing. Because one thing I realized also, this is just fact for everyone, is that especially like Indio, he likes to reference a lot of big experience, a lot of big words that he knows people would not necessarily know unless they search it up themselves. So in the heat of the moment, like in the argument, you would not have an answer because I've never heard of the Morris experiment. But as soon as you actually search it up, you found so many like debunks of it. And now that we have found debunks of this experiment and that he actually did say that it's motion, no one is going to say anything about not motion. And if there so is motion, then that would mean that a lot of the things you said about seasons and stuff like that wouldn't even make sense anymore, because it was based on Earth is still and like the sun is also like moving above it. I don't even know what you guys believe anymore. But yeah, I just wanted to say that a lot of the stuff you have said has been debunked, and you always tend to circle back to the curvature, and we can never agree on the curvature because you guys don't believe in NASA. So what are we going to do? All equations, all math.
Even NASA knows it's flat.
See, so that's the thing. We can never agree on the curvature, but what we can find out is what you guys are saying, we can find holes in that. That's the best thing we can do because that's the only factual evidence we have. So if you say a quote from some guy in something like 1965, but the guy died in 80 something, that's what we can get. So we can ruin your credibility because we can never agree on actual factual things.
NASA doesn't believe in NASA.
At the end of the day, what's the who benefits from the Earth being flat?
Actually, I want to have that answer too, just like in general. Why? So, what's the benefits of the Earth being flat? Basically?
What's the argument? Yeah, why would they lie, and who's lying about it being around? Why?
Oh, that's a different question.
Does anyone get anything out of that?
Yeah, evil people. There you go.
That's so general. If you can point to one guy,
I just want to say,
I don't need to know. I don't need to know specifics. I don't need to know specifics.
Happy you guys are here. Oh, guys, can I say to all the
it's like asking when you ask why
I'm
would
so
they
happy
lie?
you guys
That's
are
like,
here.
hold on, that's like asking, right, for motive. Even though I've got plenty of evidence that this guy committed the murder, you still want the motive. And you
it's
don't
the
even care.
Earth being round versus flat, though. It's a giant thing that we can see from space, and like we have satellites, right? Like satellites feed our television, right?
Who the fuck cares why they would lie? The point is, they fucking lie, and they've been caught lying.
Yeah, that's
who's they?
Oh my god! Satellites
NASA
feed televisions, therefore something. I don't know what the heck that was about.
They're far enough away from the Earth that we have images
can
from
I say
them.
something really quick?
Yeah.
Binips, the thing is, I've been trying to say this all the time, but one of the core factors where we disagree is the fact that they don't believe NASA and the pictures they take. So how can we say you don't believe in something so factual, something we believe?
What about
what
your Fox News? Yeah, what about your guys' Fox News? You believe that crap? I mean, it's It's coming from space, right? Direct TV shooting right down at your house. They launch satellites up there. We have the imagery.
You sound crazy. You sound
I sound crazy.
Yeah.
Guys, can I just speak to Ari really
we
quickly?
go to space. When did you go there? Be next.
When we say we mean the people, by the way.
Oh, so you're one of them. When did you go there?
Humanity.
We mean people as in people, humanity. Can I just say one thing to Ari? Earlier, it was me and Ari, guys. We got absolutely abused.
Imaginary location.
Guys, I just want to say to all my round earthers, we got absolutely abused last time. We got muted, we got thingies, we couldn't say a word in.
Oh yeah,
You're not going to cut me off.
No, I'm just saying it right now because I'm so happy because we actually can talk.
That's just so amazing, but I'm gonna be quiet so this guy doesn't get angry with me again. Don't worry.
No, it doesn't really matter like that. Like, they got smoked, bro. Someone smart actually came in a fucking bum.
Said what? Said what exactly?
What happened?
Nobody proved anything, dude.
I mean, you just don't have any.
Somebody said, why would anybody benefit about telling people the Earth is a globe? That's not proving anything. That's a question.
Hey, broski, you seem very
That was just a question, yeah.
But did you answer the question though, AI? Why
Yeah, I did answer it.
Evil people. Evil people.
But why?
Yeah, evil people. There you go. Who cares?
But like, why
Specifics are irrelevant.
But why would evil people
Hey,
want to?
I don't listen. It doesn't matter. I'll tell you why.
It does matter. It does matter. There should be some kind of reason
evil
behind it.
people. Yeah. See, here's the problem. Is I'm going to start talking, and then you're just going to talk through me. That isn't going to work.
No, it's not. I didn't even speak through you. Spoke against me, bro. I was speaking, and you started speaking.
No. Yeah, whatever.
Say it easy.
Again.
Yeah, again.
Get muted.
Let me finish something. Okay. Thank you.
No. I'm just going to mute you preemptively because I'm sick of your shit. Been doing it all night.
Oh my days. See, this is what happened. Okay, it's okay.
Hey, White Knight. Go to the live stream, White Knight, go to the live stream. Go to the live stream. We have two of them running right now, which are both recording. Go back to when she started talking to me. And you'll see that she asked me a question. I start to answer, and she immediately cuts into my answer.
You were
if
so
you find
offended by
otherwise,
the same thing you're doing.
Hold on. If you find otherwise, I'll unmute her. There you go.
But dude, you are getting so offended, and you're doing the same thing to other people, but then you're muting.
Yeah, get muted.
Yeah,
get muted. There you go. How do you like that?
Mm-hmm. It's just because we don't have powers to get muted.
No, it's not about that, dude. You guys asked me a question, okay, and you're not taking the fact that I'm going to give you an answer seriously. So why should I take you seriously?
All right. I'm a little bit scared to speak because I don't know if I got muted or not.
No, I asked you a question. Isn't it fair? Isn't it fair for you to answer a question you're asked?
That's the thing I'm a little bit scared of because according to you, it's not. You know what? I'll mute myself before you mute me. Oh my days. Yeah, but Ari, I just want to say we didn't have to be here anymore. We won, okay? Because they started just getting pressed now. They can't. We debunked what they said.
Hey, why don't you leave? Why don't you leave then? Why don't you leave with your victory?
I will leave now. Wait, can I? Did you not just cut over me, AI? Guys, did you not just cut over me when I was speaking, bro?
Where that weird guy goes on a date with a girl, and she like ends the date, but she's like reporting him, and he's like throwing a temper tantrum.
I've seen stuff like that. Don't do that, guys, by the way. Crashing out on a woman she's never gonna be like, oh my god, okay, I see you're upset, like I'll cave in. Like, no, that doesn't work, dude.
She knows she won at that point.
You can't negotiate with women, bro. It's like negotiating with a terrorist. It doesn't work.
Can't negotiate with terrorists.
Well, you can't negotiate with women, so there's that. But like, you're like trying to hit her with all this logic, like, no, but I came all the way out on this date. I did this, I did that. Like that shit doesn't work, man. She's gonna think you're more and more weird the more you do that. So,
Have you seen
don't
the
do that,
Mexican pro?
Forrest.
Have you seen the Mexican pro boxer? Instead of having a cornerman, he has strippers dancing in his corner in between each rounds.
No, I haven't seen that, but that's funny.
I knew you'd like
Does that get him all fucking hyped up? Like, shit.
Here, I'll send you a couple of funny Instagram.
You know, CB, if you're negotiating, you know, saying stuff like
You're
that to
losing.
your date, you've already
You
lost.
lost.
No, you're already
You
done,
lost.
dude.
Yeah, you lost already.
Before you
No,
said
but
anything.
seriously, I drove 30 miles. I got you flowers. I did everything. Seriously, why aren't you should like that, you already lost. That shit does not work, bro. If you're negotiating with her and trying to convince her of shit, like you fucked up.
Yo, check it out. What do you expect her to say? Oh, you're right.
You're
I'm
right.
gonna give you
Here's
some
my
pussy. I'm gonna give
here's
you
my
some.
box.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you pussy now.
Yeah, nah, bro. That's a negative Ghost Rider.
You cannot guilt trip a bitch into giving you pussy. Not even if you're
Nah.
married.
That shit does not work, man.
Well, there's no guilt mechanism there for her to feel guilty over, dude. Like there's.
It depends on who's guilt tripping.
Nah, it doesn't work, bro. I'm telling you.
There's no mechanism in a female's mind to feel guilty over not giving you pussy. That place doesn't even exist.
No, it doesn't exist. You just gotta hold the L. If you fucked up, you fucked up. You gotta move on to the next one, bro. There's no convincing her.
Don't even
I got you flowers. I took you on this date. I just bought like a $50 steak. Like, why aren't you? Seriously.
It's like door-to-door sales. If you don't close the deal, then move on to the next home, dude.
Yeah.
Well, check this out. There's no guilt mechanism. The only mechanism doing that behavior get you pussy is if the woman is trying to avoid some bad consequence in the future. But it ain't gonna be guilt.
Or logic. You hitting her with your male logic, like, well, like I did this, I did that. Like, you should. He's gonna find you more and more weird. That shit don't work, gang.
Only cash works.
Yeah, literally, you might as well just whip out a wad and be like, you know what? Here's a couple $100. Bend that shit backwards.
What's up, Dandelion?
Oh,
tell me how to
perfect
talk
timing. Perfect timing, guys. Go ahead.
What those Red Sox?
Yeah, I was trying to eavesdrop here in the boys' locker room. Who's calling me out?
Nobody.
Yeah, I mean, I was clearly like in the locker listening, and he came over there and opened it up. That was really rude. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
I'm glad you're
CB's
fine.
the doorman. No sneaking in.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I have no comment. That's my official comment. No comment.
I don't even know what we're
No
talking
comment.
about.
I don't know, CB. Yeah, I'm sure you're just. I'm sure, Creation Bear, you're just talking about how much
we
you
were talking about the last episode of
the
Rise.
finer
We
stuff.
love women, bro. Women are amazing. So awesome.
I'm a fat effort. I'm retarded.
Oh, this guy.
I was telling you
I'm
about
a fat
This
effort.
fucking guy.
Ooh.
He can't even come up with a better troll, Samuel. Come on.
You've already done this before.
I know, it's so boring. Get a better gig.
You've already done this before, bro.
Here's the funny part. You're actually a goal birther, and you came in here doing that like 30 times. You are
30
retarded.
times, bro. It's not even like original, bro.
Yep, Flatloid says Glober's 2025. Yep, that's the best they got.
Oh, yeah. We know, bro.
Who said a Midnight Goldber and Sauvignon Blanc?
Oh, Midnight Glober is a person who's capable of putting sentences together. Is that your question?
What? I had this turned down. I heard my name. What happened?
Yes, you've been called. Yeah, India wants
Am I
to
in
talk to you.
trouble? Am I getting banned for life?
No.
Yes.
No such luck.
Very sad.
You got Glober question mark on there. I'm feeling encouraged by that, Midnight. Should I feel encouraged?
I mean, yeah, you can feel however you want to feel. I mean, I don't know.
Thank you. That's better than Creation Bear would do for me. He tells me I can only feel a certain way.
Next step is when you use the strikeout markup and it's struck out over with a line going through it.
Last time you were here, actually, previously on Saga with Midnight Glober, question mark, we were talking about Lookout Mountain, right?
Oh,
Is that
yeah, I
correct?
remember that.
Yeah, because I even went in and put the distances in the curve calculator for you and determined that you should not be seeing that mountain. But then you were deafened by that time, so I just ended up talking to somebody else about it. What made you put the question mark there?
Just because I don't want to. Be seen as someone who is a Glober, but I also want to let people know that I'm interested in talking about it. I'm not just here listening.
Well, we're not bigots.
Yeah, on the fence is perfectly reasonable position, especially if you're new to the topic and you've just started hearing about it and so on. So I'm in favor of your question mark. I like it.
You're
Yeah,
ashamed
yeah.
of being a Glober? You got shame with it?
Shame?
Yeah, you're ashamed of being a Glober? Like you don't want people to know? That's what you just said, right?
No, I'm not ashamed
That's
of
not even
being
close.
a Globe.
I guess I misheard.
I only just say that that's kind of what my position is, only because like that's all I've ever known, and I was very interested in astronomy and science as a young person. So I'm not so interested in it now, but
Well, do you think any of that is science? Like just like looking at stars and going, ooh, woo, wow.
Well, no. Science is complicated. Like, what actually is science? I mean, like, I'm still trying to understand all that stuff, but I've kind of come to the position now that, like, most things that, like, you hear on this subject when it comes to space and the globe and stars and whatever and creation, the universe is all just, it's just theories, and people can subscribe to different theories. Like, it's not,
Well, it's my opinion that everything they say now in 100 years will be wrong. Even if they maintain that paradigm, they'll rewrite all their stuff. It's happening right now before our eyes.
And then Mage will be like, well, yeah, I mean, science evolves. So we knew that was going to happen.
Science evolves is going to evolve into what's evolved into? Freaking three-headed monkey.
More accurate proof.
You say
more
like
accurate proof? Dude, that doesn't make sense.
He's already on board. I told you, he's already with it.
It's like, do you say it could be wrong or will be wrong?
Will be wrong.
Oh, okay.
They're rewriting it now. They're rewriting the James Webb, all that shit, right? They're rewriting all of it now. Before, like, you guys don't know, you guys don't follow like these topics. I do, because you got to know what the enemy's thinking. So, like every other day, there's a new story. James Webb Telescope raises doubt about the Big Bang Theory, and there's many heterodox physicists. I call them heterodox because they're not going with the mainstream idea. String theory is being abandoned. A lot of these ideas are just being abandoned because what's called the lambda cold dark matter model, lambda CDM. It's turning out this was always a bunch of horse shit. Because they're making observations that don't conform to or observations that contradict each other. Stars that are too young, planets that are too big, more dark dwarfs. Why are all the stars freaking binary? Like all these different elements which don't make sense in their model.
What doesn't make sense? That's what I thought.
Where should I start?
Anywhere. Start with gravity.
What about it? You don't even know what that is, dude.
Nobody knows what it is. We just model it.
There we go. So start with Greek. Tell me what nobody knows what it is. What it is. Cobra logic, bro.
An observed attraction between massive objects.
Really? What's mass?
That's a good question. Who are you asking? Newton or Einstein?
I'm asking what it is. It's ontology. Like, what is it?
What is it is resistance to acceleration.
Okay. Where do you find that in nature? Can
What
I
do
get a
you
scoop of it? Yeah, can I get a scoop of it?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, of course you don't, because you're stuck in abstraction.
Can I borrow a cup of gravity?
That's all physics. No. No, I don't think so.
I'll say some buzzwords because I don't know what else to say.
Yes, mathematics is
Physics,
abstraction.
science, logic. Just say it in a row, man. Just get it out of your system.
Just say physics,
Therefore,
bro.
You guys take
Physics is
stuff
an
that's
abstraction.
purely conceptual and then call it physics. It's pretty crazy.
That is what physics is. Yes.
Bro. What?
Oh my God. You hit rock bottom and started digging, brother.
I don't think you guys categorically understand what science is or what it aims to answer.
Yeah.
Yes,
the next phase is you guys don't understand orbital mechanics.
Guarantee you don't know what science is.
I most
Guarantee that. Okay, tell us, what is it?
Science is a process of questioning a hypothesis.
Holy shit, bro.
You have a citation for that?
A citation? Wait, why would you trust the scientists to tell you what science is when you don't even
Whoa. You're saying that's what it is. I just need a citation that's saying exactly what you said. If that's what science is, then you can just go peel off a citation that's saying exactly what you just said. You got that?
And then will you change your mind?
No.
Yeah, go with the citation.
Okay. Things should have definitions. The definition you're using is one you made up. The common definition of science is the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Okay? It's a definition. Not Mage's definition, his contradictionary. The actual definition.
Oh, no
Guarantee you will not find a citation of what the fuck you just said. Exactly.
Mage, in your mind, you have like this pop sci version of science. It's like it's like the McDonald's version in your head.
Oh,
you don't know anything about the philosophy of science, the history of science, how they reached any conclusions they reach. You don't know anything about it. And it's just like science is something a scientist says.
That's not nice.
Well, it's true.
No, it's
Your
not.
feelings are hurt. I don't know why you're hurt by truth. Oh, you're Glober. That's
I
sorry.
know about
My
that
bad.
guy Popper, and I know all about the philosophy. Karl Popper.
So you know what a reification fallacy is?
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay, is mass a reification?
No.
No.
Yeah.
So when Max Born says that mass has no meaning in physics other than what's given by the variable in an equation, and then you're giving it misplaced concreteness, that's not a reification fallacy.
No.
So equations, when you go, hey, here's a variable in an equation, that's physically real. That thing attracts things.
Fields are physically real, and they're also equations.
What's physically real?
Fields.
Yields?
Yep. Like electromagnetic fields. Those are physically real.
Fields are not physically real. No,
Fields.
they're not.
So fields. Oh yeah.
Fields are not physically real.
No.
How do you explain electromagnetism then?
Well, because you know, there's a particle formulation, electromagnetism, that was developed by Coulomb.
Yeah, but by what
That
mechanism?
uses just charges and no fields.
You can't explain by what mechanism charges can communicate information.
Communicate.
Yeah, like how forces get exchanged between charges.
Do you think a field explains it?
Of course it does.
Oh, how does giving a scalar value to another abstract point in metric space explain anything?
Because we know now that there's something called field
How does it
coupling.
explain anything? You're not going to dodge the question.
I'm answering it.
No, you said we know. That's not an explanation. That's a statement about your brain. I don't care about what your brain is. I asked, how does that explain anything? Giving a scalar value to a basically Cartesian coordinate grid.
A scalar value? What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure the fields are vector fields.
Every point in space in the field theory has a scalar value of the field strength.
If it's a scalar field, but this is a vector field. It has a magnitude.
That's a second order. That's second order.
Okay. I'm bored.
Because to know the direction, you need another point in space, which also has a scalar value, right?
You hurt his brain.
Yeah, my brain's too mushy now.
Well, you're literally reifying when you say that mathematical equations are real things in the physical world.
All of physics is math, but it aims to describe something that does exist physically, you know?
Yeah, the description isn't the thing.
And all physics is not math. That's just horseshit, too.
Can you give me an example of physics that isn't math? That's what I thought.
Second law of thermodynamics.
Oh, really? You think that's math?
You can express it without a mathematical formulation, right?
No.
No?
No.
Well, give us the mathematical formula for second law thermodynamics. Go ahead.
Okay.
Exactly.
No, I'm giving it to you. I'm copying and pasting it. Just hold your horses.
From where? I thought you already knew it.
Here you go.
You're gonna go to ChatGPT, bro?
No,
Awesome.
I just have to look at my physics textbook.
Let's count, bro.
I'm sorry.
He has to look in his physics. He's sure it exists. I have to go look and check it out. Now, so this gets to the heart of the problems. This is perfect. How many mathematical formulations of the second law of thermodynamics are there? 1, 2, 10, 30? Which one's right?
I thought there was one, but I don't know
Oh, there's
everything.
way more than one.
There is. Oh. I don't know how you should express it.
Dude, you really are completely clueless.
How do you express entropy without using math?
With words.
Yeah, words corresponding to what? What is disorder if you don't define it with mathematical rigor?
Well,
this is your
it
failure.
doesn't need to be mathematically rigorous to express the idea, right?
Then I don't know what idea you're expressing. It's just word salad at that point. Disorder is meaningless if you don't have a macroscopic configuration to statistically minimize.
That's nonsense, dude. That's just one formulation, dude.
Yeah, whatever, man.
I'm gonna quote Chrissy Bridgman, who got a Nobel Prize.
You should be lucky that I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna cite Percy Bridgman, who got a Nobel Prize for second law of thermodynamics. Okay.
He did?
Just give me a second.
I'm gonna give you more than a second. I'm gonna give you a century.
Hey, I have an idea.
What do you want?
What's your idea, Kiba?
Well, I was thinking about how there could be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica on a flat Earth. And supposing that there's an ice ring and a dome, there could actually be, I don't know if you ever played the game Portal, but there could be a portal in which light or physical objects could pass through this portal and appear on the exact opposite side of the dome. And that would create essentially...
That's just as dumb as the globe.
That is just as dumb. Sorry. Explain how this portal works.
Like, so, for example, there's a verse in the Bible that says God chose the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. So it could be like a spiritual portal, like not necessarily like technology or whatever.
Okay, go back to your globers.
This is what happens when you believe the Earth is flat. You have to make up the most random, wild, kooky.
He's a glober, dude. You didn't pick up on that? He's a glober, dude. That's your glober for you. That's ironic that you say that, because this is what the globe. This is what the globe makes them do.
Revolves around the sun, bro. Just revolves around the sun. That's how it has a 24-hour sun.
I am a glober, but I was trying to kind of do like a steel man and come up with the best possible solution for the flat Earth theory.
You failed.
You made you so oblivious you thought that this guy was a flat earther. You have no clue what's going on here or who you're talking to.
No. I never said he was a flat earther. I said this is what happens when you believe the Earth is flat. You have to.
Okay, so
otherwise
then
you have no.
You think that
you have no explanation for why there's a 24-hour. Just shut the fuck up while I'm talking. You have no explanation for why there's a 24-hour.
Yo. You're not in a position to be telling people to shut the fuck up, bro.
You like
you think that guy believes the Earth is flat, so you think he's a flat earther. You're clueless, dude.
No, I didn't say that. I just you have no explanation.
Why are you trying to get out of this now?
Wait, I can ask him a question. Hey, sir.
They have 24 hours.
Can I
lie his way out of this? Can I drop this on him for a second? You don't know.
I started with this. Hold on, sir. I'll ask him a question, chat. Does the sun set on flat Earth?
Me? Does the sun set?
Yeah. Does the sun set on flat Earth?
What it means for the sun to set is it goes below the horizon. So there's no horizon, no sunset.
So does the sun set on flat Earth? Yes or no?
No.
All right. Did the sun set in Antarctica?
No.
Oh, well, there you go, my guy. Nice try, though. You tried it.
Did you say there'd be no horizon on Twitter? Did you just say that?
No way, you're this dumb. Oh,
did you just say
you just answered it yourself. The sun doesn't set on flat Earth. The sun didn't set in Antarctica.
Bro, on a flat Earth,
you tried
the sun
it, though.
goes down.
Nice try, though.
In Antarctica, it doesn't. Explain how that happens.
You just said you said it. Wait, well, I'll ask you one more time. Does the sun set on flat Earth?
When you say set, You mean go below the horizon? There's no
Yeah,
horizon.
did the sun go below the horizon in Antarctica?
There's no horizon on a flat Earth.
There's
Is that what you're saying, Mage?
dipshit. The sun still disappears.
Mage. Are you
The
saying
sun
there'd be
still
no
goes
horizon on a
away.
flat Earth? Mage, hold it together.
No.
Are you saying there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth?
No.
Did you hear what I said?
I heard what you said.
Yeah. Listen closely. Are you saying there would be no horizon on a flat Earth?
Correct.
Okay, so the horizon is where a line that appears to divide the Earth from the sky. So if we see one of those, there's a horizon. So which horizonless flat Earth do you believe in? The one that's 100% sky, or the one that's 100%? Shut up, dude! Shut up! The one that's 100% Earth. Which one? Because if you see a dividing line, then there's a horizon. So it has to be 100% on one or the other. Which one is on a flat Earth?
There's no horizon on the flat Earth. Therefore,
So 100% sky or 100% ground. Which one is the flat Earth one?
As believing the Earth is flat.
No, it's retarded
It's
to
what
say that.
you just said, Mage. Mage, it's what you just said. If there's a dividing line, then there's a horizon. If there's no dividing line, there's no horizon. For there to be no dividing line, it means 100% sky or 100% ground. Which one do you think would happen? You dumb fuck.
100% ground.
You're retarded.
Okay, so I'm going to read to you Percy Bridgman. He was the head of the science department at Harvard. He got the Nobel Prize for the second law of thermodynamics in the 1940s. He said, there have been nearly as many formulations of the second law as there have been discussions of it. Okay? There's hundreds of formulations of the second law of thermodynamics. Some are mathematical, some aren't. Go get an actual education and quit whatever place you're going to right now, because they are misinforming you. You're getting a shit education. Your teachers are speds. They belong on the short bus, and they're going to bring you with them.
Did you hear me out there?
He said it'd be 100% ground. See, would there be no sky?
Sky would just be all ground. And Penguin's in the side chat going, Mage is totally correct about this.
No way. Oh, gee.
Kingsley, you're
How
not
would there be no sky? How would there be no sky? That doesn't make any sense.
Explain how the sun sets on Antarctica.
It doesn't. Which you answered already. Ding dong.
So then why does the sun set here?
It doesn't go under the earth.
It still goes. Whatever the case, there's no more sun. Okay, so why is there always sun in Antarctica?
What do you mean no more sun?
That's only part of the year. Like, it eventually sets.
No, it's always.
No, it's like 6 months.
Why are you asking questions that you think you have the answers to? Why don't you just make your claim? Or are you afraid of your claim?
Because you can't. Why are you dodging the question? You guys love to ask questions.
You've got the claim about it.
But you can't answer them. Just answer
brother, they model a 24-hour sun on the flat Earth. That's the model they use to predict the sun is a flat Earth model.
Antarctica has a 24-hour sun, bro.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Whatever it has, they use the flat Earth to predict that.
Are you going to answer my question?
Yeah, they use the flat Earth to predict it.
How does that answer the question?
Okay. They use... Are you dense? When you go look on time and date, and you put in whatever, like McMurdo Station, and it says the sun is 23 degrees above the horizon all day. That math is a flat Earth math. It's not a globe math. You actually don't have a way to predict a 24-hour sun.
Okay, so basically you can't answer the question.
I did answer the question. You have to play pretend that I didn't.
No, that doesn't tell me how.
Everybody heard it. It's recorded. Everybody heard my answer, dude. You have to play pretend.
Your answer was that they use a flat Earth approximation, which is fine.
It's not an approximation. It's not an approximation at all.
Okay.
You have azimuth and elevation angle of the sun. The mathematics used to do that is not on the globe.
You lose
At
man.
all.
Can't answer the question.
Weren't you the one that was blowing the mathematics penis minutes ago?
He left.
Was he stoned or something?
Wait, so why don't you
I think
guys
it's
like my
worse than
portal?
that.
Dude, no one cares about portals, man.
Yeah, but it's a good theory.
No, it's not a theory. It's not even a hypothesis. It's untestable. How would you test it, dude?
I guess you wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. So go back to imagination land of Narnia or something. I don't know what to tell you.
But just because something's untestable doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Correct. I can't test that you'll never get laid, but it's probably true.
Got him.
We fucking got him.
So what's the alternative hypothesis as to why they're witnessed the 24-hour sun?
What do you mean a hypothesis? They witnessed it. What do you mean? I mean, why? Because they went to a place where it was. That's why. We know the cause. They went there.
Right, but how does that fit on a flat Earth?
What do you mean? The Earth is flat because we measure it flat, and they went to a place and observed the 24-hour sun. We use a model of flat Earth that predicts when they will happen. Like, what else do you want?
If there's no measurable Earth curve, like if you go out there and look and you can't find measurable curve consistently on a regular basis, and it appears flat, it's used as flat, it measures flat, so whatever's happening in the sky then could only happen over a flat Earth.
You know, the guy that did that, Will Duffy, admitted that the sun doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. You know, he admitted that, right, in a debate.
Right, but from my understanding, the 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere.
You don't have a hemisphere. Well, that your understanding. Just listen. Can you prove it's impossible?
Well, it depends on the nature of the sun, and
that's not. Oh, really?
And I suppose the shape or the position of the Antarctic continent.
Really? How do you know any of this? Because you're presupposing a relationship between the sun and the Earth that's purely geometric. And thinking that, hey, if I draw this orthographic frickin' space disk and have a sun out there somewhere, oh, it doesn't work on my frickin' orthographic view. We don't see things in an orthographic view. We see things in a projective view. So we look at the sun. You guys try to go from looking at the sun and seeing it and jump outside and astral project yourself far, far away. And look, does this make sense from here, though? We don't see it from there. We don't see it from space. We see it from Earth.
So what I'm gathering is that there's no consensus on why there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Consensus? What do you mean why? Like what causes it?
Yeah, like how
would we know that?
How is it visible? Like on a 20 on a
what does that mean? What do you mean how is it visible? It's visible. What do you mean how?
Yeah, I mean because
Earth curve.
Because it doesn't fit the the little animation.
Measurable Earth curve.
You mean it doesn't fit the globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying like if you ever seen that animation of the sun going around like a circular Earth, right? And then it you know, so like it doesn't fit that particular model. So then we'd have to come up with another model where it does.
Who's gonna tell him?
We have to come up with another model. First of all, that's not a model. That's just a visual representation. Something you guys can't even make. It's just a visual representation. It's not meant to show the sun position. No map exists, which shows what the sun would look like from any particular place on Earth. Period. There's no 3D model. It's not Stellarium. Nothing. And you're like, hey, man, where's your map that shows where the sun is from that place? That map doesn't exist. It can't exist. It doesn't exist in a globe form or any other form. These models of the sun are observer-centric. That means the model must exist from the viewpoint of the observer, not outside of it. What is so hard to understand about this?
Yeah, I mean, I was just curious if anyone had come up with like a plausible theory for it, but if not, that's fine too. Like, you know, it's
What do you mean a
perfectly
plausible
possible to know.
theory? I'd say, how would we even test it?
Well, just like an
Yeah, like when you
explanation.
have a hypothesis.
Oh, it's a
how
cool
do you test
story.
for it?
You know, he wants a cool story. Well, I'll give you a cool story. I'll give him a cool story. He wants a cool story. It's going to have just as
I
much
like your
evidence
stories,
as
India.
cool. Yeah, I mean, it'll have as much evidence as his story does. Not a fucking thing, but I'll make one up. Okay, there's leprechauns, and every once in a while, the fucking leprechauns get drunk and spin in a circle, and when they do, their magic makes the sun circle anywhere you're standing on ice. There you go. There's your explanation. Now,
I
we're
prefer
going to
my
compare
portal
evidence. We're going to compare the evidence of the globe explanation versus mine. Give us the globe explanation evidence.
Let's see here. Evidence.
Yeah, that the globe explanation is the correct explanation of the 24-hour sun. And then I'm going to give the evidence, my magic elf explanation is the correct explanation. But you can go first.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I guarantee we give the same evidence. Nothing.
Well, I don't know like specifically evidence, but I do know that they've, modeled it in a way that
No. I already told you that. They don't model it with a globe. They model it with a flat earth. I already told you that.
Well, I'm saying if you put a.
I already told you that, dude. Post the globe model of the 24-hour sun in the chat. The math. Post it in the chat. I want it to be able to make predictions of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Go.
I can find like an animation of it.
No. You said a model.
Yeah, I could
Not a
explain
toy.
it to you.
Yeah, we already did the explanations. I gave my explanation. And now we're looking for the evidence of which explanation is correct.
The model would be whatever model Time and Date uses.
Okay.
Or,
Okay, so you've moved from explanations to descriptions. But the description we use is a flat earth description, not a globe description.
We know the globe description is correct.
There isn't one.
Yeah, there is. What do you mean?
Okay, post it in the chat. The math. The math that like Time and Date uses, timeanddate.com or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory, post that math in the chat right now.
Part of the globe model.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're just ignorant, just like this guy.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I must use a globe because I've always believed that, so it's got to be true. It doesn't use a globe.
The globe model accounts for the 24-hour sun, sir.
Okay, then post it in the chat.
It requires axial
Then
tilt.
post it in the chat. Stop talking to me. Post it in the chat. All the mathematics. Post it in the chat. All the mathematics.
I'll post it.
McToon can do it. You sure as fuck can't. So post it in the chat.
I'll do a Wikipedia.
No, not Wikipedia. The formulas.
What do you mean?
The formulas that use a globe to predict a 24-hour sun.
There's no formula, dude. It's part of the model.
Isn't the model a mathematical model?
No.
No?
Behind it, but it'd be a little difficult to find. I think there's a GitHub repo for the math. I can try to look it up.
It uses the equation of time.
You're
There's no
being a
globe in there.
dragger tonight, Indio.
Yeah, that's quite the argument. You don't know what you're talking about as usual, twonger. So we've already been down this road, us flat earthers, with you guys. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. They should have looked how the 24-hour sun is actually predicted in reality before they went there thinking anything. But they didn't decide to check. They just happened to believe in their heads. They made it up in their heads. Well, 24-hour sun, that's a globe prediction because it must be. because I saw a diagram in fucking 3rd grade. Okay, so your diagram is not a model. It's just a representation of an idea. But the actual model of that predicts it, the description, a descriptive prediction using mathematics of where the sun will be, doesn't have a globe in it. Well, no, Earth globe. It's an observer-centric model. You're at a point at the origin of the coordinates. The other spatial reference is the celestial equator, and that's it. There's no globe. You just thought there was. Sorry that you're wrong. Now, let's get back to elves versus spinning ball. So I want to hear the evidence for your prediction of elves or spinning ball. I got the elves, and after you give your evidence that that's the cause of the 24-hour sun, then I'll give mine that the elves is the cause of the 24-hour sun. We're gonna have the same evidence, so I already know it.
Yeah, so like I saw a video like a year or two ago or something that posted the math behind it, but I can't remember how to find that video.
Okay, it's called the equation of time. It's easy to look up. You can look at the formulas even on Wikipedia. You can go to the U.S. Naval Observatory. You can go to time and date. You can go to SunCalc. You can go under these places. They all use the equation of time. It looks like this. I'll post the freaking diagram in the chat. So this is the geometry of the equation of time. See how there's variables? Angle theta, azimuth angle phi, horizon, right? Okay, this is a model. Your little cartoon is not. So this is how they predict where the sun will be. Okay.
I see.
Precise definition of the equation of time. Quantities occurring in this equation are EOT, the time difference between apparent solar time and mean solar time. GHA, the Greenwich hour angle of the apparent actual sun. Okay. And if you get deeper into it, it's just where the sun is relative to the celestial equator and the time of year, and that's how they used to predict it. Has nothing to do with what you're standing on. And even if it did, that would be a description. You're trying an explanation. And even if you had a mathematical model that quote unquote describes it, you couldn't tell if that model was true anyway, because other models could make the exact same predictions. Right? And then you'd be stuck with which model is actually physically real. And then you'd be back to the explanation phase, which is where you are right now, which I'm asking for the evidence that the explanation is true, and you're balking, dude.
So why is it that as you go north and south across the equator, it kind of the sun mirrors?
What's the equator?
Zero latitude or something.
What's that?
I dare you to look up the definition of the equator.
Fuck, dude.
I dare you to look up the definition of equator.
The entire latitude coordinate system is in the sky. This is like a repeating thickened theme. I'm actually getting kind of sick of it at this point. You know that, right? That latitude and longitude are based upon the sky. They're not based upon any ground components. You can't find, using solely the ground, what your latitude and longitude is. You need the so-called celestial sphere. And that's where they make the prediction of the sun, is where it appears within the celestial sphere. Has nothing to do with the ground. None of the equation has anything to do with the ground. Now, y'all have a cool story explanation that does not have any evidence for it.
So it's a
Longitude is
celestial
based on
sphere,
a
not a
globe.
celestial
Connor,
plane.
shut up,
What are you
dude.
claiming that latitude and longitude are based on?
Sky.
What are you claiming
Longitude
they're
is
based on?
so that's not a claim. It's how it is.
It is. Literally is. But could continue.
Oh, it is. Then tell me how you find latitude and longitude without looking at the sky. You can only use the ground,
Latitude and
nothing else.
longitude are coordinate systems used to pinpoint locations on Earth based on angles relative to the angular Earth center and reference meridian.
Yeah, that's cool. If that was true, then you'd be able to find it using the Earth. Now find your latitude and longitude. Now find your latitude and longitude using the Earth. Just the Earth. You're lost in the woods.
It's just you're lost. Geometry. Fucking Greeks figured this shit out, dude. They knew the Earth was fucking around.
It's math, it's geography, it's science, it's logic, it's buzzwords.
They love their Greeks. They love their Greeks so much.
Yeah, you guys doing it. Oh, I can't say that. Fuck.
Backtrack.
So backtrack. Here's your challenge. Find your latitude and longitude, but you can't use anything in the sky. You can only use the ground.
That's what they do.
They use just the ground.
They use angles relative to the Earth's center and a reference meridian.
How would they measure that? Okay, how do they measure that? How do they measure the angle relative to the Earth's center? You're on the surface. You're lost in the woods. Measure the angle to the Earth's center. Lost in the woods.
That's not how you get out.
Now it's not how you do it. Amazing.
You fucking retard. First off, that's just a bad fucking analogy. Okay. Can you give me a better fucking analogy? I'm not gonna fucking answer that bullshit.
It was your definition.
Analogy, you fucking retard.
It was your
Not even
definition.
an analogy. It's literally what you said is happening. It's not even an analogy. Boy, you're stupid.
Yeah. So
you're spiraling too, because you're low IQ.
Well, I mean, look, they used to say it.
Well, you asked me to look it up, and I'm looking up, bitch. So shut the fuck up and let me do it. You asked me to look it up, and I'm doing it. So I'm doing it. What do you ask me?
Why are you
100% single mom behavior, dude.
You listed some stupid shit.
Yeah, just go on mute, bro. You were obviously raised by a single mom, and you had siblings, and they all have different last names.
So you mentioned a celestial sphere, but I thought it was a dome.
What do you mean?
Is it a celestial sphere or is it a celestial dome?
The mathematics is a celestial sphere, so it's a model of a celestial sphere that rotates around you.
And
but
do you
it's
agree with that?
observer-centric, so you're always at the center of it, no matter where you are.
Do you agree with that,
Yeah,
Mark?
it's based off of your perspective.
Well, I agree with it, but it's a model. It doesn't represent any. It's not physically real.
Is it? But does it make accurate predictions?
Yeah. So what?
So, like, wouldn't a sphere
Epicycles make accurate predictions? You know what those are? We use lots of concepts and ideas to make accurate predictions, but there's no ultimate reality there. They're just mathematical models.
Well, I mean, you can map out the stars yourself if you traveled the world, and you could see that it is in fact a sphere, right? Because like the constellations and stuff.
That's looking at the sky, dude.
Yeah, where'd you get the sphere part?
Yeah, you said you'd see the Earth as a sphere.
Like if you keep going past Australia and swim past Antarctica and go to Buenos Aires or something, it's gonna wrap back around. It's not like there's no cutoff point where you can't see past.
How do you know it wraps back around?
Well, I've never personally sailed that way, but I would assume that would be the case,
how are you going to sail over Antarctica? Though it's kind of odd that if you look at marinetracker.com, for some reason there's boats 500 miles inland. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, you wouldn't sail through, but you'd sail around it, and you'd still see a sky, right? So you could pinpoint the constellations here, and now it's there.
You're gonna sail the Southern Ocean at night. Good luck to you. God bless you.
I would assume that cargo ships do it regularly, right?
The Southern Ocean. Do you know what the Southern Ocean is? You can barely sail when it's freaking light out.
Well, like they wouldn't go to the place with like the glaciers or whatever, but they'd like go around that, you know.
So then they wouldn't go into the Southern Ocean. Bro, listen, go on YouTube, look up sailing in the Southern Ocean, dude, and when you see some like 50-foot fucking waves, dude, then you'll know. The Southern Ocean is like the most treacherous waters in the world. That's during the day. But you got to remember, nighttime lasts for a long time. So you're going to go at night, and then what? Crash into freaking some ice? Freaking smash into a wave you couldn't see? See, y'all live in the realm of hypotheticals. Which, oddly enough, most of you can't do. You can't even do the hypotheticals. But let's just say you guys can. You live in, like, La La Land. Like, this. Science is based on empirical evidence, right? Actual observation. You came in here and said, yes, we saw a 24-hour sun. Great. You proved something about the sun. Fantastic. Now, how do you prove the surface of the Earth is curving? There's your dilemma. Because no matter what the sun does, no matter what, it can't prove the ground's curving. No matter what it does. It could frickin' bounce across the sky like a super ball. Does not prove what the Earth's form is.
Well, it's not proof, but it's evidence.
Evidence of what?
Well, if what we see in the sky comports with what we should see on a globe, then that's evidence that we are on a globe. It's not definitive proof, but it's
well, you don't even have the mathematics to make you should see on the globe.
Well, like, I mean, you could even like open up a 3D modeling tool and put a little globe and a sun and like put them in the right position and
then put the little camera on your globe. And then we're gonna put the little camera on your globe and then do it that way. Okay, do that and then come back. Maybe you can do it in Blender or something. I've seen somebody try to do that shit in Gary's mod. It don't turn out very well. Star trails really fuck up. Star trails look like you're looking down the fucking straw. Yeah, you guys think we haven't been doing anything like in the last fucking 10 years? Like we just been sitting on our ass, we didn't even done anything. We've done all these tests, so there's people that have simulated star trails from different locations within 3D models, and they don't look like the star trails that you see at night. They look completely different. They look like you're looking down a tunnel or looking up through a cone or something, but they don't look like what we see.
Yeah, I've seen time-lapse videos of star trails in real life, and at the equator, they like go in a straight line. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so interesting. Yes. Yes, very interesting.
They do that anywhere whenever you look east or west.
They shouldn't go in a straight line for very long. Shouldn't they tilt?
Well, because like on a globe, if you're at the equator, then you're gonna like be basically seeing straight up.
Yeah, but you forgot about the orbit, remember? Oops.
Yeah, that's true.
And then they wouldn't be circles, right? If you time-lapse more than 24 hours, then they'd be spirals.
The orbit doesn't really matter because of the way the stars are with the zodiac.
What? Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, where they started. So we get like 6 months after the handle of the Big Dipper points east, it points west. How'd it get there? If the stars are going in circles, how'd it get over there? How'd that star that's at the end of the handle on the Big Dipper, how'd it get from being east of Polaris to west of Polaris?
It must be a perspective thing.
Oh, gee. Go back on mute, dude.
Happy's back. Welcome back, Happy. Didn't you have something you were going to demonstrate for us?
Hello, what did I say? What did I say before?
Oh, I don't even know. You just left on some kind of wild exit note. I thought you were going to continue, but if you don't remember, we can just reset. It's no problem. Do you still think you live on a globe?
Yeah, probably. Unfortunately for you guys, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, why would it be unfortunate for us? I think it's much more unfortunate for you to be living in a fairy tale land and not accepting reality the way it clearly presents itself as flat and stationary. What's your best evidence for a globe?
Can I just like sit here and like listen? Is that okay, or is the price?
Oh, yes, that's authorized. Oh, no, that's totally authorized. Yeah, we were talking to Kiba. I don't know if he has any more
Oh, it's this guy again.
questions
He
or
said the
ideas.
same thing yesterday.
Oh, was he here yesterday? Heretic, because we had a lot of fun with him a couple days ago where he was pretending like he wasn't making any claims. Did he make claims yesterday?
That's why he didn't want to talk, because he said the same thing yesterday. He's like, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk anymore.
Yes.
Well,
Oh, I thought we had fun, Happy. Oh, I thought we had a lot of fun together
rhetoric.
before. Oh, I'm so disappointed. Gosh, my memories of our last encounter must be much different than yours.
Yeah, no, Dandelion, you were fine. I think it was the rest of you that were like bad faith.
Oh, it's just Heretic you don't like. Okay.
Whoever Clownshoe is, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, my only issue last time, Happy, was that you kept asking us questions, saying you were making an internal critique, and then you made a final claim and ran, even though your claim like went against everything that had come before, where you claimed that the globe Earth had better explanations for phenomena than the flat Earth. Do you recall saying that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's where you left off, and then you just left. So, what explanations does the globe give you that you think are superior?
Well, for example, before, I believe I recall asking about the specifics of like how the sun actually functions, like in a flat Earth model. Like what's the reason for it orbiting the way that it does? What's the reason why it doesn't just drop down? Like all of this, and you couldn't give me an explanation. And then I recall other models being able to do that with like explanatory power, like orbital mechanics, for example. They're able
Okay. I can't
Yeah.
take this.
Okay, go.
Models
I know
don't.
you do. I
Hold
really
on,
want
hold
you.
on.
This
Happy,
is the guy
happy,
I told you about. I really want you to talk to this guy.
Models don't explain things. They describe things. Okay. Orbital mechanics don't even have forces in them. They're kinematic models. Yeah, so they certainly don't explain things.
Orbital mechanics don't have forces in them?
No.
Really?
No. They're a kinematic model.
They don't.
Do you know what a
they don't
kinematic
have,
model
like-
versus a dynamic model? What those are?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, so a dynamic model would have forces where you compute the forces in totality of the forces to figure out the projectile of an object, right? So orbital mechanics have things like period, acceleration, and distance, and that's it.
Okay.
Okay, there's
Yeah,
no
I mean-
forces in there, right? It's just plotting the motion based upon geometric principles and how like the acceleration changes over time, right? The period, right? So how does acceleration over time, and how does that acceleration correlate to the distance from the foci of the ellipse? That's it. There's no forces or anything like that.
Well, what I was referencing there was how you have planets that orbit each other, right? So you have
No one's observed planets orbit. No one's observed anything that you're saying.
Really?
No one's
You haven't
observed an
observed
orbit of anything ever, Happy. Do you
Didn't
realize
Galileo
that?
get his old telescope and he predicted the orbits of the planets and things like that? Didn't he do that?
No, you're woefully misinformed, bro.
Didn't you learn about that in school as well?
Yeah, but I learned the actual history of what happened. It wasn't Galileo. Galileo used circular orbits, which would be impossible. He actually wrote something called Dialogues and dialogues about the two chief world systems, where he did a mock debate between himself, and there was a layman arguing against him. You know, this is how they did things back then. They had like these mock debates with themselves. But he used circular orbits, so he certainly wasn't the guy. The guy would be Kepler, who came up with elliptical orbits, and that's what modern orbital mechanics is based on. but there's no forces, and obviously, because Kepler comes before Newton, he couldn't have used forces because the whole force idea didn't even exist yet.
Okay, well, I guess that makes sense.
So the whole point is that these models, right? We can model kinematically nearly anything because we have lots of mathematical techniques. That doesn't make the models physically real or that there's some ultimate reality there, because someone else can walk along and make up their own model, and this has happened. It's not like this is a theoretical thing. This actually happened. Epicycles were how planets, the position of planets as we see them were predicted, and it makes better predictions than Kepler's model, but Kepler's model is preferable because the idea is that it's often said that it was simpler, but it's actually only simpler conceptually, but it's not simpler mathematically. They didn't like the idea of having like these freaking little circle, that the planets were doing spirals. People that back then didn't like those ideas. Because from a third-person point of view, if you look down on the planets in the epicycle model, the planets would do little freaking spirals around the Earth, and the Earth would be in the center. And they didn't like that idea, so they philosophically changed to the heliocentric idea. But that didn't really work. So then because they wanted the circles, so then they changed to the ellipses. So the point of all that is that these models don't explain anything. They just make predictions of what you see at some other point in time. And it doesn't necessarily mean there's an ultimate reality there.
Do you think a good model should have like mathematical predictions that back it?
Models should make predictions, obviously, and then those models should be tested against the reality to see if they're accurate. But that's purely pragmatic. When you jump in and say the model is physically real, you're making a logical leap.
Huh?
Right.
Kingsley, you're hot with Mike.
Oh, you duck. You fucking oh.
Okay, you're muted. Jesus fuck, dude. Okay, so I'll give you an example. The entire model of electricity and magnetism is based upon the ether. Now, nobody in modern physics, well, the majority, think ether exists. But the model itself can't operate unless you do think it exists. Right? Electricity and magnetism, like you're using a computer, there's electricity going through it. The entire model of that is based upon there's an ether. And your computer works. And you can type on it, and you can talk to me, and all these things.
Can you help me understand what ether is?
Ether is supposed to be like the substrate of reality, like an incompressible gas or incompressible fluid. That in James Clerk Maxwell's formulation, was a bunch of incompressible spheres, like beads, rolling against each other. And when they rolled in a certain way, that would be a current. And if they rolled in another way, that would be like a magnetic field. And he made this mechanical model of the ether back in the 1870s that gave us the modern theory of electricity and magnetism. Now, Michelson Morley did an experiment where they tried to prove that the ether existed because the Earth would be moving through it. They detected no significant phase shift in where they interfered light, and they concluded that there's no ether that exists. Because the only other conclusion they could reach is the Earth's not in motion. And because they didn't like that, they invented general relativity on how the frickin' arms of the interferometer and the clocks and everything somehow magically change size in the direction of the motion of the Earth. So the motion of the Earth became undetectable by an optical experiment. So with all that being said, the point is that philosophically, just because a model makes predictions just as a matter of logic as well, is that just because it makes accurate predictions doesn't mean the model is physically real. This is well known in engineering. I can even give you a citation of a whole treatment on this, is the reasonable ineffectiveness of mathematics, written by an electrical engineer. So that in engineering, they use all sorts of bullshit models to make things happen, but none of it is like, they use things like negative time. Negative time don't exist, man.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, in all sorts of fields, there's interesting manipulations of reality by which things are done to make things make sense or to make things simpler.
Oh,
Like a common
yeah.
example that you guys have is where you post papers where, like, for aerodynamic purposes, they just make sure that the Earth is flat so that they reduce the Coriolis effect and stuff like that, so that it's simpler to look at. And that's one example.
No.
What
There's no
the-
Coriolis simplified, dude. No.
So what? Where did you get the idea that the NASA document of a flat, non-rotating, a linear aircraft model of a flat, non-rotating Earth was done to get rid of the Coriolis effect?
Well, when I read the paper, I mean, I could be completely misreading and misremembering, but when I read the paper, that's what I remember reading. I could be wrong.
Well, they did say they're not using any Coriolis effect, but that wouldn't matter because they couldn't model it with a Coriolis effect anyway. You'd never be able to land an airplane.
Well, anyway,
Well,
I'm
if you're
trying to,
flying north-south, then
piggyback off of what you were saying regarding like what I've seen. Like, I'm not trying to like get you or anything. Like, I'm just
all I'm saying is that you said like they twist reality. They're not twisting reality. They're twisting mathematics, which are abstractions. They don't exist in any reality.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
They're transcendental quantities. They don't exist anywhere. But we can use these abstractions to like draw correlations between them and things in the world. But that doesn't make whatever the mathematics say anything other than a description of an outcome. And that's it. It's not even a description of what happens. It's just a description of the outcome. Prediction. But the thing is, they don't explain things. So when you say, hey, there's all these explanations, we have models. And then there's explanations of the models. Oftentimes, they don't actually go together. So for instance, we've just been talking about a 24-hour sun. Now, the model to predict when this happened is not a globe Earth model, but there's a globe Earth explanation. So if you look into the mathematics of how this is predicted, there's no globe Earth. You're not on a globe. There's no globe in the math anywhere. Like, it has nothing to do with the globe. But the explanation that the globers give, they don't know that this is the case, and they just think in their head because there's a globe explanation that says it happens, that the Earth is tilted at 23 degrees, and then the sun's over there, so this part of the Earth is illuminated. You know, that explanation, which is a cool story, has a mathematical backing or a model backing. It doesn't. I'm not saying it couldn't, but it doesn't. That's not how it's done currently.
I understand. I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this would be probably done in conjunction with other observations, like seasonal cycles, for example.
What does that even mean? Dude, you sound like you're just saying like buzzwords. What's a season?
A season is where it's like, for example, in winter it's colder, in summer it's hotter due to the.
Okay.
Well, in
when do those happen?
Every few months.
Okay, when does spring start?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go. No, let's do this. Summer. When does summer start?
Well, that's the first season, so January.
Yeah, let's just say when does summer start? Let's just go there.
January.
January? You in Australia?
I don't know. When does summer start?
Okay.
Gosh, are you a person?
kidding me? I'm sorry. It should June 22nd or 23rd is usually the official start of summer. But that's the astronomical summer. You said hot, cold. That's not the same time.
Right.
Hot, cold starts about August. So peak temperature, at least where I live, is about August.
Do you have a belly button? I'm sorry. I'll try to shut up.
And there's places on Earth where the summer and winter temperature are the opposite of what like you'd expect, because the temperature is guided by other reasons other than the quote unquote seasons. So in San Francisco, it's colder in the summer than the winter, but that's because of water currents, right? It chills freaking San Francisco in the summer, and the temperature is like a couple degrees lower. So there's other factors, geographical and wind currents, water currents, all that stuff, which determine the temperature. Okay,
Right.
these are
Yeah,
called
I agree.
meteorological seasons, and then there's the astronomical seasons. So you're conflating like I mean, I'm not blaming it on you. This is how it's presented in school in other places. Hey, there's these things called seasons. It's based upon the tilt of the Earth. It's when it gets hot and cold, but those two aren't actually correlated the way they make it out like it is. There's no causal link.
Between the Earth's tilt and the temperature.
Right. You have a correlation, but not, well, first of all, the Earth isn't tilting. It would be when the sun is low in the sky, which also correlates to the length of day.
Right.
So the day, like summer, the days are longer, right? So you have a 16-hour day. It's probably no surprise that it's warmer.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But their tilt theory is that the surface area of a tilted globe is you get more sunlight spread over a larger surface, more direct sunlight on a particular part of the ball because the angle that it's tilted at the Earth. Right. So that's like the explanation. But the mathematics are based completely on a celestial sphere, and you're a point at the origin of coordinates, right? See the celestial sphere. Where's the sun's path in it? That's it. They don't see no orbit. They don't see no tilt. They don't see no spinning Earth. They don't see nobody's ever seen any of this stuff. It's just a model.
Yeah. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. Like, I think that what they teach in school is that part of it is based on the tilt, and then throughout like various time periods, like throughout different time periods of the year, then different parts of the Earth receive the sun's more direct rays.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Listen. We all know. Listen, everybody in here, we used to be Globe Earthers, man. We all heard the same stuff you heard, right? The difference is between us and you is we went and checked, okay? And there's a key component to the Earth being a globe, and that means the surface of the water of the Earth, which is mostly water, has to be curving at a prescribed rate, and if it's not a ball. That's the only dichotomy that you have. Look, because we could listen.
That's fine.
There's an infinite amount of models for any. There's an infinite amount of arbitrary models for any data set. Meaning, you could, if you had the time and energy, you could make an infinite amount of models that will make predictions of any phenomenon observed. Period. So, how do you tell the difference using not models, but like measurements of the thing in question? So the thing in question is that would solve it, which is not ambiguous. Things like Eratosthenes, which depending on your presuppositions, Earth or flat, you get the same result. So what can we do to get something that's a true dichotomy? Well, a ball can't have a flat surface, and a flat surface can't have a curving. A flat Earth can't have a curving surface, and we can just test if the surface of the Earth is curving or not curving, and know for certain one way or another without speculation and assumptions or any of that stuff. We can know just by direct measurement.
So how about this? I will go out. I will do a test. I will say like, Happy here doing a flat Earth test. Is there a specific test that you want me to do?
I mean, is there that I want you to do? I mean,
did you recommend?
Where are you? Yeah, where are you?
I'm in Australia.
You near any large body of water? Where are you at? Like generally, you don't need to tell me your freaking house number.
Yeah. So I can go out to like the beach or something. That's fine.
Are you near Dover?
Like Dover? No, I'm near like I can go out to like Darling Harbour, or I can go out to like any large body of water.
You're in Australia?
Yeah, that's correct.
We hook you up with people. As a matter of fact, where's frickin' Stacy?
Yeah, we got to get her in here.
There are other Australians here, right? I think Des is Australian. He's got a picture of Australia.
Yeah, Des is here. You're right. Maybe he has a suggestion for you. I could show you Stacy. Have you seen Salt Lake Stacy's YouTube channel? I feel like you might like that.
I can have a look.
She's from Australia. I'll find it for you.
All right, cheers.
Look, I mean, it depends on what level. Like, you know, you could just go out and look, right? You could just go out and look, and hey, do I see that boat? Is it far away? Do I not? That's not really. That's good, but it's not the best. The best way to do it would be to take a laser and shine it a significant distance so you can actually measure it.
Right.
So what you would do is you would measure it off the surface of the water, see its height, then go to the other end of the laser, say 10 miles away, and measure its height above the water again. So in 10 miles, it should be 66 feet above the water. Right? So if you go 10 miles away at the other end of the laser and it's hitting you in your eye, obviously it's not a ball. Unless you're 66 feet tall. I mean, maybe you're the Jolly Green Giant. I don't know.
Right. Okay.
Did you think that the Earth was curving that much?
Not that we can observe. I don't think the Earth is curving to the point where we can observe and say, like, oh, hey, look, it's curving.
No, I don't mean the left or right. I mean the far away, right? So as things go into distance, they should be dropping down. Did you realize that the globe Earth prediction is that 10 miles away, the Earth should be dropped down 66 feet?
What's the formula that they use for that?
Well, I mean, there's a couple you can use. Pythagorean theorem. There's one you could use. Well, I'll give you something.
Because I don't think the Pythagorean theorem accounts for curvature, but I could be wrong.
You're only calculating the drop, the Pythagorean theorem.
Okay.
It's actually a very easy formula.
Yeah, like a squared plus.
So the drop would be drop equals square root of r squared plus object distance, that's o squared minus r. But I'll post in the chat. I'll post a calculator. This is a Goldberg's freaking curve calculator, not mine. So all the formulas are in this calculator, so you can see them besides the values, right? How each variable is calculated. So, but generally, you can just use the 8 inches per mile squared, which is accurate for nearly 1,000 miles within like 1%. So, given that value, the drop, the surveyor drop, is 66 feet from eye level. Well, it could be actually any level. It would just be like, from my eye level, how much, or foot level, or frickin' 10 feet above my foot, we draw a straight line straight out into space. How far does the surface of the Earth drop down? And at 10 miles, that's 66 feet.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I guess I'll go out. I'll buy a laser. I'll do some observations, and you have to promise me, like, because if my experiment goes in it and I realize that the Earth is flat, then yeah, I will for the moment become a flat earther until I can do.
We're not trying to turn you into a flat earther, dude. Like, if you go out, you do an experiment, whatever the results are, they are. And if you want to stick your head back in the sand, I don't care. We are not trying to turn you into a flat earther. I don't know where you people get that idea.
Okay, no. Like, I think what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to be like, I'm going to be intellectually honest, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're trying to turn me into a flat earther. Okay,
so what it's like, we're here, we give information that people didn't previously know. So I gave you some I'm sure that you didn't previously know. Like, a lot of people, they believe in the globe, but they don't know anything about it. They don't know any details and any particularities. And they think, like right now, you probably didn't think the Earth dropped down 66 feet in 10 miles. It gets even worse. In 30 miles, it's 420 feet. Now, you probably use like the metric system, right? So if you're 1.92 meters off the surface of the Earth, okay, and you shine to a spot 40 kilometers away from you, that laser should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. Yeah, that's like a 47-story building. Okay?
It's pretty tall.
42-story building, rather. That's how high the laser should be 40 kilometers away. You should have to look up to see the laser. And it ain't going to be close even when you look up. It's going to be way the hell up there. So, a lot of people don't realize that this is what the globe mathematics predicts. And we're telling them They say it's a globe. They say all this stuff, but if you go out and check, you're going to find out there's no globe out there. It only exists on TV and books or magazines, or by word of mouth in people's imaginations. But it doesn't exist out there in the natural world.
I have a random question that I thought of. So like, if you go to like the edge of Australia and you go to a beach and you point a telescope in the direction of like, I don't know, New Zealand, for example, and you get a telescope and you zoom it in really, really far.
Telescopes don't zoom, bro. Telescopes have fixed. Don't have.
You're right.
Telescopes don't have variable to zoom. Can't zoom it in real far.
You're right. Okay, so let's say that you have a fixed telescope, right, or like a device that you can would be able to see New Zealand from, and you point it to New Zealand. Would you be able to see New Zealand?
How far away is it?
I'm not sure, but it's pretty far away.
More than 200, more than 300 kilometers?
The answer is no.
Yeah, the answer is no, dude. Open up a weather app and look at your visibility. That's not a globe Earth calculation. Just open up a weather app and look at the visibility.
Yeah, okay, I understand where you're coming from. I kind of expected that. And that's fine. Like, I agree.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you expect it? Like, literally,
right, yeah.
Sailors use it to know to figure out how far they can see it at sea. Pilots use it to know how far away they can be until they see the runway. And there's no globe involved in that calculation. It's just the opacity of the air. And it doesn't matter how big of a telescope you get, because light comes to the telescope, you don't see out, right? So having a bigger telescope don't fix the problem.
Right. Okay.
The problem is that the average thing you're looking at has very poor reflectivity, so you won't be able to see it at that distance regardless.
Yeah, you got to remember this. You're trying to look at reflected New Zealand, like reflecting off of New Zealand, whatever that would be.
Right.
I'm sure there's other things near your darling harbor that you could see. You know, some kind of. You don't really have to buy a laser, like you said you were going to buy a laser. I mean, you could. That'd be cool, but probably be some kind of lighthouse or island that you could measure the distance to and determine whether it should be visible from your location.
Yeah, probably. All right. Well, I'll do the experiments and I will come back to you guys with the result. I might put it on YouTube or something. Who knows?
Okay, yeah, before you go, I just want to make sure, based on what we talked about last time, that you understand the concept that India was explaining to you, because when you, last time we talked and you still believed that the globe had better explanations for things. So the point here is that what you think are good explanation for things, when you actually look at them, they are not actually backed by science. They don't use the scientific method. They're not based on making a natural observation and rigorous testing with an independent and dependent variable. So what he was explaining to you is that for any phenomenon, you can make up a bunch of stories. Like we could have made up a story for you when you were here earlier. The other day, we were talking with Daz and Neil and other people were here, and we weren't giving you stories about the different things you were asking about, what causes, the sun motion, or, different things you were asking us. So, because we're not willing to make up an unsubstantiated story for you, you were willing to go with the globe fairy tale. So the point here is that whatever phenomenon you're looking at, such as the motion of the sun, which mechanism can't be determined since we are not able to visit it, and many other reasons you can't do an actual scientific test on it. So, but you could come up with, as Indio said, infinite models or explanations. I mean, you could even find, if you went elsewhere, you could even find flat earthers that would come up with models and explanations for you. But then what you shouldn't do is sit there and try to decide which unsubstantiated, unproven model you like better, because none of those would be verifiable, testable, or repeatable when you're talking about objects in the sky, such as the sun, moon, and stars, which you are not capable of visiting. So did you understand what he was telling you about why explanations in and of themselves are not sufficient unless they can be tested using the scientific method? Did you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that. Like, for example, if you have like an entire, like for example, a book, like a fantasy book, can be cohesive. It can work together. It can have lots of like explanatory power, but that doesn't mean that it's coherent or that it maps to reality. So I can understand that that type of model doesn't necessarily always mean that it's accurate.
Good. Wow, we've actually made progress, Happy. Gosh, like you're way more able to, I don't know, progress in your thinking than I thought after our first conversation. It's very exciting. This is a great thing. So, yeah, well, you go do your test, see if you can find something off your Darling Harbor there and determine the distance. Then you can use the Earth curve calculator there that Indio gave you. Did you save that? Did you open that up?
Yeah, I bookmarked that.
Yeah, good. So you can determine if that thing should be hidden by a curve according to the predictions of the globe model, and then see whether you can actually see it. And if you can see it, and the Earth curve calculator says you shouldn't, then that is a piece of evidence against the globe model.
All right. See you guys.
All right. See you.
You were very generous on that one. His last statement was a little incoherent.
I know, but you didn't see him the last time. He was so much worse. There is incremental progress there.
The eternal optimist.
Yeah, I guess so.
Baby steps, man. Baby steps.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
How come Matthew Learns isn't learning? Should we just flog him instead?
Somebody keeps flogging me just for showing up here. I get banned about every other day in here.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that.
Well, it's not
when
me.
I'm not even here. Is there a way to tell who it is or who I should avoid?
I don't know. I mean, there is. If they do it recently, I could. But if I go in that log, probably tons of bands in there right now. I'm scrolling forever.
It was like 2 or 3 days ago. Who knows?
And then virtual flogging. Positive reinforcement isn't working with you. So I was just going to switch to just negative reinforcement, just scream at you again. But that doesn't seem to work either, so I think Kiwi tried that.
Maybe the person who bans me will just keep having fun doing that, and that will convince me not to come around.
That would be a shame, Matthew.
Oh, thanks.
You're a delightful glober.
Yeah, I guess if they ban you, there's no convincing necessary since it just, performs the mechanism without any action on your part.
Obviously, you being banned proves the globe, so.
But, I mean, it feels like a little bit of an overreach if they do it when I'm not even here or if I haven't even said anything, stuff like that. So, I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably unnecessary. But,
I'm not seeing anybody ban you, though. So, are you sure?
Okay. Yeah, this morning I wasn't able to be here, but now I am. I wonder if...
there's probably no mod in here at the time, and then the room just closes to everybody.
And Discord was having a little bit of a problem today, so entering rooms was difficult.
Maybe I take it all back.
Yeah, I don't actually see any ban anywhere.
Okay. Well, maybe I take it all back. So you're saying if there's no mod around, the room just disappears?
Yep.
All right.
Well, it's visible, but nobody can join a bunch of mods.
Only to us.
Yeah, it's not visible to me, so it's probably just visible to mods.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if
all
you
right.
add
Well,
the room to your favorites,
I'm sorry I
it'll be
assumed the
visible.
worst. Yeah, I'm sorry I assumed the worst and assumed somebody was
So
banning me.
we talked that out. Another positive outcome. Nobody's out to get you.
Well, that doesn't necessarily follow, but yes, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're not paranoid, Matthew. People really are out to get you.
Yeah, that is true, Rayleigh. You're right. Yeah. Just not in this particular instance. Just not today.
Okay, that makes more sense.
So rumor has it that the NASA rocket emergency escape side that they used to escape in case they have a malfunction, they're going to turn it into an amusement park ride. That's what I heard. There's the ad.
Which slide?
The escape side. They have an escape side. The rocket's going to blow up. They have a chamber underneath everything with couches and TVs and everything where they can chill.
Looks fun.
Yep, Matthew will be lining up. He'll be there 5 a.m., first in line with his lawn chair. Kingsley is going to start hot miking again. Does he just automatically come off of mute or what? Because he's been hot miking for a while now.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. Sorry.
Oh, now he muted himself. Cool.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum.
Hello. Did you have a question about the flat Earth, Mr. Pot?
Yeah. Does
What's your
anybody
question?
here remember me?
Well, there might be someone here who remembers you. I don't think I talked to you unless you changed your name, but
Yeah.
you
Yeah, I
it's all
didn't
right.
talk to you.
Yeah, so you've
Last time,
spoken to Mhm.
yeah, it's just like last time I was here, like I was making an experiment, but it was like theoretical, mathematical and shit. So right now I discovered that it's actually a discovered thing 2,200 years ago, used to like prove the curvature of the Earth. If anybody remembers it, it uses like 4 people and some tools and math. It doesn't
Does it work?
really. it doesn't prove that the Earth is like not flat, but it gives you a lot of challenges, makes your life worse,
I
and
don't feel particularly challenged by elevation angles on a flat Earth, personally.
yeah, it's the sun distance, yeah. And it was about the angular size, yeah. And it turned out that the distance of the sun is like too small, too little, yeah. It was
The
like
distance.
105 to 150 kilometers, which is like
Are you
if
sure?
you got. No, of course not. It needs
Okay.
to be practical. Yeah, it's just on paper.
Are you sure that's what it has to be?
No, I'm thinking that it's the probable result.
Why?
Because I'm using math here.
What's the math?
Trigonometry and geometry, and yeah, that's it.
Will you be able to show your work?
Show you my work? Theoretically, yeah, but practically, I'd need like from $500
Post the
to
math.
5,000. The just the math?
Sure.
Yeah, sure, yeah. I've done it before, but like I didn't know it was bigger than that. I was an amateur.
We all got to start somewhere, brother.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm not a glober. I'm just like playing around with numbers.
I hear you.
Yeah. I love you.
He's posting this amazing proof. Is that what's happening?
Me? Who's it?
Yeah, you're going to post it? Is that what's happening? You're writing this down?
I'm trying to like find my notebook.
Oh, he's finding his notebook. Okay.
Yeah.
You can always just take a picture of the notebook. That'd probably be easier than retyping it.
No, I'll stream. I'll open my camera. Last time I was doing the calculations live, someone told me they were good calculations, but they lagged some numbers and practical, I don't know, like something practical, like doing it. Practical on the real world.
Oh, I'm glad you're so receptive to feedback. You even remember the feedback you were given.
Yeah,
That's great.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd be a faggot. I've got a couple of questions while I'm trying to like find the notebook. Doesn't anybody feel like know the distance of the sun from the Earth? Or is it not proven? Not known.
You cannot. Yeah, you cannot. It's unknown. The distance of the sun from the Earth is unverified, unknown, unmeasured, uncalculated.
But
I think it's 94.25 million. That's my opinion.
94.4 million.
You can't use Matthew yet.
94.25 million.
Matthew's opinion of the distance of the sun is unfortunately not going to be a verifiable measurement that you can use in whatever proof you're hooking up there. How did you verify it, Matthew?
I trusted what timeanddate.com posted.
Yeah, so we're not into presuppositions around here. Did you learn that last time, Mr. Pot?
Yeah, but we can use trigonometry though.
We can use what?
Trigonometry.
Trigonometry? Yeah, but you can't use that to find the distance of the sun.
To what?
How would you use that to find the distance of the sun when the sun can only be in an apparent location? You can't determine its actual location since you can't travel there.
No, I can be like under the sun, but it had like to be a specific time, a very specific time.
Somebody
Like
can invite you to, somebody can probably DM you an invitation to Earth Awakenings if you'd rather be over there. But over here, we just go by things that can actually be verified in a testable, repeatable way. So that's not one of those things. Why do you need that anyway? What is it you're trying to prove? What is it you're trying to prove?
Wait. I'm gonna send you. Wait. Fuck. I'm stuck. Wait. I'm back, yo. These are the stuff I'm trying to prove. But it's all theoretical. Number one is the only thing I'm sure of.
Oh, yeah. Number one's the one I'm most sure is not true.
What the fuck?
Your other two, like number three, I haven't even begun to try to determine what you're even trying to say there. Same with two, but one is definitely not true. We don't have more things to prove and question. I don't know what you're talking about. His number one is flat earther's life is more complicated with more things to prove and question now? I think not. All we have to do is disprove the radius of the globe toy. The 3,959 miles that they claim their imaginary globe has, and we've disproved that thousands of times. Like, why do we have to prove stuff when we're in the business of disproving here? You didn't hear that last time, Pot?
Disproving.
Yeah, that's right. So cross out number one.
But I'm also in the disproving area. I don't believe in the globe. I don't believe in the flat earth. I just think for myself.
If they deny number two, then I'm sorry, I better read number two first. The sun looks too big because CUZ of its crazy angular size.
Yeah.
If they deny number two, then at least using a plane going 30 plus kilometers, I mean, that does, okay, would show obvious results in the change in size of the sun because of its closeness to the Earth in the flat Earth model, and the higher altitude, the more obvious. So many things wrong with number three. I can't even begin.
The hell's up with number one?
Oh yeah, I already crossed out number one, Indio. We just discarded that entirely.
Like, what the hell? How do you know what my life is like, buddy?
You can disprove number one if you want. I mean, I think, did you already concede that I told you we're not proving, we're disproving pot?
But if you, all right, how about I show you the experiment? Then you would understand what I mean.
I know, we've been waiting. You said you have a notebook. Just take a picture of it and put it in the chat.
No, it's not a picture. I'm finding it, and I'm gonna open my camera.
You can't find your notebook?
No, you're not opening your camera, dude.
I was doing it in my like biology notebook, so it's fucked up. I was bored. Turns out I discovered a method being used 2000 years ago.
It's in your notebook?
Yeah, using my notebook, trigonometry, and just some theories, yeah.
Oh, why don't you just describe it to us? Because we probably already heard it before.
All right, wait.
2,000 years ago. Eratosthenes? Is that it?
What?
Sticks and shadows?
Yeah, kinda, but is it?
I'm asking you.
All right,
Is it measuring the shadows and getting the angle out to the sun? That one?
I'm gonna search the experiment for it. Variation of Eratosthenes. What the fuck is this thing?
Eratosthenes. If you're just learning about it now, don't even bother, bro.
Yeah, I just discovered it, nigga. I was shitting my pants. No, I mean shitting the toilet, and I made it up.
God, his parents must be proud.
Is there no one else?
Why mute you? You know why, dude. Just stop. It wasn't an experiment.
Oh, that's really interesting, India. The video there about the slide. I hadn't seen that before.
Yeah, it's gonna be a music park ride.
Yeah, Matthew Lawrence is ready.
Is he tall enough to get on? I don't know, man.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
You know how they used to have like a little like cutout like cartoon character with like their hand, and if you could fit under the hand, it'll have like a little astronaut cartoon character cut out. Maybe Don Pettit or Neil Armstrong or something. You need to be at least this tall to ride our slide.
Oh yeah, one of those people at work I was telling you about that just reminded me. Yeah, like her aunt was the neighbor of an astronaut, and they used to look after her cat when they were, doing their space stuff. And plus, they lived right down the street from Neil Armstrong's old house. I'm not kidding you. These are the stories I heard.
That's cool.
Everybody's
that
like,
proves the globe.
"Wow, you lived in Neil Armstrong's neighborhood.
Did you see him in real life?
You took care of a NASA employee's cat. You're the coolest person on Earth."
Was there moon dust on him? Did you save the moon dust from his cat?
That's right. Did you comb the cat carefully to see if you get any moon dust? Oh, this pot guy is still trying to talk to you there, isn't he?
Oh, he's like spurging out.
Yeah. Oh, he's not even here anymore. He gave up on us. But he's still in the chat. The experiment uses 4 people split into 2.
Is that a magician's experiment?
That's what I was wondering. There might be a word missing there, Rayleigh. Yeah, I guess he's going to end up with 8 people at the end. He's got 4 people split into 2.
Man, he's just saying anything at this point.
Yeah, he really wants our life to be complicated. Sucks for him.
He thinks Eratosthenes is measuring the distance to the sun. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, how did Eratosthenes measure the distance to the sun?
Apparently with the sticks and shadows. He already knew it was an Earth of 3,959-mile radius, so he used the sticks and shadows to measure the distance to the sun. Fucking this dude's hell ass backwards.
EHC is here with their helmet. Do you think you live on a globe, EHC? No comment.
Vaulted. You spoke?
That question's too scary, too scary. Did I spook him, Indio?
There's a couple others at the bottom of the chat. I can't really. I have no idea what those names are.
Yeah, there's the flying horse.
And Disinform. Rion and Disinform. That seems promising. Disinform, why don't you tell us how the Earth is a globe and disinform us?
I think you broke Pat, Indio. I think you broke him.
Oh, really? I stopped looking at the chat, man. He started going.
His last comment is just summer. Drills is here. Maybe Drills is the one we've been looking for. No. Oh, no. It's Dylan. Coming in muted. I wonder why. Heretic must have been here last time he was here.
I thought mutes run out after an hour or 2 hours or something.
Well, I know that's what I think was happening with Kingsley. He was like he didn't know it because he's got that glitch, you know. But they kept running out. I think they do run out. Yeah. So, oh no, Dylan's unmuted. Somebody was merciful to him. Hello.
Hi there, Mary.
You sound cheerful. You probably finally bought that motorcycle.
Maybe I did.
I bet you did.
And I gave a girl a ride.
I knew it. He sounded happy. You guys heard it right. He sounded way more cheerful than the last time he was here.
Yeah, she was very freaky, Mary.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing in your book?
Is that why you sound tired?
I like it. I like
up all night?
Yeah, I didn't sleep. Honestly, it was yesterday. I didn't sleep all night.
He can't tell us that. Can't you tell?
I felt really alive, to be honest, and felt good.
Did you tell her the Earth was flat?
No, I'll probably never see her again.
Oh, come on. What do you mean?
It's just a one-time thing, you know. I gave her a perfect date. During sunset, we listened to music, we ate, we made out on the bench, and then she followed me back to the hotel, and we had some wonderful time. Said goodbye, gave her a
board
kiss,
games,
and that was
obviously
it. Yeah, we played
that must have
games
been
all
it.
night.
Checkers, chess, Scrabble.
She tasted very good.
Thumb wrestling. You did thumb wrestling?
We did, yeah. We did also a different tasting, and I thought she tasted really good.
Okay, dude. You don't have to be gross.
Yeah, we don't need too many details.
Look, bro, Dylan, you sound worn out already. Like, how you gonna you might have to trade in your motorcycle because it doesn't sound like you have the stamina to last.
I was
that for another couple of years, you'll be worn out.
Yeah. I think in 2-3 years I won't be able to ride my motorcycle, to be honest with you. And right before I gave her the ride, I almost was in a very fatal crash. It was like 10 centimeters from me hitting the car, literally. I was going off, and then this car just came out of nowhere from the right.
I was almost right about not getting the motorcycle.
Yeah, it was crazy.
10 centimeters away from you.
10 centimeters. I don't know what is it in inches. It's like an inch. Less than an inch. I think it's less than an inch. I don't know what 10 centimeters is. Maybe you can ask Google or some shit. But I could feel the breeze. I literally felt the side of the car almost. You know. Yeah.
You ever rode a motorcycle in the street before?
I have. The car was supposed to go
straight, but it just
Yeah, I
turned
know. I know how it works, man. They don't pay attention to you.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
like, bro, like when they're driving, they see like a scoreboard, and you're like 500 points.
yeah, probably. But that was
Oh, hit
scary
the
to be
guy in a
honest.
motorcycle, 500 points. Baby in a
Yeah,
carriage,
that was
1,000
that was
points.
that was scary. Like I saw, shit, it could have ended. So my day was from that it went to meeting the girl, giving her a motorcycle ride, and like it was just up and down, and yeah, the girl was really pissed at me because I was like 40 minutes late because of that almost accident. So I had to stop to check that everything was okay, and yeah.
Yeah, next time, especially if you don't plan to see her again, just at the end, just tell her Earth is flat, just for
But
fun.
she might be pregnant, Mary. I'm afraid that she might be pregnant.
Gosh, too much information, Dylan.
Yeah, what should I do, Mary? Give me some advice. You're older.
Hard not to believe him.
You're
He
still
didn't get
young,
laid,
but you're
dude.
older. Yeah, I fucked up.
I
Brother.
got some advice. I got some advice for you. It's real simple. When you're on the bike, pretend that no one can see you, and at the same time, everyone is trying to kill you. Study physics and stay alert. Stay sober.
Larry just gave the best advice you could ever possibly
That was very good advice, Larry. I agree with you 100%. That's why I always try to overtake the cars as soon as possible. That way, I'm always ahead, and there's no one next to me. That's very good advice, actually. But I was asking for advice about the girl potentially being pregnant. I don't know, like, how do you do it?
What? How
I
you
wasn't
make a
with
girl
her.
pregnant?
I didn't buy her plan B, so she said she might take a plan B, but then I asked her, like, jokingly, I joked with her, like, are you gonna send me a message saying you're pregnant? I hope not. And she was saying, yeah, it is what it is. If it happens, it happens.
You should go
How
to the
long have you
chill
seen
chat
her?
for this. You should go to the chill chat for this discussion. You are in the Flat Earth Discord there. You shouldn't be giving out so much personal information about yourself on the live stream.
My bad, Mary. My bad.
I'm just trying to look out for you.
What, someone's gonna dox me?
No, we're gonna steal your motorcycle.
Yeah, not just don't steal my motorcycle, please. You can dox me, just don't steal her. Laura. Don't steal Laura.
Now you've named your motorcycle a girl's name.
Yeah. It's
Sure
a
you didn't
German
take the motorcycle to
Laura.
the hotel room and do that?
No, that's not how it works, really. I only sit on her on the road,
Well, we have Jen and Nick.
I have to say,
either,
Mary,
yeah. Why you got the black one? Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, Heretic.
Yeah, it's a pussy magnet.
I know. I
Hey,
told
back to
you.
business,
Thank you.
man.
We always like to hear that I'm right. So yes, we'll just end on that note. Jen and Nick, either one of you have any evidence that you live on a globe? They're gone. Gosh, maybe someone else should talk to the new people. I seem to be just making them leave.
No. You're perfect talking to new people. Your voice is really good.
I guess that was a big fat no from Jen.
They'll be back when they find it. They're like, oh, evidence of the go. I'm fresh out. Let me run to the store and get some.
Yeah.
Is that why so many fathers never came back?
Probably.
Yes, because the store they have no inventory on Globe Proof, so
Yeah.
Yeah, if they'd went for smokes, they would have been back. Going for globe evidence. They're still on that journey.
Yeah, we are all on a journey, I guess.
All that store has is tactics and stacking fallacies. That's the only thing that store has in it.
Yeah, buy 2 fallacies, get 1 tactic free.
Oh.
Take it you don't have any cold evidence, Dylan?
What's up,
We remember Boomdog. Yes, Boomdog returns. The return of Boomdog. Hello. How's it going?
Just chilling out.
Yes. Did you move your extroverted globe lover personality into your real life?
No, I'm still the same person.
Oh, okay.
He's still coping.
Okay. And what keeps you on the globe, Boomdog?
I don't know. Maybe it's flat.
That's right. It is flat. It's not even a maybe.
So nothing's keeping me on the globe. You answered your own question.
All right. Well, welcome to the Flat Earth.
Welcome. Hi.
How are you going to explain it to other people?
You explained it for me.
When did I do that? Last time?
No, during the introduction.
Just now?
Yeah, just now. You just said,
because nothing's keeping you on it? Yeah, because nothing's keeping you on it, so you're not going to be on it anymore. Sounds like a plan.
But I am on it, right?
The Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so am I.
Right. Okay, so you got it.
Nice. All right, we're in the same place. That's good.
There we go.
High five.
Virtual
Kumbaya.
high five.
Kumbaya.
There's a lot of people muted in this room.
Yeah, they're here. I mean, yeah, some of them.
Why do they all mute their microphones?
Because it's mic discipline. If you're going to have deep conversations, like, past the weather, everyone has to be disciplined and allow the conversation to progress. If we were all unmuted, then you would have heard me talking to the lady who gave me a pin a second ago.
Okay, so
the lady
Larry
gave you what?
So Larry, why are you unmuted? Are you undisciplined?
No, because I have a truck driver's microphone with a mute button on my headset instead of using the app.
Okay.
Because I drive safe.
Nice. Cool.
Let it drive safe.
That's right.
Drive safe, Larry.
Larry, I'm fucking proud of you for also giving me advice for how to be safe.
Yeah, I hope you listen to that advice. The physics is very important when riding a motorcycle.
The only reason we're listening to this advice is because your microphone is not muted and you're the one telling us this advice. Fascinating.
Yep. Keep it moving.
Well, yours is going to be server muted pretty soon, since your input is basically worthless.
Do you guys want to take baits on it? Like bets on how long it takes Crit to mute me?
Well,
no.
Sure, since I can rig that outcome.
The only advice I left out is don't participate in road rage. That's it. That's all I got.
Okay, fair enough. No road rage on this end. I'm good. I'm in the house. I'm one of the few truck drivers in the Flat Earth server that's not driving a truck. I'm just chillaxing in the house. Crit, you were saying.
What do you think is holding you to your chair, bro? What do you think's holding you to your chair? You said you're in the house.
I don't think anything's holding. I can totally stand up. Nothing is holding me to my chair. What does that mean?
What's holding the oceans down?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, is it the high gas pressure, or is it the low temperature, or both?
So you're not going to tell me. You're just going to ask me a question. Dude, what do you think is holding the oceans to the earth?
Both.
Both my chair and
no, bro. I just said it's the high gas pressure and the low temperature
is holding.
Yeah,
the gas pressure is holding the oceans to the earth. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with my chair at all. Got it.
Well, we are talking about relative density.
I have no
So
idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, you could just look it up, relative density or specific gravity, whatever you want to call it.
You want me to look up what we're talking about right now? I don't even know how to do that.
Do you even have the internet, bro?
Yeah, but when
Go to your library.
When I type into Chat GPT, hey man, what are we talking about right now? Like you and me, dude. They got Chat GPT has nothing. It's like what, who, what?
Well, I told you what to search: specific gravity or relative density.
But that's a completely different subject, right?
No,
what are
it's
we
not.
talking about right now? Do you want
What's
me?
holding you to your
you want
chair?
me to search? Nothing's holding to me. Nothing's holding me to my chair. I can stand up at any time. I said that already. Do you understand? I can stand up out of my chair. Nothing is holding me to the chair. I can also sit in the chair. Nothing is holding me to it. You
I
understand?
hear you. You're not a paraplegic. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Maybe you thought I was a paraplegic, and that would have been a succinct answer.
No, I just think you're a troll. I just think you're a troll.
You think you're funny, dude? Like, it's not doing very well, man.
It's not a comedy routine. It was a stupid question. I'm just answering it honestly.
Not a stupid question. You're just interpreting it in a way and try and like straw man or something.
You mind coming to the car? You mind coming to the car? Cool. Perfect. All right.
Do you guys want to both argue with me about this at the same time, or like?
Nah, man, you pick and choose, man.
Appreciate you. Have a good one. Thanks.
Larry, your hot mic is, by the way.
Sorry.
Sure about that? I was just telling that guy to beat it. Look, bro, if we broke your legs, you could not get it. Well, we could just break your legs and then you wouldn't be able to stand up from your chair, would you? What would be holding you in your chair?
So we're back to the paraplegic argument.
You know, I'm just gonna say this. I have this image of you breaking his leg with a hammer. You know, like torturing
Kung Fu
him.
Master. Freaking animated Kung Fu Master on the internet. I wouldn't use a hammer. I'd use the edge of my palm.
Okay. Picture it in your own cartoon fantasy. Whatever. Break my legs. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, in your cartoon fantasy, yeah, you actually don't have any legs. You're a ball with a bow tie, but yeah. Still, the cartoon image is funny.
Oh, you're stuck on the PSP. Okay. I can imagine. No, this is an interesting idea. So, like a Discord PFP could like turn into an anime from Japan. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, sorry for hot micing. I just lost total interest in the conversation when the guy said that he could stand up.
Well, there's always Mr. BS if you want to have an argument, Larry.
Uh-oh.
Well, Mr. BS doesn't really argue. He just gets mad and then talks over you.
You don't need to have a meta heretic. Let's keep the meta out of it.
Yeah, it's already happening.
I know you're doing it. You're starting it like you always do. You always just try to rage bait, and it doesn't work. And then you get mad when I prove you wrong.
You're gonna meta the meta. That's
this
crazy.
is it not working.
Wait,
so
chat,
you guys are about to. Are you guys about to mute Larry?
No, we're gonna mute Bugger Smugger.
Yeah, you gotta track better. You gotta track better.
2 seconds in.
Yeah, because when you started complaining about meta, you're doing meta. So
okay, so you guys can do meta, but nobody else can. Got it.
No, not you guys, and not nobody else. Just you.
Heretics.
Oh shit! It worked.
Man, he's easy to trigger, eh? See that?
I saw it. I saw it in real time. You just
How about
muted
the
that
bird
guy.
lawyer? How about the bird lawyer? Is there hope for the bird lawyer?
Are you talking about
What's that?
Harvey Birdman?
I do not know. I have never met a lawyer for
You've
birds.
never heard of Harvey Birdman? That's funny.
Welcome to the Flat Earth Channel, bird lawyer.
Oh, how's it going?
Oh, everything's going well here. Do you have any
Except
thoughts
one guy
about?
got muted. One guy got muted.
Yeah, we're going to get over that, Boomdag. We're moving on. Do you have any thoughts about the flat Earth, bird lawyer, or the globe?
I mean, it's pretty stupid, the idea that the Earth is flat. I was just here for the memes, though. I'm in the middle of eating, so.
Oh, look
So
who got unmuted.
so you think that you live on a globe? Then is what you're telling us.
Yeah, sure.
And what makes you think that?
I mean, we have like pictures of it. That's pretty good evidence.
Pictures from space, yeah. So you're sure that these pictures are accurate?
Yeah, sure.
Have you ever investigated their authenticity?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard arguments against them. I've found them unconvincing.
Okay, let me ask you this: do you believe that we went to the moon in '69?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'm lost now. You lost me now.
This is like Troll Central.
How did I lose you?
No one have gone to the moon.
Well, I can tell you how you lost me. You're a lawyer. You're supposed to have like really high conscientiousness, and you're supposed to be low in agreeableness. And then you're saying that, like, yeah, we totally went to the moon because we saw pictures, and the Earth is a globe because pictures. I saw it on TV.
Maybe
No, you
change
just
the
asked
name
me
of the
for.
chat.
You just asked me for evidence of like how we know the Earth is a globe, and I just gave you evidence of how we know the Earth is a globe. We've taken pictures of it. We know that it's a globe.
There's pictures. Well, there's pictures of Bigfoot. Do you believe in Bigfoot?
There's not pictures of Bigfoot. I mean,
yeah, there is.
Those aren't. Yeah, those aren't real pictures of Bigfoot, though.
Okay, so we got a double standard here. So pictures of Bigfoot, not cool. Pictures of globe, you're okay with it?
I'm not saying they're not cool. You can have like pictures of Bigfoot, and they can be like cool pictures of. I think all those pictures of Bigfoot, the ones that make the news cycle, or well, not the news cycle, but like make the rounds. Those are pretty interesting pictures. I don't think that they're legitimate pictures of Bigfoot.
Well, I don't think there's legitimate pictures of the globe because you don't experience the Earth as a globe when you go outside and you leave your phone, laptop, and TV and all the books and magazines. You just go outside with your clothes. No one's ever experienced the Earth as a globe. So you believe it because you saw it on TV.
What do you mean you don't experience the Earth as a globe?
Have you ever, through your senses, experienced the Earth as a globe without a television, magazine, book, or any kind of media?
I don't know what that means. Experienced it as a globe.
You ever experienced a woman's touch? You know the difference between that and pornography?
I don't. Well, okay, but the Earth being a globe isn't like an experience, right? Excuse me. I wouldn't say that. Like, I wouldn't say that me holding a playing card is me experiencing the playing card as being a square or whatever, or a rectangle, right? It's just that's the property of the thing that I'm holding. It's not an experience.
Have you experienced the Earth as a globe outside with just your clothes?
That question doesn't make any sense.
Okay, moving on. Somebody.
That's like it being a globe isn't an experience. It's a property.
You know that.
Why do you think we went to the moon? Let's just start with something simpler, right? Why do you think we went to the moon? What's the evidence?
I mean, we have a video of us going to the moon.
Let me.
Okay, I guess you don't want that.
No, hold on. We'll get to that.
What do you ask for?
So anything you have is like you either experience it, you remember it, or you imagine it. Your playing card, you can experience a playing card, you can remember a playing card, and you can imagine one. Right now, you're imagining one. You have a reference, right?
What the fuck are you talking about?
The mind, dude. The mind. You experience the Earth as a globe. You don't remember it to be that way, right?
No, I don't know why he used the word experience in that particular phrase.
Perceived with the senses. That's what experience is. Perception with the senses.
So, but that's just the property of the thing that we're talking about. It's not experience. It's not an experience. You don't experience a playing card being rectangle. It's just rectangles.
Okay, but how do you know it's a rectangle?
Because it's a rectangle. That's like the properties of the rectangle.
What do you do to determine it's a rectangle?
You look at it and say, "Hey, that's a rectangle."
Experience of looking, right? Looking and determining.
Why would you use that term? That's so unwieldy.
Okay, well, I mean, is that like an aesthetic choice? Like you don't like those words or something because they're accurate?
I mean, no, they're not. Again, it's an experience. Like looking.
How can you be a lawyer when you look at evidence? How are you a lawyer?
How am I a lawyer? I'm not a lawyer. That's just my name.
Oh, that explains things.
That's just my screen name.
When we say experience the Earth is flat, we mean how it is perceived by the senses.
Huh?
When we say experience the Earth is flat, means perception with the senses. So if you were a lawyer, you would know that to testify in anything in court to any event, you have to have experienced it with your senses.
Okay, but I'm not in a court of law right now.
So
I don't really care.
We know that, but we're using that terminology because it's appropriate, because we're trying to determine what the fact of the matter is, right? So we experience the world a certain way, and how we perceive it visually is flat, not a globe.
No.
When we say
no, you don't experience it as a flat surface.
Oh, really?
Yes, you do.
This sounds like
No, you don't.
bollocks.
Yeah, as if nuh-uh would be a refutation.
I mean, where do you want me to start? There's a lot of problems with viewing the Earth as a flat surface, even if you're just standing on it.
How about
Nice soundboard, I guess? I don't know.
Oh, he's going to be crying.
Flat ocean?
Yeah, 100%. It's not a big hill, so there's that.
Okay. I mean, okay.
How we define flat?
Answer this, burglar. Why did people in the past think the Earth was flat before the globe concept came into being?
I don't know. I don't really care.
You have no clue.
Yeah, I don't really care. I don't.
Yeah, you're a disingenuous snake, dude. Just go on.
Whoa. There's no need for that language.
Are you the guest mod? Do we have another guest mod? Dude, we get a lot of guest mods in here. I don't know how they became guest mods, but...
What's a guest mod?
Someone pretending to be a mod, but they're not, and trying to moderate the moderator.
Gosh.
Honestly, I thought a lot of people thought the Earth was round back in the day, like the Greeks and the Aristotle niggas,
First of all, it wasn't all the Greeks, but before those people, and even into the 20th century, the Chinese thought the Earth was flat. So the only people that thought the Earth was a ball was a subset of Western civilization.
Really? Well, what about the Egyptians?
He did not think the Earth was a ball.
Oh. Did they think it was like a different shape or like what?
I think they thought that they were standing on the body of, can't remember which god it was, but that he held up the sky with his arms and his feet, and the sky was like a dome that was above everything.
I see. So, like when that one Greek guy did the thing with the shadows, was that Totally Bollocks?
Well, probably, but that's neither here nor there because he's one Greek guy.
I mean, we could probably
There's
recreate
other
the
Greeks
experiment, right?
that lived at the same time as him in the same city that were flat earthers.
Huh. I guess that is
Thales
true.
of Miletus is the first known. He made the first known prediction of an eclipse of when it would happen. He was a flat earther. We lived in the same city.
So I guess you're right. It's not like a sphere. It's more kind of like a squarish kind of thing.
Why do you guys' brain always break? You guys just like can't handle the information. You just go into absurdity.
I know, it's crazy. People got to start understanding that the Earth is more like a square.
Yep. Is it the most complex shape you could think of?
A square? Probably the most complex is like a hexagon, maybe an octagon. I don't know.
Next.
Exactly.
I know. I'm tired of
bring
these
up
paper spam
atrocities. I'm
chat.
gonna get cooked, and so because I get cooked, I'm gonna just go into absurdities and say the Earth is a square like a 10-year-old.
Hey, get a
Well,
load
I
of
thought
this.
that's what you were saying, right? Squares are flat.
Get a load of this guy, huh? Get this guy out of my shop, huh? Hey, Guido. Hey, handle this Vinny guy.
Well, why do you think it's not a square? I
Do a
thought you
thing,
just said it
boss. I'll
was.
take care of the light work for you. No problem.
Yeah, get this guy out of my shop, yeah.
Bro's cooked.
Sick of
That's
this
why you
guy
gotta follow
shit.
DGG on Destiny.
We base
bro.
what we think
Destiny.com.
on empirical evidence. There's no empirical evidence the Earth is a square. Okay.
Well, may I ask you, what's the empirical evidence that the Earth is flat? Like, if it is flat, then
Look at it.
what shape is it?
Look at it.
Well, I
Flat
look
isn't
at
a
it. I
shape.
see like hills and trees and stuff like, you know what I mean? Like, you ever
So
look at like the
trees
Grand
aren't the Earth.
Canyon, for example?
First of all, trees
right?
aren't the Earth, and you're making a fallacy of composition where the parts are the same as the whole. Okay, so
I
it's a
guess that does
fallacy of
make sense.
composition. That's a fallacy of composition. On the scale of the Earth, it's flat. The horizontal versus the
Scale of
the horizontal versus the vertical distortion is insignificant. In fact, the Earth would be smoother than a billiard ball. Yeah, that's right. If you looked in, if you zoomed in on the surface of a billiard ball, it would be rougher than the surface of the Earth.
Oh, you're talking about like it's deeper than the Grand Canyon type stuff?
Yes, that's what hills and valleys are, right?
I guess you can say that if you want to be like that. But I was
You're
more
the one
kind
who
of
brought up
concerned on
hills,
the
dude.
shape of the Earth, right? Because we can both agree it's flat, right? Obviously,
Yeah.
with what you're saying. But is it kind of like a square, a triangle? Like,
It's
what are we
Earth-shaped.
getting at?
It's Earth-shaped. It doesn't have an idealized form.
What would like the rough estimate be?
Earth-shaped.
Well, Earth isn't a shape, right?
Neither is a rock, right? What shape is a rock?
Well, it depends on the rock, but the Earth is a specific thing.
No. What do you mean depends on the rock? I'm gonna go to a gravel pit. I'm gonna grab 20 rocks. What is there? No, I'm gonna go to a gravel pit. No, I'm gonna go. They're triangle rocks. Are you serious?
No, there could be triangle rocks. Let me give you an example.
Yeah, go find one. Go outside right now and go find a triangle rock.
Well, I don't really live in an area where there's like triangle rocks, but
nobody does. You're talking out your ass.
Here's
a triangle
of a triangle rock. Here's an example.
And listen. You're conflating.
So I send the group chat of a triangle.
No, you can just go on fucking mute if you're gonna ignore me. It's really simple. You're not gonna mute me by talking over me and ignoring me. It's really simple. Squares, circles, triangles, hexagons. Those are all idealized shapes. They don't exist in reality. They don't exist in nature.
Y'all are fucking retarded.
That's an awesome argument. Anyway. Okay, these things don't exist in reality. They're idealized. They don't exist as such. Okay? So, when I say Earth is Earth-shaped, it doesn't form an idealized. It's not a Platonic solid. It's not a non-Platonic solid. It's not that. Like most things, nothing in nature are these idealized forms. So stop.
Oh, so in the VC, I sent a triangle rock.
It's not a triangle, dude.
No, I sent in the VC here.
Triangle's 3 lines ending at vertexes where the internal angles equal 180 degrees. Those are not triangles.
Well, this is 180 degrees if you measured it.
You don't even have a vertex, dude. A vertex is a point. A vertex. A point where the lines meet. You don't even have lines.
Oh,
you
no,
don't even have straight lines.
It's right there on the rocks. It doesn't have to be a straight line.
Those are not even straight lines, bro.
Oh, no, I think the one on the left is a straight line.
No, they're not straight lines. Not even remotely
I think it is.
close to straight.
I can
see that they're not, dude.
I'm not trying to troll.
You're being disingenuous. No, you're just being a disingenuous fucktard. You know you are. We know you are. I'm done playing the game.
Oh, I guess that guy went away.
This guy raw.
Everyone runs away. I don't know. Mary.
That appears to be the case, Dylan.
Yeah.
Sorry, people.
It's alright. It's alright.
I didn't want you guys to lose any more freaking brain cells.
Yeah, you did what you did. Good.
Yeah, I'm running low on brain cells. I live in Colorado now.
Oh, Bird Lawyer still. Anyone want to talk to Bird Lawyer?
No. We don't have the capacity for.
No.
I don't want that experience.
Oh, Bird Lawyer. Oh, he said I didn't run, frowny face.
He ran from reality.
I'll talk to Bird Lawyer.
Oh,
Bird Lawyer.
What's up?
Yeah. So I did want to mention something to you that you brought up at the beginning that I didn't get to address, which is the pictures from space as proof of your globe. So are you aware that on the NASA.gov website, there is a description of Robert Simmons' job and how he uses the computer to create the image of the globe? I put it in the side chat there.
Flat map around a ball. Okay.
Yeah, basically there it says this image of the globe, that if you'd seen it, because you told me that was your proof of the globe, was an image. So this is the big blue marble, very famous image of the globe. And on NASA.gov, it explains how that was created using flat maps, satellite images that are flat. And then they took the 4 months of satellite data and, like you read there, wrapped the flat map around the ball. Robert says, my part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. So many images that you might think is somebody, oh my gosh. Do you want me to debunk Apollo 17, Matthew Learns? Because I can do that too. But we're only talking about the big blue marble right now.
Mary, go there.
Did you even read that first part of the paragraph you were like trying to highlight there? Or did you just
I was talking to the Bird Lawyer. Who is this other voice? Am I talking to the Bird Lawyer?
I wasn't even.
I know you have a totally different voice. I don't know who that was. Okay, Bird Lawyer. Yeah. All right. Before we get to the next candidate, we're finishing up with the Bird Lawyer. Thank you. Anyway. So yeah, the Apollo 17, I mean, there's so many things wrong with the Apollo 17. There's so many inconsistencies with the image. But the main point is we could, Bird Lawyer, depending on if how long you want to stay here. I mean, yeah, we could go through each image and show you the inconsistencies, including in particular with the Apollo 17 image, the inconsistencies have to do with the time one of the inconsistencies, I should say, have to do with the time they claimed it was shot, which was about 10:37 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. And then when you look at how the light was falling on the Earth at the time they claimed it was taken, that does not match up with reality. But then also, I don't know who this other claimant is. You need to wait your turn. Get in line. Take a number. You're number 2. So anyway, but back to the main point, which is whatever particular image that you're looking at, if it might be the big blue marble CGI image or
digger up.
Oh my gosh. Take a number. You're number 3, except you probably get banned before your number's called. They're inconsistent with each other. That's the point. Like, you can't say, even if you got one that you really liked, that you were sure was real, then we'd have to show you another one where either the landmass is shown on a particular side, or if you're talking about partial images of curvature, the degree of curvature versus the landmass, so on and so forth. Not to mention, many people who have gone up there and taken pictures of a flat horizon, such as the Chinese space agency and so on. But none of that matters if you just try to look for the drop-over distance, which is predicted by the geometry of a sphere, and realize that the drop-over distance of roughly 8 inches per mile squared is never actually observed in reality, and we routinely see observations that are much further than what would be predicted by this sphere.
Sure. So there's a lot to start with there. First thing I would say is that the image that you originally posted about the guy doing the blue marble thing, yes, that is a touched up image. They use the computer generations to kind of like make it look better. The Apollo 17 one, there is an original version of the
Shithouse loitering is so funny.
Can we please?
There's no clue what they did. That's not what he said he did. Not what he did.
Yeah, I mean, you really, you can't go on. Yeah, no, hold on. Yeah, hold on. No, Heretic is addressing your first claim. You can't go on to another claim. You can't go on to another claim. I'm going to mute Dark V. You can't go on to another claim until Heretic wanted to address your first claim.
I'm trying to address you. You said a bunch of things, and I'm just trying to address a number of
wrong in the first thing you said.
Okay, so we can go point by point.
You're obviously just making shit up as you go along.
Okay,
clearly.
So
you haven't listened to Robert Simmons. It's not what he said he did. He didn't take a photograph of the Earth and touch it up and make it look nicer. Try again.
Okay, so do you want to have like an actual discussion, or do you just want to talk over me every single time I try to make a point?
Well, no, it's a complete It's a complete misrepresentation. I just read you what it.
I got 5 seconds into what I was trying to say before you interrupted.
You were trying to move on to Apollo 17, so you can't just pretend to debunk something which completely misrepresents the exact quote that I just read to you about what he did, which is wrap 4 months worth of satellite data around a ball. He didn't just say I touched it up a little bit. Yeah, he did say it was photoshopped. He said it was photoshopped because it has to be. That's a different interview. Okay. But when he said Photoshop, he didn't mean touch up. So we can also get you, if you're actually interested in the information, we can show you the 4 months of satellite data, the actual flat maps that he used, took it, to make the image for you to match your expectations of what the ball looks like from space. He did not say he just touched it up. That is a complete misrepresentation of the exact quote that I just read to you.
Did he leave like the lens? Did he leave the aperture open for 4 months or something, and then touch up what's left? You're making a silly argument.
Really quick. The reason I was going on is because you made multiple points, and I was trying to address all of those points in my response to you. If you want to go point by point, that's fine. But if you guys are going to do point by point, please don't bring up a bunch of points. Let's just go point by point.
Yeah, well, it was my mistake. I got distracted by Matthew Learns throwing Apollo 17 because that annoys me greatly. So it's my fault. We went to Apollo 17. Let's put Apollo 17 on the shelf. Okay, are you going to concede?
An example, it's not a composite. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Are you going to concede? Yeah, it's just a complete fraud. Are you going to concede that you misrepresented Robert Simmons' own words?
I didn't misrepresent Robert Simmons' own words. He used.
That's another misrepresentation of your own words. Now,
can you let me finish? So,
well, it's kind of hard when
this was
lying, dude.
Dude, like you cannot stop yourself. You're like a child.
Can't stop yourself lying.
So anyway,
shithouse lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer. I've already said that multiple times. It's just a screen name. So, like I said. And like I was trying to say, he did use an actual reference model, right? He used a picture that somebody took
for 4 months.
He took a picture.
It was a 4 months exposure.
Can you let me finish?
Dude, what you're saying is so ridiculous.
Can you let me finish? You don't let anybody finish.
Yeah, he took a 4 month exposure, dude. What did 4 months mean?
Halfway through a sentence.
We're not going to let you spout absurdities, okay? This is absurd.
Absurdities. You're just not letting me finish.
He didn't touch up an image. It's 4 months of data. He didn't do a 4 month exposure of a fucking camera.
You're not letting me finish. You've like literally not let me finish a single sentence.
Not letting you finish making up a lie on the spot? Oh no, boo-hoo.
Why are you so scared of letting me finish a sentence?
We're not. We're just correcting your lies.
You're wasting our fucking time with garbage.
If you're not scared of letting me finish a sentence, can I finish an entire sentence before you respond?
Well, yeah, like he just said, we are scared of you wasting our time with lies.
Okay. It doesn't have to be that way. You could just respond to the entire point that I'm making.
You have no point. You're starting with a false fucking premise, dumb fuck.
Can you let me finish? You don't even know if it's a false premise.
Okay, so build on your false premise, and then I'll just go back to, okay, listen, we're going to let you talk, right? And then we're going to go back to your false premise and rip out everything you said. We don't even have to debunk anything after the false premise. We only have to show that the premise is false, and then all of it's garbage. So continue to talk.
Okay, so the original blue marble image, right, was an actual image that existed.
You're trying to change the subject. Go back to Rob Simmons.
I'm not. I'm talking about the Rob Simmons image. If you let me finish, Rob Simmons took that picture from the original picture, that individual, I forget who it was exactly, and then used data to fix it up. You are correct. That is a composite image. That is not.
Show us he used the original blue marble image. Go for it. Post in the chat.
I gotta find it. Hold on.
He used the 1961 or 69 blue marble image, the photograph, alleged photograph, and that he used that as some reference for what he did.
No, that's not what I said.
And what do you use it for? What did he use it for then?
I'm trying to find the. Give me a second. I agree that is a touched up image, right? That's not what that
nobody said touched up. You're the one who said touched up.
There is no agree touched up. He doesn't say touched up. We didn't say touched up. You're saying touched up. You're pulling that straight out of your ass.
Yeah, I know. It's not the actual image.
There's no image. It is purely a fucking creation.
Hold on. I can't find the original. Is this it? No, that's the.
Maybe we just need to read what Rob said himself.
I mean, well, if you read what Rob says, hold on, bro. If you read what Rob says himself, then you're going to come away knowing that the whole damn thing was photoshopped and made out of thin air and has nothing to do with reality. That's why he's reaching and saying that, oh, he touched it up and he got the original. What'd you say, the original from the Apollo missions? How did that connect with Robert Simmons? I'd like you to elaborate on that, please.
Maybe I'm mistaken, but when I brought up the images of the Earth, I wasn't even talking about the Robert Simmons ones. I was talking mainly about the Apollo 17 ones.
Okay,
so I think those are better ones.
Apollo 11. It's not Apollo 17.
It is Apollo 17. The blue marble image is from Apollo 17.
That blue marble image is Apollo 11.
No, it's Apollo 17.
One Matt posted.
There's like a unedited here. I could post the unedited version of the Apollo 17.
How do you know if it's unedited? You're just saying that.
in chat.
Well, the color's touched out, but yeah, the one I posted at 55 past the hours on the Apollo 17 website.
That's an Apollo 11 image. That's not Apollo 15 or 17.
That is Apollo 17. That's.
So you're saying they got it wrong? I think they did several.
Blue Marble, the original Blue Marble.
The original one is from Apollo 10 or something, but this one is from the 17.
No, it's from Apollo 11. This is the one he just posted. It's just upside down. They flip it when they display it.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we've established
Apollo
this,
17.
No one based upon the transcript, they have no idea when this was taken. Okay. How do you know this is a picture of the Earth?
Because there's Africa right there. It's
yeah,
the
but
Earth.
How do you know that's what the Earth looks like, dude?
Because we know the shape of Africa, and that's what Africa looks like.
How do we know that? How do we know that?
Because we've taken cartography.
Because we've taken cartography. Really? Because we've taken.
I'm sure some people have, but we've measured Africa. We know what it looks like. We know the shape of Africa.
Oh, we know what it looks like. By how? By sailing around it with a boat. We know what it looks like.
I mean, that's the simplest way to do it, yes, but there are more complicated measures of doing it.
Okay. You have no way of telling that this is a picture of the Earth. Period. End of story. You could even have the negative, but you have no idea if they photographed the Earth. This could just be a photograph of a painting.
Why do you think it's photographed? Or why do you think it's photoshopped? First of all,
I didn't say Photoshop. I said this could be a photograph of a painting.
Why do you think it's a painting?
Listen really closely. This could be a photograph of a painting. I don't have to think it's anything because I don't have to believe their story at all.
So it just seems like you're not believing any sort of evidence that I bring forward, no matter what.
The evidence is their claim. There's the evidence. Just like if they showed, here's Santa Claus going around the Earth, I could either believe it or not believe it. It's impossible to evaluate the image.
But there's a bunch of reasons. You won't accept anything that I bring forward.
Don't talk about what I will and won't accept. It's just rhetorical garbage. It's just rhetorical garbage.
Rhetorical garbage?
How did you evaluate this? Let me ask you, rhetorical garbage. So this image, how did you evaluate whether that was a picture of the Earth?
I looked at it and said,
I looked at it. And you referred it to what? And you referred it to what?
Maps of Africa.
Maps. What, Mercator maps?
Yeah, Mercator.
Does Mercator map accurately represent the size of Africa?
No.
Okay, then what did you compare it to? So you compared it to something it's not?
What?
You just said that the Mercator map is actually not Africa.
Yeah.
And that's what you compared it to. So you compared it to something that it's not.
So the size of Africa gets distorted by
well, how would you even know? Yeah, and that's funny. How would you even know that?
Because we know that having
who's we, dude?
Ball, it's general knowledge, right? That
it's not general knowledge, dude.
Can you let anything finish, dude? Every time I try to speak,
because you're full of shit, massive shit, dude.
No, it's just because you're scared of letting me finish. If I actually finished a sentence, you wouldn't.
Okay, has everybody in here heard his claim?
Questions.
Yeah, he starts every sentence with a lie. He makes everything up as he goes along.
No, I've heard all your claims. You've said lots of claims. You've stacked them higher than the frickin' moon. Okay, we've heard them all. I asked you what you compared this to. You said maps. I said, like the Mercator map? You said, yeah. I said, is that accurate? You said, no. So you compared it to something you know isn't accurate to evaluate this is accurate. That doesn't make sense, and you know it doesn't make sense. You're trying to run away from it. The fact of the matter is, you have nothing to compare this to. You've never seen the Earth from this point of view. You have no reference from which to even know if this is what the Earth looks like at all.
Are you
nothing?
Done?
You have no reference. Yeah, no, I'm not done. And then even if you did have a reference, there's no way you could tell that this is a photograph of the Earth and not just a photograph of a painting or a model or fucking any other thing. The fact of the matter is, you either have to just believe the claims of the people that claim they said, I took a photograph of the Earth, or you don't. There's no way you can analyze this with any objective method.
Dude, you could do this with anything. It's like literally if you
Santa
just want
Claus?
to be a hyper.
Can we do it with Santa Claus?
I mean, if you want to be a hyper skeptic about literally
I'm not being a hyper skeptic.
Yes, you are.
So it's
You
hyper skeptic.
You're not accepting any sort of like material evidence being
can I ask you a
provided to
question?
you. You're just being a hyper skeptic.
Yeah, stop with the meta, dude. Stop with the meta. Stop with the meta.
Doing it
stop with the meta, dude.
You're not even letting me finish. It's crazy.
Yeah,
you're
stop
so
with the
scared
meta
of it.
because no one cares about. No one cares about.
Letting
dude, no one
finish.
cares about your meta bullshit about what I think or what I feel,
bro. Simple as that, all right?
Bird lawyer. Nobody cares about your top sociological analysis of how I think or how I feel. Nobody cares. I'm asking you about objective evidence. You're saying it's hyper skeptical to believe that people didn't fly to land in the fucking sky. That's not hyper fucking skeptical.
I don't know why you're so scared, man. Like, yeah, I guess it
look, your meta is not working. No one's buying it, Bird. You can try and try and try, dude. It's not going to work.
It is.
It's definitely going to work. If I keep talking about him, then I can continuously deflect from the fact that my evidence sucks.
Well, you literally have interrupted me every single time I've tried to speak. So, like...
No, you made a claim and I responded to it, but you want to keep... Bro, you made claims and I respond to your first sentence and then you keep trying to talk. But I'm not letting you make...
Because you've interrupted me every single time I've tried to finish
because you're not going into narrative, dude. You're saying things.
Wait. So I want you to make
this is a simple question. If you have a false premise and a proposition, can anything be true after your false? No, Bird lawyer, shut your pie hole. Shut your pie hole, brother. If you have a false premise and a proposition, can anything after that be true? Yes or no? Can anything part of your conclusion be true? Nope. If you start with a false premise, yes or no?
Well, I haven't even finished my premise.
And you don't need to finish. You start with a false premise, dude. Are you retarded?
Yeah, you not only do that, like you keep floating from claim to claim, starting with a false premise that we can't just let stand because then whatever you say after it is irrelevant, but you also just keep repeating yourself, filibustering, so on and so forth. So you don't have any evidence of your globe. You have nothing but faith in your globe. You refuse to acknowledge that. You don't seem interested when I mentioned to you that the expected drop over distance predicted by the geometry over the sphere is never actually measured in reality. I mean, that's the most interesting part of the whole argument, but you didn't even ask anything about that. You just go back to your fantasy pictures, which Indio asked you several times.
The most important part, Danny, that's how we know this image is fake. Is because the water that's in this image is supposed to drop at 8 inches per mile squared. When we go out in reality, the water doesn't do that. So if you're claiming this is the Earth we're measuring directly, and it shows curved water, and there's actually no curved water on Earth, then we know this image is fake. Period. Doesn't matter what they say about it.
We know all your globe images are fake. I mean, it's not really our problem if you are not willing to accept reality, Bird lawyer. I don't know. I mean, we can unmute him, but you're dishonest in your arguments. So if you don't see why that is and why you have to get muted and why we have to stop you after you're spewing lies when we know for sure that your fantasy globe image is fake, then I don't know what to do for you. Is there anybody else? There's Carmelo. Oh, yeah, Carmelo had number two. Number two. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Oh, I got beef for Carmelo. Let's go.
Well, I'm going to say one more thing about this Bird lore. Bird lore is very simple. If you start a proposition with a false premise, no words after it matter. Unless those words are, oh shit, my premise was false. Let me fix that. Okay, you can't reach any conclusion that's true with a false premise.
You don't even let them get there, but like you just interrupt them as usual.
Bro, are you serious? Did you just hear what I said? Tell me what I just said. Tell me what I just said. Repeat it back to me.
Yeah. You said that like you can't like have a conversation based off a false premise, but he was never.
No, that's not what I said.
It's
no, that's
pretty
not what
much
I
verbatim.
said. That's not what I said. It's not verbatim.
Repeat
It's not even
yourself on
close.
it.
I
Okay.
said you can't reach a conclusion that's true if your proposition has a false premise.
But he never got to his proposition.
His premise is part of the proposition. You fucking baboon.
You know, you never even got to his proposition.
The premise is part of the proposition. You baboon.
You never even got to his premise.
A proposition is premise 1, premise 2, conclusion.
You never even got to his premise. You spoke one sentence and you overtalk him like a baboon.
The one sentence is the premise.
No, it's not.
Oh, no, it's not. What was his one sentence? I love crayons. And then he started talking, right?
Wait, let me ask him a question, yo.
What's up?
Dude, you're a dishonest slime ball, dude.
When did you stop beating
Y'all need, I don't even know what, dude. I can't even say what y'all need.
About the time we got a divorce.
Yeah, so that's you see, there's a false premise there. You can't just lead and continue on with a false premise. Anyway, I got a question for you. I got smoke for you there, Carmelo.
What's up? Oh, hold on. Before you do that, I gotta show this thing real quick because that one woman said something really retarded earlier, and it was that
So you're just gonna.
No. I'm here to talk to the woman. I'm not here to talk to the three of y'all at once.
We're not gonna do that.
The woman has a name. It's Mary Mom or Daniel.
I'm a flat earther and I'm retarded.
You're not a flat earther. You're just retarded.
Dandelion. What I'm going to put in the side chat is the exact time and day backtracked on a solar map for the Earth. Can you explain for the class like the really dumb thing you said earlier about how it doesn't match up with this image here?
He's running away.
No, I'm actually like with the premise here.
How what doesn't match up? What's not?
Yeah, so she made the really dumb claim earlier that like the lighting on the Earth here doesn't match up with what should be expected at that time in day. She said it wasn't even close.
Okay, what day do you have here? What date
I
is
have
this from time and date?
Yeah, December 7th, 1972 at 10:40 UTC.
Okay, nobody knows when that photograph was taken, brother.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, no, they don't. There's a whole website dedicated to figuring out when that photograph was taken. So don't just say, yeah, they do.
It's
You're
pretty
full of
easy to
shit.
figure out. I did it in like 10 seconds.
No, bro. How do you know when the photograph was taken? What time?
By taking a look at the light that is shown on that map, on that image,
brother,
and then tracking it across
no,
here.
you would need a priori knowledge of when the photo was taken to input into the light on the map, dude. How do you know when the photo was taken?
Dog, look here. I'll show
Bro,
you. It's so
how far away were they from the Earth when they took this photograph?
It's so easy to do. Here you go.
How far away were they from the Earth when they took the photograph?
Not a clue. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay.
You guys realize like most of the satellite data is public, right?
What? What now?
Most of the satellite data is public.
That's nonsense.
That makes like
No, you're just making shit up. No, it's not.
It is though.
No, it's not though. You guys just come in here and just say shit you've never actually researched and looked into. Don't you think we checked? So Himawari, let's take Himawari for instance. Not even academics. Not even academics. Okay, so you're just going to talk over me. No, you're not. So, Kamala, we want to know where the camera was when it took the photograph, what time it was.
Yeah, I don't even know what he's trying to claim here because he said it was December, but it says right on this little thing, partial solar eclipse, either April 1st or January 4th, depending on if it's a European or American date. So I don't even know why you said it was December. It's weird. Yeah.
As usual, they always screw up.
Yeah.
Wait, why did he say December? What the fuck? $1970. Bro wasn't even alive then.
Liar, lawyer, what's the difference?
Exactly. Did he leave a call?
1972 Blue Marble was taken on December 7th, 1972. But they don't know when it was taken. There's a whole website dedicated to trying to figure it out from the transcript and the order in which the photographs are taken. They've never actually come to any conclusion.
Yeah, and the only reason I posted that was because we were talking about Bill Simmons, and my point was that some of the NASA photographs on the NASA website aren't claimed to be mosaics like that one.
Yeah, but like Indio just said, since water doesn't bend and the 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance has never been measured in reality, then all of these images can immediately be thrown out.
Right. So it depends on your preconceived notion about the shape of the Earth, about whether you're going to accept this picture or not. And that's exactly why I do, because I think the water does bend. So it perfectly matches what I would expect. That's why I have no problem with the image.
It doesn't match reality, though.
Well, I think it does.
I mean, if you imagine reality to be a certain way, but if you go outside, it doesn't match what's outside.
What's outside perfectly matches the heliocentric model, in my opinion.
That is cap, bro.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know if I've outright heard you claim bendy water before, Matthew Learns, maybe years ago, but how are you claiming this? How are you claiming this water's bending?
Yeah, I'm saying the surface of the ocean bends at about 8 inches per mile squared.
You have any evidence of this?
It's a natural consequence of the Earth being a globe, and there's other reasons for thinking the Earth is a globe.
So water bends because the Earth is a globe, and the Earth is a globe because the water bends. So
no, the Earth is a globe because it matches our observations better than any other.
So what is it about the sky that makes you think the floor is in the shape of a sphere?
The position and location of the sun and the moon and the stars and the seasons and the success of GPS, which is in the sky, the success of satellite TV transmitters, which is in the sky. I mean, I could gish up a whole bunch.
So what is it about the Earth, the surface of the Earth, that makes you think the surface of the Earth
nothing.
is in the shape
the
of a
surface
sphere?
looks flat.
Oh. So, like, if someone is, like, asking you, are your shoes tied, do you look at the ceiling fan?
If somebody's asking me if radio waves exist, I look at the radio and the phone. I don't look at my eyeballs.
Pretty hard to look at your eyeballs, but please continue.
Right. I'm just saying that it's okay to use information outside of your senses to determine what is real.
Well, I've seen a photograph of 3 beer cans on a pool table, or a regular table, I think it was. So that means that table's a sphere, right?
No.
Well, why not, Matthew?
Because it's possible to get that kind of shadows with a closer light source.
Then why does Google tell people this is how you prove the Earth is a globe?
I don't know. I mean, you're talking about Eratosthenes. It doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. He just was calculating the size.
Calculating. There's that word again. What about measurements? Like actually measuring the curvature from the Earth, since we're on the Earth, instead of making shady inferences. Instead of making shady inferences that I looked at the sun, the moon, the stars, and the eclipses and the seasons, and I'm going to infer that that means the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I don't think you can directly measure the curvature of the Earth. I think you can infer it from other observations, but I don't think it's so slight that I don't think you can ever directly measure it.
So all you have is shady inferences and no proof whatsoever.
But not shady inferences, logical inferences based on common sense.
Common sense. Okay, what about my common senses? 1 through 5. None of them detect any kind of curvature whatsoever.
Right.
Or what about my sense of motion and balance, the vestibular apparatus in the inner ear? What about that sense? It doesn't sense anything either.
Yeah,
so none of my senses. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, none of your senses can directly determine that the Earth is a sphere.
But you believe it because you saw it on TV, or what?
I believe it based on logic and reason and other inference. You know, it's the scientific method of, or scientific endeavor of inference to the best explanation. I think the best explanation is the globe model.
Well, if I saw your mom on Harry Hines Boulevard in Dallas, and I noticed that she did not have a hospital band on her wrist, I could make some pretty shady inferences about your mom, but I know better to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you should use all the information possible to come to the best conclusion. That's why we're looking for the inference to the best explanation.
Right. Well, the best explanation is your mom is tricking on the corner, where all the other tricks are tricking. But I mean she doesn't have a Parkland Hospital wristband on, so what is she doing there?
Yeah. Given that information, that would probably be the best explanation.
But see, I wouldn't jump to that explanation about your mom. I would say the best explanation is she's probably an honorable woman and visiting someone at the hospital. That's what I would probably say, even though it's not the best explanation.
Oh, yeah, if there's a hospital there, then that's probably a better explanation, given what you know of her character, what you know of women her age. Yeah, like I said, you have to take into account all the different things you know.
Well, don't let age fool you, because there was a gray-haired woman stucking the shit out of her thumb at me at a stop sign the other day. Oof. Ooh. Nasty. Anyway, yeah, I think that all these shady inferences kind of leave you in a completely unscientific endeavor whatsoever. I think that they just, it's confirmation bias.
My balls are spherical.
Most logical explanation we've heard all evening. You just love balls, we know.
Yeah, you Globers love balls, and you love, like, phallics too, right? It's all about the Aristosthenes sticking well, right? But yeah, if your balls are spherical, I'm no doctor. You might need to go see a doctor. I don't think they're supposed to be spherical at all. But yeah, I would look into the whole "how do you know what you know" thing when it comes to the shape of the Earth, because the only time you experience the Earth of the globe is in your imagination when you look at the sky and wonder, like Jeremiah 10 tells you not to do. So I would check that out, Matthew.
Why would I listen to Jeremiah 10?
But I wasn't talking to you. Did you think I was talking to you?
Well, I thought you were just making a statement.
No, I said Matthew.
Why would
But I'd like to ask. Yeah, I'd like to ask Carmelo. Who are we talking to? The ball guy?
Yes, I launched an amateur stage 2 rocket into the air and saw the curvature of the Earth.
Stop the cap.
Show us. You launched a rocket and saw the curvature.
Yes.
Show us.
Oh my god. Okay, fine. I'll get out of bed.
This is too fun.
So how high did it go?
68,000 feet.
Oh, you know the problem with that is Felix Baumgartner. Yeah, Felix Baumgartner went 128,000 feet and there was no curvature. So
Are you high? You could see the curvature in the video.
The Earth was flat. Why haven't we reached the end?
Oh, you're tricked by the fisheye lens. Oh, I see. That's cute.
No,
You're like a child.
Thing. Oh God, did you
Wait,
guys
does the fisheye lens distort things? Is that true? Does the fisheye lens distort things, or is it
Why
show?
was it that when he was at the edge of the screen, he wasn't distorted?
You know, lenses in general just have a tendency to distort straight lines. Continue.
Yeah, they make my balls look less spherical.
Stop being fake and gay, bro. Address the arguments.
What?
Got another.
I mean, just some basic math. Is 60,000 more or less than 128,000?
60,000 is more than 120,000.
I'm going to take him to brick. 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're cooked. So we just move on to. There was somebody chiming in there. I think they left. Was it Dylan? Somebody was yapping.
Oh yeah, Dylan's still here. I don't know, Creation Bear. If you could ever get Dylan to actually have a conversation about the flat Earth, I'd give you a gold star.
I do like me a gold star. Since Potato is just absolutely air fried already, within 5 seconds of joining, we might as well just move on.
You just say about me, boy.
You are absolutely air fried, my friend.
Oh, I'm a little air fried right now. I'll give you that much. No, I'm just kidding. I just think you guys are kind of retarded.
You just said 60,000 was more than.
Why would you think that?
Because you believe in something where there is way more evidence for it than against it.
I guarantee you 1,000% you don't.
So, how much more evidence is there for the globe Earth that we believe in? Because I'm addressing what you just said. Then against
the fact that
globe
flat
Earth.
earthers themselves say that there are flat earthers all around the globe.
No, we don't say that. So what you just said is we believe in something that there's far more evidence for it than against it. You realize that's what you said, right?
No, I'm saying you guys believe in something, the flat Earth, where there's basically no concrete evidence, versus the globular Earth, where there is tons and tons and tons of evidence.
Except for when we see too far and they say, oh, well, the reason we see too far and it looks flat is because of refraction. Why do they have to make up bullshit like that if there's no evidence? Why do they have to cope so hard to say, well, the light's refracted down around the curvature of the Earth. It bounces off the object and then is refracted back down around the curvature of the Earth at the same curvature rate as the Earth. That's how the Navy guy the other night explained the over-the-horizon radar, which you shouldn't be able to see over the horizon with line of sight if it's obstructed by curve.
That's too advanced for him, Hank.
So let me get this right, though. You're saying it's retarded to think the Earth is flat because it looks flat, and we go, yeah, because it is flat. That's retarded.
Yes,
but it makes sense to go, it looks flat because it's actually curving. That's not retarded?
That's a little retarded.
So the flatter it looks, the more that's evidence of curve? Is that it?
Yes, so basically because the Earth looks flat, that means it's curved, yes.
That took another 30 seconds.
Right now,
you got the 30-second brick time going on.
So early. And Potato, you 1,000% don't know what we believe. You're basically imagining something on your own and then calling your own imagination retarded and thinking that we believe it. I mean, you're calling your own ideas retarded. Guarantee you don't know what we think, and the whole there are flat earthers all around the globe. That is,
dude. You made him bounce, bro.
Oh, he left? Wow.
As soon as you said you're calling your own ideas retarded, he bounced.
I'm telling you, these people got TikTok brain. The reason that they're sparking after 30 seconds is because they're trying to scroll past you, bro.
It's fine.
Doom scrolling to the 1972 Blue Marble. If you scroll long enough, you'll find it.
You guys are dumb for believing something that I came up with. All right, Dylan, you're up. Dylan, and Dylan.
Hey, Dylan, wake up. You might be a bad influence on Dylan, though. He doesn't need any more encouragement in the direction that he's going right now, Creation Bear. You haven't encountered Dylan before?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. You guys, actually, you might get along well, but I don't know, maybe a little bit too well. I don't know. But he might have fallen asleep. He had a rough night last night, Creation Bear.
Little baby fall asleep early. We have who else do we have in here? Dude, they're just bouncing in and out. We have Ghost.
Did Matthew Runs learn?
Oh shit.
Matthew never learns. God bless him, though.
I learn.
That's cat, bro.
Oh, you believe. You're a believer.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the best explanation. Thank you very much.
Best explanation.
Yeah, lots of explanations, but no demonstrations.
Yeah, that translate. Let me translate the Globanese.
To these people, explanation replaces experimentation.
I'll just translate the Globanese. It sounds
like 100,
good to me, and I
like
like
it. 120 people watching on X-Men.
Damn.
Watching what?
This.
Oh, I didn't even know it was Onyx.
Yeah.
Shout out to the peeps on X.
Yeah, man. It's freaking cool as shit. I mean, these clowns that came in here probably made like 20 flat earthers right off the rip.
Fact.
Oh, I know. You wouldn't want to be associated with the globe believers we've had tonight. They've been very low quality. I'm sorry. Rocky's here. Cute little doggy.
Hello.
Hello. Good. Have you ever been in the Flat Earth channel before?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Have you ever heard anything about Flat Earth?
A little bit, just like surface level.
What did you hear?
Honestly, it's like meme videos, like made to make fun of flat earthers.
The usual, yeah, we know about those.
Yeah.
So you might think that did these meme videos and little joke propaganda items show the flat Earth as being a disc flying through space?
Like, no, I don't know your arguments properly.
Well, that's not our argument. That's why I'm trying to tell you that that's not it. 'Cause that's usually the misconception. So I'm just telling you that is not what we think.
I don't know any of your positions.
Oh, great. He's a blank slate. We love those. Yeah, so the main idea is that there's no globe because the globe has never been demonstrated in reality. You, Rocky, have never experienced a globe. You've only experienced the Earth as flat and stationary. And, I mean, there's a whole bunch of main arguments. I mean, we could start with water being flat, right? We could start with that. Do you like that one? Water's flat and it covers over 70% of the Earth. What do you think about that?
What do you think water's flat? Water is flat.
Yeah, well, when you go to the ocean, have you been to the ocean lately?
Yeah, I love the beaches.
Super. And when you look out there, does the horizon look flat to you?
Actually, no. So I don't know if this is something you can view with your eyes, but theoretically and also in practice, if something is a certain distance away from you, even if it's over the ocean, at some point you won't see it, right? Because theoretically it's supposed to go under the curvature of the Earth.
That's what they say, but they're wrong. They who say that it does not go over the curvature.
Okay.
Yeah, because, one, there is no curvature. It's never been measured. But two, a lot of times if you think this item, maybe it's a boat, is going outside your field of view, if you had a zoom camera or even binoculars, you could bring it back into your view because It's only appearing to disappear from. It's only appearing to disappear. I mean, it is disappearing from your vision, but it's not disappearing from the Earth. It's not disappearing behind any curve. It's just going outside of your range of vision, which is limited due to the nature of your eyeball.
So hang on. Why is your? So hang on. Can you go into more detail on that explanation of why you can't see it?
Yeah,
I can if you don't want
go ahead, Larry. Yeah, take it over because I'm pretty tired and you sound very perky.
I'm on keto, so get used to that. So the whole aperture thing, it limits the resolvability of the object that you're trying to look at in the distance. So imagine you have 2 bricks at 100 yards away. With your naked eye, you'll be able to determine there's 2 bricks there. But at a mile away, if you could see the bricks at all, it's going to appear to be 1 brick. Does that make sense?
I get that, yeah.
So if you pull out a really
physically
big,
see an object, you just can't make it out, right?
right. So they converge, right? So if you look at the 2 bricks like converging into one brick stacked on top of the other, what would happen if a boat is converging with the ocean that it's on? It's going to appear to converge into one object in a way, and you're only going to see the top of the boat because the sky's the limit, whereas the bottom of the boat, the ocean is the limit.
What does that mean? Like just the water is covering the... Oh, okay. It blended in with
It's called the Rayleigh criterion. Rayleigh criterion.
Okay. So now, let's assume you're right about that. Going based on that assumption, that would mean that there's a situation possible where with your naked eye, you cannot see anything. It looks like there's nothing there. But if you had the aid of anything ocular, like a telescope or something, now you can make it out, right?
Right, but there's also limits to how big the telescope could be. So let's say you got like a 24-inch telescope, you're not going to be able to bring in the Eiffel Tower from New York City, right? It's just impossible.
Okay, I agree with you, but there should be a case where you see nothing with your eye, and then you bring a tool out, and now you can't see it, right?
Yeah, telescope. Yeah.
Right, but I don't know if that experiment has been performed where you see nothing. You see nothing with your naked eye, and then all of a sudden you bring your telescope out and you do see something.
How do you think they find stars? How do you think they find new stars?
With telescopes.
Right, so they don't see anything there. They pull out the telescope, and then now they can resolve the star, which they couldn't see before, and they get to name it. So this kind of thing happens all the time, right? People use binoculars and they use all sorts of things to help their vision. But the Rayleigh criterion is a real thing. I would encourage you to look into it. And if the increase of the aperture increases your ability to resolve things, then if you decrease the aperture, it would decrease your ability to resolve things. So if things are converging, then is it possible the boat is a thing and it could converge into the ocean because the limitation of your eyes? Please continue.
Oh, I was just going to mention before, it goes away, that what I was talking about before, I put an example for you at 45 minutes after the hour, Rocky, and I tagged you, where you see how this is what we're talking about. They're zooming in on the ship that's at the horizon, but then when they zoom back out, like if you were at the shore, you don't see it, and then you zoom in on it. So, like, if you had seen, like, if this ship were, going toward the horizon, you would have seen it possibly go outside of your field of view. But when you use something to help your vision, like a zoom camera, which is used in this particular instance, then you can see it again. So it didn't disappear. It never disappeared. I mean, how would the water have even curved at all? I mean, you don't observe water to curve in a container, right? Water is level and flat in a container. That's the nature of water. So that's what we're talking about. I've observed it myself on the shore of Lake Michigan. Platter gave you another example there. There's many, 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 many examples. So, yep, That's not proof of your globe.
Okay. So I just want to go ahead and say what you're describing about this is absolutely a reality. Like I don't reject that notion where, you know, if an object is far enough, your naked eye can't see it, but then a tool can help you see it, right? But I want to separate a difference between if you can't see it just based on pure distance, or if you can't see it based on an obstruction, right? If it was an obstruction, then there's no tool, no matter how good, that could help you see it, right? We agree on that?
Yeah, we totally agree. Yeah, that's why the other part of the flat earth argument, I started out with water, and then Larry gave you some more details about the limitations of human vision and so on. So yeah, the next argument I would make would have to do with the alleged obstruction that there would have to be if you lived on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles as claimed. If you did live on said sphere, then you would observe a drop over distance, which would increase at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which would result in a vertical drop of 66 feet at 10 miles and 266 feet at 20 miles, so on and so forth. And we don't actually observe this in reality. I mean, in fact, I'll show you, I'll put one in the side chat here. We have a laser test done in British Columbia at 28 miles, where the laser hit the target, and the target should have been obscured behind hundreds of feet of obstruction, as you call it. So this obstruction that would be expected if we lived on a sphere is not actually observed in reality.
Right. So I think both could be the case. I think it could be a matter of mere distance, and whatever lens you're looking through isn't weak enough, right? Because your eyes are also lens. But there's this separate case where it's an obstruction, and the way we can separate whether the boat or whatever is obstructed and not just that it's out of our field of whatever our camera can comprehend should be elevation, right? Can we agree with that? If, for example, you're looking at something with your eyes and you see nothing, like over the horizon, over the sea, whatever, but now if you were to elevate this object and all of a sudden you see it, even with your same equipment, whether it's your eyes or whatever, and you see it just based on the difference of elevation, shouldn't that technically prove that it was being obstructed and not
why would you say a zoom? Well, why would you say a zoom camera is changing elevation? I don't understand that part. But yeah, I apologize. I thought you already conceded the point that things don't disappear over the horizon. That's why I thought when you mentioned obstruction, you were moving on.
No, I think they
do
the
geometric argument. But I don't even understand why you would say that zooming in on this boat would have any effect at all on elevation. What are you talking about?
So the elevation argument is that, okay, if you're looking at something, so let's just say with your naked eye, no camera, nothing. But if you're looking at something that's supposed to be far enough to go over the curvature of the Earth, right? Technically, if that object now gets elevated, you should be able to see it, right?
How are you elevating these objects? Are you levitating them? Did you levitate the target hundreds of feet in British Columbia to make the laser meet it? I mean, I'm sorry, this just makes zero sense to me at all. These things are not being elevated. They're being leveled and measured and observed at across a level surface. That's why water is used for this purpose.
No, but can you agree with the theory I'm proposing? The theory aspect.
No, because you're randomly saying something's elevated, and I don't know what you have like a magic force elevating it. I have no idea what you're talking about. You just said the word elevated many times.
If it were to be elevated.
Why would I even talk about that when we've already done many tests with no elevation at all, completely level, that demonstrate there's no sphere anyway? And
because
India,
the elevation would help go over the obstruction. I could draw it out for you if you guys.
You're presupposing that an obstruction is the only reason you wouldn't see the bottom of something in the first place.
Say again?
You're presupposing that some sort of thing must be blocking it right?
Yep.
So I'm going to show you an image where it can't possibly be obstructed by the curvature of the Earth, okay? But it is. You can only see half this boat. Okay. So this was taken on a lake that's 1,000 feet long. Now, according to the globe, you should be able to see all the way across this lake to the other side. The horizon should be 2,600 feet away, which is more than double the size of the lake itself. So why can't we see this boat?
What is that piece in the middle? Is that part of the boat or is it
That's
water?
the top of it's a little RC boat. That's the top of it. Yes.
Okay. And you said, can you repeat what you said about
the lake is 1,000 feet long. This boat's about 700 feet from the camera. But if you punch in from this camera height, which is 1.5 inches, the horizon should be on a globe 2,400 feet from the camera.
Okay. But this to me is what I was saying about elevation. Why is it you can see the top of the boat but not the bottom?
Okay, that's the problem. This can't possibly be Earth curve causing this.
Explain.
Because the lake is 1,000 feet long and the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away.
Meaning it's too small.
2,400 rather. Meaning it can't reach the horizon that should be blocking it.
Okay.
Because the lake ain't big enough. But regardless, we see this, right? There should be no horizon at all.
But hang on. Do we agree that this is an obstruction?
It's disappearing before the Earth curve. No, I don't agree it's an obstruction.
Okay.
At all.
If it's not an obstruction, why is it that you can see the top but nothing else?
Well, who cares?
Doesn't that mean the rest of the boat is obstructed from our vision?
No, it doesn't mean that.
Why?
Well, it doesn't even matter why, because we know this can't be Earth curve causing it.
But hang on. Yeah, I think it does matter.
We know it can't. Rocky, do you understand? We did this experiment to eliminate Earth curve as a variable. So this variable, this test, Earth curve can't possibly be the cause, no matter what.
Well, hang on. The earlier explanation that Dandelion brought up is that it's physically too far for you to see it, right?
Yeah. No, not as physical. That wasn't her argument.
Hang on. She's arguing
not that it was physically too far.
When you stop seeing things, it's just a matter of distance. It's because they're too far from
some things. But when they appear to be cut off, it isn't Earth curve that's cutting them off.
So then what is it?
Well, I could tell you, but you're not even going to understand the explanation.
You don't want to try?
Yeah, at least tell him.
I do this all the time, and it always sucks, dudes, because you guys just never understand.
Well, maybe somebody's out there that will understand, Indio. I'll listen for the 17th time, and maybe I'll understand it better, too.
I don't really want to, because it's pointless to even tell you, because we know what it's not. You know how you do in a scientific experiment, and you have confounding variables, and then you eliminate the confounding variables so that you can test the thing you actually want to test? So what we're trying to test is this qualitative observation. Hey, this looks like I can't see the bottom. Is that Earth curve or not? Well, we can say, hey, we'll take a known flat surface. We'll see if we can get the same qualitative description. And we do. We don't even need to know the reason because we know what it is not the reason. We know the reason we can't see the bottom of the boat is not Earth curve.
So, okay.
But the reason is something called total internal reflection, meaning the light that's reflecting off the bottom of the boat doesn't have a path to the camera, and it gets reflected down under the camera.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have no idea what that is, do you?
Say again?
You have no idea what that is, do you? Like total internal reflection. It's an optical phenomenon.
I'm an engineer for building, and I've studied daylighting, lighting, and illuminance for a long time.
Okay, so if you have a camera, right, and there's so we have the critical angle, and this boat is from this height, the critical angle is very shallow, right? So you have a gradient, and instead, like light within that denser gradient will reflect off the less dense gradient if that light hits that boundary at a angle shallower than the critical angle, and it will get reflected down under the level of the camera. This has been demonstrated experimentally, peer-reviewed papers on it. Can give you a diagram, right? So the light that is reflecting off the bottom of this boat, it has no optical path to the camera because it's just being reflected down under the camera. And if you notice any of these ships over the horizon videos, if you look close, you'll almost always, invariably, see an inferior mirage. Right? So right at the boundary of the horizon, you'll see a double image. Right? It'll be a thin layer, a thin double image layer. Right? Mm-hmm. So it goes into this duct and it never escapes to even reach the camera. But the light that enters that duct is the bottom of the boat. Is the light that is reflecting off the bottom of the boat. It just can't reach the camera. So obviously you won't be able to see the bottom of the boat.
I get what you're saying, but I don't know how you can be confident that explains what you're showing.
Because we know this is a flat surface, and I don't need to know the reason. And because it's been demonstrated experimentally where they actually took vertical temperature measurements, profiles, observed the mirror from 1.5 kilometers away, and filmed the mirror, and it would just disappear from sight where they couldn't see it no more. We're talking about a big mirror, like a 1 foot by 1 foot square mirror, and it would just disappear. And they were wondering, why does this thing just keep disappearing? So they went out and they measured the temperature gradient at the mirror, the humidity, the temperature, the pressure. They noticed that when there was a strong gradient, that's when the mirror would vanish. And then when they modeled it all out, it turned out to be consistent with total internal reflection. And I'll post the published paper in the chat.
And the horizon is not geometric place anyway.
But the point is, we don't even need to know why, because we're showing it happens.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well,
because we know that, listen, in this image, there should be no horizon at all. At all. It shouldn't even exist. You should be able to see all the way to the other shore, no problem. And a bunch of these observations have been made on this lake. There's one where you can't see the boat at all, right? But you can see, because it's a RC boat, right? And the water will spray up in the air. You can't see the boat, but you can see the water spraying up in the air. That the boat is sending up into the air. Right? So we've done lots of these observations. Other ones that are super completely calm lake where there's a light way out in the distance and they just lower the camera, and as they lower the camera, the light just vanishes.
Okay.
And it can't, but the thing is, these are at distances too short to be Earth curve. You understand that part? These are before the horizon. So the horizon's supposed to be where the Earth curve starts and blocks things. These tests are happening in front of the horizon.
Okay. I get what you're saying. But scientifically, that doesn't necessarily prove that cannot happen at higher distances. I'll give you an example.
Typically, you can't prove that it doesn't happen at higher distance. What does that even mean, bro?
Okay, so just at this distance, you've ruled out going over the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that
I can give you the further distance scale. Okay, if you scale this up, this boat would be 50 feet tall. The horizon, the boat would be 12.7 kilometers away, and the camera would be 2 meters high.
I get it. But just because curvature isn't a factor here, and we still can't see the boat, doesn't mean that curvature is never a factor.
Yeah, but how is it going to be evidence?
Okay, I'll show you. So there is an experiment that was done, and this is what I was alluding to earlier with elevation, where someone, and he was a flat earther.
Yeah, Jeranism bullshit, dude.
Huh?
Stop.
What?
Just stop, dude. Really? Really, this is what you came with Jeranism. Netflix.
What?
I know what you're going to say, dude. 2 holes in a board, Jeranism picked up the light, 100%. And then you could see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're an engineer, so you know what diffraction. So hold on, Migo. So you know what diffraction is. Tell me what it is.
What did you say? Diffraction?
Yes, diffraction.
No, I can tell you refraction. I don't know what diffraction.
No, diffraction. So when light passes through a hole, it spreads out. Diffraction.
When light passes through a hole.
Yeah, when light passes through a narrow aperture, it spreads out.
Yes. Okay.
It's diffracted. Okay. So you got two boards with holes, and every time the light goes through the hole, it spreads out. Now, the possibility of you aligning two boards with 6-inch freaking diameter holes across 1.6 kilometers so that you can shine a flashlight through them, it's near impossible. You couldn't do it. And the reason he could see the light when he lifted it over the boards is because the boards weren't in the way.
Wasn't it? My understanding of that experiment was it was two holes. One was lower, one was higher. There wasn't just nothing.
They were supposed to be aligned. The holes were supposed to be aligned at the same height, right? And they're supposed to shine a laser at a laser at the same height, but they fried the laser, so they tried it with a flashlight.
So he was always
So they had two observations where they saw the light and two where they didn't. There's emails between Jeranism and the freaking producers saying as much. But they selectively edited it so that he says that's interesting, even though he didn't say that at the time he did the experiment. He said it freaking 4 hours before. Okay? So they made that clip look like bullshit. But the part where they lift the light over the boards, of course you're gonna see it. Because the boards are blocking the light.
So
hang on. How can
it's not the curvature of the earth? It's not the curvature of the earth blocking the light. It's the boards that he cut holes in.
But how come?
Because of diffraction.
If he has the light held straight up to the hole,
he doesn't have a culminated light source. That's what he needed. That's what they set out to do. Use a laser. They couldn't use a laser because they burnt out the culminator. So they used flashlight, which is dumb because of diffraction.
They only didn't even use the flashlight. They didn't even think it would work. The only reason they did it because there was like 100 people there, and it's like,
hang on.
Do we tell everybody we burnt out the flashlight, or burnt out the laser, or we just try it with a flashlight? They're like, okay, fuck it, we'll just try it with a flashlight. We're already here.
The science behind what?
The science behind it being blocked.
You didn't know what diffraction was. Don't talk about
science. The science behind the science.
Well, I know science better than you.
No, you don't. You don't know what diffraction is. You don't know shit, bro.
See, we were being respectful until you.
Yeah, but don't say.
Yeah, till you said that. You assume you're better than all of us when you know nothing about us. And you've just shown an extreme. You've just shown an extreme lack of common sense in every way. Yeah, you have.
He went first and said, "I know nothing about science."
The point I was making about
when I have a master's degree in engineering, what does he have?
It doesn't matter. So the point is, we don't want to make genetic.
I have a degree in science, but I'm not going to say what. Okay.
Yeah, because it's probably bullshit, like you.
Yeah.
Like you. And then he laughed. He can't take the heat. He can't take the heat.
That I'm trying to make the Jeranism thing. So back then he did that, knowing it was bullshit, knowing what the Netflix documentary did. Moving on, went on to debunk the azimuthal equidistant projection as a reification fallacy, I guess, on the part of flat earthers for saying that that's what the earth looked like. To then do this final experiment, which he would go on to become a Glober again, debunking that very same thing. He's been a fraud from the beginning. So the question is, how come Witsit is acting like that's his friend, and it's sad when it's like obvious that he's a fraud and he's been a fraud from the beginning?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, you can pretend that you don't understand how modern mass media works if you're an adult in the United States of America, how propaganda works when it's obvious that 75% or more of all mass media is just propaganda. I mean, I'm being generous, like let's say 90 plus.
Yeah.
I mean, the first time the first time someone's interviewed by mass media and they don't understand that, you can't just let them craft the narrative. I mean, anyone who has any savvy about media knows you decide what you want to tell them at a time, and you only say that and nothing else. You give them nothing. But the first time he went through that experience, you're right, Big Daddy Furf, maybe he could pretend he was a naive moron. Yeah, but then once that happens to you, you don't let it happen to you again, unless you're a sellout, fraud, prostitute for the Globe liars.
Oh, speaking of prostitutes, Owlish is in the chat.
Hey. Why would somebody who went to it?
I'm kidding. Don't take it personal.
He's just trying to get me off my rant. Thank you, Indio. Good job. Hello, Owlish.
Hi.
You're not a prostitute. You're a good girl.
You understand at this point that the Earth is measured flat?
Listen, I've been on TikTok talking to some flat earthers, and they're not.
I don't care about
with it. They're not with it, dude. They.
I don't care about that.
The Easton model is like their.
I don't care about that. I just asked you a simple question.
I was just trying to tell us she's been slumming it.
It's 1:08 in the morning. I asked you a simple question, please. Don't do it.
It measured flat?
Yes or no?
No.
Okay. You're aware of airplanes and that they take off and land?
Yep, they do take off and land. They do that, yeah.
Okay. You understand they use geometric principles, such as triangles, trigonometry?
Yeah. They use trigonometry. Well, I mean the plane
pure trigonometry. I'm talking about when the plane is landing, you have a is it called a glide slope? Bottom line is that distance, that it could be 75 miles of descent to the runway, and that's all treated as if the surface underneath is flat.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because you can't land on something. You can't land on like a mountain or whatever.
No, it's not about a mountain. I mean, as far as elevation is concerned, the base of the triangle is flat, and then everything else is calculated using the measurement of the elevation angle of the plane at the time of descent.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why you're using a plane to try to prove the shape of the Earth.
And I'm not trying to prove the shape of the Earth. I'm telling you it measures flat. Those are two completely different statements.
Yeah, but you can't use a plane to describe the shape of the Earth, right?
I just told you that that's not what I'm doing. So
just like I would use the sky.
But I just told you that I'm not. So now you're giving me an example of what you wouldn't do, and I'm telling you I'm not doing what you just said.
Yeah, but how does a plane?
I'm telling you that it measures flat. So 75 miles for a fact. Pure trigonometry, treating the Earth as a level plane.
You're talking about those glide slope flights?
I'm talking about landing, and I'm talking about ascending, and I'm talking about
Yeah, so what is the descent per like how long are they descending over that 75 miles?
I don't know. Depends on how fast
what is the descent rate?
Because and the wind and all of that.
So is it exactly 75 miles? Because I don't know anything about planes. So like,
No,
is
I'm
it
saying
exactly?
it could be up to 75 miles, maybe more. I'm not really sure. I'm just saying 75 miles of flat is kind of, a wrap as far as if the Earth is curving or not.
No, because you only have 1 degree of curvature for 69 miles. When you're saying 75, you only have 1 degree of curvature you're dealing with, though. So you couldn't really tell the difference because it's only 1 degree.
Yeah, essentially.
Like I said, principles of geometry, like trigonometry and trigonometric functions, like pure trigonometry, requires that the baseline of that triangle be horizontal, level, flat. That's how they use it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, that's not really pure trigonometry. I mean, that's just basic, right?
Yeah, it is.
Basic mathematics.
So it's pure trigonometry then, yeah.
I mean, like, you can also apply trigonometry to geodesy, so. Which in essence is
No, you're taking angular measurements and treating the Earth as flat when you do so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but then you have to apply. A certain.
There's no applying anything other than your trigonometry in this case.
Which you just applied.
There has nothing to do with any continuous curvature over, for example, 75 miles. There's nothing like that.
Well, there isn't geodesy. And I don't even know if I'm saying that correctly.
That's a complete non sequitur.
There's no visible curvature over 75 miles.
You said something.
I would say geodesy.
Is it geodesy?
This is complete non sequitur.
Why?
Because what does geodesy have to do with what I'm talking about?
Because you mentioned trigonometry.
Okay. So then it's a red herring then.
No, because you mentioned pure trigonometry. And I said, no, it's simple trigonometry. And we're using trigonometry to also calculate things as complex as geodesy.
Okay, but what does that have to do with the fact that 75 miles of the Earth is being treated flat?
What does 75 miles of the Earth being treated as flat have to do with planes? Because you have to calculate the descent rate. I mean, that doesn't
which has to do with the baseline having no curvature. Which is the point of contention, whether the Earth is curving or not. Not really. What does that mean?
If you're descending from like 40,000 feet or 60,000 feet, I don't know what the average height of a plane. What the average height?
You hear the words that you're saying. The average height or height. So this descent rate during this entire descent, for it to be 50, 40, 30, however many feet or whatever, right? The baseline has to be there for it to be that height above the ground. That can't be continuously changing, and it's not, actually.
Well, it can be continuously changing because you're changing.
No, but I'm saying it's not. The baseline is flat. That's not even an argument.
I mean, it is considered flat, like he said, because it's 1% of the curvature. So
no, what he said was a complete
1 degree. 1 degree of curvature is what I said.
1 degree of curvature. So sure, you can consider that flat.
No, you can't consider that flat. No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Of course you can.
Okay. Do that in like one of those one of those programs where you take a very, 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 very slight curved line and a straight line and form an angle. Let me see you do it.
What?
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking
Yeah, you're not making any sense.
Yeah, I am, because I'm saying, well, it's a principle of trigonometry that you have to have the two lines meeting at a vertex, and you're saying, well, it could be ever so slightly curved because it's just, you know, 1 degree or whatever. Which, first of all, I'm not really even engaging with because the response was ridiculous. 75 miles of no curvature from the point at the airport to the ground position underneath the aeroplane.
No, it would be that the plane is in the air.
Can I see the numbers for the math for that?
The plane is in the air. No
Yeah, so
shit.
the plane
That's at the top of the triangle. No shit.
Yeah, so it's not
So the ground position is underneath the plane, and then the line, the bottom, the triangle, is going to be the line from the ground position of the plane and at the airport.
No, because
Yes, it is.
it's not going to be at the airport when you start this problem. It's going to be in the air.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You're factoring in the 75 miles, but the 75 miles are already when the plane is in the air. You can't use the airport as part of the equation.
What are you talking about? The airport is helping you glide into the airport.
Okay, so you're
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, bro? You're saying like the airport is the starting
I'm talking about the trigonometry that control does at the airport for the airplane. Yes. What the hell?
Big Daddy, can I just clarify something for her? I think she misunderstood me. The 75 miles that he's talking about, right? If you drop a vertical line perpendicular to the ground from where the airplane is, okay, and then you draw from that point on the ground to the airport or the finish line, whatever, that distance is 75 miles.
Yeah, I know, I got that. I understand.
Didn't sound like you did.
No, I understood it perfectly. Okay. He's saying that the airport is the starting position, which it's not. The air is. So the airport is the ending position, not the starting. So yeah, if we're mid-flight.
Oh, excuse me. So when a plane is taking off, is the air the starting point?
Why would you factor that in if you're talking about?
Because I said landing and taking off.
You don't take off for 75 miles.
Excuse you? No, because cruising altitude could be 75 miles away. And they have to calculate for when that is. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know because that can.
No, I'm not. You're saying you don't exactly know. I'm telling you. Do you need me to get you the citation or something?
Well, I mean that could change depending on wind shear, overhead clouds,
which is all factored in over a horizontal plane. Like that point is not going to be the case, no matter what you say.
Like he said, it's 1%. So sure, it's a horizontal plane over.
No. 1%.
Yes.
75 miles. Listen, Listen. How many feet would there be in drop in 10 miles?
How high is the plane?
How many feet?
No. Using 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay, so the 8 inches per mile
squared
is raw data, right? So,
yeah. Okay. So again, for how much curvature? Because that's all I'm concerned with. Would there be from a starting point of 0 and then going out 10 miles from a horizontal line? How much curvature would there be in
Well,
10
I
months.
guess it depends. It depends on.
Oh my God! I'm telling you from zero.
See, you have to put the observer height as part of the calculation. You just can't calculate it.
I just told you from zero, and then you extend a horizontal line 10 miles out. How much curvature is that?
It's an aha moment.
It's an aha moment. Well, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, he wants you to tell the truth that there is no curvature, so he can say, "Aha, there's no curvature."
Oh, I don't. No.
Well, that's the truth, though, isn't it?
No, he wants me to calculate it and be like, "Oh my God, there's 600 million feet."
Wait a
So
minute,
you would run into the side of the Earth.
Wait, there is no curvature in 10 miles. That's true, actually.
Yeah. I mean,
And he's gonna use that to say, "Oh, that's yeah, there's no curvature."
So there's no curvature in 10 miles.
Yeah, your globe predicts.
The bottom line is when they take the elevation angle of the plane, if the plane is landing, they need to calculate using a horizontal frame of reference, because as you're descending, you can't be descending while the ground is also dropping away from you, because you would then be taking that into account. They don't take that into account. No, they just treat the earth as flat. Number one. You're saying, well, like he said, it's so minuscule. No, it's fucking not. Not when it's thousands of feet. Are you serious?
Okay,
you can't be off. You can't be off meters, or the angle of the plane is wrong and people die.
I don't think anybody is at risk of running into the Earth.
Right, because the Earth is being treated as flat. That's why.
It's being treated as flat, or it is flat.
It's being treated as flat. Yes.
Well, that's why
the assumptions are flat.
Utilize that.
In most cases, when you're measuring something, because of how slight the curvature is over a certain distance.
No, the 75 miles is linear. No, the 75 miles is linear. It's not ever so slightly curved. It's 75 miles.
Oh, I have a question for this guy. The airplane is treated as a rigid body. Is the airplane a rigid body or not?
It's a 75-mile distance. It's a 75-mile adjacent.
That's not answering my question.
He said, "Is it treated as a solid?"
Is the airplane a rigid body?
A rigid body. Sorry.
It's being treated as a rigid body. Is it a rigid body or not? Crickets. I like that.
I don't know exactly what a rigid body is, besides like that it doesn't have any malleability, but I don't know if that's what you're asking. Or if
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about like you do rigid body diagrams when you're, So, I mean, it's irrelevant to what they're talking about. He's just using that to try to sound smart, as far as I can tell.
Wings flex and stuff like that. So no, the airplane is not a rigid body.
Yeah, the guy's going to need help sounding smart.
But it is treated as one. But
He's
it
gonna
is
need
treated
help.
as one.
Jesus,
Well,
he's going to need help.
Needed help. That's what this is about.
He's going to need help sounding smart, because he said there would be no curvature in 10 miles. Exposing himself has never even looked at an Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, I've looked at the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, thanks for highlighting that, Larry, because he made that extremely false claim a short time ago. It needs to be explained. Yeah, that at a distance of 10 miles there would be 66 feet of drop, and that's not what we actually observe in reality. It's never been measured.
No, you don't.
And he had the audacity to say that our math is wrong.
Right, you don't observe that in reality because you have to take into account the refraction. So light is bending. So you wouldn't observe that, but it would, in reality, raw data, be that.
All right, then calculate. We'll give you a specific incidence, and then you will calculate the refraction. Or would you prefer me to put up the FE core measurements where the refraction's already calculated and it's at a minuscule percentage that it would even have any effect if we even grant it to you at all, which we shouldn't, because it's irrelevant to the question at hand.
Did we
Once
move
they say
on?
refraction,
No, I just said.
Did we move on from what I was talking about?
Fine.
Because
I don't know. You guys can finish that if you want. I don't even know how we got to here. So yeah, go back to what you were doing.
no, I'm asking, did y'all move on from what we were talking about? Because I know refraction has nothing to do with what we were talking.
I know. Well, I don't know. The other guy, Brandon. Yeah, Brandon was making claims. That's what was happening. Brandon was making claims, and we had to dispute them. But he's gone now, so you can go back to whatever.
I don't understand what the pushback is.
I'm not really giving you pushback. I said that
You're saying there's really not much curvature to account for in 75 miles, and I'm saying,
yeah, 66.
well, we're both saying the same thing then. So like, effectively, they're treating it as flat. The only difference is I understand that that's a ridiculous thing to say about 75 miles. You can't say that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, 66. Well, it wouldn't. Now you're giving me a different number. So like what?
No, I didn't. I said 75 miles this entire time.
No. I know, but you said somebody said 10 feet before.
Yeah, Alice, this 66 feet is not applicable here. If you do the Earth curve calculator over 75 miles, you'll get more than 66 feet.
No, I know. That's why I was.
Right. Yeah. So it's not. Yeah. I know that's a total segue off of what we're talking about.
No, I know. It was just somebody else said 10 miles, and then we
went Brandon.
5.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's 3,750 feet.
Yeah.
But if you're traveling.
Yeah.
How about this, Alish? Right. If you want to do the exercise, consider this. Right. So that drop, what was it? 3,000 something feet. Right.
It doesn't even matter. It's not in the mathematics. It's not in the trigonometry. It doesn't exist.
I understand, right? But the pushback that they're giving, right, is that 75 miles on a flat surface compared to, in their view, right, that distance, right, over a curved surface, right, supposedly that extra bit of drop adds to that distance to an insignificant amount such that they can treat it as if it's not even there. Even though it is there mathematically, but it would only be there, arguably, from their point of view, by a certain extra percentage. Right?
Yes, and not simple. You want to know why? You want to know why? I said, yeah, that has nothing to do with my point, or doesn't address or defeat my point. Want to know why?
Go ahead.
Because my point is the importance of the trigonometry is that they can actually have an elevation angle to the plane.
Yeah.
So if the Earth is curved, then they can't have that. That's it.
No,
that's fair. Yeah, the angle of descent would not be the same angle on a curved surface, right, as it would be if it was flat. And yeah, that is a good point. So you got two things to work out, Alish, if you want to do the exercise. Right? Is the difference
if they don't work anything out, they just treat the Earth as if it's a plane. That's it.
The point is, their argument is that these differences in both quote unquote models, right? The difference would be so insignificant such they can just simplify it and use the simple trigonometry. Now that's their claim. So it would be upon them to actually work that out.
That's something happening after the fact. That's not what they're doing is taking a measurement, and what's happening after the fact is trigonometry. That's where the calculations happen.
Sure.
Like there is no, okay, let's take this situation and then calculate for my argument. That's silly.
I'm just pointing out that their claim, if they want to rebut this, is from that angle of saying that the differences are insignificant. That's their claim. So they would actually have to do the work to come up with the values to demonstrate that they are insignificant enough, if they want to do that.
There's no such thing as insignificant. The distance is calculated to be 75 miles because of the elevation angle.
If it's 75 miles,
because of the elevation angle, like this, so that being the case, there is no curved adjacent. Period.
In the simplified, right, treating it as if it was a right angle triangle, there is no curvature for sure. But if their claim is that in reality there is a slight curvature, right, they would have to account for that difference to justify trying to simplify it and use it as if it was a right angle triangle. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's insignificant. So sure, you can.
Well, see, that's your claim, though, Owlish. That's your claim. That's the whole point.
No, it's not my claim. That's how it is.
You just said it's insignificant. You're making a claim. Can you show the math to show that that's actually insignificant?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, you can't do that because you have no freaking idea. Respectfully, you don't know what we're talking about. I just brought it up to you. So let's start there. Number one.
Wait, are you speaking to me or her? Because you and I have had this conversation.
I'm speaking to her.
Okay.
Like, there's no, you don't even know what we're talking about. So second of all, number two.
Second of all,
the margin of error, which is meters of difference in elevation above this horizontal plane compared to over 3,000 feet is not a small thing that you can just not, what's the word that you keep using? Insignificant, whatever. Meters as opposed to 3,000.
Yeah, I mean, if you're descending from 40,000 feet, it is insignificant. If your descent
it doesn't matter how high your descent is. The bottom line.
It does matter. It absolutely does matter because
the descent is over a plane. You're not moving diagonally over a curving surface, which you also have to mitigate for. That's not happening. You're doing that over a plane, which that's what the math is. Like, what are we talking about?
I don't know where I don't know where like vertical came into this. Like, I mean, not vertical. What did you say? It was flying at an angle.
So what's the plane doing if it's not going diagonally? Is it going vertically or is it going horizontal? What's it doing?
Diagonally and
you see how ridiculous the conversation is getting now. So you're asking me why diagonal came into this. Okay, fine. What's the plane doing when it's descending? What would you suggest? Going? Okay. All right. So you see what I'm saying? You're at such a defensive position in your heart that you said something that was ridiculous in this moment.
In my heart. In my heart of hearts.
I guess you're not going to be able to get past me trying to speak to you poetically, because you're going to linger and hang on to things that are less important than the point that I'm trying to make.
Right. So, like, I'm using pure math to calculate the rate of descent from 40,000 feet, which is, according to this, 86.25 miles per, or 463.7 feet per mile. If you're descending from 40,000 feet, 75 miles.
The only way you can, the way you're speaking right now, that's all with respect to a horizontal. Because if there was a curved adjacent, none of what you just said would make sense.
No, it does, because like I've agreed with you like 6 times.
So is the Earth flat or is it curved?
It is curved, but
like, okay, so 10 miles out, if I'm standing at one point and somebody's standing 20 miles away from me, are they horizontally across from me, or are they further below in the curvature?
They would be further below. Well,
yes, you're right. Yes, because they wouldn't be horizontally across from my position, would they? If we lived on a globe.
No, they would be horizontal and down, right? So like.
No, you can't be horizontal and down. That doesn't make any sense. Either we're on a horizontal line because the Earth is a horizontal plane, and if they're just distantly over there, that's all that is, or they're not on a horizontal plane with me. They're on a curved surface, which means from my location, if they're 20 miles away, they're going to be further along the curved path.
Yep. So yeah, you still call a parabola.
No, I don't know what you listen. It's a dichotomy right here, right? It's straight or curved, and I'm just needing to get. Yeah, I understand that.
Why is it straight or curved when parabolas exist? Not everything is at a right angle.
Again, straight or curved, because we're talking about trigonometry, straight or curved.
Trigonometry encompasses
straight or curved. We're talking about the plane and the descent, and I'm talking about how flat they're using the Earth, and you're saying, well, if that adjacent is actually curved because the Earth is a sphere, it's insignificant. So now I'm pointing out to you how ridiculous that sounds. But you're dancing away from it like Michael Jackson.
Okay. All right. That's cool.
And it's very clear. I mean, so I would kind of fall back from here because I already see it happening. So the conversation has already reached a conclusion for me, even though it didn't happen in reality. I know the truth, and I know based on how you're moving, you know the truth, and I'm cool with that.
I mean, we agreed to a certain extent that yes, planes calculate using a flat plane, which sounds weird because plane. But that's due to different circumstances that you are saying. Like, it's just the circumstance that we disagree over, not that it's like using the calculation as a plane.
What else?
Plane being PLANE, not, or no, PLAIN, sorry.
What else?
Whatevs. But like, how is everyone doing? Is everyone having a good life?
So far.
I mean, we can disagree, but I still want to make sure everybody's having a good life and everybody's still here, which is super fun and super exciting.
Again, it's been fun. I've had a good shake at this. How about you?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Just, you know, living life. I don't know.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, you guys are significantly nicer than the people on TikTok, so like, real amateur hour over there.
Well, my only agenda is to say things as accurately as they are. So
Well,
there's
actually,
no reason to be upset.
oh, I'm
Even
not
if I
upset.
do get upset, I didn't say you were.
Oh, okay.
But you're talking about our behavior and the way we are versus TikTok, right? Did you see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
as I said, it's great.
I know, but like, always have to like rebut something I'm saying as if we're not already saying the same thing. So weird.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rebut you.
Which is fine. It's disgusting. Don't say sorry. It's nothing to be sorry about. We're just saying similar things. We've been saying similar things all night.
You've been saying some of the things.
Yeah, we've been in agreement on. You just said so yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I'm not being funny. I'm being dead serious. Like
No, I know. Yeah, I'm. Again, yeah, we're in agreement again. I mean, we can agree on some things. Just the methodology is just slightly different.
Well, the method is measurement trigonometry, but okay. We agreed on that. So
I meant the methodology in our logic, not necessarily the methodology that we're measuring. Just, I guess that
I
counts.
guess that's a truism for everyone everywhere. So I guess so. Sure. Anyway, where'd everyone else go?
I don't know. I guess I was too boring. Sorry, my bad.
No, that's usually me. I think it's me.
No, I mean,
Is it logical to make a baseless assertion when the information that you're looking at doesn't fit your preconceived notion or model? Is that logical? And in doing so, making your notion or model unfalsifiable. Because when you just say refraction, you're making the globe unfalsifiable. And according to Karl Popper, that's not good.
it's not good or it's not logical.
It's not
I don't think
science.
that's a good memory though, because I mean, all of this refraction talk is all funny. It's just weird when you have a memory. It's like the rooms and the circles we run in kind of are on this 4-year loop. Just like when people are voting and stuff, they don't remember what happened 5 years ago. Just 4 years. Never 6 years. Just 4 years. Like and so interestingly enough, 5 years ago when the Black Swan came out, oh, that was cool. Prior to that, though, you had a whole bunch of Globers going out to, the beach talking about how the horizon's geometric and blocking stuff. They even detailed it. Some of them who were smart enough to put the details in there, even get fancy. Nat Geo and them got fancy with the horizon's going to be 1.22 miles away. That happened. So the response is, that's not the case. The horizon's not geometric. And now, post 2020, it's like the response to that is, what? Nobody said the horizon was geometric. That's a straw man. Did you account for refraction? Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous, seeing as that the previous position was that the horizon was geometric. That's all I'm saying. We wouldn't have been out here saying it.
Can you post that Nat Geo? I used to have that image where they said, look, the bottom of the boat disappeared, but oh, don't you pay any attention to the horizon behind the boat.
Yeah, but I mean, we can't really trust a photograph to actually accurately.
No, it's not a photograph. No, I don't.
I'm talking about the black swan.
Yeah, I use the black swan. I don't use oil rigs though. I use Nat Geo like I just referenced. And I also use the black swan is an argument from like decades ago. I don't know how far back.
So let me get this straight. We can't trust a photograph, ma'am, but isn't the reason you think...
I didn't want to get into that. The whole black swan thing, we're pulling it away from the oil rigs because it's not just one singular thing. It's the rebuttal to the claim that the horizon is geometric. So it's not just some picture, because when I'm at Coney Island in Brooklyn at the beach and New Jersey shore is 6 miles away and the horizon is beyond that, I'm looking at that. That's not before you interrupt me, like that's the response to you saying it's a picture. So I would expect someone who's in the same logical conversation go, okay, well, maybe it's not just a picture. Maybe I was mistaken. But you're not doing that. You keep Michael Jackson dancing, doing this thing. I don't know what it is, but I mean, I get it. This is what people do. It's not a you thing. It's a people thing.
Well, I mean, like, because the black swan photograph is used as evidence, but I mean, surely you've seen the other photograph of I'm not sure, they're like telephone poles or something over the water, and you can clearly see them curving over the surface of the water. I'm sure you've seen that photo.
That's a claim. Yeah, I've seen it. That's the claim. That's why I'm talking about the method behind these photos, images, observations. That's the point.
So
so the methodology encompasses literally all of these observations that you and I would be talking about. So the only question is, do we understand or have enough information within the videos, pictures, observations that are being shared if we're not doing the observations ourselves, which you would need where you are as the observer, some sort of reference, and the horizon, a clear view to the horizon. If you don't have that, you're looking at something like these telephone poles or whatever, windmill poles or whatever you were talking about, and you're like, oh, look, this that I'm looking at is due to the fact that the earth is curved. That's a flawed argument. It's not the same as something like a black swan, which utilizes
a photograph,
which is a P, then Q, not Q, therefore P form. That is not what everyone else is doing when they're showing stuff. So just because everyone shows stuff and says, look, I have this thing, saying I'm observing Earth curve and saying if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, two different things.
No, you're still using a photograph to put those calculations on.
You're saying no, but you're saying something that we all know is obvious and true. Because I just said what I'm talking about, which is a method for determining whether or not the premise is true.
It's a method.
What is necessary? You gotta interrupt, though, bro.
Well, I mean,
so you have to. Okay, but I'm asking. You didn't ask. So the bottom line is, I know that there are going to be observations or photos or videos. I know that. I just told you that the method would be encompassing of all of that. So you would need to know certain pedigree information, was my response to you. And your response back to me was, well, it's the same thing because you're using photos. That was kind of ridiculous.
No, well, it's because the basis for that calculation is based off of that photo specifically, because the photo demonstrates that no, there is no curvature over X amount of, and I don't remember the exact measurement, but like there should be X amount of curvature over this measurement, but there's not.
I don't even know what
So
you're talking.
that's the, but then, huh?
I don't even know what you're talking about. To not be clear.
Okay.
What measurement? What are you talking about? Because you're saying it as if someone put forth an argument to you about curvature. What are you talking about? You talking about the black swan? Because that doesn't sound like the black swan to me. Or you talking about the telephone poles or whatever else you was talking about?
Nope, I'm talking about the black swan. I don't really think this conversation is getting anywhere, because we keep forgetting what we're talking about here.
Well, I'm not forgetting. I keep summarizing what we're talking about and what you're saying.
No, you kind of keep losing the
you're
thread.
dancing like Michael Jackson. No. You're talking about measurements, this, that, and the third. That's not the black swan. The black swan has one measurement in the premise. The premise that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then geometric, aka Earth measured, the distance to the horizon would be a distance measurement of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah,
That's the only. That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about curvature.
Yeah, that's
You
what I
said
just said.
curvature. No, you said curvature. We're not talking about curvature.
No, because that was part of the
Measure curvature is part of anything.
Because if you take 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and you calculate that using curvature, it would be, because you need to put that into that's literally part of the equation.
Okay, but it's a red herring though, because we're talking about obstruction, not curvature.
I think that's kind of the same thing, because that's the entire
Okay,
thing.
so if you're using the word obstruction and curvature as the same exact thing, then I'll accept that from you. So now, if we're talking about measuring curvature, then I now, understanding what you said, will accept that from you. So where we're talking about measuring a distance to curvature, then yes, that is indeed what we're talking about. If we're talking about the measure to the curvature, aka being the horizon, then sure.
Because what is the obstruction in this case? What is the obstruction?
Well, there is no obstruction. That's the point.
You just said that there is obstruction. It's not curvature, it's obstruction. What is the obstruction?
No, there is no curvature, aka obstruction. Because you said they're the same thing. You did. I asked you. You said. So I'm saying that in the black swan, if that's what we're talking about, if we're keeping up,
Yeah.
there is no obstruction. That's the point.
Whew, okay.
There is no
We just went in a full circle there.
Okay.
That was crazy.
And there is no curvature in the black swan.
We just drunk drove that conversation all the way around the roundabout, back to the
To
start.
understand that there is no curvature in the black swan, is that what we drove around to?
Well, that's what you drove around. I mean, yeah, but the initial conversation involved, is a photograph an accurate an accurate representation, or do we believe that a photograph is accurate?
And I just
Because
told
apparently,
I told you my response was, because we're remembering, right? My first response to you was, I don't even use a photo. And you said, but the photo is a black swan. And I said, no, it's not. It's an argument that's decades old. That's what I said.
The black swan.
Here he comes trying to help again.
But it's called the black swan, isn't it?
So here he comes trying to help again.
Is it called the black swan?
So you trying to minimize it to just a photo when I'm telling you I don't even use a photo is absurd. That's all I'm saying. We didn't have to go in a circle to do that.
I mean,
But
you can't both argue that it's not a photo and then use the photo as an example.
Well,
by
I don't
saying
use
there's
the
no
photo. I
obstruction.
just told you I don't use the photo. But you're
You are
talking
using
about
it.
No, you know of the photo, and it's not a photo, it's a video. And you and I both can see what's in the video. There is no horizon, aka obstruction, aka curvature, where the calculations say it would be. I don't care why you believe that's the case. It doesn't matter to me. That's the point, though. But that's not what the point of. I didn't bring up the black swan. You did when you said it was just a photo. My response was, I don't even use the photo.
Ultimately, a video is a series of photos.
And again, I don't understand why we're not understanding. I said, I don't even use the photo. I use the black swan, not the photo, though.
The black swan is what? What's the black swan?
It's the oil. It's the picture of the oil, or the video, rather.
Yeah, it's a still of a video is a photo.
The argument is not the photo, it's the argument more important.
The argument is based off of the video. Like, come on, we're clear. We're not this. We are not this illogical.
The argument is not based. Just wow. The argument, which I was there in the formation of the argument, is not
a frame of a video is a photo.
So if you don't want to be muted, I'm only warning you once, and I'm not playing. Thank you.
I mean, you can mute me if you want. I mean,
And you're not slow enough to think that I was talking to you.
He was talking to me.
oh my bad.
Yeah, he knows. But you, stop it. You're not that slow.
The black swan is from Karl Popper. It's an argument
that was applied and utilized with the example of
the black swan is from Karl Popper. I don't know who the fuck said that, but you're an idiot.
Well, there was a photo that was called the black swan too, though.
Yeah, we know that.
So whoever called me an idiot for that is an idiot himself.
He didn't call you.
No, I said whoever called the black swan from Karl Popper is an idiot.
Did he not?
Oh,
Karl Popper
sorry.
didn't make the argument for science.
Wait, Buster, are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
Oh my! Why that's
Brandon, is that your actual name?
Because if whichever way this is going to go is going to determine how I'm going to laugh at you. So which way is it?
You're using your actual name on Discord.
Yeah, that's my name. Buster, hello.
Yeah.
how is your real name Thistlewick? That's so silly.
Yeah, well, sorry about that. Buster, hello. You there?
You're not more concerned about them not knowing that the black swan is an actual argument statement.
It's not an argument or a statement. Anyway, can you tell me? Can you tell me if you're a flat earther or a globe earther?
Well, what is the black swan then?
So you don't know what the black swan is? All right, okay.
I asked you, what is the black swan?
Swan that's black.
Yeah, as
Seems
simple
like there's
as
a lot of misunderstanding going on, and it's wanted. So that's cool.
I didn't misunderstand that. A black swan is a black swan.
So I'm gonna gain control of the room. And I hope that just me saying that everyone who's fucking around knows what that means. First thing I'm gonna respond to is I looked up Black Swan Karl Popper, and AI overview says Karl Popper used the concept of the black swan to illustrate his philosophical theory of falsification.
There you go. So, I mean, whoever called me an idiot for that, then whatever.
You're still wrong. Just because
Brandon.
Elijah can twiddle his fingers on AI doesn't mean he's right.
But what's wrong about what it's saying? What's wrong about it?
It's actually it's funny that you mention Karl Popper. Because doesn't Karl Popper sort of demonstrate
What's wrong about listen, if the black swan is a concept and it probably predated him for him to utilize the concept, or had to already be a concept for him to use an example, right? You said whoever said that is an idiot. What's wrong about it?
because the person who came up with it was Nassim Taleb, right? Okay, not Karl Popper.
Well,
There you go.
okay.
Okay,
The,
thank you for
the
that
information
insight.
about Karl Popper, first of all, is already out there and predates 2001 or whenever this other dude, is talking about markets and whatever he's talking about. Because I know what that is. I know what that is too. The Black Swan having all of that, and I know your shtick, but Karl Popper fucking predates that. What are you talking about?
Karl Popper is, I think, the best person to use if you want to say what the scientific method is, right, or what is science. And he says science. Yeah.
No, you can't. You can't say that something he did do is wrong if he did it. I don't give a fuck what else he did do that you can choose to champion instead. That's dumb.
No, you're saying falsification is the black swan. That's not what falsification means, is it?
All right, so subject.
The biggest problem, the only reason I spoke up was because they were saying, like, the guy and the girl were saying the black swan was a picture. And that was on my only beef with it. It wasn't. It was a like you said,
Right.
concept.
We're not about to get dragged down into a conversation about Karl Popper. It's dumb. The bottom line is, if someone says the black swan is just a photo, and someone says I don't even use the photo, but I still use the black swan, like, it's ridiculous for the conversation to devolve to this. That doesn't make any sense.
You use the concept, the black swan, not the photo. You should have been more clear about that.
Well, I'm glad that we're on the same page now, brother. That's all that matters.
Just make sure to use clarifying language next time.
Will do. Will do. Man. Maybe I do believe in the moon landing. I mean, the way Owlish moonwalks. Good God. He got some feet.
What are you going to do when they go back to the moon to put the nuclear facility on there?
Not going to do anything. I don't believe. That's like somebody saying, what are you gonna do when Frieza comes back and blows up the Earth? Ha ha ha! I'm like, nerd.
You can't do that. You can't.
His power is over 9,000.
I'll be like, nerd shit. I fucks with it, but I don't really know what else to say to that. Like, that's the same way I feel about what you just said. Like, nerd shit. Yeah, I used to believe in that. I don't know what to say to that.
It's not possible to put a nuclear reactor on the moon because you need a large body of water at a close distance to the nuclear reactor to cool off the rods. So no, you cannot put a nuclear reactor on the moon. Sorry.
Isn't it called an appeal to future?
I mean, like, you wouldn't need water to cool it if the moon is already cold, right? You would just use space because it's already pretty cold.
You know how hot those rods get?
I mean, does it matter?
So you're gonna cool it off with vacuum?
I'm
Yeah.
gonna let you do a moonwalk thing.
Chernobyl is still boiling.
There is no heat in space because there are no particles to actually generate heat. That's why we're able to actually have satellites and the space station in the thermosphere.
No, there is no space.
Well, to be fair, the thermosphere is the upper atmosphere, not space.
You said there's no particles in space. What about the rods? Are they made of particles? How are you going to cool them down?
There is no heat.
So the sun's not hot?
The fuel rods do heat up.
Yeah, but it
You're being
dissipates
stupid.
almost instantly, right? Because there's no... I don't know how that would work, right? Because of... It's not like the moon catches on fire.
Oh, whatever the heat is, it would burn through the moon. Just like in Chernobyl. Chernobyl is still on fire. It's still burning, not on fire.
Well, yeah, there is no fire in space. There's no oxygen.
What? Oh, I'm not talking about space. I'm talking about Chernobyl.
The only reason I brought up the entire nuclear facility on the moon was because that was a claim made by the Department of Transportation, the head of the Department of Transportation, and NASA.
What did NASA say that? Oh, I want to see that citation.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Yeah, I don't think NASA would say something like that because...
Well, the Department of Transportation and NASA are both the same person.
No.
Yes.
No.
You're going to be waiting a long time for nuclear reactors on the moon. In the 1970s, the Hilton hotel chain promised hotels on the moon. That was a good solid 50 years ago. They just keep kicking the can down on the road. Never going to happen.
How many NASA officials have you seen walking on the roads? If they're the same thing.
I posted it in the chat, by the way. The Sean Duffy is the interim NASA administrator, so he's doing both the NASA administrator stuff and the Department of Transportation stuff, because I guess technically NASA falls under the Department of Transportation.
Well, maybe in a way, technically, but that's... I guess technically, but they don't do construction on roads and stuff like the other people in the Department of Transportation do.
Bro, I'm not betting. I'm sorry, I'm answering somebody in the chat. I'm not betting on going to the moon. I'm just using it as like an anecdotal claim, like, well, Sean Duffy says we are, so what are you guys gonna do if it comes true? Like, I don't care if we go back to the moon or not. That's not something that I'm staking any reputation or money over.
Well, actually, if we can get to the moon and set up some kind of base on the moon, we can mine the moon for its resources and possibly use it as a jumping off point.
Well, we can't really colonize the moon because we would have to look at the space laws to determine who's actually has jurisdiction over the moon, because I believe it falls into the same category as Antarctica, where it's a neutral zone.
I can't pay my electric bill, but Whitey's on the moon.
You can't pay. Was that like a reference?
It's a song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just search it up. Whitey's on the moon.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was like a reference or something, because I don't always get references, but it sounded referencey, if that makes any sense.
Right. It's basically a black man's point of view from the 1960s of all the shit that they were going through, but Whitey's on the moon.
I see. Because you sound like the type of guy who could afford his electric bill.
Appreciate that.
I don't know, me personally, I'm not really about personal insults. Doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, I'm not really into that either. I'd much rather attack your ideas than you personally, because I don't really give a fuck about you. No offense. The proverbial you.
Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, well, I bet you pay your electric bill on time every month.
Yeah, I've been known to pay my electric bill. You know, the pesky thing about children is that you have to actually take care of them once you create them. No, it's a joke. I love my
Feed
children.
them. Have to
Yeah,
feed them
I
and
bet
name
you take care of your kids really well and very well nurtured. That's my insult. Ha! Take that.
Right. But yeah, the whole idea of moon travel, to me, it's like when someone thinks that Trump is going to like save America. Not that we're going into that conversation, but it's like wrestling, WWF or WWE, you know. And when people talk about the moon landing, it's like Star Wars, you know. So I'm skeptical. So I would ask any Glober in the room, what is it about the heliocentric model or the standard model of cosmology that you're skeptical about?
It's funny you mentioned WWE. They're going to do that on the White House lawn.
Donald Trump was actually in the WWE for a while. He's actually in the Hall of Fame too.
Why don't they just put the WWE ring on the moon?
What's the Housewives shows? Put
So
the
what are you
on
guys
them, too.
skeptical about? What are you guys skeptical about with the standard model of cosmology or the heliocentric model?
Are you asking me? Because I'm not really
I
skeptical.
think he's asking all globals.
Yeah, all Globers.
I'm not. I don't know. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna go to bed. I'm kind of too tired.
Fair enough.
I would
Anybody
like
else
to
want to
check
answer
in
that
every so
question?
often. So, everybody have a fantastic night.
Peace. Anybody else want to answer that question? So nobody's skeptical about anything to do with the globe that believes in the globe.
Oh, really? What are you skeptical about?
Oh, great many of things. First of all, the curvature, the axial rotation, and how the mainstream media and scientists describe gravity.
I'm a little skeptical of the claim that we're going 66,000 miles per hour around the sun right now as I sit here in this group chatting with you. Has that ever been measured, that velocity?
Well, speed is relative, isn't it?
No, I can show you where NASA says that that is actually assumed. Would you like to see it?
What is assumed?
The Earth going around the sun. Would you like to see it?
Yeah.
Alrighty then, give me a second.
It is also assumed by them in certain places that the Earth is flat.
All right, here you go.
So,
first one or two sentences. NASA.gov telling you straight up that it's an assumption that the Earth goes around the sun.
Parallax. You just that link. Was that link you just posted saying parallax, or was that someone else that posted that?
No, that was me. I am Larry. Read it and weep. This is where the Globers start telling me that I don't understand what assume or assumption means.
Well, it has to be assumed, right, Larry? Because no one's ever actually observed that happening.
Right.
Right. And science, of course, is going to start with observation, right? You wouldn't be declaring something to be true without first having observed something, right? Science.
Assumptions are all part of science. How do you make a prediction?
You know, I learned something about negative parallax. That link you shared mentions parallax. I learned about negative parallax recently and how the European Space Agency had analyzed over 1 million parallax measurements and determined that I believe it was about 47% of them showed negative parallax, which would be the stars going in the wrong direction, which was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's a question I have. How do you do science without making assumptions?
Well, first you'd have to observe the naturally observed phenomenon, and then, yes, you're going to form a hypothesis based on the information that you have, but this then needs to be testable, and what you're presenting is not testable.
And you're making a prediction, too,
It's
which is based on assumption.
It's just an assumption.
Prediction is based on an assumption, but that's what you do in science.
No, wait. What? No, it's a supposition. Not assuming. You're wondering. You're wondering if it's true. Not assuming it's true.
Saying if this is true, this will happen. That's an assumption.
No, an assumption is just where you just automatically.
If this is true, this will
declare.
happen.
You just. No, an assumption is when you've decided that something's true. A supposition is where you're wondering if something's true or not. There's a great difference, brother. Great difference. You're not saying, I'm assuming this is true. You're saying, I suppose this might be true, or it might not be true.
Assuming it might be true, yes. So you test it and find out. How do you make a prediction without making assumptions?
That's not the totality of the scientific method. Of course, you can make a few assumptions, like maybe it's this or maybe it's that, but then you test each one individually.
Yeah.
Because the hypothesis test, aka the experiment, is the literal crux of the scientific method. That's why it's called the method. You don't do the Heimlich maneuver without, just observe. You can't just observe the guy choking and go, "I'm doing the Heimlich maneuver." No, you actually have to do the maneuver in order for it to be correct. In science, you have to do the method. Anything else is imagination, also known as pseudoscience.
Yeah. And the method includes assumptions.
But does it end on assumptions?
I didn't say it ends. I said it has assumptions in it. That's all I said.
But they're short-lived assumptions. Like maybe it's this, or I assume this would be a good thing to test. And then you test it. You don't just say, "Oh, I'm done." Like that guy's choking. I'm doing the maneuver. I didn't say that you said it. I didn't say that you said it. I'm not putting words in your mouth. This is my argument. Yeah, it's all right.
Sorry.
I forgive you.
All right, look, bro. I want to read the definition of assumption out. A thing that is accepted as true or as certain to happen without proof. Okay? Now I'm going to read out supposition. All right, maybe you're right. Right? Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, no, I'm stupid. A belief held without proof or certain knowledge, an assumption or hypothesis. An assumption or hypothesis. Okay, so assumption could possibly mean that that contradicts the last one. An idea that something may be true. That's from Cambridge, right? Although it is not certain. Right? An assumption is more of like someone's decided it is true. Right? But I don't know what Oxford's on about, but yeah. Because Oxford's kind of contradicted themselves there. Say a supposition, a hypothesis, right? An idea that is the starting point for making a case or conducting an investigation. It's from Merriam-Webster. And so it's an idea that you have. So it's really, in natural science, you're wondering if it's, you don't know. You want to find out if something's true. And you're not going to assume something is true or isn't true, right? You're going to suppose that there's a possibility of something, right?
How are you going to test
true or not true.
something if you're not going to assume it's true? How are you going to test it?
This one?
How are you going to test something if you don't assume it's true? If you say it's false, why test it in the first place?
Yeah, but you're not saying, because you're saying if, you're not saying this is true, this is not true. You're saying if I do this, then this might happen, right? And then if I do this, it won't happen, right? So it's not really an assumption, bro. It's a supposition. It's not because you know, like when somebody says, "Why did you assume I did that?" Right? They're just like, "Why did you say I did that?" Oh, I just assumed. Well, you're wrong, right? I didn't do that, right? Oh, you could ask them, did you do this? Because I have this idea that you may have, right? I'm not sure. That's not an assumption. An assumption is just like a kind of a decision, right? It's kind of a concrete decision that something is true. That's the way I see it anyway. Fucking Oxford fucked me up, but the other ones support me, Cambridge and Merriam-Webster.
I left a link in the side chat about negative parallax for anybody who's interested.
Thank you. I'll definitely check that out. What's your name? Travis?
Yeah, Travis, I just put it again. It's pretty fascinating. It's a good read.
So if the Globers read this, do you think they would be skeptical? Or do you think they would be like, no, I'm not really skeptical about anything?
An honest Glober would find it super interesting, but we don't deal with a lot of those.
There are some. There's not any honest anti-flat earthers. Wow. All right, I saved it. I'll check it out tomorrow. Looks like a quick read. Yeah. Got it.
I just got here. What's up?
You're sober. That's what's up.
I don't know about that, but I appreciate your enthusiasm, Larry. I do.
See how assumptions work, my man?
Yes, I do.
Everybody welcome Kenny. What's up, Kenny?
I don't know. Welcome. Hey, thanks for having me. Just dropping in for a few, see what's going on. What are we working?
My wife wants to go to the Redwood Forest. Do you think it's worth the trip? Is it worth the drive?
Dude, you have to go, man. You got to go, bro. You got to go. Are you going to see the big trees, or are you going to go just the redwoods? They're both beautiful, but
I thought the redwoods were the big trees.
Nah, two different distinctions. You got to go see the big trees, man.
Okay. Well, I think that's what she meant. She wants to see the big trees.
Yeah, I mean they are redwoods, but there's coastal redwoods, inland redwoods, high mountain redwoods. You got a bunch of different redwoods around California.
Okay.
The big trees are way up there in the Sierra Nevadas. Yeah, you got to get your ass up there. It's beautiful. It's amazing. When you stand next to that tree, man, if you're not smiling, man, I'll pay your next month's rent, bro. All right. You'll be smiling.
I'm smiling thinking about it. Standing next to a giant.
You just don't realize how big these trees are until you stand next to one and go, "Oh my goodness gracious. How could anything grow that big?" It's so cool. It's cool, man. That I went there probably, I don't know, 10, 15 times. It's magnificent. It's worth it. There's your answer. Big trees, man. We want the big ones.
I think it's quite a drive. Pretty long way.
All right, from where you're at, yeah, you're gonna have to stop like halfway and maybe,
take a nap.
I don't know, maybe get a Motel 6 or something. I don't know.
Right.
Get a good breakfast and then boogie on the next day, and you'll probably get there like late.
So I'm gonna need 2 hotels there, 2 hotels back. Well, no,
probably.
1 hotel back.
Yeah, you could probably do 1 back.
Yeah, because I could sleep in my own house if I make it.
Yeah, So like, so that's like $300 for that. Probably 3 nights. Maybe.
So I should be able to get it done for about $1,000. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think
What are those trees you can drive under? I left pictures there.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. That's the big trees, Travis. That's it, bro. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. They still do that, man. They still let you drive through the tree. Yeah, it's kind of cucky, but yeah, whatever, Mongos. But yeah, I would rather not cut a hole in the tree, man. That'd be cool. But yeah, what do I know? Might weaken its structure a little bit. I'm not a.
I was thinking that myself.
Not an engineer or anything, but yeah, you got to stand next to one of those badass trees and go, all right, if there's giant trees, what other giant shit could be out here? Could be giant elephants, could be giant people, could be giant. Anyway, lots of giants out there, I'm pretty sure, but I haven't seen them all yet. I'm working on
it. Well, mainstream science will acknowledge that there was giant everything in the past, except for humans. That's one they won't touch.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I like the way you brought that up. Yeah, you're right. They would probably like giant dinosaurs and buffalo and all kinds of mammoths. And these things are big, man. Giant. But humans, no. We can't have giant humans, bro. That's off the table. We got to ditch that shit in the dungeon somewhere.
I just came in. Good to meet you guys. Flat Earth dude, would you say, brother, if I was to ask you, would you say that the Earth is flat?
I don't know, man. What do you think?
Well, there's something about that name that just makes me think maybe there's just something about it. I'm not sure, but it makes me think that maybe you think the Earth is flat.
Well, here's the difference, man. Thinking things and knowing things is two different things.
Amen. I agree.
Cheers.
Cheers, brother. So you would say that you know that the Earth is flat.
There you go. You got it.
Nice.
Yep.
You know what somebody told me recently, and I didn't believe it, and I don't think it's true. Obviously, it's not true, but I do think it's partially true. So, an atheist was picking on the theists, and he's like, you know what? He's like all flat earthers are Christians, 100%. I'm like, that's not true. But there are a lot of theists that are flat earthers, and it's unfortunate because I'm a theist. I think that if you're trying to use as like the number one proof of the flat Earth, like what's the clearest proof?
Did he
What's that?
Did he robot for you guys too, or just me?
He did robot for about 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't hear a thing, Andrew. All I heard was that you're a theist, but you're not a flat earther.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. I'm going through a bad spot. So just bear with me, guys. Sorry. If you can't hear me, I'll just give me a few minutes. Can you just tell me the best evidence? Okay, cool. I was just saying, like, what do you think is the best evidence? Like clear, unmistakable evidence.
Who are you asking? Anybody?
Whoever. Yeah, I don't care.
General question, I think.
Anybody and everybody.
Sorry, what was the question? I didn't hear it. Go again. Someone repeat it.
What's your best evidence for the flat Earth, AJ? Give me your best. That's what I want. Larry? Water. We got one water. Larry, what do you got?
The surface of the water.
Surface of the water. I'm going to go with airplanes, without a doubt. Number one. Airplanes are designed and built and flown flat and stationary. Airplane.
I'm going with celestial navigation. and elevation angle's 2 stars.
What does that got? Well, that's Earth, but that.
Well, they require a flat Earth with that horizontal baseline.
That's true. They do. Damn it. Damn. Horizontal baseline, you little bitch. Same on the airplane, man. That horizontal.
All right, sign me up.
Horizontal baseline on an airplane is horizontal. Did you guys know that? Yeah, it's a fact, man. I've talked to a lot of pilots, man. They treat the Earth as horizontal. Guaranteed, man. They got all kinds of instruments to verify that shit, too. All kinds of them. Damn. Fucking planes loaded with fucking horizontal references. Holy shit. Couldn't fly a plane if it wasn't horizontal. Darn it. Dang. Another. Anyway.
Yeah. Who was that asking about?
I appreciate that. It was me.
Who's me? What's your name?
Me. Andrew.
Well, let me ask you, Andrew, just a quick question, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah, sure, buddy.
You're at a lake. It's summertime. It's a 10-mile wide lake. You're sitting there chilling, and you're looking across. How many feet of downward curve do you think that 10-mile wide lake requires to match the globe's dimensions? Do you think you would be able to look across that lake and see the other side, or do you know what I mean when I say downward curve?
Drop over.
I'm trying. You mean because of the curve that happens over the Earth? Because
curve of the Earth. Yeah. I mean, the curve of the Earth is on the table. Boom. That's the first claim.
Is the idea that we can see too far? We can see too far. Is that what? Is it?
Well, we can verify.
No, I'm not. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not fighting you guys. I'm just wondering if that's what you're saying. Like,
yes, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see too far. You got it.
So how many feet of curve do you think the globe requires across a 10 or 20-mile wide lake? It's not a gotcha question. It's just from your past experience being at the lake. What do you think it requires across such a distance?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of polluted.
100 feet?
Yeah. Well, because they already told me, like I heard, what is it? How many ever, whatever it is per whatever. I can't remember. You always hear them say it, but it's supposed to drop. It's like inches, right?
Yeah.
Inches across a 20-mile wide lake? Is that what I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Maybe
no,
feet.
That's not true. Hold on, that's not true.
Is it inches or a foot?
No, bro, stop. You said you can't remember. Take a break. So
okay, go ahead.
8 inches per mile squared is what they told us, right? And then when we broke that, they changed the goalpost and said, well, you wouldn't be able to see it because of refraction. So sometimes you can't see it. So when the Earth looks flat, it's because of refraction. So they threw away the goalpost of a geometric horizon and said, actually, it's optical. So these things that we're seeing when we look at the horizon, it's optical. So at that point, it's unfalsifiable.
That's correct.
What did you guys think of the final experiment?
Man, don't be changing the subject on us now, man. We're rocking Earth here.
Okay.
We're down here, man. We're down here checking out what we can measure, what we can.
I got you.
What we can absolutely kind of like say, hey, man, if it's 10 miles here or 20 miles there, how far can I see? Just it should curve at some point, and just it's not curving at the points that they said. That's all. That's all we did. We went out and checked, and like it looks a little off here, bro. Got a little splaining to do, Lucy. The splaining's been shit, dude. The splaining's been fuck all shit. Sorry, my language, but yeah, it's been bad, man. The splaining for the globe is It's tough. It's tough to take some days, bro. I mean, they start coming up with the stupidest stuff.
Globe explaining,
bro. So
the explanation isn't a replacement for experimentation or demonstration.
That's
so
true.
Just uttering the words like gravity or refraction doesn't magically make it a globe because we can see too far.
Exactly.
Way too far.
Way too far. Like magnitudes too far, according to the globe. And we didn't put the globe on the table, by the way, man. Some other Mongos did that shit. They said, "Hey, here's what you live on. Go. And have a nice day." And I'm like, wait a minute, bro. What do you got? And it turns out, man, we're not shooting spin through outer space, flying airplanes across the spinning globe. No, it's all flat and stationary, man. Guaranteed. Go out and check it out.
Well, let me ask it. I didn't really get an answer from you. How many feet of curve do you think the globe requires across
Larry,
a 20 wide lake?
Well, I really have no idea, brother. I'd be just guessing. I have no idea.
10 miles, if your eye is on the water, right, is 66.6 feet.
Oh, wow.
So that's what you would expect to see over 10 miles.
10 miles.
Which is what I did. So I don't know the answer for 20 miles because I've never been to a 20-mile gap.
I think it's 263 feet or something at 20.
That's right.
Something like that.
Got the height of a 27-story building across a 20-mile wide lake.
Only 20 miles, bro. And we got pictures of shit 50 miles away, and we're like, what? What the fuck? What you're seeing is a mirage. Yeah, okay. Wait a minute. No.
That whole mirage thing was like basically like a Jedi mind trick that a Padawan would make. You know, they wave their hand like it's a mirage.
Mm-hmm.
And then they ended up with, well, it's refraction of some kind. We just, can't explain it away any other way.
Yeah. Anyway, check out Earth. It doesn't curve at the rate that they said the globe is, because they put that nail in the coffin first. And they said, this is the radius. Here's your globe. And we just went, okay, let's look at it. That's all. What about this water, bendy water? Okay, that's interesting. Airplane. Where's the curvature? Well, it might be over here, it might be over there. I don't know. It's a trick. God just playing a trick on you guys, man. Got refraction. God just made this place a giant illusion. No, he didn't, man. He made it flat and stationary. You can check it out yourself. Don't believe me? Don't believe Larry? For sure. Don't believe Larry.
That's right. The globe model wants you to believe that everything you see in the distance is a refracted mirage and not there. It's almost everything.
God is very evil if he did that. He's bad because he would be like, hey, man, I'm going to fool everybody on Earth and make them think that they see a globe. No, it doesn't work. It's all flat and stationary. You can observe it for yourself. Don't believe me.
Yeah, like earlier they were talking about black swan images. And the whole time I'm thinking, like, you go outside. We tell you to go outside and check for yourself. Like, nobody is telling anybody to rely on images or videos. Outside is what we're telling you to rely on. And go test the claim that you were given and understand why they had to change the goalpost. And say, now it's just refraction. You can't see the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth. So that means that the only place you could see it is on the way to the moon. And only 20-something people have went there.
27.
And 27. Thanks, bro.
Yeah.
And you have to take their word for it because you can't go there and verify it. But you can go to the ocean or a large lake.
I love asking people that honest question. Say, hey man, have you ever seen the Earth from like, the moon? And of course, nobody's seen that shit, man. Come on. But it's a simple question, man. It says, can you start out with honesty with me? And say, hey man, of course I have never seen it from the moon. What are you, crazy? All right. And then we can talk after that. If you answer that question like, well, how do you know it's real, or some kind of guru shit? Yeah. I just asked you a simple, you've never seen the Earth from the moon, have you? No. And that's it, man. I could start a conversation from there. After that, it's up to you, man. You want to accept reality, or you want to go down to some fucking fantasy world land shit? Where do you want to go? Fantasy Hollywood shit, I call it, Larry. It just warps people's minds into these beliefs that they can go to fucking La La Land, and it's an amazing technology, man. They got it down to a science at this point. Yeah, Hollywood's a real mind manipulator, in my opinion. Yeah. And we all get sucked in, man. And we got sucked into the globe, man, spinning, shooting, Star Wars-y, Star Trek, whatever. And you're like, yeah, I want to go there. That sounds cool. I can transport myself over here. I can be in the computer over there. Yeah, it's all fantasy, man. It has nothing to do with reality. None of us have ever experienced space like any of the space movies. Not even close. Nothing other than the space movies. That's all you get. Space movies. Yeah.
It's made in the Hollywood basement.
I like space movies. Yeah, don't get me wrong, man. It's a good story. Yeah, could be good, but yeah, it's just at the end of the day, man. None of us are going to experience anything like space or space movies, and that's it. Because it's just not going to happen, man. We're not going up there and locking ourselves in some capsule, shooting out there. That's ridiculous, man. Nobody's going to do that. I don't care how. Why hasn't Elon Musk taken a fucking trip to space, bro? What's up with that? Oh, man. You think if anybody could afford to go to space, man, it'd be that Mongo, right? He'd be like, first, hey, I'm going to space, going to float around up here, do a little live stream, talk to Joe Rogan, talk to CBS News, whatever.
He's got better shit to do.
He's got better shit to do, but then go to space? Doesn't everybody want to go to space? I mean, I thought that was what it's all about, man. Go to space, man. Space.
So yeah, you got to go to the Hollywood basement or get some media of some sort, whether it's magazines, YouTube, whatever. You don't experience the Earth like that without that media.
That's right. That's a fact, Jack.
But we're not the one relying on pictures.
Yep. But in reality, none of us have ever seen Earth from the moon. And in reality, none of us have ever seen the Earth from space. And those two things are just objective reality. That's it. I'm not being a dick or anything. I'm just like, hey, man.
And then the pictures that they do show us that they said were from space end up having copy and paste flown clouds all over them, and the word sex written in the clouds and all kinds of nonsense.
Nonsense. 100% nonsense looking crap, man. Okay. But, they did put out the Blue Marble 2.0 on the, what was it? 2012 iPhone?
Yeah, on the iPhones.
iPhone 1.
Yeah, right.
And weren't you telling us about a satellite that turned out to be on a balloon?
Oh, well, I have no evidence of that other than a balloon transiting the moon. But satellites on balloons, I do have some evidence for satellites on balloons. there was this satellite called the Samsung Space Selfie Satellite. Samsung Space Selfie Satellite. That's the name of it. You could look it up, Google it. And it crashed in some farmer's yard on a balloon. And I was like, what? Get the fuck out. That is like a piece of gold coming out of the sky, Larry. This was my golden ticket right here. I won the prize when that bitch landed.
Plus, there's the famous Chinese balloon, right?
Well, that was more recent. But yeah, the Chinese balloon, that's another one. I love balloons. I'm into balloons. I've been trying to book a high altitude balloon flight up to 100,000 feet for years, man, and nobody's launched one yet. But yeah, I've been trying.
What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for those guys to actually launch one that has tourists on it or some famous people or whatever. It is like, it wasn't cheap, man, but I had the money. I was like, okay, I want to go up to 100,000 feet. Who's the first guy that can take me there? How much does it cost? I looked into it for years, man, and not one of those. They were taking money, but they weren't launching people. And once they start launching people, I'm like, okay, I'm in. But nobody's launched a balloon to 100,000 feet that I know of. If you know something, I don't know.
Like the easy part is making like a blimp that just floats up that high. I think the hard part is coming back down. You know,
they were selling these rides on like what's that? Different websites. They were out there on like Kickstarter. People were selling these balloon rides up to like 100,000 feet on using CGI, and this is
very trustworthy.
And they were taking money, they were taking deposits, but no, I never saw a video of actual flight. You can tell if somebody went on an airline flight and they filmed some shit in the cabin or whatever. Looks pretty cool, but nobody's ever done a 100,000 foot balloon ride.
Will those people get their money back? Will that be considered a scam? Doesn't Kickstarter like reimburses people?
I was talking about that earlier, man. Do you ever heard of a space outfit called what is it? It's the Galactic
Virgin Galactic.
Virgin Galactic.
By the Australian guy?
Oh, yes. Do you know how long he's been putting together a space program now?
He has. Well, hasn't he created rockets that's like didn't he just take like Katy Perry and those fucks up there?
I think it was
Richard Branson.
Yeah, that guy. He literally just did it. Like he took them up there and came back down.
No, it wasn't Branson who took Katy Perry. It was Bezos.
Right.
Oh, okay, you're right. Has Branson not? I'm pretty sure he has shit that's went to space though. I don't know if it's been with people in it. Is it Bronson or Branson? No, it's Pierce Bronson, Richard Branson. No, they haven't achieved low Earth orbit. Oh, that's embarrassing.
So they're just doing high altitude stuff, basically.
Yeah, but those Kickstarter shits that you were talking about, people that donated money and they never did it, they get their shit back, right?
All right. Can I explain this to you economically really quickly? All right. Charles Branson used Virgin Galactic to take deposits of $250,000 a piece to take you to space, starting 20-something years ago. And he was taking in millions and millions of dollars. And if he just put it in the bank and collected interest on all those millions of dollars, and if somebody said, hey, man, you haven't taken me to space, bro, and I want my money back, and he goes, okay, here's your money back. And yeah, he just collected millions and millions of dollars.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because he
just used that. It looked good on, and we got to retool.
But to be fair, you can't just put in the bin.
It's been for 20 years. This 20 years, this guy has taken people to space. He hasn't really done it.
Yeah,
really.
but that motherfucker would have to wait how long to ask for the money back for him to actually get a real
Probably
return
like
from
10
it, you know?
years. There's, you know,
Yeah, so like
something,
that's like who waits
fucking,
10 years?
I want my
Crazy.
money back. Yeah.
Like if you promise, oh, next year I'm gonna take you to space, then you ask for a refund 10 years later. It's like what?
But you know, those people that can afford 250 grand, probably, you know, they'll just like, that's like a bet to them. You know what I mean? It's like, oh shit, I'm going to bet on this guy. He's going to take me to space. You know, if he doesn't, he guaranteed your money back anytime you want to back out. He was never like dicky about it. I mean, he literally actually would give you your money back from what I've heard. You're like, oh, here's your 250 grand back. See ya. Bye. You know?
Can't you like sue for?
But he gave you your money back. What are you going to sue for, man? He gave you your money back. You know,
the fact that he withheld it.
He didn't withheld it. You
10 years.
Oh,
because you purposely yourself waited 10 years.
Signed up to be a.
Okay. Well, to be fair, I have no sympathy for those people. Fuck them.
Yeah. Well.
What about the people that buy lunar real estate and?
Yeah. Fuck them too. I have no sympathy for people who waste. For billionaires who waste. Like that's like me having $1,000 and they spend $2. Like, you know, are you gonna have sympathy for me spending $2 out of 1,000? No.
Yeah. Well,
why would I for a billionaire spending 200,000?
It's not about the sympathy, man. It's about the way he manipulated the money to benefit himself. You know, whether he was going to space or not, whether he believed they were going to space or not, I don't know.
Did he break any laws?
He didn't break any laws. Nobody got burned.
Should there be a law for him to not be able to do that?
Well, this is the kind of the genius of capitalism, and in my opinion,
capitalism is a failed.
I mean, I knew a guy named P.T. Barnum, man. Well, I didn't know him personally, but I know of him, and he would just scam anybody any way he can, man. You can look him up, but yeah, he would.
Scamming's illegal, though.
Well, it wasn't a scam in like, I'm just taking your money and you're really not getting anything. It was more of a scam of like, I'm going to sell you this fucking idea that's so amazing. You're going to go in this building and you're going to see this and that, and you're going to see the fucking craziest shit. And, and they would go in, man. It'd be some like, fucking goat that's missing a leg or something. It wasn't anything like, extraordinarily fucking crazy, but he sold it all like that, like this is just,
like that one girl, I forget her name, the whole medicine thing.
But yeah, I mean,
you know what I'm talking about? Can someone tell me her name?
Carnies.
The blonde girl.
Carnies, man. It's just carnies.
No. That blonde girl that had like the whole medical thing, but like she got all these investors for everything, but her company never produced.
Oh
anything.
shit! Yes,
what's her name?
Elizabeth Holmes.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah. So shit like that is like illegal. Like if you have people invest in your shit with like lies, that's illegal. You can't do that.
That was a securities exchange kind of that's big money stuff. I'm talking about carnies, man. Just selling like P.T. Barnum was a carny. He would sell the stupidest things like it was the greatest thing. And
are you Canadian?
You saw one goat with it's missing a leg or something. It was he didn't rip you off, but he didn't sell it to you honestly. He sold it to you as something else.
Yeah, but like that's still you can't do that though. Like you can't. Like that's what the Elizabeth Holmes person did. Like you can't do that.
I think NASA does that every day. They sell some shit that's not real. They're like the carnies of.
That is an insane thing to say. NASA has produced over on end more than they should have. Look at what NASA has done. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they take the moon landing, that's for sure.
Okay, cool. Even if you think that, you think every satellite that exists is also fake? You think every everything is
Did
fake.
he
Like,
There's about 20 other technologies that can replace whatever satellites do with no problem.
Samsung?
yeah, I'm sorry. Can you do it? No.
Did you miss my Samsung satellite?
Who can do it? You're assuming someone else can do it better. Let me know who they are. The fuck?
You do know that we had
Someone
balloons.
who does top the line the best ever. And you're saying, oh no, you can do it better. They're bad at it. Okay. Who the fuck can do it better? Let me know.
You know that we had balloons with cameras on them in the 1800s, right?
Yeah, weather balloons. I'm aware.
Well, no, I mean during the Civil War, they had balloons with cameras on it.
Yeah.
So we probably advanced since then and got much better balloons and whatnot. But yeah, anybody could crack water and put hydrogen in a balloon and go see what's up there, but they won't let you.
What's waiting? Okay, well then go ahead, do it.
No, they won't let you. You're not Felix Baumgartner. You don't get to just go.
You just don't like the fact that I think that you just don't like who's doing it rather than what they're doing.
Well, you said that they produced more than they should have. How much should they have produced with our tax dollars?
Do you want me to like tell you everything that they've done and showed?
We've heard that one before.
I mean, hell, look at what you think the James Webb Telescope is like.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Travis just dropped. Hold on, in the chat. Are you in the chat, man? Side chat.
No, I know someone added me in the side chat, but
are you in the side? You can read the side chat.
It's a little cringe.
Maybe. There's 19 communication devices that will explain everything but a satellite, okay? And there's 19 of them, bro. And these are all actual programs you can check out. And don't believe us. For fuck's sake, please don't.
No.
But these things
Google Maps.
Just look at there's high altitude airships, there's high altitude platforms, HAAs. We got lighter than air vehicles. So we got a laugh. We got high altitude long endurance. Come on. I mean, there's 19 of them, bro. These are communication devices that do not require a satellite. They might be on a high altitude balloon. They might be just point to point. Might be bouncing on the ionosphere. It doesn't matter. But these are all communication devices that we all use. 19 of them that do not require a satellite. Isn't that cool? That's pretty interesting. That's all I'll say.
You like using Google Maps, correct?
Love it, man. I don't like Google Maps per se. I like Apple.
But you like the idea of it, right?
I like Apple Maps is my
yeah,
bro. Yeah.
So without the technology of we
can communicate. Here's 19 ways that it can work. 19 of them, and none of them are satellites, bro.
Yeah, but is that how it works? How it could work or how it's working?
You got satellites. I got 19 here, bro.
19 ways it could work, not that how it's working.
Larry, one for you, 19 for me, bro. This is what it came down to, Larry. Oh my god. It's called
fair, though. My one is how it's currently working. Your 19 is how it's not working.
You think when you use Google Maps that there's a satellite zooming into your address, a satellite personally for you?
Definitely not. No one thinks that. But what technology do you think it's built off of?
It's built off of high altitude airplanes.
You think without NASA satellites, you'd have Google Maps right now?
Yes.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
So
I got 19 ways. I got 19 ways.
Let's not be crazy here. It uses satellites, by the way. By the way, Google Maps does use NASA satellites. So that's the whole.
He makes the baseless assertion that we're crazy, which has nothing to do with making any kind of a good argument. So that's how you know he's winning. And then he's just going, yeah, that's exactly what you just did.
think it's weird when you said I have 19 ways how it could work, and you have one way how it currently.
Wait a minute. You think undersea water cables is a could possibly appeal to the future fallacy? Or are we communicating?
Water cables exist, and that is the longest line of internet
So
we
it's
have.
not a could. It's not a could. What about the other 18? Are those coulds or are those?
Loran was used prior to the apparent satellites and is the backup system and is used more than satellites.
Do you guys just not like space or something? What's going on here?
1 for you, 19 for me, baby.
What are you talking about? Don't like space? I mean, like,
Yeah,
what
we
does
have
that even mean?
one that we currently use that works, and you have 19 that could. What's stopping? Go ahead and make make one of the 19 go. Like nothing's stopping you, bro.
Cell towers. Cell towers go. Cell towers work every time. Guaranteed.
More power to you. Hell yeah.
I'm
Keep
not
going.
making that up, man. I mean, cell towers work, right?
Yeah, cell towers work.
For sure.
Radio waves, hell yeah.
Radio waves work.
Damn straight they do. Satellites do.
Airborne relay communications work.
There's no civilian deployment of satellites.
There shouldn't be. There's satellites.
Yeah, there shouldn't be because governments are the only ones that can be trusted.
I think it's satellites.
That's right.
No, because then you get Starlink, who chooses to shut them down over war zones that fuck up like Ukraine in favor of Russia and shit. So that's
when I say that, I mean like there's no just purely independent, unassisted, civilian operations of putting things in space. I mean, it's all regulated and watched by the governments or by a government or a government entity of some type. Like they're not letting just people. Yeah, off you go then. You go, just do it independently, all by yourself. We'll stay right out of it. Just don't hit our shit that's up there. Like, just make sure you don't hit our shit. That's all.
Yeah, I think that's
nobody's doing that. Nobody is doing that.
Good, right? That's good, right?
No, not good. Not good.
Not good.
Because not good, bro.
Not good, bro.
Okay, so what happens if they do send something up there and they fuck up and it collides with like a different satellite and now you're down too? Because,
no, someone's Foxtel doesn't work now. Oh shit.
That's all you think it does?
Like a car crash?
America's not the only country in the world with satellites in space. You guys know that, right?
Sure.
Like satellites do a lot of things for a lot of countries.
Dude, all right.
Oh, my weather channel's down.
Yeah, that's a pretty important thing, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
Being able to tell the weather is very important.
If it wasn't for that one satellite, we could have evacuated that city.
You're purposely trying to belittle what satellites do, but that's not how it works.
All right. We got 19 ways.
They're very important.
Wait. We got 19 ways to communicate on Earth right here from Loran to undersea cables.
Yeah.
We got
When did I say satellites is the only way you can communicate?
Well,
I never said it was the best way or only way or anything. I don't understand why you need to name the 19. I'm just telling you one of the 19, I guess.
All right.
And I think
you have
the 19 is a great way. Right?
I got 19, man. That's all I know.
Okay.
It's
we
absolutely
can have 50, and if they're all justified and they're all good, there's no issue with them.
Well, I don't think we have an issue, man. But satellites seems to be a little bit of an issue because they're like floating above our heads, 250 miles up, man, or more, and they're doing things that we can do right here with these 19. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I'm not being.
So you don't ever. So you think just the act of sending something into space is just bad?
Well, 250 miles up and 250 miles back, or at least 250 miles. Could be some of them are like thousands of miles.
Yeah, why is that bad?
I'm from the Deuce, the foe,
I don't understand why that's
16.
bad.
I'm from the Deuce, the foe.
Like the higher up.
Oh, he's back.
Thank you, mods. Thank you, brother. Anyway, so I mean, I'm not saying it's not impossible, but it's only one of 19, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Cool. Okay, it could be one of 50. It doesn't matter. It's still
not even. In fact, you're not even in the 19, bro. You're number 20. Okay.
Okay, but like I said, it could be one of 50. Like
I got 19. You got 1. And
I don't get what you're trying to justify. Like I'm
just saying, man. Satellite
How come there's a film of a satellite filming another satellite blasting past it at 17,000 miles per hour, or a geostationary satellite filming these other 17,000 mile per hour orbiting satellites?
Have them all film each other.
Yes. Okay. Here's my introduction to flat Earth.
Satellite has cameras.
Real quick, man. I challenge anybody. Get me a picture of a satellite from a satellite in space. Just give me a picture of a satellite, taking a picture of a satellite in space. Yes. I want that picture that was taken, digital film. I don't care.
Of another satellite blasting past it like a race car.
No, I'm not blasting past it. I'm talking about like cruising past it, taking a picture of each other.
Dude, that would be so cool.
Like a picture.
Like a selfie, you know.
ISS took a picture of a satellite, right?
Well,
you want specifically a satellite taking a picture of another satellite. They generally don't get like very close.
Or taking a satellite. Wait. A satellite taking a picture of itself, like a selfie. Hubble. Give me, whatever you got.
I've seen that thousands of times. I mean, the Mars rover has fucking done that, right?
Well, that's not a satellite.
And that shit's been on Mars.
Is it? How'd you verify that?
If a rover on Mars can do it, you don't think a satellite can do it?
Prove it.
What?
You have to verify this Mars thing, bro.
How do you verify that something is on Mars?
I feel like there's nothing I could ever say to verify it to you guys, so what's worth it?
No, for yourself. How did you verify it for yourself?
Really, I could read you the greatest fucking most.
That's a cool story.
Ever.
How did you verify it for yourself?
Still want to accept it.
How did you verify it for yourself? It's not us that's accepting it. We want to know how you did.
Exactly. Keep it
for yourself, bro.
For yourself.
Because I trust the people.
I trust people. Okay.
And I trust the
there
people.
There it is. Nasalooya.
And you
Nasalooya. Praise the government.
No. So are you saying
hilarious, bro?
I linked a screenshot from
where James Cameron has been working on ever
verifying and trusting. Wait a minute. Verifying and trusting are two different things.
I trust the information that they verified.
You're just trusting. Okay, so you are in a religion. You're in a religion, my friend. I'm sorry.
Yes. So the alternative is never believe anything ever. Got you.
No, good dude. Fire's
you
hot.
can believe all sorts of shit, but whether you want to verify them for yourself or not, that's another story.
Dude,
if you're happy to accept whatever bullshit they push down your neck, diamonds raining on Uranus, or whatever dumb shit that comes along, if you want to accept that, you go right ahead, mate. I am not going to stop you. But if you want to go outside in reality and try to measure for some curvature and see if you find out that there's none, and see what that does to your mental status, good luck.
Sorry, do you want me to trust your math?
No, I want you to trust it.
No, I want you to go out and test it for yourself.
Matrix, hold on 1 second. Dude,
yes, I've been in a plane. I've seen.
Have you ever put your hand over?
So
fire?
what did you measure in a plane?
I've been in.
What did you measure whilst in the plane? Other how many drinks that you could have?
I've seen the curvature.
Easy.
So you haven't measured it?
Oh fuck! Easy, bro. You got me muted.
Seen the lights. Seen it.
I seen the lights.
Don't know what you want.
The curvature. No, you haven't seen the curvature.
Like, I feel like
Rayton, what you've done is you just keep giving us cool stories. I have seen this. I have done this. You haven't measured anything.
Dude, I could give you the greatest.
If you live on a ball, there'd be measured drop over distance,
and you still wouldn't believe it, Right?
Hey man, I can use a square and a compass, bro. I can get things square, man. I believe things can be square. Do you
Yeah,
believe that?
math.
Can be
Yeah,
square?
yeah,
I mean,
math.
using a
100%.
tool, not a fucking math, dude. I use a tool. It's called a square, bro. And you put
Yeah.
the two edges and you go, okay, is this motherfucker 90 or not?
Hell yeah, that's math, homie.
It's not math, bro. It's
Yes, it
fucking
is.
square
90 degrees angle? Yes, that's math.
geometry.
Now, Rayton, you're
Yes, geometry is math, buddy.
Non-math.
Rayton, you're missing the point here.
Geometry is math.
Bro, you're missing the critical point here. See, it is math, right? But what dude's talking about is you're deriving real world measurements, real world variables, and those you then plug into some sort of math equation to calculate what you need to. But those values come from reality, right? So it's not anybody's getting all up in arms about using math.
You lost me.
It's not that anybody.
Hold on. You lost, so I'm plugging in real world.
Yeah.
Real world what?
Values. Right? So if you want
I'm using math and I'm coming out with real world what?
And you're coming out with something that's actually
I just want to know what you look for.
What he's talking about.
Real world what?
Real world. Listen to me.
Hold on, I just want to know what you.
What he's talking about is, let's say you want to square. If you want to square something, right? You're doing some construction shit. You're taking the length of something. You're taking the angle of something else. You do some math, and you come out with a result that you can then apply to the scenario that you're working with.
Yes,
right.
sir.
But those initial values came from the real world. You follow?
Yeah, they came.
Right.
Yeah.
So the point here is not whether math is or is not appropriate. Of course it is. But what's in contention here when we're having this discussion is not the math itself, but what are the values being plugged into these equations, right? In the first place.
Are you telling me that you have other hold on. Are you telling me you have other values and another equation that you can plug in to say otherwise?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Check this out, right? So
then
if you watch this, right? If you take an equation, right? So take for example, take something like Eratosthenes. Right? Are you familiar with the whole Eratosthenes thing?
Absolutely not.
No? Okay, it's this guy that allegedly calculated the circumference of the Earth, right? And then from that you can derive a radius, right? So what I'm getting at here is when this guy goes and takes angle measurement, right? Takes lengths of shadows, takes a distance between these two shadows, all of this stuff, and then plugs it into an equation, right? That you can use these values for to calculate the radius for the circumference. Okay. Embedded in
that Eratosthenes.
Yeah. Embedded into that.
Aristotle. You said like some weird name.
No,
I
Eratosthenes.
was confused. Oh, okay, that's why I was probably confused for a reason.
What I'm getting at, dude, is what I'm getting at here is embedded in that entire process is the baked-in assumption that we live on something that actually has curvature in the first place. So even if we weren't on something that has curvature, that formula would still give you a value. Now, whether or not that's actually appropriate is more of a meta type of discussion, and that's what I think dude was getting at, right?
Well,
so
I don't think that's true because he was working under assumption that the Earth was flat.
No, he was not.
Because it's measured flat. It's not an assumption. If you witness flat, why would you assume something other than?
You said measure flat. It was never measured
flat. It is measured flat.
It was
would you like me to show you?
It was never measured flat. It's
been measured as flat.
No one.
Yes, it's been measured as flat.
Has ever actually.
It's been measured as flat. Okay, this is how it's done. Listen carefully. We're going to assume. No, you just hold on. This is what we're going to do. You're going to shut up for 5 seconds. We're going to assume we have no friggin' idea. Have you got some kind of brain malfunction? We're going to assume we have no idea what we're on. We don't know if it's flat. We don't know if it's round. We don't know if someone's taken a whiz over in the back corner. So what we're going to do is shoot a laser across a large body of water. 10, 20, 30 miles. Now, If it is curved, there would be drop over distance, because what you've got now with that laser, it's going to act like a tangent. And as we know, from the tangent point, as you get further and further along the tangent, that distance from the tangent to the curve gets larger. So, we know with the given radius of 3959 miles that the drop from the laser at 10 miles from the tangent point should be about 66 feet. We know at 20 miles it should be 266 feet. At 30 miles, about 600 feet. So, when we say it's measured flat, when we go out with our happy little lasers and shoot them across large bodies of water, at 30 mile, you're out by about 4 inches. Not 600 feet, as you should be if you're on a ball. So, any questions?
For you, absolutely not.
Excellent.
Why make it personal? Why not attack the argument?
I feel like we've already been past that argument. We already spoke about this before. Go back to it.
He was the first to bring up lasers over distance. It was not brought up.
No, literally, we're talking about horizons and drops and distance already. The laser is irrelevant.
Well, the laser is a straight line, so you can compare. Remember, we don't know what the ground is. We have no idea.
Why not?
So we use the laser as basically a nice straight level board. That's all we're doing. We've got a nice big board, and then we're going to compare the ground to the laser. So let's go out 10 miles and measure it. Let's go 20 miles and measure it. Let's go 30 miles and measure it. And no, it doesn't. That's the problem.
Oh, wait,
that's the problem.
Doesn't?
It does not drop as it should, given the expected radius. With your mathematics, see how you were on paper doing all these equations, which it's all praise to NASA. When we do these equations, we get given numbers, distances. So those distances, like I said,
you think
66 foot at 10 mile, there's no 66 foot drop at 10 mile. 266 at 20 mile, there's no drop. 600 foot at 30 miles, there's no drop. That's the problem. If there was a drop, I wouldn't be here.
Not only that, people are pulling out their high-powered optics and just let's just zoom in and seeing the other side of a lake that's 20 miles away.
You guys ever watched that Netflix show where they did the laser experience and then it actually did drop?
Is that the one through the boards?
Wasn't a laser.
Oh, it wasn't. Oh.
Yeah, ouch. No laser. Failed test. Yeah, that test should have been thrown in the bin completely.
Yeah, so it has to be a laser or it doesn't count at all.
Who watches Netflix and they want to learn real science?
Question, what's stopping you from doing the experience yourself? Have you done it, or are you just believing what someone told you the experiment?
Well, like you, I'm just a believer. Except the difference between my belief and your belief is I can go and do it tomorrow if I wish. I'd like to see you go to visit your space
Your
type
belief
stuff.
comes from YouTube. That's the difference.
No, my belief comes from somewhere else, not YouTube and not TikTok. And not Netflix either before you decide to get too excited.
What's wrong with YouTube? Harvard and MIT have
Some of
channels
them
there.
we've personally met in here, like on Discord.
So, okay, I'm curious about this laser thing. Who told, since you haven't done it yourself, who told it to you and why did you believe them?
We've actually had some of the FE core members through here.
Mm-hmm. So, they
put the video up directly for us.
Oh.
I didn't have to go chasing it. They come here and said, check this shit out. This is what we go and do.
Yeah, I'm just curious why you believed them.
Why I believe them?
Yeah.
So, because what they do, 3 easy words for you to remember. Observable, measurable, repeatable. Now, you apply those 3 words to your NASA stories. Now, with the laser test, is it observable?
Method? Yeah.
Yes. Is it measurable? Yes. Is it repeatable? Yes.
Fire's hot. It's repeatable. I checked it out.
Oh.
Your curvature, is it observable? No. Measurable? No. Repeatable? Fuck it, we might as well just say no for practice.
Interesting.
That's it.
That's why you gotta say refraction. You gotta come up with an excuse at the goal line and move the goalpost when there's supposed to be a
That's it?
geometric horizon there.
Like, that's literally just it?
Yeah, it's a pretty sore excuse.
You were just mocking YouTube videos, Rated, and then you linked one in the chat.
Yeah, as a joke. I thought it was funny.
It is now.
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh, it's funny.
If you watch it, it's kind of funny.
But for real though, where's like the evidence without saying refraction? Where's you actually measuring the curve? And if you say refraction and claim that you can measure the curve at the same time, that's not cool. That's a conflicting of interest. Like how not conflict of interest. What is it? Oxymoron? No, that's whatever it's called.
What about
Right? Diametrically opposed. Sorry, excuse me for doing that real fast. I'm doing something right now. But the point is that you should be able to measure it without invoking refraction ever. But because we've measured it and tested it, you have to then invoke refraction and throw your own geometric horizon under the bus.
Don't say we. You didn't do it. You just.
What are you talking about? I didn't go to Corpus Christi. I didn't see Ingleside on the Bay at 10 miles away. Can you verify that that's what happened in reality? Because I can verify that I was at Corpus Christi. Can you verify that I wasn't?
Well,
yeah, I don't believe it.
It's a baseless assertion, bro. It's not a belief. I saw it. You're wrong. Are you going to recant now, or do you have secondhand information that's better than my firsthand information?
Corpus Christi.
Yeah, right next to the USS Lexington.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw Ingleside on the Bay.
I've never been to Texas, sorry.
I didn't say that you have. I said that I have.
Yeah.
So how would you know
Change your
anything
life,
about what
big
happened in Texas if you've never been there?
Must have been a life-changing experience being in Texas.
So you're not willing to admit that you're wrong like a man?
What am I wrong about?
You said that I believed it, as if I had never seen it.
No, I'm talking about the fucking laser experience.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
When were you talking about the laser experience? You said, I believed it. You said, I believed it.
Yeah, the laser experiment.
Yeah, because I wasn't there. It's secondhand. I'm talking about firsthand primary knowledge. You do know the difference, right? Lucy said that Sally fucked Henry. Lucy said that Sally fucked Henry. You know that's not good evidence, right?
I never met her, never met him, but someone had to fuck someone.
Bro, talking about secondhand information. Hearsay. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know what hearsay means, yeah.
Okay, yeah, good. So, wasn't hearsay for me. No belief involved. And you can get all philosophical and wax on for hours about how it's a justified true belief. No, it's knowledge. I experienced it.
Yeah, no, like, trust me, like, you know, this random guy on Discord, I'm just gonna, yeah, makes so much sense. True.
So, can you give us the justification for your belief that the Earth is a globe?
I don't have a belief.
So, you experienced it on the airplane. How high was this airplane, by the way?
When I was in an airplane? Last time I was in an airplane, I flew from Canada to Oregon.
Okay, so how high was that?
I think, on average, commercial airplanes fly on, what is it, like 30,000 feet? Right?
Okay, so you said that you saw the curve from there, but Neil deGrasse Tyson said that you can't see it at 128,000 feet from the Felix Baumgartner jump, or Jeff Bezos' rocket launches, or Richard Branson.
Yeah, I never said anything about an airplane. Never said I saw a curve from an airplane. So I don't know who you're told.
You said that was your evidence for the globe earlier.
I
That's what
never
you
said
said.
that, ever. I never said the word airplane, ever. That wasn't me, bro.
Okay,
Last
I
time I
stand
was on an
corrected.
airplane was 5 years ago.
So I stand corrected. See, like when you're wrong about something, you
3-hour
say, "Oh, okay." So I thought somebody in here, like less than 15, 20 minutes ago, We asked them what was their evidence for the globe, and someone said airplane. Is this not the same guy? I'm not looking at my screen.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
not
could have
me.
sworn.
No. I never said airplane. I would never say airplane. That's dumb.
So, what is your best favorite globe proof rated? Just one will do. What's your go-to evidence that we live on this? This ball?
Pictures of the Earth, satellites, imagery.
Hold on. I said one, just one. So pictures.
Oh, okay.
So what happens
So
when?
I would say satellite imagery
Rated.
is
Calm
my
down.
one.
Calm down. Rated.
I'm just telling you my one.
You did, and I was talking. So when we have like the blue marble, and we zoom into pictures or zoom into the clouds, and we have copy and paste clone clouds all over it. If we know that is fake, and we know they've faked at least one, why would we believe any of the rest of the images? How many times do you have to lie? If you perjure yourself once in a court of law, all of your testimony is thrown out. If we catch NASA lying once, that's a problem. Caught them lying.
You're asking the question with like, what's it called? The catch, whatever. So you're basically saying because one thing you don't believe isn't real, that means everything isn't real. Right?
It brings everything else they've done into question.
Right. So just because there's one thing that you think is fake, that
there's way more than one.
Fake.
No, you're talking about the all or nothing fallacy, which none of us are talking about. We're talking about skepticism. Hold on, I'm speaking.
Then what
when we were talking, bro, when I'm done, notice how I've been on mute this whole time when you've been talking after we talked about the airplane and I said that I was wrong because I'm a man?
Everyone here's on mute, so no.
Okay, so if you don't mind not interrupting, that'd be great. If you could act like a man, like your dad raised you. Can you act like your dad raised you?
I wasn't
Can you do that
raised
for me?
I wasn't raised by my dad. He was a cop, alcoholic piece of shit.
Tell me about it. Okay, so my dad's not a cop or an alcoholic or a piece of shit, but I know about cops. I was talking about cops. Anyway,
yeah, fuck them. Fuck cops.
Yeah, I agree. Fuck the police.
Never had
what we're talking about here is like he threw me off, guys. I'm fucking
my bad.
Don't throw the emperor off his groove, asshole.
You ain't the emperor, and you ain't the groove. That's a great movie. Don't you dare.
Check out that globe image I just put in the chat. Rated. It's a famous one of the most viewed and downloaded images to exist on the internet, and was the home screen on the first iPhone.
You think that picture right there is what you just said? What world do you live in?
That's the one allegedly that you're supposed to live on. Control C, Control V. Control C, Control V.
That's what...
You would have think they would have done a better job with the clouds.
Bro, that's literally what he just did. He just went to Google, typed it in, Control C, Control V. What the fuck are you talking about?
Rated. That NASA picture there is from NASA. You do know that.
You think we don't
have... It's a 2002 Blue Marble. It is the actual uploaded image that NASA presented to you, me, everybody. And when examined, you notice that the clouds are copy-pasted. That's sad. You've got faith in lying scumbags. You should just know.
And you have faith in who? People who make YouTube videos?
Myself. Because I can go and check it for myself, which is something you don't seem to have the capabilities of doing.
You have faith
in people
who make angry YouTube videos
in myself
about how everyone's lying and so
I have faith in myself because, unlike you, I am capable of checking shit out for myself. You seem to just turn off and go, oh, another round ball picture. That'll do.
Why do you think that?
Because that's what you've done so far.
Why? Because I think satellites exist.
Photos from space. How do you verify them? We've just given you one of your own photos. This is from your so-called, all praise be, NASA. That's one of their images. And all we've done is looked at it and went, Control C, Control V. They've copy and pasted the clouds. So that means that's not a photo from space. That's some kind of CGI-generated bullshit. So your NASA friends are not really truthful. So why would you put your faith in someone that's a known liar?
This is 2002.
That's twisted, bro.
Oh. Let me look real quick. Let me look. Okay, so you said this is copy and paste right here.
You don't think
Well,
clone
NASA admits
clouds like that
themselves.
exist in nature, do you?
Wait,
Did he
what's that?
say
Sorry?
he said or you said? Did he say he said or you said 10 seconds ago?
I can't hear 5 people at once. I'm sorry. What, you think I'm done? I'm dumb for believing in NASA over you from believing
No,
in
you're just not
video?
skeptic. You're a true believer. You're just not skeptical. Unless you are skeptical. What are you
crazy.
skeptical about the globe? What is it about the globe that you're skeptical about?
Weather patterns?
Weather patterns make you think the Earth might not be a globe? Go ahead and explain that one.
No. Like, there's nothing you can ever say to tell me it will not be a globe. No, not that. I thought you were talking about like what satellites are showing, like data we're getting.
Oh, so it's Globaluya then.
Oh yeah, it's 100% a fucking globe. Yeah.
So you're a ball worshiper.
Yeah, I worship balls.
No, the ball worshiper.
I
You're a ball
worship
worshiper.
balls. Great
Are you
big
a sun
ball.
worshiper?
I worship a great big ball. 2 of them, if there was 2, you know.
So if that's a religion, why do we got to pay taxes for it?
Who's paying taxes for it?
You don't know that NASA is like part of the government?
Homie, I'm Canadian.
Oh, it doesn't matter if you're Canadian. You know that NASA is part of the
What the fuck
government.
are you talking about?
Talking about us.
Yeah, well, I don't. I'm chilling.
Does Canada have a space program? Probably not. They don't even have a military.
No, we have NASA that we actually pay money into, so technically I do.
I think we do, but it's probably minimal, right? Like we did contribute to like the ISS, like the Canadarm and shit like that. There's probably some involvement, but I don't know. Certainly
It's
that
probably what
that's
you guys are getting tax dollars. Probably, right?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, the
Your corporations probably.
The Canadarm project, what was it, like 30 years ago or something like that, was certainly, I would think, a taxpayer-funded project.
Okay, I don't know.
But whatever. Yeah.
But the point is, it's a religion that, you know, just because you see something in the sky, I'll tell you what it is, and there's no way for you to verify it. You just got to trust your high priest. So these 27 dudes that went to the moon, they swear, but not on the Bible, that the Earth is the globe if you're halfway to the moon and turn around and look back.
Have you never seen a satellite moving in the sky before?
Do you realise
I've seen
looking
lots
up
of
doesn't
stuff in the
prove the
sky.
shape of the ground?
No,
I've seen
like
lots of
honestly,
stuff in
like
the
have
sky.
you ever actually like been away from like light pollution, like camping or something, and like looked up? You've never seen a satellite moving across the sky?
It's in a light crossing the sky. You don't know what that is.
Wait, you think it's a fucking wait? What's sorry? Is it an alien or a satellite? Like, let's be real.
It's a light.
It's a light. You're just making assumptions of what you think that light is.
You guys have
because
never seen it.
YouTube probably said lights equal satellite.
never, like,
so you've
looked at
gone,
one for a
I've
while?
seen a light go across the sky, therefore that's a satellite, and now you're in here telling us all about how you've been camping and you've seen lights go across the sky.
So are you saying that Starlink doesn't exist? Those are satellites, by the way.
No,
okay, just hold on.
nowhere
Hold
in
on
what
one
I
sec.
said. You'll see that.
Have you ever seen Starlink move across?
Sorry, Matrix, to interrupt. Larry, we're vindicated. Posted in the side chat, went back and had a listen. I've been in a plane. I've seen the curvature by Rated. Rated did say that.
I never said
Oh dear.
that. I said that.
Yeah, I've just posted it, bro. I've just posted it. You on live stream. This is recorded, bro.
Well, then I misspoke. Fuck me. What are you gonna do?
I won't be doing it, but I'll watch.
So Starlink, that's satellites, right?
Hold on, we just pass over the fact that you
Does
just
Starlink not exist?
Shame on you.
Does Starlink not exist? That's all I'm asking.
We don't know if Starlink exists, right? But they tell you that Google Loon exists, where they launch balloons.
You guys never seen Starlink?
To provide internet.
Oh, it's actually crazy.
Okay, rated.
Crazy. Like it looks.
Hey, little liar! Did you know I was talking?
Yeah, what's up?
Larry was
Can you hear me
trying to
talking?
say something.
Oh, sorry, Larry. I apologize.
Yeah, Google Loon, Google's balloon project. They launched balloons. Now I wonder why they would launch balloons, because Google's got like a shitload of money. They're only like the largest advertisement agency in the world, getting like what? How many billion hits per day?
Because they
Anyway.
have their own weather service.
So they send up balloons. We know that NASA sends up balloons because they've lost a tethered balloon before.
It's
like,
weather.
whoops, we lost it.
Yes.
Okay,
weather.
so you can call it weather, but don't radar shoot up? Can't we shoot the clouds with our radar and tell where the clouds are? You don't have to be up there to shoot radar down. You can shoot radar here from the ground and see what the weather is.
Not as effectively, but yeah.
Right. If you have a balloon that's 100,000,
but
if you have a balloon that's like 100,000 to what, 150, 200,000 feet up, then yeah, it's going to be a lot better. But that doesn't ipso facto mean that automatically there's geostationary satellites.
Do you guys think Starlink exists?
Okay, I would like to know the logic jump
Starlink
when we
is a
say there's
satellite.
lights. And I didn't ask you to
Starlink
talk
are
through me.
Does it exist?
I don't give a shit what Starlink is. I'm trying to
Weird
establish
how
from
as soon
you
as I
when
bring
we
that
say, shut up, when we say there's lights in the sky, you magically jump to, so you don't believe Starlink exists. Please enlighten me. How the fuck do you link those two things together when we did not say we do not think Starlink exists? Did
Have you never
anybody
seen
in here say
Starlink
that?
in the sky? Like
Did
flying
anybody in here say that? Yes or no?
You guys just never seen it.
Did anybody say that Starlink does not exist? Yes or no?
That's not why I asked.
I'll make it really easy for you, Rated. I'm a flat earther, and I'm using Starlink right now. Nobody denies
that's
that
awkward.
there is things that are over our head. Yeah,
That's very awkward.
You're believing. No, it's not awkward at all, man. Because, like you said, we see
how do you
these
think it
lights
gets
traveling.
around?
You're going to let me talk, or you're just going to keep telling me how awkward this is?
How do you think it gets from Hawaii to Japan to Europe in a straight line? That's going to be really awkward once you think about it.
Bro, could you shut the fuck up and let the man speak?
Oh, he ran away.
Well, he didn't want the answer then, did he?
That would have hurt his feelings.
You can't just interrupt people like nonstop. They're always looking for an out. Start act the fool, and then tout it as a victory when they get muted or talked over.
Dude, that's all I heard him do for the last hour. Talk over everybody.
Crazy. Maybe I triggered him. I sound like his dad. Can you imagine having a cop as a dad? I mean, I'm not trying to talk about him, but anybody else had a cop as a dad?
Yeah, both my parents were law enforcement. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to ask any personal questions, but I can only imagine.
Tell me about it.
I'd imagine that if you had two cops, there's a really high chance that one of them was abusive.
Spot on.
Oh shit! You were raised by good cop, bad cop.
Damn.
That's harsh, man.
Yeah, sure. Let's put it that way.
Well, I don't know what cops are like everywhere else, but here in America, they got this qualified immunity, and it's real special. I heard someone argue today that the sit, I don't want to say the soft sit thing. Those people are the cops and the people that are just like cops, but haven't joined and put on a badge. Like they both think that the law doesn't apply to them. But I guess that's for the courts to decide, right? What do we know?
Being an ex-correctional officer, I love giving cops shit about how tough they aren't without their guns. Not so tough without your sidearm, are ya? Drinkstable. Go and play in the real world.
Yeah, because I'm doing this shit without a gun.
Exactly.
We're not even supposed to have any kind of weapons for self-defense, doing what I do for a living. So I guess car keys would be our only weapon.
What are you doing?
Delivering pizza.
Oh, yeah.
So our job is like on the top 10, like actually dangerous jobs.
So there's a show in Australia called Fats Pizza. Yeah, it's a bit of a comedy show, and they deliver pizzas out. It goes through crap that happens to them, and they go to deliver these pizzas. And the number one rule is you never go.
Is he breaking up?
Your Starlink's gone, man. It's out.
It's my headphones. Hang on a second.
Actually, in all seriousness, they've been having issues with Starlink over the last couple of
Mate, it's been a fucking drama since I got it. Absolute bullshit.
My parents, they said the last couple of days theirs has been shit house. But last week, allegedly, for our friends on the other side of the pond in the US, they had issues, and there's a lot of people bitching about the fact that because they use their Starlink for everything, phone calls and everything, that their country areas were no phone capabilities at all. So, and they don't know what the reason
we're
for
supposed to have I'm supposed to have like really, really good reception for Starlink where I am. But every single morning at 3 a.m. for 2 hours to 3 hours, it shuts off every night, 3 a.m. And if I'm still up trading, I got to connect everything to my phone.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that happens every
I wonder if they bring down the balloon, put fresh helium in it, or sorry, hydrogen, and then send it back up.
I don't know, man. It's 2 to 3 hours every morning at 3 a.m.
That's about how long it would take for a balloon to be put back up, right?
Yeah.
About 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
Just a coincidence. I'm not saying that I know that to be a fact. Just a speculation. I probably should have saved it for Sunday.
Yeah, well, I only got it because when we travel and I want to take my laptop and trade and do things, it's pretty simple just to set it up and off you go. So I'm in a rental house at the moment, so I just left the Starlink set up on the roof. when you search for a signal as well with your phone, and you're looking for things that are going to block the signal seems to bounce off houses, bounce off trees. Like you get these green dots, and where these green dots cluster, it's a good area, yeah. And like if you go along the back of your house on the wall, the whole back wall will just be full of the green dots.
So that's where the signal is bouncing off and concentrating, kind of like a satellite dish.
Yeah. Yep.
Interesting.
Just the other day, we were playing with the GPS in the grader, and his technicians come along, to fix it up and that. And he's recommended this Starlink setup. And, this guy knows a fair bit about his shit. Reckons there's satellites up there in the vacuum of space with all this amazing technology. And I said, so why doesn't my Starlink track pan or tilt satellites? And he said, oh, well, they used to, but now there's that many satellites, they don't have to. Oh, okay. I just bit my tongue.
But when I was delivering in the early 2000s, I couldn't get GPS if I went too far out of town. So I look on my Metro PCS bill, and it's like I'm paying like $12 or $13 extra a month for a GPS. And when I asked PCS about it, I don't remember what the excuse was, but they gave an excuse, and then not too long after, it just wasn't on my bill anymore. But eventually, like if I were to drive out there today, there's GPS. There was like dead spots in East Texas, and East Texas is the populated side, by the way.
Yeah, well, I've done quite a number of trips, like from north to the south of Australia, down through sort of not quite the centre of Australia, but a fair way inland. And there's this one big highway. It's pretty straight, and it's just got big valleys. And the valley, you'll be going for 100 k's through like a big valley, and then out onto like a bit of a hill, and then another one. And both my phone and my car GPS lose signal in those valleys every single time. And then as you're coming out, you'll see a tower on top of the hill. You'll get your GPSs back. And then once you get down away from it and you can't see that tower anymore, you lose GPS again till the next tower on the next sort of rise.
Yeah, they just put up towers with all the cell phones, and now we got GPS. That's what I think. Not to say that there aren't satelloons being launched from like big city areas, but if you look at like all the towers that we have, well, like, I can't say where I'm at, but just look at all the towers around you. There's websites for that. They'll tell you like how many different freaking towers are in your area. It's like, but it's coming from space. The signals are coming from space. Would it be cheaper to put them down here?
Yep. And like I said, that's my experience, yeah.
I've talked with people who seem to think that they're getting the GPS from satellites, and then to do that, there has to be 3 satellites to triangulate where they are, which is pretty absurd.
It's 4, and it's trilateration.
Thank you.
Don't they use 3 to triangulate, or whatever you said, and a 4th one for timing?
Yeah, 3 to try. Well, yeah. 4 or more gives a more precise, location. Apparently, I don't know. It's very similar to what you end up doing with celestial navigation. I mean, you're trilaterating point position. And that's with 3. 4's gonna confirm it, right? Yeah, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, well, this technician that was explaining it to us, was saying that they used 3 satellites and 1 for timing, but with these 3 satellites, it draws a big circle. And I'm near hitting my head against the ground at this point. Why would it draw a circle, and how can it draw a circle?
I've heard it described as even like as spheres or cylinders, right? As well. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So it's like where 4 spheres are intersecting.
Laugh.
Are you guys talk about GPS?
Yeah.
That doesn't prove anything.
Okay. I was just asking. Sorry, I entered the conversation late.
What I don't get, maybe one of you guys can clarify, is what are these things picking up both towers and, whatever's above us? Because, this system was picking up like 40 plus satellites as it reads.
Like I said, from my experience, it's ground towers, yeah. And when you get out into the middle of nowhere, you don't see those towers. I was losing all my GPS. Like I said, through a big valley, you'd lose sight of the tower, everything would switch off my phone, the one on my dash. And then as you came up the next big rise and you'd see a tower, I'd get GPS signal back.
Right, but you'd need more than one, yeah?
Not sure, yeah, because all your maps are preloaded anyway. I'm not sure what they would do there.
Yeah, it probably makes predictions, yeah. Like they do when they go in tunnels, they start to predict, based on the calculations of how fast you were traveling, and then it kind of skips as you're coming out of the tunnel. Get more accurate.
But no one denies that there's things over our heads, yeah? I mean, we know that they've got the Satelloon project. Maybe they do have something moving around up there, but doesn't mean that it's orbiting, yeah? These guys just think because there's something above their head, you've got to believe the story. of an orbit, yeah, around a ball. But obviously, Earth doesn't measure as a ball, so we obviously don't have these things orbiting like we're told.
Yeah, I agree.
Where do they go instead if they're not orbiting?
Yeah, ask them. We don't have those
Maybe they're
answers.
just circumnavigating the surface.
Well, how would a balloon circumnavigate? Have to have
I
some
didn't
sort
say
of
it. I
propulsion
didn't say a
device
balloon.
or something. Wind. That would be a good one.
I gave two different examples. Yeah, one was we know that they do have satelloons, and two, I'm not saying they couldn't have something else in the sky. Don't know how it's there. Don't know how they keep it there. But what we do know is that there is no measured curvature to the Earth, so it's obviously not orbiting.
Can I ask what a satelloon is? I haven't heard of that before.
Yeah, where they have these satellites attached to a high altitude balloon.
But isn't a satellite like something in space?
I was
Well, that's
just
what you're
watching.
led to believe. But they, in
Sorry.
fact, do, and you can look it up for yourself very simply, have satellites attached to balloons. And there's also many pictures and images of people who have had them crash on their properties and farms. And
Yeah, just as AJ just said, just recently I saw one on a Facebook clip of some farmer posting in a satellite, Samsung written all over it. This thing's still, flashing away, doing its thing, still powered up. And there's a big cord coming off it. There's a big balloon stuck in the tree. Yeah, crash landed on their property, on their farm property.
I linked a real short video of NASA launching a satellite in the side chat. It's very interesting if you've never seen one before.
It's funny, every time you see these launches, it's always in a barren location. They wouldn't want anyone to see this, would they?
That's probably why they don't televise them.
well, they don't hide it. Yeah, the information's there for everybody. It's just whether you're willing to look for it.
They actually did televise one. It was on the ABC News. One of the so-called science satellites when it was getting launched, or satelloons when it was getting launched. There was some heavy gusts, and they lost control of it and it nearly wiped out Well, it actually didn't nearly wipe out a car or two. It wiped out some cars and nearly killed someone. Was heading towards a building. Yeah, they had a great old time. So interesting stuff.
And you know that they also have drones now that actually fly without propellers. They're using like the electrostatics, just like a Van de Graaff generator, and they're reversing the polarity, and these things are flying. Like this has been going on for a number of years now. So how could these things possibly be above our head? They're actually doing this with drones, no
I
propellers.
didn't think electrostatic stuff could generate enough wind.
Apparently it does. I don't know. These things are hovering. Yeah, not. Don't know. You can have a look. Have a bit of a search about it. I was only reading something on it about a month ago.
Yeah, maybe their tech's up there, but in saying that, if you're suspended off of a balloon, it's giving you the lift. The electrostatic device underneath it would just be for direction. So if there's happens to be a spot where there's no wind, you just point the little fella where you want to go and off it goes. That to me would be yeah.
So the satellites have no propulsion system, so nothing to deviate their trajectory. Therefore, there's so many up there. How come they're not running into each other? How come we don't have debris constantly falling down?
Well, space debris is a big problem. They have a whole tracking center just for it. But a lot of debris is too small to track from the ground. So they put satellites into specific orbits where they know there's not a lot of debris.
So they have tracking stations, but a lot of it's too small to track.
Yeah, once it gets too small, you can't pick it up from the ground anymore. So it's just little bits.
So they don't track it. So they don't have a tracking station.
Well, they do, but it can't pick up everything.
Right. So all this debris, isn't it going to smash straight through other satellites and just destroy? It's going to take each other out. Debris, satellites.
It does, depending on how big the debris is and how tough the satellite is. It does happen.
It does it, but if it happened once, mate, it's going to multiply. It's going to.
You're talking like Kessler syndrome?
Yeah, it's going to be a ripple effect, mate.
Yeah, that's why we try and take strict precautions for that kind of thing. We, the human species.
So you're doing this?
Not me personally.
Yeah, you can't really associate you when it's someone else. You're just going off their information.
I work with them. It's not me myself doing it, though.
You just work with them? What, do you clean the toilets for them?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I restock the paper towels.
AI says there's approximately 130 million pieces of space debris that's around the size of a dime, going 17,000 miles per hour. It seems that's about 6 times faster than an AR-15 bullet. I think if one of those actually hit the ISS, that would be a big problem.
Yeah, it does happen every once in a while.
If it actually happened, it would destroy the ISS.
And they plug the hole with their finger.
Well, if it's a small hole, it's not immediately destructive to it.
AR-15 bullets are small holes too, and they're very destructive.
To
and
human
these are
beings.
6 times faster than an AR-15 bullet.
Yeah, but
so
you're
let me
talking
get this straight. You're allegedly in the vacuum of space in a pressurized container, and you're telling me an itty-bitty piece of something traveling at 17,000 miles an hour is not a fucking problem when it goes through.
Well, it is a problem, but there's different degrees of problems.
Oh, there's a different degree of problems. How about you show me what happens when you get a needle and poke a balloon at .fuck all of a mile per hour and watch what happens, because that's what's going to happen to your little tin can, allegedly, if it's
what would
pressurized
happen to
in
your
a vacuum.
balloon if your balloon was made out of metal? Probably be
It's the same difference.
Well, it's not.
One's never like it's never
It's
hit
a flexible surface that's relying solely on pressure. It's an inflatable. The ISS is an inflatable.
So's the
It
other
has a
one.
rigid metal shell. It's not
fair,
relying
but,
on
like,
pressure to maintain its shape.
So all of these millions of pieces of dime-sized debris flying around up there, it's never hit any vital systems, never smashed apart their solar paneling, nothing like that. It's just like, oh, phew, lucky it missed all the good stuff, right?
I've already told you it's happened before. If you search for it, you could probably find several
Did
examples
it
of
put their lives in danger? Was it?
Well, was
it
a what's this
disaster
term? The bolide. Every time it happens, it's a danger. Like I said, there's
post up an example.
It's always missed a gas tank. It's always missed the panels. It's always missed vital systems, right?
I don't know.
It was a movie, mate.
I was going to ask Chargy from his knowledge, what's the most common type of debris?
I have no idea. I would assume.
No idea, not even guess.
Space trash be the most common type.
Human space trash.
Stuff that we put up there.
What is that place, please?
Aren't most of the stages of rocket launches that are, abandoning pieces throughout the mission are they done within the atmosphere?
Listen,
Yeah,
when we have aerospace engineers talking about space, satellites are hoax, and the Earth is flat. So what this guy has to prove? Nothing. It's a joke.
Yeah, I'm not trying to prove anything.
Well,
There seemed like there was a lull in the
There's no
conversation.
space, my friend. There's no space. That space that they sell on television, and talking about space in those CGI animation, documentaries. That space is a fairy tale. Just nothing more than that.
You mentioned you worked with satellites. What do you do, and how does it prove space exists as mainstream science describes it?
I don't know if it proves space exists under whatever description you're providing. I just don't see how it could work without.
How about the photo of a satellite in space? How about the photo of a satellite in space? Let's see that.
I don't have a photo of a satellite in space on hand.
Search it, because those are fake.
I mean, what do you do, Snow? You said you worked with satellites. What's your job description?
So I'm an Earth science scientist, I guess. I do analysis of the satellite imagery.
So you get given data sets and you get to do things with data sets. So you've got no verification of where those data sets
Robert Simmons then.
Yeah. Sorry, obvious.
I did post at the side chat. I did post a technician, NASA engineer, and the guy in his papers he had to program the satellites according to a flat stationary Earth. That's very interesting.
Yeah, we would all like to see that. Thank you.
That guy did work even at Antarctica.
Sorry, what was the question?
So basically, you have no direct interaction with satellites. What you're saying?
Well, satellites are in space, so nobody has direct interaction with them.
Place your work.
You did say satellites are in space or aren't in space?
Oh, aren't in space, are not in space. They're obviously balloons that are also satellites somehow.
Sorry, mate.
What I meant was you're not actually in a construction process either on the ground.
No. I do not build satellites.
I don't deny. Sorry to interrupt. I don't deny the technology, But when someone says in space, that's a different story, For example, there was a guy who did work at
It's very basic at the end of the day, Miguel.
Yeah.
You got some energy generation and transmitters and batteries. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some technology, and that's it. There was a guy, he was a helicopter pilot, he did work at Antarctica, and in today he's using a telephone satellite.
A telephone satellite?
Let's say, a cell phone satellite. So it's a private, it has a private connection. So it has like
a cell phone.
Yeah, so he can give you I don't remember if he was selling. He was talking. It was a telephone satellite or a cell phone satellite. But anyway, he has for his own private conversations. If you have one, he can give you one, and you can. The guy can talk with you anywhere in this flat Earth space. So that's amazing, because that guy did a lot of private work, so he has connections. And he's a flat earther now. He was a glober when he was working. He went to Antarctica to work. He was doing. Someone did invite him to go to there. But he was doing his job. So, but they did a separate interview with him, before he started work. it was starting to work. So, one of the questions was, what is the shape of the Earth? I mean, why they have to ask this question? Anyway, but the guy was a glober, and he said, "Oh, it's a globe." But after that, he did found many things that doesn't match the globe there, and other informations that doesn't match at all the globe. They are selling it. So he did a live stream talking about flat Earth. That's very interesting. Of course, we don't claim a specific shape, So we just know that all the continents, are laid down, and water is its own level. So yeah, it makes sense. So what is behind or beyond, beyond? Yeah, we don't know it, and we prefer to say we don't know it. But that guy did receive some information, even let's say, a little information. But he did say, they are there trying to drill, trying to get out. But until this day, they did fail. And that's it, And let's say in the backstage, those people, the few people know it, and they are, it's not about proving anymore. It's they are trying to get out. Even did said in an interview that the moon landings didn't happen. There's some radiation around the moon. That's it. If you cross this radiation, you will be roasted. And even the boot is on. I didn't want to talk about this, but anyway, I'm gonna say it. That formula E equals mc squared? It is incomplete. And this is not from me. For me, it's from him, So before the E, there's something more. And they are not teaching this at school, they are keeping it on secret, So that's it. He did talk a little bit about it, but it was very interesting because 25 years ago I did met a physicist, and the guy he didn't speak about the formula, but he did speak something that the other guy did speak about it. So that's very interesting. And that guy, he was talking, to me and a few people, but I was a glober, I was sleeping. He was saying, did you know that there's people question about the shape of the Earth? There's people question about the moon landings being fake. Did you know they found a barrier? And I was sleeping. I was not connecting all the dots. But here I am now. And that was the first time I hear about Admiral Richard E. Byrd. The guy did talk about an interview that guy did to New York Times newspaper, and some stuff there, very interesting. And I was a lover, but of course he did stop it. When he did say they found a barrier. Yeah, he just stopped it, because there was more. But the guy, didn't want to attract attention. Because that guy did suffer. you know, he did suffer, you know, let's say some gentleman, you know.
Hey, Miguel.
Did went out from USA to threaten that guy.
Ask you a question, Miguel.
Yeah, go on.
What led you down this road of realizing the nature of our world was a lie?
Well, at least you know I'm more conscious. You know that I don't waste my time watching these space documentaries anymore. You know, so I move on, and you know, these days I watch more you know nature documentaries. You know, at National Geographic and so on, and that's it.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I think you may have misheard me. What led you to becoming a flat earther?
Sorry, what? Can you repeat it? Yeah. What made me to let's say to wake up to flat earth, right?
Yes. What was the wake up moment for you?
Yeah. So you know, I had this lucky because you know at school, my first years at school, you know, I'm Portuguese. So my teacher at that time did talk about flat earth, you know, the Portuguese navigators. So flat earth, it was normal to those guys at that time, you know. But you know, move on. So you know, after that, I meet that physicist. You know, a few years later, 2016 or 15, something like that. So I was traveling by train from these two big cities, you know, from Portugal, from Lisbon to Porto. And that's a coastline. You can see like 1 minute, you can see the ocean far away. So, but before that, I saw a little video, you know, from some Brazilian guy, you know, flat earthers. But you know, I was thinking, can that be possible? You know, because I saw, you know, they put all the continents horizontal and the water level. Yeah, it was okay, but you know, anyway. But when I was traveling, you know, suddenly I was watching by train. Suddenly I was watching to that window, and then I realized it, you know. So they make this train, these railways, they make it level. So I'm watching the horizon, and it's not curving anywhere. So where's that curvature, you know? So anyway, that was the moment. And then, you know, I did accept the old Portuguese navigators, you know, the flat earthers. So yeah,
it's funny. When I'm on a long trip, I like to watch the clouds, and you know, you watch them on the horizon, and then you know, on a nice calm day, you time how long it takes and how many Ks it takes for those clouds that you've been, you know, focusing on to get above you. And, you know, people think that those clouds are down there because of the curvature of Earth. They're down there because, you know, they're low down because we're on a ball. But no, when you time how long it takes to get there, you know, and then they're above you, you're like, hang on, do you think I've really dropped that much in distance of how high the cloud is? Do you think I've dropped that much when it appears and feels like I'm driving on a flat level, like a flat surface? Because in Australia, there's a lot of flat areas and there's a lot of straight highways. So it's very easy to go on a road trip and make these judgments and make these observations. And yeah, so similar situation, really.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for sharing that. You know, I'm gonna post this. This is the Suez Canal time lapse. So in this, you can see how perspective works, and you can see above those clouds. You know, so they appear to converge, and it's just perspective. You know, but if you go up, you will see those clouds. You know, they are level. Let's say horizontal. But they will appear to converge, you know, to the vanishing point at the horizontal line, horizon. But it's just perspective. This is the Suez Canal has no locks, and it's these days it's 120 miles. And you know, at that time there was I'm gonna post this newspaper article. Let me see. From above is like this, you know. I'm gonna post it, but I'm gonna post it from let's see, Australia, I think. Citation. Yeah, this is from 1951, and the website from Australia, Gov. So let's see. Yeah, it's still available. So in this article it says, from the engineers, English engineers, they said it was impossible to construct the Suez Canal because they were thinking there was some curvature, of Earth. But from the French engineer side, de Lesseps, the guy did constructing according to flat Earth. So that's a big, big thing there. And after this, they let me see the article. If you click at the Google, it's selected. It says, in consequence of this, an act of parliament was passed. The Railways Powers and Construction Amendment Act, 1870.
What was the Act of Parliament?
So it says forbidding any engineer invited to tender for the construction of railways and canals to make any allowance for the curvature of the Earth's surface. So that's very interesting. So they have to construct not according to curvature.
How would you even make an allowance for curvature for a canal? I mean, it's a canal. It's flat.
Yeah, but the English engineers, they were saying it was impossible to construct because they were thinking there was some curvature.
Well, how would it be impossible to construct either way?
I don't know. I don't know the field, but
if it's at the same elevation on both sides,
it says in the article,
it wouldn't matter. It doesn't. It's just 2 little paragraphs. That's what I'm asking you.
It says right there, okay? It says some of the English engineering firms who were invited to tender for the construction of the Suez Canal declined because they thought it will be impossible to hold up huge sandbanks on the Earth's curved surface.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, ask to them because I'm not that one of those engineers. But it says that in that article, and it's very interesting. And that's 120 miles flat.
There's not even any sandbanks on the edges of the canal, though.
I was not there when they construct that. But someone did write this article, and they are speaking about those English engineers.
What newspaper is this from?
Yeah, it says right there.
Trove?
It says right there. From Trove, NALA, gov.au. From Australia Gov website.
This isn't a newspaper. The Denmark Post.
Let's see.
From Albany, Washington, 1949.
Let's see. It says, yeah. Oh, it says at the top that it's a search newspapers and gazettes. So I don't know. Anyway, but if you click it, it seems that it's like that format they do it on newspaper. But anyway, it's there. it says at the top of that page, the Denmark Post, Thursday, January 11, 1951.
Next person to talk hates the round Earth. Next person to talk hates the flat Earth. Next person to.
Oh, he died, bro.
So what?
So Miguel, I looked for the act that's in this article that you posted, and I don't think there's any actual reference to the flat Earth. I think your article might be misleading.
Oh, it doesn't talk about flat Earth, right?
You've posted this
I'm going to
newspaper
post the
article.
print screen. How about I'm going to post the print screen?
Okay. Are we looking at the same thing here?
Yeah, we are looking at the same thing. So, de Lesseps, the French engineer who finally did the job, assumed that the Earth was flat. So you are a liar, okay? Don't give me with bullshit, okay? Don't give me bullshit.
Hey, let me talk, man. Calm
You
down.
are just a liar. We did say there's no part that talks about flat Earth, and that guy is de Lesseps assumed that the Earth was flat. So what do you when it says it's a ball there, a globe?
Can you calm down a little bit? So this article very specifically references the Railways, Powers, and Construction Amendment Act of 1870.
I'm talking about the article, okay? It says right there.
That's in the article. That's what's in the article.
Assumed that the Earth was flat, and you are making up.
Do you want to have a conversation, or do you just
No,
want to
you are not having a conversation. Sorry, you are not having a conversation.
I'm not. No, you're just talking over me.
You just said there's nothing talking about flat Earth there.
Can I talk for a little bit, or is this not a conversation? We're just going to let Miguel have his monologue.
Are you reading the same article? It says the engineer assumed it was flat. You're saying it doesn't say that.
No. What I'm saying is that at the end of the article, the end of the second paragraph, which Miguel just posted, in consequence of this, an Act of Parliament was passed, the Railways, Powers, and Construction Amendment Act of 1870, which is what I'm talking about. The article continues, has not since been repealed, forbidding any engineer invited to tender for the construction of railways and canals to make any allowance for the curvature of the Earth's surface. So I looked up.
So that means they treat it as flat.
Yes,
that's what that means.
I understand that. Can I talk?
Yeah, that's it.
No,
Yeah, mate,
so
when
I
you
looked up the actual Railways, Power, and Construction Amendment Act, and there's nothing in there that actually says anything about that. So what I'm saying to Miguel is, and he kept talking over me, is that this article might be misleading because that's not the actual text of the act.
There is. Yes, it says that you must use a continuous horizontal datum, and it must remain the same throughout the entire length of the project.
What section is that in?
Oh fucking! I'll have to go fucking find it, bro.
Were you not reading from it? Where did you get that from then?
Yeah, I can find it for you if you want. Hang on, I've got a clip of it, and I don't even. There's several places. Someone posted it the other day, actually. Hang on, let me see if I grabbed a screenshot of that.
Did you say you had read this act, Chardsy?
I looked through it for any reference of flat Earth.
Can you link that, what you are looking through, please?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
Thanks.
Here you go.
Yeah, I love how they use the word assumed. You know, when you assume something and then you put it into your measurements, isn't that what it is? Because if you assume something and you're building something on a ball, it's not going to work. If you assume it's flat and you build it on the floor, on a ball, it's not going to work. Your measurements will be out. Shit will be wrong. So, yeah, that wording is quite wrong. It's like saying, pretend it's flat, but it's not really. Just pretend it.
So it seems that's just an amendment to the act. It's not the whole thing, Chardsy.
I know, but that's what's referenced in the article here. It's not the entire act. It's the Railways, Powers, and Construction Amendment Act of 1870.
That's what the act is called, not an amendment to the act.
No,
Slightly
that's
different.
literally the title of
stop.
it.
You have to understand the wording of legal bullshit. There is a slight difference. Now, you can laugh, but fuck me dead, mate, when you're dealing with legal bullshit, there is a major difference.
Okay, so this article references the Amendment Act, 1870. I've posted you the link.
Yes, so the
from the British
Amendment
government.
Act.
Yes,
Not the other one. So what you're confusing an amendment to an act.
No, I'm
something
not.
else.
It says the
Yes, you
Amendment
are.
Act. That's the title of it. It's the Amendment Act. That's what the... Here, can I link this to you? Can I post a screenshot?
Put it in the side chat.
Okay, so here's what I just posted.
Why have you only posted 3 pages in your last one?
Because that's what's on there, man.
So when
And
you've decided to
here's
start at
what's in
chapter
the article.
19, chapter 19 seems to continue on from chapter 18, I would assume. An act to append the Railway Company's Power Act 1964 and the Railway Construction Facilities Act of 1864. So where's the rest of it? You're at chapter 19. Surely there would be chapter 1 through to 18.
You'll have to ask the British government, man.
Well, I'm asking you because you seem to have only read the bit that you want to read. You haven't read the whole thing.
I mean, what do you want me to say?
How do you know
man?
it's not in the first section?
How do you know
Yeah.
it is?
Cherry picking part of it.
Well, I don't because you haven't posted the fucking thing, have ya?
Oh, Matrix, calm down, bud. This is what's
actually discuss
available.
Flat Earth
This
here?
is what they have. No, we don't. We just argue about stupid things and get angry.
No, I did post an article, but the guy was saying it doesn't say flat Earth. But he's looking at specific part, between parentheses there, So he's avoiding, he's running away.
When someone laughs after their statement, that means they're angry, does it?
Normally.
I mean, did you actually read through the first couple sections of this? Because it's part of a larger...
Yes, I did read the article.
I'm not talking about the article. I'm talking about the legal document that I posted.
Okay? I did talk about the article, and it says flat Earth
Chapter
there,
19,
okay?
an act
I don't care
to
about the
amend
laws.
the Railway Company's
I don't care
Powers
about that.
Act.
You just run away.
And it's the whole proposal is right in there. I don't know what this was a part of. It's obviously a part of a larger register, but the whole thing is in there. There's nothing in here that says anything about a flat Earth, so I don't know.
You're picking one page out of something that has many more pages to it and saying there's nothing about it on this page.
Because this is the act.
But it's a small part of the act. There's
it's the entire act. It's part of a larger register.
I need some dishonesty here.
Anyway, is a time waster. He has that rule a long time ago. I did put on him.
This isn't the whole act.
You are just wasting my time, okay? I did post this article, and in the article it says flat Earth. So
down.
go eat crayons, okay? I don't care about your bullshit.
Down, buddy.
Yeah, you are the same guy that are wasting our time a long time ago. Okay? You are just a clown. You are just a clown, okay?
He's trolling you, Miguel. Don't worry about him.
Yeah.
He's kind of picking one page out and be like, well, it doesn't say it on this page, but there's many more pages to it.
Do you know what the larger document is? This whole document.
Before that, I was talking before you were
I was talking,
okay.
And you keep interrupting
Before this, this guy decided to talk about the engineers, you know. But I did read the article, okay? And then this guy is running away just to what is in parentheses, you know? Because this guy, he wants to pretend there's no flat earth there writing. But I was talking about the article, the complete article, okay? So you can waste your time whatever you want, you know? But it shows who you are.
It definitely shows who you are.
No, definitely shows who you are, okay?
Yeah, man. I agree with you.
You are repeating what I did said. You know, that's childless. So move on. Can you post any proof of that curvature, please? You have it?
I never made any claims of flat curvature.
Okay, so the topic is flat Earth, so move on.
Oh, I thought the topic was this newspaper article you posted.
Yeah, the article, the complete article, and it says there flat Earth. So okay, it says flat Earth. Move on.
What do you guys think of Eric Dubay?
Never met him.
But you guys know who he is, right?
I've never met him. I've got no comment. I've never met the man.
How do I know who the guy is? I'm not his friend.
He's a big flat Earth YouTuber.
We don't think about him, mate. We don't think about him. That's weird.
Okay.
So because someone's on YouTube, I'm supposed to go, yay? Okay.
No, I'm just curious if you guys think he's a fraud or like what just your general opinion on him.
He had some good years, but he's kind of fallen off.
So, Charzy, there's a screenshot, from the place where I found it, and I've lost the link to that archive.
Oh, so you don't have a source, is what you're saying?
Yeah, someone posted it the other day, and I swore I freaking saved it, but apparently I didn't. I can't find it. Yeah, but if you just look up the Special Act and Incorporated Clauses, if you search for that, you should be able to find
That's a
something about it.
subsection.
Yeah,
That's going to return a million results.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, man. Like
poor
it took
passive
me,
aggressive Charzy.
to even find
How was
that.
this
It took me
better than
ages.
what I posted an
It's-
original primary
Hang on,
source.
let me see if I. let me,
Poor
But
Charzy.
this is somehow better.
Let me see if just let me see. Let me see if I actually the person may have shared a link, and I might have bookmarked it.
I would appreciate that.
But I swear that they posted from it, and I grabbed them, but apparently I didn't. So hang on a second.
You know what I realized they did with these laws? They put all the laws for the same year into one. I don't know what you call it, paper article, and that's what all of these chapters are because they're all from separate dates.
Oh well. Anyway, yeah. Whatever. I can't find it, but yeah. But there's a screenshot anyway.
Okay.
So I put that into AI, and it says that appears to be from something called Erskine May's Parliamentary Practice, 19th century parliamentary or legal manuals for British railway legislation.
That would support my argument that this isn't what's being referenced in the article that was originally posted.
How would that support your argument when he's trying to work out where it's from?
Because the place that he's worked out where it's from is not the place that's referenced in this article.
It's not 100% if you actually read what I posted when I asked it in Grok. It says it just appears to be.
Well, that's fair, but it doesn't invalidate that they passed that law. So like,
except I literally posted the exact law that it's referencing.
By law, that these guys had to.
You're
do
only
that,
posting
right?
3 pages of an entire fucking document. Don't you get that?
Document is every
Charzy, when there's legislation put forward, read in your own document down the side, such and such repealed, such and such repealed. On page 2, read down the left-hand side. What happens when they add stuff, when you get documents, all they do is they get a little piece of paper and basically glue it over the fucking top. It's great fun when you're dealing with it. Yeah. It's awesome.
So do you see what
the whole document?
The next chapter is
get the whole document. It's not worth a pinch of shit without it because you've got reference material on page 2 referencing stuff prior to what you posted up.
Chapter 19 is
get the entire document. Step along, son.
It's from July 4th. There are multiple acts all consolidated into one document. That's why there's the other pages aren't there, because the act only takes up 3 pages of this entire document that has all of the laws.
It does not. There is more to it because it's referenced to it in there.
Page. Look at the bottom of the page. Chapter 20. Do you see the date? Do you see what's directly underneath it? It's an entirely different act because they consolidated everything into one document.
So basically what you're saying is my one document now, because it's consolidated, I'm right and you're wrong. What you've just done is fuck yourself over because you've got multiple documents together and you've just told us that. Well done. Now, let's get back to the big picture. You have got 3 pages out of a large document. Yes,
which is
we all agree with that. The entire document is required because those 3 pages reference other material.
Okay, I'll get you the entire document. Here you go. Do you know, but seriously, you understand that the entire document is multiple acts. It's all the laws that were passed for the entire year put into one document. You understand that, right?
Hey, if you're gonna
That's how it works.
That's how it works.
And then what you do is you read through all the bullshit, and when it says reference page or reference chapter 33, you duck on over to chapter 33, you reference it and go, oh wow, that is what's pertaining to this particular field. And then you go back to where you were, you continue reading down. And when it says chapter 6 now has been repealed or uphealed, then you've got to go, oh fuck, I've got to look up the latest one. That's what happens. Welcome to the legal world. It's a fucking nightmare.
In Chapter 19, which is the act to amend the Railway Companies Power Act, there is no reference to other chapters. There's not a single
one.
But
yet down the bottom it says what? Page 2, down the left-hand side. You don't want to read it out?
What do you want me to say? You want
Section
the page
33,
number?
27, 28. Vic, repealed. Application of sections 4, 6, 7 and 8 of 9 and 10, Vic C 57, gauge of railways. So they're telling you from chapters 4, 6 and 7 to C, gauge of railways. Excellent. So we need the entire document. So stop cherry picking and being a slime and stop with the passive aggressive bullshit and just post up the entire document.
I'm looking for it, man. They don't have it in here. It's split up because it's not one continuous thing. It's multiple laws.
Really?
It's a record. It's not... Do you think they pass all the laws for the whole year at one time?
No, they do it over multiple years, over different times. Some clown shoes like yourself will come in and go, I don't like the way that runs. We have to fix it. So then they get into Parliament, they fuck around and fix it. And then it changes, mightn't change for 5 years. Then all of a sudden something else changes.
Acts then, right? So it wouldn't all be in the same act, it would be in different acts.
But it all gets put in one book. I want the entirety of it, so I can go looking through and see what was removed, what's been added. See, what I also would like to know, you've posted that up there. Is that the, what is it? 1870 version. How do we know it wasn't updated in 1882? How do we know it wasn't updated in 1904? How do we know it wasn't updated in 1973?
Because those would
you
be
haven't provided that.
Amendments, which would be in separate papers.
Exactly! Well done!
So you're mad at me because I'm not providing...
No, I'm mad at you because you're too stupid to realise that. But now you're up there, I'll give you a round of applause.
I think you're drunk, man. I think you're drunk and angry.
Well, before you go accusing me of being drunk, just to make you feel warm and fuzzy, my last alcoholic beverage was over a month ago. And then I only had 2 glasses of wine and they were fucking putrid, and I threw the rest of the bottle down the sink.
Based
Good
Australian.
for you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing
Drunk
that.
or not drunk, drunk or not drunk, you're still wrong.
Here's the entire text. It's not consolidated into one form. It's broken up by the different acts that are in there. But there's every law that was passed in 1870. You can go through. It's all the same.
We can go through.
Nice.
You're the one presenting it. You need to point out exactly what you want us to read. Pick a page. We're not just
I
going to
did. I posted exactly what I wanted you to read.
No, he posted the rules as of 1870. So he's cherry-picked. So what he doesn't know is it's probably been amended since then. That's the problem.
Matrix, do you know why I posted the one specifically for 1870?
It's called cherry picking. We know exactly why you did it. Because it does not reference anything Flat Earth directly related. So you can sit back and go, well, I can't see anything Flat Earth related in there. The only thing you're missing, Chardsy, is a voice that sounds like fucking Elderbear. That would cap it off for me.
Yeah, well, of course they're not going to use that terminology like I posted. That even might be a separate thing, right? A different what I posted, but they made it a law from where I got
He's headphoned himself.
That's okay, fair enough. Well, even just for the audience sake, so what I posted is an excerpt from a document that a parliamentary document. It was a bill or what do they call it? An act that was passed in Parliament ordering that when constructing these huge railway projects, they must use a continuous single horizontal datum throughout the entire length of the track. That by law, that you can't start using something different. You can't re-establish it. You can't start a new one. It's got to just start from one point and continue on throughout the whole length of the track, right? Not changing. So they did make that a law, right? And in this other documentation that's being referenced here that you're talking about, the terminology.
Check it out, T-Dub. I just noticed something.
Maybe something different.
All right.
Might be they might use the term horizontal datum. They might use some other terminology. I don't know.
How's this? Chadsy, inside chat. That's because was the article that Miguel posted at me. It specifically references the Act from 1870, which I found and posted. It doesn't contain any references to what was reported at the time. So my only argument is that the article incorrectly reported the information. Now, this is where Chadsy has failed, because what he should do is go back to what Miguel referenced, and across the top, home, newspapers and gazettes, browse the Denmark Post, in brackets, Albany, WA, 1949 to 1954. So that article was from 1954. So Chadsy has to get off his fat little ass and go and search up any single amendment from 1870 through to 1954. Sorry, Chadsy, you failed. Go and get the amendments. I understand what the fucking title is. I can read. How about look, I'll post it up for you, because you're one of these morons. Unless someone posts a little picture up, you don't understand. Why do some kids need fucking crayons? Fuck me dead. There you go, Special Ed. Read the dates of it. So you have to find all and every amendments on all the acts, anything to do with the Construction and Railways fucking blah 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 Act of 1870. So anything that's been tacked on top up until that newspaper article, you've got to put forward. Deal with it. And has not been since repealed. So we know what the Act is. It claims it has not been since repealed. So, unless you're claiming it has been repealed, please find it. Well, you won't post the rest of the document, so we don't know. That's the problem. Anyone want to listen to Chadsy? I'm open for any takers. Travis, you can play of him.
All right, so I just put that into Grok, and it says, and I asked it, is there anything in this about horizontal datum lines? I put a screenshot, and it says, yes, the document mentions horizontal datum lines. It specifies that the plans must include a horizontal line, which must be the same throughout the whole length of the railway and be referred to a fixed point near some portion thereof. This ensures a consistent reference level for the railway's design and construction.
That's true and correct, and that's how they do it. They do have these bloody great big plans. It's referenced from a horizontal, flat, straight line. And then basically with rail, you are going up a grade, down a grade, or horizontal. That's it.
There you go. So that's basically that's reflecting what I posted as well. That snippet that I posted. So it's obviously that's linked to that somewhere. What I've posted is linked to that somehow, some way. right? Whether they've changed the name of the act at some point or whatever. But like, I think what I posted there is from the late 1800s, whereas what's being referenced from Miguel is the early 19th century, is it? Early 20th century, sorry. Early 1900s. But anyway, like, whatever. Like,
Miguel's one is
job,
1870 something. Yeah, 1870.
Yeah, it says the same thing though, Charzy. It says the same thing regarding the same types of projects, so, you know, like, yeah. Just boohoo, bro. Like, yeah, I've looked it up since, and they sort of changed the terminology in modern times, and then the standards involve using GPS and blah 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 blah. But I bet that the functioning and the system that they use, the methodology, has remained the same. I bet, but like, you know, I don't know that for certain. But yeah, it'd be all in reference to horizontal. I mean, why wouldn't it? Like, what the heck?
Oh, can I talk now? Do you have your hissy fit? Is that over?
Who had their hissy fit?
Matrix. He gets upset.
Yeah, so I had AI analyze that.
No, he didn't.
You had AI analyze. Did you actually read it? Because it's only 3 pages.
So did you hear what I said? I had AI.
Yeah, I heard you.
Railways, Towers, and Construction Amendment Act. And does this document reference a horizontal datum line? Short answer, please, yes. And then also a further screenshot up above where it goes into more detail about it exactly. So it looks like you got cooked on this one.
No, because it's not from the same act. It's from a different
No, it's from
document.
No, it's not. It's from the
I
same
posted you the original source of the entire act. If you can find what you're saying is in there.
So it's not been amended since, Charzy.
It's not.
I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to be fucking honest. I don't want you to cry. How do you know that it has or has not been amended since 1870? Go.
That's what's reported in the article. You're saying what's in the article is correct. So
your article is from 1870. Again, how does Charzy know that it has or has not been amended since 1870? Please.
You're getting really mad.
I want you to answer the fucking question. Your article is from 1870. How do you know that it has or has not been amended since then?
So what I posted isn't an article. It's a legal document that's hosted through the United Kingdom's government.
Okay, we're going to try again. Obviously, you don't want to answer the question or you don't fucking know. In which case, I would prefer you to be honest and answer, I don't know. So again, how does Charzy know that since 1870, when his act was put out, that it has or has not been amended?
If you're going to keep getting butthurt and angry, I can't talk with you, man. You got to let me...
I just want an answer to the question. How do you know if it has or has not been amended? That's it. If you don't know, just say, I don't fucking know. I'm not going to fucking chase you around the yard with a fucking knife and fork set to try to bite you. Fuck me dead.
Oh, can I talk now? Are you done?
Hey, so I took the exact...
Answer the question.
So what I'm referring to is the article that Miguel, the newspaper article that Miguel posted, which was published...
And we know what you're referring to. You've posted it up twice.
So
you need your fucking eyes painted on to see it.
That was...
How do you know it has not been modified since 1870?
Because there's been no amendments published that reflect the fact that it has.
So because you can't find an amendment, that's it. Done.
Yeah. Unless you're willing to find one yourself, which I assume you can't.
Oh, so now I've got to go searching for shit that you won't provide in the fucking first place.
How can
the rest of the chapters
does not exist?
So it looks like
Miguel
is right, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, calm down. Miguel was right, dude. I the exact link you shared, I had Grok AI analyze all of it, and I posted
It's
the
3
results.
pages. It's not in there. Section
Okay,
11.
Did you see
There
the
is no
last
section
screenshot I
11
posted?
in this, man. There's
my friend,
6
calm down,
sections in here.
Did you read the last? Did you take a look at the last screenshot I posted?
I did. That's what I'm referring to. It says in section
Miguel was
11, which references plans, requires plans to include a horizontal line. This act does not have a section 11. There are 6 sections in here. So what? I think your AI might be wrong here.
No, Grok AI is not wrong. I think
It is wrong. Click on the link.
You owe him an apology.
No, click on the link because there is no section 11, dude. There's 6 sections to it.
No.
Look at it. Do you have? Come on, you can seriously. You could look at it. I know reading's probably not your strong suit, considering you tried to feed it into an AI.
That's right. Take that link yourself, the one you shared, put it into AI, and ask if there's any references to horizontal data lines, and then it'll show you. So you got cooked.
It's section 11 of the 6-section document. I don't need an AI because I can read. I can see that the document only has 6 sections. So I don't know where in section 11 I'm supposed to go to. There's 6 sections. You can click on the link. Here, I'll post it again for you.
I'm just going to put it into AI again and have it search for those keywords. And
I know, buddy. I know. And I'll pray for you. Because there's no section 11.
Would you put money on this?
That your AI would give you the wrong answer again? I think I would.
I don't think it is. I think you are
$20.
the wrong answer.
Who cares about Section 11? Why are we so focused on Section 11?
Well, this guy's saying that in this specific document, in Section 11, there's some information that would prove me wrong.
Yeah. Section 11 of what exactly? Section 11
document that I just posted.
Section 11 of what? Now let's get clarification, bro.
The
Don't talk over the top of me.
Construction Act,
Don't talk over the fucking top of me while I'm trying to get clarification, Chardsy. Shut up. I'm asking Travis something. So you shut your fucking mouth. Chardsy. Travis. What Section 11 of what exactly?
Well, Chardsy put this link where it says legislation.gov.uk. So I copy and pasted that link, put it into AI, and I asked AI specifically, does this document reference horizontal data lines at any point? And then I took a screenshot, and it shows it right there.
Can you get Grok to link it directly?
I posted the link in the chat there. You can click on it. My argument is that Grok says that we could find this information in Section 11 of this document that we've just posted, that the link is in both of them.
We're going to find out what it's referencing, bro. We're going to find out what Grok's talking about.
T-Dub, have a listen to this. I'll read the first sentence of this bit of paper that Chardsy's posted up for the fucking 3rd time now. An act to amend, in quotes, the Railway Companies Powers Act of 1864 and the Railway Construction Facilities Act of 1864. So that's what we should be looking up. The Railways Companies Powers Act of 1864 and the Railways Construction Facilities Act. What you've posted up there is an act to amend these original documents.
Right. That's very true.
Right. So it's not the original document, which is what you should be citing.
But
you are citing. Why the fuck do you have the necessity to talk over people? You rude little child. What you are citing is just an act to amend a document. That's what you're citing. A bit of paper that says we would like to modify another bit of paper. And the writings upon it. That's it. So what we need is the original documentation to show the entire act. Not just the little tiny snippet that Chardsy keeps wanting to say that is something important. You are only showing us an amendment to an original act. We want the original act. The newspaper article that Miguel had posted up earlier was to tell us about the act that was getting modified by parliamentarians. That was it. In English, your piece of paper means fuck all.
So does that mean that for all we know at the moment, what Travis posted, something about Section 11, could it be the case that that AI actually went into the original document and did pull something out in the Section 11 from the original?
Travis is working on that.
Except
Travis is trying to work.
there is no actual act from 1870 with that title. Other than the one I posted, which is the wrong one, apparently.
So in that document, it's saying this document, or this act, or whatever, amends such and such a thing, but that such and such a thing doesn't exist? That doesn't make sense.
Oh. Well, yeah, I think the AI is obviously wrong on some level here.
Well, AI or not,
we can look
AI
up
or
original
not,
acts.
your document. No, but yeah. So your original document saying such and such a thing is being amended by this document. The question then becomes, does this such and such a thing exist? Are you saying AI is fucking up because that such and such a thing does not exist?
I'm saying that what it's citing, right? That you could see the title in italics. What it's citing doesn't have the information that it says it has. See Section 11. The certificate may be in the form set forth in the schedule, so that's obviously not right. We'll look up. So it references two laws, right? An act to amend Law 1 and Law 2. It's not in Law 1. We'll look for Law 2.
Are we looking for an addendum in a white paper to confirm the curve of the Earth? Is this what's happening right now?
We're arguing about some minutia. I'm saying, so this guy, Miguel, he posted this article from like 1951 that said something about it being illegal to not have a horizontal datum. And so I went and I looked up the law, and what the article that he posted said isn't in the law. So now we're digging through, and that law was an amendment to two other laws. So we're looking through those two other laws to see if it's in there. I think it would just be much easier if we
well, yeah, the law still exists, right? Well, at least it did exist.
They do.
The law existed.
But
That's the main fucking point, bro.
No. What this article is posting, that he posted,
Okay,
it's an
so the article is a little misleading, or it presented some incorrect information, whether that was intentional or a mistake on their part.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was
we get the
intentional
point,
otherwise.
We get the, okay, can we just drop this? This is fucking bullshit.
Yeah, well, if you can admit I'm right, then we're fine, man.
Admit you're right about what? What is it you're looking for? You want a cookie? A gold star? What is it you're looking for?
I'm looking for some tears.
You're looking for the confirmation of drop over distance in order to confirm your sphericity?
Oh, no. I came in here specifically not to argue. It's funny.
Okay,
how that
cool.
happens,
But
huh?
I'm telling you that, like, presenting an addendum, right, a change order in a white paper in order to try to confirm sphericity of the Earth is going to leave you absolutely nowhere. Just like the devil, bottomless. The answer is not at the bottom of your pit, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you're misinformed because I'm not trying to prove anything about the sphericity
Okay, cool. Did you read
the Earth.
Did you read the title of the room?
Politics?
No, title of the room, not the community.
24/7 flat Earth.
Right. So, do you have a white paper that confirms
So this is about
something
flat Earth,
regarding
but
the
it's
Earth?
not trying to prove the flat Earth. So technically, it's on topic.
Oh, so is this a sidebar, perhaps?
I mean, this is a sidebar. You gonna cry about it?
Who's crying? Wait, what? See, what I find interesting is with railways, right? The fact that they're actually constructed to a constructed to observe the plane. We don't actually see any curving happening within a railway construction, which is interesting. You look at Australia, their length of railway, I believe it's something like 300 miles across their entire landmass, which again, a drop over distance over 300 miles would be pretty substantial. And that's just me like taking your topic and bringing it back to the title of the room. Thanks.
Thank you, man.
You're very welcome.
I think 300 miles might be a bit short, though.
Oh, really? Do you know what the 100-mile drop over distance would be if, in fact, the Earth was curvy? Have you checked into this?
Referencing when you said 300 miles, are you referring to the drop over, or are you
No, I'm
referring
just
to the
referring to the
length?
distance. No, I'm referring to the distance that railways are constructed to in Australia. The original railway length, I believe, that they originally constructed was about 150 miles, and then they added on to it. So now it goes from east to west coast. So it's one of the things that I point at and like, where's the drop over distance in order to confirm the sphericity of the Earth? That's all. And again, back to the original question, do you know what the drop over distance would be over 100 miles?
What would the drop in distance be over 100 miles?
I think you should check into it. What do you believe? Do you believe in a stationary topographical plane, or do you believe in a globular Earth?
Those are some mighty big words. I'm just a simple
Not really.
man.
No, globular, sphericity, you're a big boy. You're big enough to be on Discord chatting. You're big enough to figure out what sphericity and globular actually means. So again, back to the original question, do you know what the dimension of the Earth is if in fact it was a spheroid?
No.
Okay, cool.
What would it be?
Matrix is helping you out. So what you can do is consult with the model of the Earth, if in fact it was a spheroid. You can look at the column on the right-hand side, and you can actually read down that column, the first column of that chart being the miles, and look for the drop over distance. So once you hit that 100-mile marker, then you can move over to the drop over distance, note the miles, and also note the feet.
1.26 miles.
Yeah, bro. Now, what would 1.26 miles actually be? That's the big question. Do you know what 1.26 miles actually equates to in feet? You can actually check the chart.
Right here, yeah.
Yep.
666, that's the mark of the devil, man. Holy shit.
Hold on.
There's a satanic conspiracy going on here. What the hell?
Slow down. You don't need to poison the well just yet. Don't be emotional. Don't jump to conclusions. We're just walking out the observations. If P, then Q. Right, cool.
Right,
So
we can forget
660
distances.
660 feet. Let's talk about what 660 feet actually would be. Do you know about construction?
A little bit.
Okay. What's the standard height from floor to ceiling of a one-story building, house, whatever, standardized? You can reach up, touch the ceiling if you're tall enough. What do you think that height is?
Let's say 8 feet.
Very good, very good. So we can go with an average of about 8 to 10 feet. 8 feet if you're in a single-family dwelling, like a standard house, or you go up to 10 feet if you're in like an apartment building, maybe a commercial space or whatever, right? But the thing about it is, if in fact the Earth was curved, then we would see a drop of 60 feet, which would be a 600-story building. Is that something that we actually see in real life?
600-story buildings? I don't think those have been invented yet.
Can you shut the fuck up?
Hey, bitch, I was here first.
Oh,
wow.
Your role.
Oh,
damn. There's a fight that broke out.
Yeah, we're doing Fight Club. All right, so 600-story.
Fight with their end button. Fighting with their end button.
What was the point of the conversation, though?
We were looking to confirm sphericity of the Earth. We were investigating the claim. You're not tracking?
Flat Earthers.
Well, we were talking about like 500-story buildings. I don't know where it was going from there.
Well, we're just looking to confirm again. So you were talking about 300 miles. That was the original thing that I pulled you on regarding Australia and the railway construction and whatnot, right? So I'm actually I'm taking a third of that distance that you attempted to talk down, saying we're too small, right? And I'm saying to you that if in fact we only need a 100-mile segment to investigate the claim, right? And that 100-mile segment should reveal a 1.26 mile drop over that distance. And again, I'm saying to you that as we engage with the Earth, I go from the 100 miles, the original marker, I update my location 100 miles later, and I should be able to confirm a drop over distance. But I don't see that in real life, right? In actual fact, the higher up I go, the further out I see.
What instrument are you using to measure drop over distance?
It's not a...
I got a quick question for you, Killian, when you got a chance.
Well,
go for it, man.
The conversation if it leads that way, but please go ahead.
Well,
so you mentioned like 100 miles and 300 miles. What's the drop for like 10 or 20 miles for, things we could observe ourselves?
Oh, I know this one. There's a chart. There's a little chart right here. For 10 miles, it would be 66.6 feet. Holy shit, man. The devil is back at work.
Bro, you really like the devil, eh? Holy smokes.
I'm just saying, man, 666, it shows up multiple times. There's obviously something at foot.
Look, you're the one saying it. You're the one edifying the devil within the confines of the conversation and the investigation of the claim of a spheroid.
Okay. Look,
which I still don't believe in upside down people, but whatever.
We can round it up to 66.7.
Whatever, bro. You do whatever you want with it. At the end of the day, we don't see any of this stuff actually playing out in real life, right? And the thing about it is we can consult with every single constructed building to confirm level. We can confirm this with any batch of water. All water seeks level. We can look at trees as a really, really base observation and say that all trees grow up from down. So us actually be able to confirm converging plumb lines over distances, great distances for that matter, 50 miles, 100 miles, we don't see that in real life. Again, the higher up we go, the further out we see. Go ahead.
I'm curious how trees factor into this. Because they grow up.
Where does a tree start from?
The ground.
Where's the ground from your reference point?
It's underneath me.
Bingo. And where do trees grow to?
They grow up.
To the sky, right?
Uh-huh.
And they grow, most of them are taller than you, right?
Yeah.
Very well said. Or very well answered, thank you.
Well, how does that play into this, though? What is
because we observe up and down. If you have anything else if you have anything else you want to talk about, we're too small, bring it to the table and let's talk about it. Because the thing about it is, I'm in North America, right? Confirming up and down level with my vat of water, any size, swimming pool, cup of coffee, anything, right? And then we got T-Dub over in Australia, Matrix over in Australia, confirming the same thing. So again, I go from point to point to point to point, and I confirm level. I confirm up and down. Where's your spheroid come into play in all this?
Well, aren't those just like relative measurements?
Relative to what? I go with the one.
So wherever you happen to be at any given point, right?
But at some point, there has to be convexity or concavity showing up. If I leave the surface of the Earth and I get higher, shouldn't the horizon line start to show the sphericity as I go higher up on a consistent basis? I'm asking you the question because it's the Wilbur work that's on trial right now.
Pretty well documented.
No, it's not. Right?
With that.
That's the funny part, because the video that we do see, like somebody dropped into the side chat the other day, is like they'll have a camera sitting right on the Earth as it goes higher and higher and higher up. But the original frame, when that video starts, it's actually showing a deformation. It's not showing things in a linear format. It's almost like the lens itself is telling you that you're looking at some curvy stuff. Exactly. Very well
Have
done.
you seen the garlic video, the garlic bread video, where the guy sends up a loaf of garlic bread up into, I think it was like 50,000 feet or something?
No.
It's pretty interesting. It's like a whole...
Have you looked at drone footage of New York City?
No.
Exactly. right? Have you seen what I've seen? Have you seen have you seen what I've seen? Have I seen what you've seen? This is what we're asking right now. And again, I'm saying to you that all that video that you're looking at, right, is all pendant on the lens that it's shot with. Period. Full stop.
So
if
couldn't
I
someone
see,
send up a lens that doesn't have any of those, I don't know what you
we
call
have
them,
tons of it.
altercations?
We have tons of it. You can go to a YouTube channel called The Dronalist. It's not mine. It's just a YouTube channel called The Dronalist. He shoots all over this place, right? And he shoots with a lens that is doesn't have a curve to it. And with that, right, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And what we see is the higher up you go, the further out you see. And we can confirm that every single built form that is captured in that frame is all built to a principle of level and plumb. And that is something that you can't escape. Are you familiar with the principle of plumb?
Yeah.
What is it?
Like a plumb line, straight vertical.
How would you draw exactly? So how can I then make the claim and stand on it with my own 10 toes and say that all walls in this place are built to the principle of plumb? Great Wall of China, plumb.
To each, well, I wouldn't say that, but if you go to
ahead.
each,
You can walk out that thought. Go ahead. Go to each point.
Yeah, you go to each point, you measure at each point
plumb.
Because you go to because it's a relative measurement.
Right, but the thing about it is, I go
if
to
you
my
were to
original
go
marking
to-
point, and then I go to the 10-mile point, then I go to the 20 and 30 and 40, and I keep confirming it everywhere I go. Plumb, up and down. Where does your curve show up over that distance? That's the big question.
Are you familiar with the San Francisco Bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge?
What kind of bridge is it?
It's a suspension bridge.
Right. What do suspension bridges use?
Suspension.
Right. Now, what is the principle that's required within a suspension bridge in order for the suspension bridge to remain intact?
Tension?
Cables, right. Now, what supplies that tension to the roadway? I gave you the answer, actually. I got excited.
The roadway.
No, the cables, right? The cables supply the tension to the roadway in order for the roadway to stay suspended. And those two steel girders that are on either side of that landmass, right, are installed to a principle of what? Come on. Exactly.
Right, but not plumb to each other, plumb to their relative position on the Earth.
How do you say that when you know full well, when you just answered the question earlier, that plumb is verticality, up and down?
Because it is. Because if you go to either one of the two towers that make up that bridge and you measure whether or not it's plumb, they will be plumb. But if you measure the distance between the bases of the towers and the tops of the towers, they're not the same distance because they're plumb relative to their position on the Earth. They're not plumb to each other because the Earth is curved. So the tops of the towers... No, look it up. It's not a huge distance. But it's about, 3 inches.
Who measured it?
And it was designed that way.
Who measured it?
The engineers who built it.
Show the work.
Hey, I found that
move
garlic
like a
bread
foot on a
video.
hot day or some shit. There's some ridiculous amount of distance that it moves just with temperature variations. And we get these people making claims that, it's not plumb, therefore Earth globe.
No, they are plumb. I'm not saying they're not plumb. If you go,
I found
like
that
I
garlic
said,
bread video, and I took a screenshot from it, and it appears to show, for 1 second of it, the Earth curving the wrong way when the balloon goes.
That was probably NASA.
Well,
That's
it was
crummy,
your evidence for Earth curve, but it's curving the wrong way.
Oh, I just thought it was a fun video to see.
Dude, you thought it was a fun video to confirm your curvy Earth.
Oh, this
That's what you
isn't
thought.
the...
Right. Now,
Did
the
you
issue
take
is,
this
once you
screenshot?
see...
That video is like 2.5 hours long, and this timestamp says 2 minutes 35 seconds. And it's halfway through. Did you take this from the actual video, or where did you get this from?
I looked up garlic bread, high altitude space balloon. It's like a 5-minute video. And I took one of the things.
So you looked up something to confirm what you already wanted to know.
No, I looked up what you said. The garlic bread space video.
How about go to the actual video and go to about halfway through.
Well, put a link to it. I don't want to go look for it. Put a link to it.
You just went looking for it, though.
I just did. Now you
Post
don't
the
like
original.
post.
If you've got a problem with the one he used, you post the one you want him to use.
Okay.
Look, it says the bridge, 2 main towers, each rise 746 feet above the water.
Very good, Miguel. Thank you for that information.
So yeah, it's level with the water.
It is level with water.
Yeah, those two. It says those two. Let me read again. Those 2 main towers.
I used your video. It's not a video. I clicked on your link. It's the same one I used.
Well, your link has a timestamp of 2 minutes 35 seconds in the middle of the video. So it's not the same, man.
Well, no, it is. Click on the link.
It is the same.
Video.
If you scroll across,
35.
5 minutes 23 seconds long. The video is.
Oh,
that's
shit.
the one you just posted up.
I should have posted the uncut version.
Oh no. Hey, I have a quick question. I'm gonna withdraw after this. Question for Chardsy. Do you know about a pier bridge? Because you mentioned bridges. So we're talking about tension bridges. You know about pier bridges, right?
No, I'm not really a bridge expert.
Wait, but you brought bridges into the conversation. Are you telling me that you're a hypocrite about this too?
I brought up a specific bridge, not the concept
a
of
bridge that
bridges.
suited your argument, you hypocritical punk. I'm out of here.
That's not hypocritical.
Yeah, it is, because you chose a bridge that suited your argument, and then I asked you about a pier bridge, and you know nothing about pier bridges.
So you chose a bridge that suits your argument.
No,
and
I
now
told you. There's 2 types of bridges, Chardsy. There's a pier bridge and a suspension bridge, right? So when the client shows up to the architect's office or the engineer's office, and he says, "Hey, I need to be a bridge, or I need to build a bridge." Sorry, the architect says, "Okay," or the engineer says, "Okay, what kind of bridge are we building?" And then the client will show them the type of roadway that they need to install, right? And then they install the type of roadway. Anyways, back to my original point. You don't know what a pier bridge is, so I'll shut up at this point. Thanks for the time, y'all.
Does everybody give a hand to our friend Killian?
Nah, man, you're literally, see, Chardsy, I remember you from other communities, right? But now to actually get into a conversation with you and realize that you're actually a hypocrite, you've now been thrown out as a dishonest witness.
Which other communities?
Enough to know that I don't like you.
Name one. Yeah, I didn't think so.
Hey, so I put a picture of a curving bridge with flat level water underneath it.
Oh.
So we need to know, is the water curving under these bridges that you're talking about? And do you have
No, what we need to know is, are the 2 towers on that bridge plumb?
Ooh, first question to you, is that a
We've got
suspension
level
bridge?
water underneath it, showing level. Fuck me, fancy that.
But are they plumb?
And that's the thing,
Who cares?
This is the thing. You brought the same type of bridge.
The bridge was engineered.
Specifically to not be plumb relative to its other half.
So why doesn't it match the water underneath it?
Probably because the water underneath it is much further away than the bridge itself is.
Yeah, but see, this is what type of bridge is this, Chardsy?
Looks like a suspension bridge to me, man.
Very good. So the first thing that we know, right, is that those two towers, those steel girders, are installed to a principle of plumb, right? And then those cables.
You know that though. Have you measured it?
Actually, some of them are not. Some of them are actually deliberately splayed, knowing that they're going to be taking a fucking great deal of weight to add on to the suspension cables and allow for that.
That's called torque. Thanks for that, Matrix.
Look, I did post it. The bridges, 2 main towers, each rise 146 feet above the water. So you are making up shit. Okay, I don't care about your text.
Thank you, Miguel.
Talking about any curvature. This is from that page right there.
That
It's a government, not a bullshit.
Really relevant information.
Yeah, it's relevant. Okay.
Thank you, Miguel.
Yeah, I have the PDF, by the way.
Oh, you should share that.
Yeah. How about because you are so dishonest, go search by yourself. Okay.
Oh, so you don't have it?
I post citation. Go find yourself because you are just a dishonest guy, you know.
Okay.
Do you want? I can post. I can show you a big lake, and it's almost 69 miles, no curvature. So you're making up of this water and these two, you know, and this bridge is not level. It's just bullshit. So how about you go find something, you know, go find some curve to show us to us, please.
I thought you were going to show
some
us.
proof. You don't
You
have
said
proof.
you had it.
Yeah, I'm asking to you. Post to the side chat your proof of curvature.
Okay.
Tell you what.
Except I think I don't want to do that now. I think you should go
Oh,
find
you
it
don't
yourself.
want? Yeah, I just unmask it to everybody. Okay, you are just talking empty words. You have no proof. That's it.
You have no proof. These two towers are not 746 feet tall.
But you
No, you
cannot prove
don't.
your proof.
You will not post it, so you don't have it.
Shall this?
Does not have it. He said he has a
The officer
PDF.
posted up for you.
Does not have
and
it.
You chose not to. You chose to be a smartass instead. So you've insulted him. So that's why he's not posting it. Are you that stupid you couldn't work that out?
Oh, I've been insulted too, my friend.
Not
You
enough,
have
obviously.
insulted me. So now I cannot post my proof. I've been slighted.
You are a time waster. You're a troll, and I'm absolutely
This whole
totally
channel's a waste
impressed with
of time.
myself that I haven't banned you yet.
Ban me, dude. I'll be back in a couple of weeks.
Hey, take a look. I'm gonna finish with you. Okay. Take a look at
Watch
this.
what you wish for. If the
This
right
is an
person does
observation.
it.
PDF.
Listen. Take a listen. Okay.
the oil rig.
I'm not talking now about the PDF bullshit guy. Okay. Take a listen. You see this observation? 1 foot observer's height. You see the first oil rig? You know what? If you do the calculations, that radius 59 miles is 26 times larger until the first oil rig. Until the second one, you know, if you count 10 miles, is 67 times larger. So you know,
67 times.
You have nothing. Yeah, 67 times larger. The radius.
Wow.
Okay. Do you want the calculations? And the calculations, I did ask a math professor to check it.
Do I have to find the calculations myself, or will you be showing
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm just showing to you. You know, until the first oil rig, until the first oil rig,
pounds, right?
that radius is 26 times larger. Until the second oil rig, if you count 10 miles, that's 67 times larger. So where is your curve now? You have a radius to work with. It's not working.
I thought we were posting calculations. What's happening?
I can post it. Right there. You can check it. And by the way, that math professor is a Glober. But I did ask him, is this correct? And the guy said yes. And then, you know, I did my search by myself, you know. I did find the same results.
Wait, so the Earth is curved. It's just much larger
It's
than we thought
curved
it
where, my
was.
friend? Which curve where?
But you just said the measured. You just posted the measured radius.
Listen. Yeah,
You
the
posted the
observation.
calculation.
Until the first oil rig, that radius of 59 miles is 26 times larger. Until, you know, the horizon you can see behind the second oil rig, you can account just 10 miles, okay? Doing the calculations, that's 67 times larger. Okay?
Yes, I think it says that at the bottom.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, you are done.
Okay, good
Go
talk.
get the radius. Go get the working radius, please.
Oh, but you just posted it.
What? I just debunked that 59 miles radius, man.
Oh.
How can it be? Can it be 67 times larger? And that's just 10 miles, you know. We have more long observations than 10 miles. Okay.
And that calculation that you posted is based on viewing height, if you look at the actual calculation up top. So it really is dependent upon what one person can see. That's rather arbitrary. How do you even measure what one person can see?
Well, you have one person go out and see stuff. You silly goose.
Yeah, that's right, I guess.
You know, you guys would benefit from some ambient music in here.
Yeah, why are you mad, P-Dub? Are you mad because you can't play music too?
No,
Actually,
I'm not
T-Dub
mad at
can.
all. I'm not mad at all. I just think it's some justice there that you're prevented from derailing or interrupting like you wanted to, like the troll that you are.
Dude, just some like really soft.
Yeah.
You don't like music or something?
Anyway, yeah, it says what it says. Suck shit, bro. Suck shit.
You not like music or something?
No, I don't like you. I don't like trolls.
What are you talking about? I'm not a troll. What makes you say I'm a troll?
The fact that you tried to play music halfway through someone else's conversation.
Exactly.
Everybody has control over the music bot volume on their end. People can turn it down, and most people have it turned down so they can hear a conversation.
Uh-huh.
Well, in here, we have it turned off. So numpties like you don't fuck with it.
Well, that's unfortunate. I was trying to play my film music for cats.
That's great.
We also have a YouTube live stream playing, so that if it ends up accidentally capturing something that's copyright, it's going to get a strike, which is also an attempt that trolls make, being aware of that. So suck shit. Whatever your intention was, suck shit, bro. It failed.
Bro, you're so mad about music. That's crazy.
He
What are you
sounds
talking
mad
about? A
too.
YouTube stream? What does that mean?
As you know, Special Ed, we broadcast to YouTube. If we play anything that's copyrighted, we get a naughty boy sticker. If not, shut down. So we don't do copyrighted stuff. Very simple. Even someone like yourself.
Do you have your monetization on your channel? Is that why?
No, that's just how YouTube works. Because there's so many people that really don't like FE because it hurts their feelings, they are very quick to jump on and go, blah, 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 played this. So-and-so played that. In order to get us shut down. Because they are butthurt. And anyone that's ever been shut down before, this is what happens. YouTube shuts your channel down, and then they take their sweet time in checking it out and seeing if it really was a copyright strike or not. None of which proves the shape of the earth. So,
What's your favorite song?
Bubbles in Space. Or Flat Nasty.
I don't know that song. Is that a British band?
No.
Actually, I like Kevin Wilson's Super Mega.
Do you like that one that goes...
Baker Street.
You know that one? That's a good song. The Manamana song.
Well, you are a Muppet, so that's appropriate.
You know the song I'm talking about, right? Manamana.
Yeah, the Muppets do it.
Yeah. And then the blue guy starts smacking on the drums and shit. Burp, 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 burp. That shit is great. So has anybody in here ever been abducted by a UFO?
Why would anyone in here be abducted by a UFO? Please.
It happens to people, man.
Yeah. Sure.
Wait, you don't believe that people get abducted by aliens?
Why would I believe in stories?
I mean, it happens, man.
Do you know anyone that's been abducted by an alien?
Yeah, my uncle got abducted by aliens twice.
Is that what he told you when you were a kid?
No, it actually happens.
We both know being tall and male will only get him so far. Besides, he's got the brains of a dung beetle and the ambition of a bureaucrat.
Are you hot micing, AJ?
Maybe, sorry.
Yeah, my uncle Nelson, he got abducted by aliens when I was a teenager. And then he got abducted again by aliens when I was in my 20s. And the first time, they picked him up and they did experiments on him, and then they brought him back and left him in a cow field, naked, like 100 miles from his house. And then the second
He
time,
up into the woods eating mushrooms by any chance, did he?
no, I mean, there's no way he could have walked that far.
Sounds like he was partying too hard and got drunk and needed a cover story.
No, and then the second time he got abducted by aliens, they never even brought him back. He's just gone. He disappeared.
Wait a second. I thought aliens needed space to exist.
I mean, I don't
Do
know. where they
aliens
come
exist
from, though.
here on Earth?
So he's a missing person.
They probably have like some secret bases underneath mountains and shit that we just don't know about. They hide it with their
Are you saying
aliens.
your uncle is a missing person?
Yeah, he never came back.
And so how do you know he got abducted by aliens?
Well, I mean, it happened the first time.
So you just gonna assume this. He didn't just, go away and not want to be found, or possibly, was the victim of misadventure or something.
No, man, Uncle Nelson was
some other sort, right?
No, Uncle
It's
Nelson
got
was
to be
super
that.
cool.
It's
He had
the
a-
most
he had a
logical
motorcycle.
explanation, right?
I mean, it happened
Dude.
the first time, dude.
I
And
think his nephew. I think he found out his nephew believed in a spheroid Earth, and he's like, I can't take this anymore, so he went missing.
What are you talking about? The Earth isn't spheroid.
That
But yeah, I don't know whatever happened to Uncle Nelson after they took him the second time. Damn aliens, man.
Yep, cool story, bro.
The problem is the aliens, they can get into your house too, so you can't even like lock your doors and shit. You just wake up in a cow field someplace.
So they're not like vampires where you can just uninvite them. tell them to get out and they can't come in.
No, they get you when you're asleep. You go to sleep in your bed, and then you wake up in a cow field someplace.
So you don't sleep much?
Well,
In light
I
of your
mean,
family history, of course.
yeah, it kind of sketches me out every time I go to sleep. I think to myself, man, is this the day that they get me?
Well, thank goodness we're on a flat Earth and space is fake and g'hay.
I mean, like I said, I don't know where they come from. But I don't think space is fake. Space is real.
That's why
But
I'm
we
so
are
confused.
on a
How
planet.
many models are you holding right now? Aliens exist, the Earth is not a spheroid, and you believe in an open system to boot?
Maybe an open system.
Open system. Are you familiar with open versus closed systems?
I mean, like I told you, bro, I don't know where these aliens come from. I just know they're out there.
Well, yeah, but in order to entertain ideas, you should be able to plug in the constants, think the things that we know for a fact, like the Earth is a closed system. This is why I said to you, when you started talking about aliens, I'm like, well, aliens would be synonymous with an open system, right? That's why I went there. But you're now saying it's a closed
you don't
system.
think
So my first question to you is, how did the aliens get into the
bubble?
No, brother, I don't. I think you believe in something that is completely unto itself. Like you're a snowflake right now.
Nah, dude, aliens can definitely get through the bubble, bro. They've got like
That's
secrets
your
of the
call.
galaxy and shit.
That's your call. Because for you to say that you go to bed and then worry about getting kidnapped by somebody when you're sleeping tells me it could just be the government wearing a big giant gray suit coming to get you.
I mean, it could be, you know. You never know. I'm just glad the aliens haven't come for me yet.
Just like flying rocks, my first question is, how did the aliens get there? How did the flying rocks get to altitude in order for them to start flying? And how did those aliens get into a closed system? Thanks.
Well, bro, aliens can probably teleport, bro. I mean, if I were an alien, I'd be able to teleport, you know?
So you're saying aliens are interdimensional being? They can go in and out of dimension. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, probably something like that, bro.
Yeah, but
They're
can you
alien.
prove it or demonstrate it?
Well, no,
No,
I'm not
you
an
can't.
alien. I wish I could. That'd be cool as fuck, dude.
Yeah, but at this moment, it's just speculation.
If I could teleport, I would teleport into the girls' locker room.
Yeah, well, wouldn't that be wonderful? Everybody can do that. Everybody will teleport to the bank and then take as much money they want, couldn't they?
So what you were saying is if you had power,
pervert. I mean, you wouldn't want to go look at some boobs?
not a pervert, I don't like to sneak around girls' locker room.
No, I just think it'd be cool to like teleport right in the middle of that shit, and they would all freak out. They'd be like, "Ah, there's a boy here. How did a boy get in here?"
Wow. Simple
How'd
things,
you get
simple
in?
minds. You get excited about some skin and some fat, huh? Cool.
Are you one of those homosexuals?
Brother, you absolutely kill me. The fact that you want to throw that in as your comeback to my observation of you stating you want to go into a girl's locker room is really interesting. Throw out the baby with the bathwater, why don't you, huh?
Well, the way you describe boobs, I just kind of assumed, you know.
Well, what? I'm not even going to touch this one. It's 24/7 platter. Thanks.
I think it's pretty interesting. Like, aliens don't necessarily prove space.
I mean, yeah, we see flying saucers and stuff, but
Yeah,
still
that's
no
what I'm
space. So where do they come from? That's a big question. Like, what are they? Where are they? If they're not from space, what the hell? Interdimensional beings, perhaps.
I think
But yeah,
maybe they're in the ocean. You know, they're like just really deep in the ocean where we can't go.
something like that. Yeah, but flying saucers doesn't equal space. Space is fake. And if these things are flying around saying they're from space, whatever, then you got to know that they're lying. A lot of people will believe it. So
I mean, we just assume that they're from space. We don't actually know. You know,
we
they could be
assume
from
they're from
here.
space. Exactly. We just assume
They
they're
could
from
be from
space.
here. They could be from Earth.
Could be. Yeah, they could be. Yeah. So I think that's important.
I mean, what if like they're just really, really deep in the Earth someplace, or maybe they're from the other side of the Earth that we can't access? You know.
Don't know. But space is fake. Aliens and spaceships are not going to convince me of that. I'm not going to change my mind.
Some figures in history purportedly have said things like they aren't from this cosmo, like, which is Greek for system. So, like, they've said, purportedly said, like one guy said, I am not from this system. So how you want to take that, depending on your cosmological worldview, you know, you could kind of consider that if this system is a terrestrial one, then you could say that he's not terrestrial. I don't know if you'd say extraterrestrial, because that just to me says more Earth, more land, right? Like more Earth, more of this system, right? I would rather say that it was maybe referring to being of celestial origin, right? And how you want to interpret that is up to you too. Like, because you might have this idea of outer space and planets and stuff, you know.
Yo, T-Dub, I can prove the Earth is round right now, in less than 3 seconds.
Wow, awesome! Let's go. Do it.
Okay, so P1 is gonna be if I can fuck your asshole, then the Earth is round. P2, I can fuck your asshole.
Yay! He did it. Woo! We can all go home.
Or
Shut
all
down
of
the
you-
server. He proved the globe Earth.
Finally. Are you a Glober now?
Is that how the globe was proven to you, Sigma? Someone did that to you, and then you're like, oh, it is a
There was
globe.
another one. There was another way. It was basically if I could. P1 would be if I can put my dick in your.
Hey,
Thank
Sigma. You know how long it takes me to ban you for being a numpty?
See, that guy sounds like a homosexual for sure. Not that I have any problem with the homosexuals, you know. They just make it easier for straight dudes to get pussy because there's less dudes trying to get pussy.
There's anything wrong with that.
I don't like these dudes on Tinder pretending to be chicks, though. You can't filter them or anything. That would be terrible to go on a date with a girl, and then partway through, she's like, "By the way, I have a dick."
And it's bigger than yours.
Smells delicious.
And there's been I had a blind date, and the girl in the photo, she was really skinny. She was really nice, and she was slim. And when I got there, she was huge. I was like, oh my god, how old is this photo?
Dude, I think that's funny as fuck because, like, every once in a while I'll be scrolling through Tinder and I'll see somebody that I know in real life and they'll be using some hella old ass photos. And I'm like, bitch, you're like 200 pounds heavier than that now. The fuck? Like, you better update your shit.
Bait and switch. Well, you go, if you've got your
What they
kids
do
and
with
they
the
go,
globe,
no.
right?
Yeah.
They make it look more curved than it really is.
Exactly. They
Wanna
tart it
know
up. Make it look
one of the
all
weirdest
pretty.
Tinder dates I ever had. I met up with this girl and, like, we had a couple drinks and she was like, hey, you want to go back to your place? And I'm like, sure. So we go back to my place and we start doing the thing, and she asked me to spank her pussy. So, like, I give it like a little slap, and she's like, no, harder. And she just had me going harder and harder.
And your mum walked in?
That's enough of that. You got some
Yeah, I
globe
was gonna
proof?
say, like, dude, can we improve the conversation? This is going down the toilet quick time. Shit, man.
Yep.
This is all Globers have, right? Their version of moving the goalposts is now starting to talk about dating and their lack of progress in the dating scene. Anyways, I'll stop.
I mean, he failed with his music interruption, and now he wants to just devolve into this because he knows we're streaming this to YouTube. I'm not convinced by his trial. Yeah, wrong topic, bro. You want to bring it back to topic, or what? You want to talk about the Earth?
So, pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level? How do you have that with an open system?
Well, obviously because we're in outer space, right?
Yep. It's a good thing I can keep on sucking that air in, otherwise I'd be dead.
I love how like Globers actually like think that you have to go to somewhere that becomes outer space, right? But the Earth itself, and by proxy themselves as well, and the gases which are allegedly surrounding this sphere, are also in outer space, right? So it's all in outer space, right? So how do you go to somewhere where you already are? How is it that you have to leave something to get to somewhere if you're already there? It doesn't
Amen.
make any fucking sense.
Just like NASA's story, go to space and then look back at it to see your spheroid. Okay, sounds good, NASA.
Yeah.
Or the radiation belt didn't affect us the first time because we didn't know about it.
Oh, well, you see, yeah, that was it. Just didn't know about it.
We didn't know about it. Now that we know about it, yeah, it's dangerous to go through it. But before, we didn't know it was there. So we just went through it. You see how it works?
But up until now, I didn't even know about it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know about it. I've been going through the radiation belt all day. All back and forth. Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, better not do that again.
It might kill me. Oh shit!
Well, that's Dom Pettit. What happens if there's a leak? He's like, I don't know. I don't know.
And you have a leak. You have a leak. You have a leak.
Fix it. Yeah. You just get the blue tack.
With what shall you fix it? Dear Dawn, dear Dawn. With real good engineering.
There's a hole in
Dear
the
Glover,
spaceship.
dear Glover, dear Glover.
If that stuff was legitimate and those were actually military guys, that one part where he's like, I wouldn't know how to fix this. I couldn't fix a leak. If it was real, they would be able to fix a leak one-handed, with their eyes blindfolded behind their back. That's how the military would have them doing it. They would be able to do it like, taking apart a rifle and putting it back together blindfolded. That's how they should be doing it.
Yes, like
with a drill
Forrest
sergeant.
Gump, like Forrest Gump. Why, damn, Forrest? Why did you put that gun together so fast? Because you told me to, sir. God damn it, Gump. That's the most intelligent answer I fucking ever heard.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Dan.
And another big problem for me was, they're getting the astronauts in their little monkey suits playing banjos and singing. And I'm like, I have never seen a captain of a submarine or an aircraft carrier or some type of serious man doing any kind of BS like that. They're very serious men. They don't do that crap.
Yeah, man. Like if you're head, yeah, if you're supervisor, right, of all that stuff, and lives are at stake, and there's a leak in your craft which is protecting you from a hostile environment such as a vacuum of space. There's a hole in your craft, right? It's breached. You're gonna know the procedure inside and out. You're going to know the procedure inside. You're not going to say, "Oh well, I'm sure there's a procedure somewhere that you do," and yeah, I don't know it off the top of my head. Like a retard.
Yeah, I think his name is just a play on Don the Pet Tit. Like that's just says it in the name.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's so blatantly obvious. Just the way someone played the clip of him yesterday saying, "How you can see the stars and the planets, and the zodiacal lights." Like, come on, bro. You seriously expect me to take this guy seriously?
Yeah, it's like they're mocking us, similar to the Stephen Hawking, those old interviews with his translator, and he just grunts one or two words for 2 or 3 seconds, and the translator has a very articulate 20-second response. That's how I feel the same with Don the Pet Tit.
Oh yeah, that way. It's like, well, when I was a child, I liked to play with my toy trains. What? How did you get that from? Like, wake up, people! You're being trolled.
I read this thing about Stephen Hawking a long time ago, and it was a really well written article and stuff, and it was like he was going to expose that the Earth is flat, and they wanted to shut him up because he was so intelligent. So they wanted to kill him. So they poisoned him, but poison didn't work. Didn't kill him. Just turned him into a vegetable. So they thought, well, let's just use this. Let's just hook him up to a machine and get him to say whatever we want. And that's why they said, oh, he has this motor neuron disease or whatever, which usually you don't survive very long. And he had that for 30 or 40 years. So there's something definitely dodgy with that dude.
What I find interesting about him is he's supposed to have some degenerative disease, but yet if you look at early photos of his teeth, they are slowly getting worse and worse, and all of a sudden they start coming good again. Like technically, as he gets older, they should have rotted out of his head, basically been non-existent, fallen out, whatever. But yeah, they actually seem to be getting better as he was getting older. Where technically they shouldn't have even. Yeah, it's really odd.
Yeah. Who freaking knows if any of these bastards were actually who they said they were? You know? Was Einstein really just some, autistic kid that they just led around by the hand and told to say this or that? Put a script in front of him?
Total hack. Patent clerk. A clerk. It's like he works at 7-Eleven. He hooks up with dodgy priests. It's dodgy as.
We know they were messing around with people's brains back then, lobotomies and all sorts of weird shit. So, who knows? Maybe MK Ultra goes way back. Yeah, like, I'm not saying that that's true, but, who fucking knows,
Yeah,
Have you seen... Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say there's a whole lot of old classical things that, like Darwin's theory of evolution. I mean, you look at it, and it's like, this is retarded. This isn't science or anything. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. You might as well say that it's all just fiction,
Yeah, you mentioned the lobotomy. The guy who came up with that procedure in like the 1940s was given a Nobel Prize for doing that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Then
electric shock therapy came around. But I mean, like Dave Weiss makes a point about. I know he's a moron and everything, but like I remember seeing him mention something about the North Korean leader, whatever his name is, Kim Jong Un, or whatever, and say, just look at him, right? And you see him like they show clips of him like clapping his hands like a 10-year-old kid and with this big like this weird retarded smile on his face. He's going, like who knows if he's just a puppet, right? Like I mean, I've seen it.
Kim
like,
Jong,
yeah,
Kim
I've
Jong Il
seen
and
him, like,
his brother mentally ill.
Right.
Oh yeah, and the haircut. The haircut, man. Wow. What the hell? Is he in Devo or something? What the hell, man?
Yeah, Kim Jong Un went to some super elite school in Switzerland. So I'm guessing yeah, he probably speaks some super good English, I think, also.
Yeah, same as Sigmund Freud. It's like, oh, Sigmund Freud, oh, he was really smart and everything. But if you really look at him, it's like he's a nutbag. He was a weird guy. I don't think, yeah. It's like, hello, what? All these classic things and theories aren't as classic as you think when you drill down on them.
yeah,
Other
people
stuff,
come
like I
along later, build off them.
Yeah. I was going to say, I read, like, favorite movie is The Time Machine, the 60s one, right? I never read the book. I thought, oh, geez, I should read the book, it must be fantastic. So amazing, So I downloaded it and I read it and I was like, this is shit. It was just terrible. And it was just shit. There's nothing in the movie is in the book. It's completely lame. It's so lame. I was like, this is lame as.
You took you seen the original, like the 60s or the 50s or 60s version?
The one with Rod Taylor and the Enoch.
Right, yeah.
And all that, yeah.
Yeah, I loved
it. Was
it.
Brilliant.
I loved it.
I love that movie. When I was a kid,
you say the book's nothing like it?
The book is nothing like it. The book is so lame. There's nothing. It's really, really gay. I was shocked. I was like, what the hell am I reading? This is garbage. Yeah. He's a real pompous.
Did you notice?
He's overly pompous, and it's just unbearable.
Right. Did you notice at the start how it talks about the bending and warping of space time, or the 4 dimensions, time being the 4th dimension?
Oh yes. Yeah.
Right.
Time's the 4th dimension.
That predates Einstein. That book predates Einstein's. Yeah.
I'm not sure if that was from the. I don't think that was from the book. I remember reading that in the book.
Yeah, it was. It was in the start of the book. I don't know. Or is it in the preface, or was it in the foreword, or is it in the first chapter? I can't remember, but it's right at the start of the book. Somewhere at the start of the book.
But
maybe it's been added in after the first publisher.
I was reading the book and just thinking, gee, there's nothing in the movie that is in this book. There's only a couple of things out of the book that's in the movie. It's really thin and vague and really just ridiculous.
And did you
when he gets to when he gets to the future, he's just walking around with his cane, going, "Oh, what an amazing place! Oh, it's so, just it's like what? Where's the action and the suspense?" And he's like, "Where am I?" And all this. He's just wandering around, going, "Oh, hello! Oh, I'm in the future. Isn't it wonderful? Oh, yes." It was so lame. Oh, it's extraordinary. Look at this extraordinary building.
It's like if he sent David Attenborough.
I know. Hello, I'm David from the past. Oh, hello. Oh, it's wonderful architecture. This is an
fuck, I wish
exciting
Jedi was in here.
And did you like the modernized movie of it?
Guy Pearce. Oh, it's really disappointing.
Yeah, Guy Pearce. Yeah.
Yeah, it was ultra disappointing. Yeah, it was lame.
I like how he
I've
ended
never
up
seen
like
the original.
Oh, it's pretty good. I love it. Yeah, it's good too.
I might
yeah,
it and yeah.
Yeah, it's probably watch it for free somewhere, but it's that old. Yeah,
The design
I liked
of the machine in the new one was really. The machine is really beautiful in the new one.
Yeah,
it's really it's cool.
I like how he ends up in like around now, and like the moon's falling apart because of some mining operation that went wrong and it's breaking up. Right.
Yeah, that was cool, but I don't know. The early one where he's in a nuclear war and all the lava comes out of the earth and just jumps in the machine and gets encased in stone. I mean, yeah, that was a good movie.
In the 50s one, or the 60s, is it 50s or 60s?
1960.
1960. Doesn't he end up like going like a billion years or something into the future? And
Yeah, it's like it's 100,000 years or something.
Is it 100,000 years? And he's like witnessing like the death of the sun, something like that. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, seeing everything like, he gets encased in the mountain, and the mountain, erodes away slowly. But that one where his wife keeps dying and he tries to stop it from happening, and he just can't. It just keeps happening over and over again. That was really interesting. That was really tragic though. Do you remember that in the remake with Guy Pearce,
Yeah.
like his wife dies, and then he makes a machine to try and go back time to stop her from dying. He keeps dying.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the leader of the what are they called? The underground guys. He's like he knew the answer to the question that he sought, that he travelled so far into the future to find. Right. Why can't I change it?
Yeah, little Guy Pearce from Neighbours.
Yeah. Is that where he started, was it? Yeah.
Mm. Did you see LA Confidential?
Yeah, I can't remember it though. Like I know I've seen it. I can't remember.
Russell Crowe and Guy Pearce. And they kind of team up in the end of the movie, and it's like, go Aussies. It's like the two Aussies take over the movie. It's really cool.
Yeah, I've always liked the time travel stuff, like as fiction. I'm entertained by it more than I am the outer space stuff. When the outer space stuff incorporates it too, like all the times in Star Trek, all the time travel incidents. I love that. It was pretty cool. Of course, yeah, it's all just fiction.
Remember that movie Strange Days? And it was about that technology where you can record your experience, and then someone else can view the experience, put on this machine, and it's
Schwarzenegger, wasn't it?
No. It's Ralph Fiennes was in it, but
okay.
Yeah, it's from the late 90s, but yeah, that was really interesting. And now it's like this Neuralink and stuff. But it's basically like recording experience and then being able to just relive the experience with a headset. I think that was in that movie, an older movie, Dreamscape or something. We can record experiences, and then someone else can experience them with this headset thing. So something about Neuralink, you can download a whole, university degree in like 5 minutes or something. Just download it straight into your brain. So you pay $100,000 and get that downloaded into your brain, and you walk around and you know everything in the thing. But what if someone tries to hack your brain? Something like that. Yeah. Someone said the truth is in movies and lies are on TV.
Right. Well, that was even getting like thrown around like in the 60s or even earlier, like, which is really weird. I mean, Bob Geldof put the line in his song I hate Mondays, right? I don't like Mondays.
Silicon chip. The silicon chip inside her head.
Yeah.
Set to overload.
It was set to overload.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, really? They were like contemplating chips that were brains, could fit in someone's brain then? Like, what was their type of size chip that they had back then? It was like fucking dinner plate size or something, wasn't it? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So they kind of anticipated? Was he?
Oh, yeah. It's a witch. You can't... He doesn't bathe. He's a witch. So he's openly admits he's never had he hasn't had a shower or a bath in 50 years or something, 40 years.
What?
Doesn't bathe at all. Ever.
Does he go swimming or something?
No. No. It says he uses powder or something. You know, I don't know.
Jumps into a pit of talcum powder or something. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's some. That is weird, man. But that's the thing, a witch can't bathe. It makes them stink more if they bathe. So they don't bathe. Like Bob Geldof.
Nah, that's weird, man. What the heck?
Yesterday they had an event in English Hub, and it was "Are you part of the Globe cult?" And the picture, I don't know who chose it. It was classic. It was Stephen Hawking getting blessed by the Pope. It was the picture. Just, it was perfect.
Nice.
Oh, that was nice. Yeah.
So I saw a review on that clip of Elon with his son. Is it his son? And they're doing this conference in the Oval Office. And Elon's there speaking away, and Trump's sitting at his desk. And this kid leans over to Trump and says these things to Trump, like, nobody wants to hear from you. Shut your fucking mouth. And you're not the real president. You shouldn't be here. And like these weird things, like this little 5-year-old, 6-year-old kid, like. Elon just continues talking like nothing happened, and Trump just sits there like he ignored it. Like, it's really weird. Like, I'm just like, did that really happen?
Yeah.
What sort
What's
of
his
stage
kid?
shit is this?
His kid's name is A2O. His name is something really weird.
What is he even doing there?
Yeah, I'm reading about that, and it's one of them. He said, "I want you to shush your mouth."
Trump wasn't even talking. It's just bizarre. It's just clown world. Like, you guys, over there, he's went from Biden to that. Like, it's just. It almost is like it's just all scripted.
Look at the shitstorm we've got. I think it is scripted.
What's up, Sethy boy?
What's up?
Did you bring us some globe proof?
What do you say?
Did you bring us some globe proof?
I honestly don't even know if the Earth is a globe or not. I haven't been to space.
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, I mistook you for someone else.
If I went to space and if they allowed me, then I could say. But like my personal experience, like the Earth is not fucking round. Like this is a very flat area, in my opinion.
Alrighty, I'm going to watch a movie. When it's finished, I'm going to come back. Hopefully, someone's having a meltdown.
No worries, man. Enjoy.
Alright, catch us. I'll be back later.
You wouldn't have seen any of the dating app live streams, would you, T-Tub? Being married and everything, married dude, so you wouldn't have seen all that.
No, I haven't. I've seen like funny moments caught from them on like reaction videos on YouTube.
Oh yeah, good times. There's so many from like Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, Brazil. It's all over the Middle East. So these women in the Middle East, my God, they are massive. They've got huge lips and eyes and jet black hair, and they're just huge. And they're smoking the hookah, and they're going, it's like, holy shit. Yeah, they're full on. Too much for me.
I didn't think that they were allowed to interact like that in Arabia.